Chapter 1. Rebirth, Truth, and Humiliation. Ye Lingxiu abruptly sat up, his expression contorted by a sharp pain in his mind. Cold sweat, as large as beans, dripped incessantly, soaking his clothes and bedding. Hadn't I died? Was I not devoured by the Xian family, led by Xian Linyan? Xian Linyan was my wife. Could this be a dream? In this dream, Blue Star faced a second cataclysmic apocalypse, and the few remaining safe havens were breached by monstrous beasts. In a desperate bid to escape the beast consumption, the Xian family chose to descend into depravity, opting to inject themselves with the blood of the demon race, transforming into monstrosities. Transforming into a demon required a ritual that involved the cannibalistic consumption of a living person. They had chosen to eat one of their own. The agony and terror of being devoured bite by bite remained vividly etched in Ye Lingxiu's memory, as if it had truly transpired. On the morning of January 1st, year 100 of the apocalypse calendar, within the confines of the Huaxia No. 3 barrier, the second apocalypse from his dream would soon arrive. Glancing at his phone, he noted that there was still a month left. Damn, it truly was a dream. Ye Lingxiu was fortunate he had awakened his supernatural abilities early, with the ability focused on self-healing. Unfortunately, lacking resources and connections, his spiritual techniques were difficult to enhance, leading him to abandon them, never having shared this with others. Now, with a splitting headache, he recalled the Alliance's insights, suggesting that the dream had excessively drained his soul. In a desperate attempt to remedy his plight, he focused his thoughts, summoning a rich and unique energy that coursed through his body in an instant. After a moment, his head still throbbed unbearably, proving utterly ineffective. Indeed, merely a mockery of fate and self-hypnosis. How could a dream transform a healing ability into one capable of mending the soul? As disappointment wafted through him, Ye Lingxiu suddenly froze. With a look of incredulity, he attempted to use his supernatural ability once more. Holy hell! He had advanced to the second level. A dream, and he had leveled up to the second tier? Moreover, this energy was infused with life energy. Indeed, this was the very essence he had been researching. It could not be mistaken. Reaching the second level meant his supernatural ability now belonged to the realm of life. He was destined for greatness. If he became formidable, perhaps his status within the family would rise, and his beloved son could enjoy a better life. Ye Lingxiu gazed dreamily into the future, feeling as if the excruciating headache had become significantly more adorable. The shadows he had cast upon Xian Linyan in the past had led her to refuse sharing a bed with him. Perhaps he could find a related supernatural being to provide her with the healing she needed. His research into the realm of spiritual plant mutations would, with his newfound abilities, also witness better development. So much to contemplate. Ye Lingxiu pondered for a long while. The redefined understanding of his supernatural abilities and this sudden breakthrough promised to usher in earth-shattering changes. Wait, as Ye Lingxiu stood, a jolt coursed through him. He recalled a man named Long Feng from his dream, who had left a profound impression on him, yet he had never encountered this person in reality. Dreams were not constructed this way. Ye Lingxiu trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom or believe what he was considering. Yet reason whispered that everything within this dream was likely true. If this truly was a grand illusion, for the sake of his son, he could endure being treated like a servant by the Xian family, just as before. But if it was not a dream, standing at the entrance of the paternity testing center, Ye Lingxiu held the report in his hands. Externally calm as a placid lake, yet internally seething with murderous intent. Everything had come to a conclusion. All secrets had been laid bare, leaving no room for doubt. His son was not his own. The biological child he had cherished, cradled in his arms, feared to break, was indeed not his. For 3 years, Xian Linyan had coerced him, compelling him to become a Livian son-in-law for the Xian family, appearing as family while in truth serving as a mere servant, enduring the greatest hardships, performing all the chores, and surrendering all but a meager allowance. 3 years had passed, and he had lost all his relatives and friends. All that remained was this family, this son. Alas, it was all a lie, a wretched fabrication. On December 31st, year 99, the third year since he had joined the family, the situation within the barrier had become dire. The streets were under martial law. The family was joyously celebrating his son's birthday, when Long Feng bizarrely presented a gift of 4 bottles of demon blood. At that moment, Ye Lingxiu was taken aback, leaping to his feet, disregarding the overturned dishes in shock. Long Feng, what are you trying to do? This is a grave offense. Bang! The sound of a cup crashing heavily onto the table echoed. Ye Lingxiu, how can you speak to our guest like that? He is our department head, and you, a mere employee, think you can address him? Do you intend to accuse him? His wife, Xian Linyan, reprimanded with a frozen demeanor. Indeed, do you not know what Linyan's workplace entails? It is a research institution specializing in demon beasts. Long Feng has become the head at such a young age. Do you still wish to report him? Ye Lingxiu's fated chiming. Moreover, he is merely conducting research. How can you accuse him of illicit possession? Long Feng's background is substantial. You, a mere interloper, an orphan without even a relative. How dare you report him? If you weren't somewhat useful, would we even allow you to stay in our home? His mother-in-law, all bravado, smiled sweetly at Long Feng while casting a disdainful look at Ye Lingxiu. Long Feng wore a broad smile, clearly pleased with the family's demeanor. Not at all, Yi, my brother, was merely joking. Please do not take it to heart. Hiss! The heel of Xian Linyan's high-heeled shoe crashed into the back of Ye Lingxiu's foot, sending a jolt of pain coursing through his brain. What are you standing there for? Why are you so clueless? Apologize to Long Feng at once, and thank him for being magnanimous and not holding it against you. Ye Lingxiu felt increasingly despondent. It was one thing to be treated like a dog by his family, but to be belittled in front of an outsider was unbearable. This very pair of agonizing shoes had been saved for from his meager allowance after his salary was surrendered. To save up for a pair of shoes worth 2,000 yuan from a monthly allowance of 100, how long would that take? Ye Lingxiu felt stifled. Yet seeing his son, who seemed frightened and hesitated to continue eating the cake, Ye Lingxiu held back. I apologize, Long Feng, I misspoke. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. We are all family, there is no right or wrong. I am here today to bring gifts for the little darling. Long Feng's smile widened upon seeing his son, radiating joy. Before Ye Lingxiu could apologize, Long Feng had merely smiled politely, claiming it was nothing, while not moving an inch. He was waiting. Sure enough, after Ye Lingxiu's apology, Long Feng eagerly approached, placing the 4 bottles of demon blood onto the table. The green demon blood shimmered slightly, revealing a faint green glow upon closer inspection. I have received news that the second apocalypse is approaching, and the barrier is in danger. I plan to bring you all into the heavenly demon society. Long Feng lowered his voice, his face betraying a hidden madness, shocking everyone present. What? You, Ye Lingxiu, think carefully before you speak. Long Feng warned, his gaze turning dangerous as he regarded Ye Lingxiu. Madness. Absolute madness. Long Feng was far too audacious. No. He was indeed a member of the Heavenly Demon Society. Trembling, Ye Lingxiu could not help but tremble uncontrollably. The Xian family was equally shaken, their expressions turning uneasy. Long Feng, what do you mean? A great upheaval is imminent. Demon beasts are infiltrating the city. Ordinary people cannot possibly survive. Only by joining the Heavenly Demon Society can you hope to live. You may ask Lin Yin, I would never harm her, especially with a child involved. Seeing their daughter nod, Xian Linyan's parents exchanged glances, their eyes shifting from fear to desire as they regarded the demon blood. Utilizing it would mean they could extend their lives by an additional decade or even several decades. Once the barrier fell, no one would care. Observing the Xian family's reaction, Long Feng flashed a devilish grin. In a fair manner, he embraced Xian Linyan. Your boat's flexibility will increase, allowing you to unlock movements you could never achieve before. Ha ha ha. Stop it. My parents are watching. Xian Linyan playfully punched Long Feng's chest, feigning shyness. Ye Lingxiu was consumed by rage. This was a blatant humiliation, an uncontainable fury surging within him. Mom, Dad, look at Xian Linyan. Consider the daughter you raised. This is utterly shameless. Long Feng, I curse you, I will fight you. In a fit of anger, Ye Lingxiu lunged at Long Feng with a chair. Bang! Before he could close the distance, Long Feng delivered a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. All he could do was watch helplessly as tears of blood streamed down his face. Chapter 2. Wretched woman, I await you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yet Xian Linyan's parents remained oblivious, their faces filled with eager anticipation as they stared at the demon blood. How do we use this? Quickly, Long Feng, please tell us. Simply twist off the cap and press it against your arm. The needle inside will pierce the skin, allowing the demon blood to enter of its own accord. The elderly couple trembled as they opened it, nearly dropping it in their excitement. Once the demon blood entered their bodies, they both let out a groan and collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Seeing that Xan Linyan appeared somewhat anxious, Long Feng reassured her. Fear not, it's a normal reaction and will soon pass. For your sake, I procured the essence of the azure-eyed spirit serpent. This serpent is both lustful and beautiful. Ha ha ha. Xan Linyan protested again, her affected demeanor something Ye Lingxiu had never witnessed before. Even their union had been instigated by Xan Linyan herself, a consequence of both being intoxicated and losing control, resulting in her pregnancy. Xan Linyan insisted that Ye Lingxiu marry into her family, threatening to abort if he refused. For the sake of their child, he chose to acquiesce. However, after their marriage, Xan Linyan had never allowed Ye Lingxiu to touch her again. Ye Lingxiu had always felt a sense of guilt, believing he had wronged Xan Linyan. Rather than suspecting anything amiss, he assumed it was merely a psychological shadow that Xan Linyan bore. Now, it appeared that was utter nonsense. She was nothing short of harlot. There was no shadow at all. Puff! In a fit of rage, Ye Lingxiu spat out a mouthful of blood. Such hatred! A torrent of resentment brewed within him. If looks could kill, the two before him would be riddled with wounds. Alas, there were no ifs. His hatred had yet to reach its climax. We? What of us? Oh, by the way, I have a secret to share with you. Did you think your child with Lin Yin was the result of a drunken night? Long Feng's face was a mask of mockery as he observed Ye Lingxiu's face twisting with anguish. His smile grew wider. Ha ha ha, you understand. I can see it in your eyes. Ha ha ha. Long Feng laughed maniacally. Xan Linyan, this can't be true. Can it? Can it? Speak up. Ye Lingxiu, his mouth filled with blood, shouted frantically. Xan Linyan, slightly embarrassed, began to complain. Why are you telling him this? He already knows. How can he continue to take the blame for us? He's been quite diligent, doing all the chores at home and handing over his earnings to me. You even bought this watch with his money, and now you want him to keep working for us. He's no longer needed. I've received news that the beasts outside the barrier are panicking. Something significant is about to happen. According to records, this upheaval is comparable to that of a century ago. Only by transforming into a demon and integrating into the demon clan can one hope to survive. You and the child should hasten to absorb the essence. I still have to discuss life with Xiaodi. Long Feng released Xan Linyan and approached Ye Lingxiu. Actually, you weren't drunk that day, you were drugged. The chaos you woke up to wasn't caused by you and Linyan. Can you guess who was responsible? Ha ha ha. You were just unconscious nearby, sleeping it off. I have my reasons, and I must thank you for taking care of my son for 3 years. Puff. Ye Lingxiu felt as if his lungs were about to explode, no matter how desperately he gasped. He struggled to catch his breath. He had intended to spit blood in Long Feng's face, but the latter evaded him with an agile turn. Heaven, can't you grant me even this small wish? Ah! Ye Lingxiu screamed silently, his palm already bloodied from clenching his fist too tightly. The meager power he had awakened was utterly insufficient to counteract the damage wrought by his fury. He cared not for the pain in his flesh. His soul was bleeding. He had endured so long within the Xian family solely for the sake of his son, only to discover that the child he cherished was not even his own. He was merely a pitiable pawn, and his hatred was boundless. Indeed, you appear considerably rejuvenated. Ha ha. Long Feng, this demon blood you brought is truly remarkable. Exactly. To an outsider, it might even seem that I am Sister Linyan. Yet, why do I feel a bit hungry, as though my hunger is intensifying? I can hardly muster any interest in the dishes I once adored. What could be the reason? The elderly couple, having absorbed the essence, stood up, their convulsions subsiding, filled with joy. Fear not, this minor issue of hunger will resolve itself. Once Linyan and my son finish absorbing, they'll share a remedy with you, Long Feng declared, proceeding to divulge the details of his affair with Xan Linyan. Is that so? That's splendid. I was worried you were granting us such a tremendous favor without reason. Now, it seems you truly consider us family. Huh, splendid. Today was undoubtedly the happiest day the elderly couple had ever experienced. a veritable celebration of joy. Ye Lingxiu lay on the ground, numb and expressionless. If he could obliterate everything, he would not hesitate for a moment, regardless of the cost. Despair enveloped him. Bang, bang, bang. A series of thunderous sounds erupted, followed by the shattering of glass the barrier's energy shield had broken. Roar, accompanied by a beastly roar, was the cacophony of chaos and shouts from the city. Just as Long Feng had predicted, a monumental change was upon them. Long Feng was taken aback, though he anticipated upheaval. He had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. His gaze grew anxious as he focused on Xi and Linyan and their son absorbing the essence. Fortunately, the process was brief. Xi and Linyan, with a single toe, propelled herself upright in an impossibly graceful manner, curiously surveying her surroundings. Long Feng's eyes lit up indeed. Her flexibility had increased manifold magnificent. "Everyone, I imagine you are all quite famished now," Long Feng remarked, eyeing the elderly couple and their son, who were already salivating. One seemingly minor flaw accompanies the absorption of demon blood and transformation into a demon. The first thing you must do is consume human flesh, specifically that of the living. Failure to do so may result in death due to a disconnection from your new identity. Of course, after this initial consumption, you can rely on your willpower to abstain, but trust me, you won't want to resist, for consuming human flesh is truly exhilarating. It is utterly delicious. Fear. Ye Lingxiu's eyes widened, not with anger, but with terror. He understood all too well Xi and Linyan and her family needed to consume human flesh who would be their victim. The answer was painfully clear. It was him. He had uncovered too many of their secrets and harbored an irreconcilable enmity with them. Moreover, he was an outright outsider. Ye Lingxiu was consumed by fear, every cell in his body trembling at the thought of being devoured by these humans. The agony and terror of being feasted upon flooded his mind. On the streets, Ye Lingxiu opened his eyes, deeply imprinting the visage of his family into his memory. With the city at the brink of collapse, work had lost its significance. He needed to acquire resources and enhance his strength more swiftly. Having learned from the lessons of Xi and Linyan's family, Ye Lingxiu realized that in the apocalypse, everything is a fedev. Only truth lies in one's own strength. Only with power can one survive and seek vengeance. But first, he must divorce. How could he possibly continue to live with them? He feared he would lose control and kill them all. They must not die easily. Moreover, many matters could only be addressed after the divorce. He dialed Xi and Linyan's number. "Wretched woman, I await you at the Civil Affairs Office. We are getting a divorce. I am aware of your affair with Long Feng. Do not compel me to expose it now." Xi and Linyan was nearly apoplectic at being called a wretched woman by Ye Lingxiu. How dare a mere son-in-law challenge her? Yet upon hearing Long Feng's name, she began to panic, her documents scattering to the floor without her notice. With a face full of anxiety, she rushed toward Long Feng's office. Chapter 3. Divorce, Seed Purchase, and Strawberry Consumption Bang. The door to Long Feng's office was forcefully swung open and then slammed shut. Xi and Linyan, what on earth are you thinking? Did we not agree to limit our interactions at the workplace? My wife, that yellow-faced woman, is the deputy director. Do you have any idea how closely she monitors me? Long Feng exclaimed, glancing at the door which had now been securely closed, reprimanding her in a hushed yet urgent tone. "I can't wait any longer, Long Feng. Just now, Ye Lingxiu called me. He knows about us and wants a divorce. He is asked to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. What should I do?" Xi Linyan's face was etched with anxiety, her words tumbling out in a rapid-fire explanation. "What?" Long Feng gasped, astonished, leaping from his chair in alarm. How could he possibly know? We have been exceedingly discreet. Even my wife, who is always on guard, hasn't a clue. How did he find out? Could it be a trap? Xi Linyan, having calmed somewhat from her earlier panic, replied, "It shouldn't be E.T. home. I've never mentioned you to him. Logically, he shouldn't even be aware of your existence. Yet now, he is adamant. And he even dares to call me a shameless woman, that if he weren't so certain of his judgment, how could he, with his cowardly nature, dare to speak so boldly? Then it seems our secret has indeed been exposed. We must first stabilize his emotions and prevent any rash actions at the very least. He must not immediately expose us. Give me a few days to devise a plan. This threat must be eradicated. Longfeng replied slowly, his tone laced with a chilling resolve as he resumed his seat. But he wants a divorce. What should I do? I still rely on him for work, and his research on post-apocalyptic plants pays well. Bang! Longfeng slammed his palm down on the desk, producing a dull yet sharp sound that startled Xian Linyan while ensuring the noise didn't reach the outside world, demonstrating his remarkable control over his emotions. Foolish, at this juncture, you're still thinking about money. If this matter becomes public, we will both face dire consequences. Do you have any idea how deep my wife's connections run? Are you not familiar with his temperament? Longfeng, initially roaring in frustration, then softened his tone. Of course, we cannot allow this incident to lower your standard of living. Rest assured, I will cover the financial gap. You have been here for quite some time. Now hurry and leave at 8 the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ye Lingxiu said, listen to me, it's not what you think. That don't be swayed by other slander to my relationship with Longfeng I feel nauseous just seeing you. Just answer me. Are we getting divorced or not? If not, I will go directly to your workplace and confront your director. Xian Linyan interrupted. Divorce is not a trivial matter. It involves property division, child custody, and numerous other issues. When the two finally emerged, one held a dark red divorce certificate. Ye Lingxiu turned and cast Xian Linyan a cool glance, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes, which made Xian Linyan's heart race, and the word she had intended to say caught in her throat. No, I can't act now. There is still a month until the next apocalypse. If I act prematurely, I will surely fall into the hands of the law enforcement team. I will let you live a few more days for now. Xian Linyan stomped her foot heavily, clearly incensed by Ye Lingxiu's demeanor. Ding, ding, ding. Xian Linyan's phone rang. Dad. Her frustration boiled over. Already irate, she found her father adding to her troubles. Don't expect Ye Lingxiu to help anymore. We are getting a divorce. If you're hungry, just order takeout. What? Divorce? Why are you getting a divorce? Is takeout fit for a human? He is an intruder in the Xian family. Does he have the right to demand a divorce? Have I consented to this? No, you must find him and bring him here. I will settle this face to face. There is no respect for age or hierarchy anymore. Upon hearing that Ye Lingxiu was leaving, Xian Linyan's father, fearing he would no longer have someone to attend to him, stomped his feet and shouted, Please stop complicating matters. We have completed the divorce formalities. That's it. I am hanging up now. Xian Linyan, overwhelmed with confusion, abruptly cut off the call. Leaving Xian Linyan's family behind, Ye Lingxiu felt as if he had shed a massive burden, liberating himself from an oppressive weight. Ready to soar freely like a fish in the sea or a bird in the sky, he gazed at the North Star, which now seemed so close, beautiful, mysterious, and perilous. A century ago, when the North Star abruptly shifted closer to Blue Star, it did not shatter the Earth under immense gravitational force, but rather heralded the revival of spiritual energy. From that moment on, the laws of physics ceased to exist. Under the sudden influx of spiritual energy, the natural world underwent a dramatic transformation. Humanity's dominion, once established through science and technology, vanished in an instant. Ye Lingxiu had seen the official promotional videos. A seemingly ordinary sparrow had effortlessly destroyed a top-tier human warplane in a single encounter, remaining unscathed. Given such a power disparity, how could humanity continue to thrive? They could only cling to survival. In the wake of the resurgence of spiritual energy, flora and fauna adapted remarkably quickly, with individual strength surging by the time humans began to exhibit supernatural abilities. Their population had plummeted by 90%. Over the course of a century, humanity struggled to survive but gleaned valuable insights, primarily concerning the process of cultivation and enhancement. With awakened supernatural abilities, every ascension in rank illuminated a corresponding star in their personal North Star constellation. Ye Lingxiu, currently at the Tianxian level, had already ignited 2 stars within himself. Mysteriously, these 2 stars seemed to correspond with 2 celestial bodies above, a connection that remained unknown to humanity in this apocalyptic world. Everything revolved around survival. Within the barriers constructed by humanity, there was no longer any financial system or lottery. Only research and military industry thrived, along with the production of essential goods. Ye Lingxiu focused on studying the changes in plants following the revival of spiritual energy. And now he had awakened his life-related abilities, A perfect match. His first destination was a seed shop. The seed shop of today was vastly different from that of a century ago, in addition to the basic seeds for rice and wheat. There are now seeds from plants that had mutated due to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Selecting these was a breeze for Ye Lingxiu. Upon entering the shop, he swiftly chose 3 types, totaling 6 seeds. The reason for this modest selection was that 100 yuan could only purchase so much. Internally, he cursed Exine Linian's family for their greed. With the seeds in hand, he found a secluded spot. Holding them in one hand while channeling his abilities, life awakened with a silent incantation. The seeds began to sprout and take root in Ye Lingxiu's grasp. Rapidly growing taller, Ye Lingxiu had deliberately chosen shorter varieties instead of tall fruit trees. Among them was the particularly unique strawberry number 5, which, while comparable in size to ordinary strawberries, grew at a pace several times slower than other plants that had thrived in the wake of the spiritual energy revival. Its growth conditions were extremely demanding, suitable only for limited laboratory cultivation, making it unfit for large-scale planting. However, its ability to absorb more spiritual energy was a significant advantage, and consuming it provided immense benefits to the body. Thus, its fruit was sold at the price of spiritual fruits, 10,000 each, with a market that was nearly non-existent, typically requiring years to flower and bear fruit. Ye Lingxiu managed to harvest 2 exquisitely translucent strawberries from his plant in just a few hours. The fruits were larger than ordinary strawberries, subtly radiating a red glow, and the life energy within them began to seep into the air, intoxicatingly fragrant. Gazing at these tantalizing strawberries, Ye Lingxiu felt an overwhelming urge to taste one. After several hours of nurturing, nearly half of his life energy had manifested in these 2 strawberries. What would the effect be? He conjured several justifications for himself, concluding that he must eat one to test its efficacy. Chapter 4. An elderly man as he bit into a strawberry, Ye Lingxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. A long, blissful moan escaped his lips. It was simply too delicious. The strawberry's signature sweet aroma was incredibly rich, crisp and juicy upon entry, and most importantly, it was suffused with an intense flow of life energy and spiritual power coursing through his body. Ye Lingxiu felt his pores opening, with energy subtly oozing outwards. This was not comparable to the ordinary strawberries he had previously eaten. Though he had never tasted one of the 10,000 yuan strawberries, he was confident that what he had cultivated would not be inferior. Disregarding the cold, hard ground beneath him, he hurriedly settled into a meditative position to absorb the overflowing energy. 15 minutes later, Ye Lingxiu opened his eyes, astonished to find a visible increase in his cultivation level. The energy he had ingested was remarkably pure and gentle, entirely suitable for direct absorption. The total amount was substantial. It seemed that his supernatural abilities were merely a precursor. The growth process of strawberries must have absorbed a significant amount of external spiritual energy. Otherwise, the life energy he had input would have been far from sufficient. The spiritual energy gained from eating the strawberry had exceeded what he had expended, replenishing his reserves while propelling his cultivation further. Even as the seller, Ye Lingxiu genuinely felt that 10,000 yuan per strawberry was a fair price. No wonder it was a scarcity in a market. In truth, Ye Lingxiu was unaware that even mature fruits of the genuine strawberry know. 5 cultivated in laboratories lacked the extraordinary effects of his version. The ability to enhance cultivation through spiritual plants was beyond the reach of current human technology, even if a few varieties were occasionally successful. Their costs would vastly outweigh the benefits. This was understandable. If large-scale cultivation of spiritual plants were possible, humanity would have long since reclaimed dominion over Blue Star, just as they had a century ago. After all, with an abundance of spiritual plants, they could cultivate a multitude of powerful beings. With laboratory cultivation failing, humanity could only venture outside to gather spiritual plants, a task fraught with danger. Not a single spirit plant is devoid of the guardianship of formidable demonic beasts. It would be more advantageous to engage in combat with these beasts or their kin to procure the spirit cores within their bodies. Ye Lingxiu, employing this method, meticulously crafted unique varieties of tomatoes and potatoes. Gazing at his creations, a sense of aspiration and pride welled within him. The first pot of gold in my life, Ye Lingxiu have arrived. Ye Lingxiu, boss, look at these tomatoes and potatoes. Boss, scram. Ye Lingxiu. With a heart full of treasures yet no means to utilize them, Ye Lingxiu felt utterly despondent. Was he to sleep on the streets tonight? Dejected, he took a seat on a nearby bench, staring vacantly at the sky. The protective barrier is the pinnacle of human technology and cultivation, remaining transparent in the absence of external attack, allowing a view of the world outside. Humanity has begun to explore the integration of technology with spiritual energy, utilizing materials from demonic beasts and even their spirit cores in an environmentally friendly manner. Thus, the sky is a brilliant blue, and the clouds are remarkably white. The evening sun hangs neither too close nor too far, bathing the majority of the sky in a warm glow, while the Big Dipper adorns the heavens with a dreamlike beauty. Previously, overworked by the XN family, he had not realized how enjoyable it was to quietly gaze at the sky. Setting aside his current predicament, he found himself feeling rather drowsy. "Young man, you seem quite at leisure." A voice with a slightly hoarse yet soothing tone interrupted his thoughts, startled by the presence of another. Ye Lingxiu tensed. Despite being a celestial realm cultivator, he had allowed someone to approach so closely without noticing. Perhaps he had let his guard down too much after years of tension. The speaker was an exceedingly refined elderly gentleman, likely in his 80s, sporting a short white beard and dressed in a faded Zhongshan suit. He slowly settled down at the opposite end of the bench. "Good day, old sir. Enjoying the sun as well?" Ye Lingxiu inquired casually, feigning composure. Indeed, the afterglow of the apocalypse is quite beautiful. Fortunately, with the advancements in technology and spiritual energy, I have been granted a few extra years of life. I come here to gaze upon the world occasionally. The world is in turmoil, and my years are numbered. What about you? Today's youth seem to lack your tranquility. That a jolt of realization coursed through Ye Lingxiu. The mention of a turbulent world could refer to either the past or the future. If he spoke of the past, it was merely a common lamentation. However, if he were alluding to an impending second catastrophe within a month, then this elder was not an ordinary individual. This is my first experience of such leisure. Previously, I was foolishly engrossed in toil, but now I have seen the underlying reasons and liberated myself. Relishing this rare moment of tranquility, he replied with a chuckle. The two fell into a comfortable silence, each absorbed in their contemplation of the sky, until a quarter of an hour later, the elder received a phone call, and Ye Lingxiu faintly heard the words, "It's time for your medication." After the call, the old man turned to leave. "Excuse me, old sir, I wish to express my gratitude as well." Ye Lingxiu felt a genuine sincerity. It was indeed the first time someone had kept him company to watch the sunset. In the past, he was too preoccupied with work and studies, and later, with household chores, to have a moment of peace. That if you don't mind, since we have crossed paths, I have a rather special strawberry fruit. It's quite beneficial for one's health, and I would like to offer it to you as a token of my appreciation. As he spoke, Ye Lingxiu rose to catch up with the elder. Producing the remaining special strawberry, the old man initially appeared puzzled, intending to refuse, but upon seeing the strawberry, his expression shifted slightly. Such a rich aura of spiritual energy. Who is this young man? He has encountered many heirs of powerful factions, but has never seen this one before. To offer such a gift indicates he is aware of its significance. That a celestial realm cultivator, albeit unstable, who generously presents such a valuable gift. Could he possibly know my identity? Unlikely. What an intriguing character. Refusing would make me seem stingy. Yet, even this special strawberry number 5 would be of no use to me. Ah, young friend, you are too kind. Fruits are not inexpensive these days, and I haven't had one in ages. If that's the case, I shall accept it. The elder feigned ignorance of the strawberry's unique qualities, smiling in gratitude. That Ye Lingxiu was undeterred. Whether the elder was a significant figure mattered little, for his gesture was genuine. Previously, he lived for his son, becoming a laughingstock. Now reborn, he vowed to live well for himself, the Xian family. What? That scoundrel who came to our family has actually divorced you? Xian Linyan's father could hardly believe it. Even with the divorce certificate in hand, Ye Lingxiu had been a slave in their household, the kind who could even bring in money. But now not only had he lost his funds, but the slave was also gone. Even if he was not proficient in arithmetic, he understood the vast disparity. No, I cannot agree. Tell me where he is. I will find him. Lingyan's father was filled with extreme dissatisfaction and reluctance. Grandfather, where's my dad? I'm hungry. Lingyan's son piped up. The child, taking his mother's surname, would naturally call him grandfather. Dad, stop making a scene. Ye Lingxiu won't be losing any money. I'll find a way. Just wait for my news. I won't let Ye Lingxiu off the hook. Lingyan had one unspoken thought. Ye Lingxiu knew far too much. Chapter 5. Ye Lingxiu. First sequence. Quick lookup, so slow. This was Ye Lingxiu's current sentiment. Previously, he had been at the mercy of the Xian family, lacking the time to cultivate, believing his abilities to be quite ordinary, with no intention of making strides in that regard, of course. Even ordinary powers could reach great heights. But relying solely on his arduous training was utterly impossible. The crux of the matter lay in Ye Lingxiu's current realization. Relying on oneself to absorb spiritual energy to enhance strength was far too sluggish. In a lifetime, he might not even reach the third tier of the celestial realm. And who among ordinary people could endure the grind? Training every day, what would he eat? Such formidable difficulties in advancement. Yet after his rebirth, he had made progress. This led him to deduce that his rebirth was not as straightforward as it appeared, perhaps shrouded in hidden circumstances. Consequently, cultivation gradually transformed into an exclusive domain of affluent families. If one awakened a potent ability, they would typically opt to join a powerful family force or the military. Only then could they hope to stand out and achieve success. Moreover, after experiencing a significant enhancement post-consumption of strawberry no. 5. He found it hard to regard the meager progress from conventional cultivation with any respect. Taking out the eggplant and potato, both uncooked, he decided to sample the eggplant first, just as he was about to eat it raw. A professional female voice addressed him from behind. "Excuse me, did you just give a strawberry number 5 to an elderly gentleman?" Her enunciation was clear, her pronunciation impeccable, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air. With a resigned sigh, Ye Lingxiu tucked away the special eggplant and turned to face the newcomer. What the hell? He had always thought that the figures of those young ladies in videos were enhanced. How could they be so voluptuous in front and still manage to work? With such curves behind, could they even sit comfortably in a chair? Or were those slender waists, long legs, and beautiful faces? All mere illusions conjured by modern technology, but upon seeing the newcomer, he was utterly convinced, feeling somewhat awed. Was this the epitome of beauty? What can I do for you? Is there something wrong with the strawberry that harmed the old gentleman? Ye Lingxiu quickly regained his composure. The newcomer smiled, her expression seemingly pleased with his reaction. Not at all. On the contrary, it had excellent effects. The old gentleman specifically asked me to come thank you and inquire about your desired compensation. The beauty employed her charm, her voice tinged with sadness yet laced with concern. Who could bear to see such a lovely lady suffer? Ye Lingxiu couldn't help but think he might actually want to see that. He quickly buried his inappropriate thoughts and devised a more respectable excuse. As for gratitude, could you help me find a place to stay? My current situation is a bit awkward, and if that's inconvenient, some monetary assistance would suffice. Certainly, sir. Please hold on while I make a call. She stepped aside slightly, presumably to contact the elderly gentleman, Mr. Huangfu. The situation is as follows. Yes, what? Are you sure that arrangement is in place? Isn't that your favorite? All right, I understand. Call me. The beauty approached Ye Lingxiu once more. Sir, thank you for your patience that a car will be here shortly to pick us up, and your accommodation has been arranged. May I ask for your name? I'm Ye Lingxiu. Lu Jingjing fell into a comfortable silence, as though she was accustomed to such moments, showing no signs of awkwardness. But Ye Lingxiu felt utterly awkward. Standing next to a stunning woman, who had just engaged in conversation and suddenly fell silent, left him, a reclusive introvert, at a loss for what to do with his hands. He shifted from placing them on his hips to crossing them over his chest, then into his pockets. Yet Lu Jingjing remained professional, not reveling in his discomfort, nor breaking the silence. Minutes felt like an eternity, at least 5 times longer than it should have. Finally, he was no longer burdened by awkwardness, but rather stunned. The car that arrived was a Rolls-Royce from a century ago. Ye Lingxiu had only seen such vehicles in videos from that era. In today's society, various energy-efficient vehicles dominated, further highlighting the elder's substantial background. This was a display of strength directed at him. Upon entering the vehicle, one could not help but marvel at the surroundings. The driver and Lu Jingjing remained silent. But fortunately, Lu Jingjing provided Ye Lingxiu with a means to alleviate the awkwardness by suggesting he play on his phone. Lu Jingjing sent a message to someone. Name, Ye Lingxiu. Rank, first sequence, quick check. Name, Ye Lingxiu. Age, 25. Occupation, apocalypse plant researcher, employed at Orphan. Original family includes a wife, a son, and the wife's parents. Status, son-in-law. For reasons currently unknown, he suddenly divorced this morning. Colleagues and neighbors under hypnosis describe him as honest. If this briefing were to fall into Ye Lingxiu's hands, it would likely leave him astounded, as it encapsulated nearly every significant event of his life, from birth to the present, documenting all major occurrences. While playing on his phone, time passed swiftly. Ye Lingxiu felt as though only a brief moment had passed before the vehicle came to a halt, indicating they had arrived at their destination. Observing the layout and architecture around him, Ye Lingxiu quickly recognized it as the only surviving courtyard complex from a century ago within the barrier. It is worth noting that contemporary residential complexes commonly reach heights of 50 to even 100 stories. Space is limited within the barrier, necessitating more efficient use of land. Point 1 can imagine the status of a single-story courtyard in such a context. Although Ye Lingxiu was somewhat taken aback, he found it acceptable, as the presence of a century-old Rolls-Royce set a certain standard, making the idea of residing in a century-old courtyard not too difficult to accept. Seeing Ye Lingxiu's calm demeanor, Lu Jingjing was somewhat astonished. Was it not a remarkable thing to be offered a courtyard to live in? Lu Jingjing was perplexed. Nonetheless, this did not hinder her professionalism. Mr. E, you will reside here for the time being. There's one chef and 2 service staff inside, and I will also be staying here temporarily. You may approach me directly for any needs you may have. Ye Lingxiu felt a flutter of delight. Any needs? The old gentleman was quite thoughtful, though he was still unsure how to address him. The old gentleman's surname was Huangfu, with a single character name, Tian. Huangfu Tian. Just hearing the name made Ye Lingxiu sense that the old gentleman was quite extraordinary. Overall, Ye Lingxiu's provision of strawberries could be seen as the first initiative, while Huangfu Tian arranging beautiful women, luxury cars, and a courtyard constituted the second. Now it was his turn for the third. Ms. Lu, I shall call you Jingjing, and you may address me by my name as well. I have an eggplant here that I would like you to take to the old gentleman. Additionally, please inform him that I require special seeds or plants along with some quality soil that I intend to cultivate this land. Please arrange for someone to prepare the site. Once there is a harvest, I hope for the presence of discreet and skilled guardians nearby. For now, I won't be selling. I plan to open it as a dining hall. Anyone interested may come to dine, and the criteria for entry will be determined by the old gentleman. He can permit whomever he wishes. Chapter 6. Ex-Linyan's parents receive news and prepare to act, even having encountered numerous grand occasions and experienced various matters. Lu Jingjing could not help but admire Ye Lingxiu's audacity. She was well aware of the immense value of what Ye Lingxiu offered, given her status within her family. Otherwise, she would not have been sent to negotiate. It was precisely this knowledge that left her astounded. She was not only struck by Ye Lingxiu's boldness, but also by his intelligence, as long as he required seeds and plants, which could be categorized as raw materials. He placed the decision-making power in the hands of the old gentleman. This was akin to giving without expecting anything in return, requiring considerable courage. It also indicated that he understood his own capabilities. Should he encounter unreasonable forces, he could easily become a puppet, necessitating the old gentleman as a stronghold, showcasing great wisdom. This was merely what Lu Jingjing could deduce. Whether there were deeper implications remained uncertain, yet she had set aside any notions of underestimating him. Ye Lingxiu was certainly not someone to be dismissed as merely possessing a peculiar ability. However, considering Ye Lingxiu's background, something seemed amiss. His past was so uneventful that it was devoid of any ripples. Could there be hidden factors surrounding his divorce that shaped the current Ye Lingxiu? Lu Jingjing cautiously took the seemingly ordinary eggplant. unaware if it was due to the eggplant's thick skin, but the fluctuations of life, energy, and spiritual essence were indeed somewhat lesser than those of the strawberries. Yet Ye Lingxiu could sense that the life energy within was abundant. Simultaneously, she discreetly sent a message via her phone. Adjust the rank to second sequence and investigate the cause of the divorce. Possessing a unique spiritual ability is indeed impressive. Coupled with intelligence and just a dash of luck, he has a tremendous potential to rise as an unparalleled powerhouse. Although he may not reach the old gentleman's heights, he certainly would not fall short. After all, within the entire Huaxiaburger number 3, there was only one old gentleman, and if a true dragon were to awaken one day, then her current investment would make her a minister of the dragon. Even if she could not soar alongside him, the benefits would surely not be negligible. As Lu Jingjing walked, she calculated in a commercial manner. Her abilities were somewhat lackluster. They appeared versatile in both offense and defense. Yet their power was significantly low. Her healing only worked on minor wounds, and her attack power was not strong against equals. Although she could control water temperature, she could not separate from the water's form, greatly limiting her effectiveness. Whether at 0 or 100 degrees, the difference was negligible to a formidable opponent. However, her field was not devoid of strong individuals. Within Huaxiaburger number 1, there was a young lady from a powerful family who possessed this skill, and her family had relentlessly pushed her to level 5, achieving near miraculous healing abilities while also boasting formidable offensive power, making her one of the pivotal figures in the battle zone. Lu Jingjing knew that her entry into the Huangfu family was not solely due to her spiritual skill. Much more was attributed to her appearance and figure, which aligned with the status and image of the Huangfu family. However, through sheer effort, pure effort, she had risen from an ordinary staff member to one of the family's key decision-makers in just 3 years, showcasing her discernment and talent at that moment. Lu Jingjing was entirely convinced that this was a genuine opportunity bestowed upon her by fate to undergo a true metamorphosis into a phoenix. Everything was settled for the time being. After 2 or 3 days, Ye Lingxiu began to adapt to his new surroundings. After all, who would not adjust from simplicity to luxury? The farming area was quickly transformed, with the soil reportedly sourced from a distant area outside the barrier, where spiritual essence was particularly dense. A costly endeavor, a batch of special seeds and plants was swiftly gathered. The old gentleman's generosity was naturally incomparable to the grain shop Ye Lingxiu had visited. Among the acquisitions was an immature purple leaf ginseng. Its leaves a vibrant purple, while the ginseng itself remained a pristine white. There was also a bamboo shoot, lush and green, exuding a hint of spiritual essence. A dazzling array of over 10 varieties filled the garden. Although their growth habits varied, with Ye Lingxiu's life energy and the inexhaustible spiritual essence surrounding them, everything was manageable. However, these plants were all of a high grade. The least among them was at least of the 3rd rank, and their maturation period was naturally extended out on the 5th day after moving in. Having concluded utilizing his abilities for farming, Ye Lingxiu set up a rocking chair at the entrance, reminiscent of the ambience from films of a century ago, and began to sway gently. Lu Jingjing thoughtfully placed a tea table and refreshments beside him, even half squatting to pour tea, revealing her fair thighs and elevating the atmosphere several notches. Even a delivery woman passing by couldn't help but glance a few extra times. Filled with curiosity before coming to a realization, the entrance of the Xian family's community. Hey, Annixon, wait a moment. I saw something that I think you should know about. Your son-in-law, who usually seems so honest and meek. Have you noticed he has been absent these past few days? Turns out he has struck it rich and is keeping a mistress outside. Oh, you should have seen her. She is a stunning beauty. Of course, Xian Linyan is no slouch either, but he is actually renting a place over at the courtyard. Xian Linyan's mother was taken aback. They had not publicly announced their daughter Xian Linyan's divorce, so the neighbors were still unaware. The courtyard was renowned as a private residence for the elite, with rumored daily rental fees nearing tens of thousands. This scoundrel of a son-in-law, I wondered why he was so eager to part ways with Xian Linyan. It turns out he was secretly profiting and found a new love. All this money is community property. This cannot stand. It must be reclaimed. What community property? Reclaim what? Were you saying any? Oh, it's nothing. I mean, all this is our Xian family's money. We can't let that rascal squander it. I'll contact the old man and go find him. Please send me his address. Thank you. I'll take my leave now. Xian Linian's mother hurried away, as if she had discovered a new continent, eager to conquer it. Xian Linian's father, who had long been troubled by Ye Lingxiu's unilateral divorce and his inability to serve him, was just as frustrated but had struggled to find him. Every time the matter arose, he would vent to Xian Linian, stating she should not have agreed so easily. After all, who was Ye Lingxiu to dictate terms? When he said divorce, did she have to comply? The power of Longfeng's father-in-law's family was considerable, yet he was too afraid to use it. Once he did, it would mean exposing the situation, and he was uncertain whether he would even be able to locate Ye Lingxiu. In truth, the family was all making their efforts to find him, and it was evident that the couple was on the verge of success. Bang! Xian Linian's father slammed his palm down hard on the table. I've seen this brat's rebellious streak for a long time. His constant servility was all a facade. Is he trying to play the part of King Gojian, enduring hardship while plotting revenge, living off us, consuming our resources, and yet he is not satisfied, also spending our money to chase after a mistress? Is there no law? Let us go find him. Having heard the description from Xian Linian's mother, her father was filled with a rage that could not be contained. Chapter 7. The Xian family comes knocking. Lu Jingjing was serving tea when the elderly couple arrived. Having spent nearly 500 yuan on a taxi to ensure that Ye Lingxiu would not escape again. Upon reaching the courtyard, they were relieved to find him there. They had caught him red-handed. Leaving no room for denial, the woman accompanying him was nothing short of a seductress, strikingly beautiful, yet utterly lacking in decorum. The old man observed the scene. The stunningly alluring woman was pouring tea for Ye Lingxiu. Ye Lingxiu, you ungrateful scoundrel. Why don't you take the tea yourself? He thought bitterly as he watched the woman serve him directly, an extravagant display that must have cost a fortune, all funded by the Xian family. And what of that woman? Did she possess no sense of dignity, willing to do anything for money? Why not feed him with her own mouth? Xian Linian's father mused darkly, a sense of envy creeping in. As a car pulled up at their doorstep and two figures emerged, both Ye Lingxiu and Lu Jingjing were already aware of their presence. Lingxiu, it seems an elderly couple has arrived. Are they acquaintances of yours? Lu Jingjing feigned ignorance, though she had already gathered detailed information about Ye Lingxiu's connections. Recognizing the couple immediately, she chose to hide her knowledge, believing that playing along with Ye Lingxiu would foster goodwill and acceptance. Ye Lingxiu, however, was thoroughly entertained by the situation. Even though he was aware of their investigation into him, he found it amusing rather than alarming. If they had approached without any prior inquiry, that would have been truly strange. Observing Lu Jingjing's apparent understanding of the circumstances and her willingness to cooperate, he welcomed her participation. After all, having moved on from Xian Linian, who was merely average, to someone as devoted as Lu Jingjing was bound to provoke strong reactions from the Xian family. Acquaintances? Indeed, they are formidable. It's astonishing they found me so quickly, Ye Lingxiu thought as he faced Xian Linian's parents, his expression a mix of mockery and disdain. Naturally, he had no intention of rising to greet them. Are you here to seek someone, you ungrateful wretch? Ye Lingxiu, you've grown wings and pretend not to recognize us. How dare you squander our money while cavorting with your mistress? Xian Linian's father bellowed. His face flushed with rage. And you shameless harlot, you think our son-in-law's wealth will win his genuine affection? As Xian Linian's mother stepped forward, stomping her foot in indignation, her eyes wide with fury. She glared at the couple before her, recalling how they were spending her hard-earned money. You scoundrels! Anger surged within her, emboldening her resolve. Having anticipated their temperament, Ye Lingxiu remained unfazed. Conversely, Lu Jingjing, encountering such brazen confrontation for the first time, was momentarily taken aback. Since you've already acknowledged the situation, we're not here to bicker. Xian Linian's father declared straightforwardly, why Ye Lingxiu, simply relinquish half of your assets, and we shall leave. After all, this is merely premarital property. We are not asking for more. Why Ye Lingxiu chuckled, realizing their misunderstanding. You must be mistaken. I have no money left. I am starting anew. Jingjing and I are merely friends. Do you fear the law in making such baseless accusations? After a brief pause, Lu Jingjing finally gathered her wits, half kneeling to massage Ye Lingxiu's leg. Indeed, we're just friends. It's not as scandalous as you think. Lingxiu, is this pressure acceptable? Quite so. I find it delightful. Who said friends can't indulge in each other? He laughed, enjoying the banter. You are shamelessly brazen. Hand over the money now. Exilin and his father, feeling mocked, lunged forward and seized Ye Lingxiu's collar. Fury evident in his voice that, if not, we will take this to court, and you will lose. Why go down that path? All it will do is expose your shameful deeds. Ye Lingxiu smirked at the man holding onto his collar, bemused by the old fool's impulsive behavior. You have entered my home uninvited and sought to bully me. Today, you are blinded by your own folly. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap that sent Exilin and his father stumbling 2 meters back, his wife barely catching him to prevent a fall. The old man was left in disbelief. He had been struck, and worse, by the very person he dismissed as inconsequential. Exilin-'s mother was initially shocked, recalling how Ye Lingxiu had once been too timid to even breathe in their presence. Then, a wave of rage washed over her, akin to a giant elephant being stung by a mere mosquito. You wretched, ungrateful bastard! How dare you lay a hand on us? Once she steadied her husband, she charged at Ye Lingxiu, claws outstretched, while Ye Lingxiu awaited her approach eagerly, counting down 3, 2, 1, and as she crossed the threshold, he delivered an even louder slap that sent her sprawling, twirling midair before landing. What's this? No money, and you dare to rob me? Be mindful. We live in dire times. There is no leniency when it comes to the law. You two wouldn't last a day in the front line, he warned, his demeanor shifting to one of menace. The elderly couple stood momentarily stunned, fear overshadowing their anger. Lu Jingjing, throughout the exchange, maintained an air of superiority, disdainfully regarding the couple as she embodied the archetype of a beautiful yet foolish woman blinded by wealth. Following Ye Lingxiu's rise, she stood up, entwining her arm with his, even taking a tissue to wipe his hand as if it bore some filth. Casting a look of contempt at the Xin couple, the couple trembled, pointing at Ye Lingxiu and Lu Jingjing. This isn't over. Yuval couple, wait for us. With their pride wounded, they hesitated to spend their taxi fare. Within the barriers of their world, resources were scarce, entirely reliant on the precious spiritual cores harvested from battling with supernatural beings. Hence, despite surviving, life was far from free. There was no retirement in this world. Individuals of varying ages were assigned different roles and could choose among them, but refusal meant paying a hefty sum to escape labor. Exilin and his parents could enjoy a leisurely life only by relinquishing most of Ye Lingxiu's earnings. Losing him as a source of labor was indeed a severe blow, explaining the fury of Exilin-'s father. Once the elderly couple departed, only Ye Lingxiu and Lu Jingjing remained at the entrance. Lu Jingjing still clung to his arm, the atmosphere becoming somewhat intimate. Deep within, she wrestled with uncertainty. Choosing not to release him would signify a full investment in Ye Lingxiu, yet after only a few days of acquaintance. Such a gamble felt daunting. Letting go would mean merely offering assistance, which would yield some benefits, but far less than what she could gain by committing fully. Her understanding of Ye Lingxiu's abilities was limited to his prowess in accelerating plant growth. As a level 1 practitioner, he had achieved remarkable cultivation speed through the Huangfu family, yet he lacked the conditions for advancement. Thus, her perception of his potential remained insufficient to grasp the magnitude of his capabilities. Had she recognized his true strength, she would have felt no hesitation. Chapter 8. The aftermath of the assault, the resentment towards Exilin-'s family ran deep, born from years of being consumed by their greed. Yet, Ye Lingxiu found unexpected satisfaction in having merely slapped them, a feeling of liberation washing over him. Could this truly be contentment? The exhilaration of releasing pent-up frustration was profound, and he mused that perhaps he should have dealt them a few more blows. Unaware of Lu Jingjing's internal conflict, Ye Lingxiu settled back down, inadvertently freeing himself from her embrace. Lu Jingjing exhaled, uncertain whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Thank you for your assistance, Jingjing, that it seems we achieved a good outcome. I'll remember your help for any future troubles that may arise. Ye Lingxiu took a sip of tea, content with the turn of events. Meanwhile, Within Xen Linyan's household, the atmosphere was tense. If Ye Lingxiu refused to apologize or compensate them, they would report him to the enforcement team, believing they were justified. Yet something felt amiss as Xen Linyan prepared to make a call. She hesitated, muttering to herself, "That's right, we were assaulted." Her father's complaints sparked a realization in her. "You both claim to have been beaten severely, but where are the injuries? You both appear to have skin as smooth as polished jade, devoid of any signs of having been subjected to a vigorous beating. How could one report such an incident?" Xen Linyan's father, sensing something amiss, hastily began to examine himself. How could this be possible? That wretched creature did not hold back when it struck me. It sent me soaring several meters away. How can it simply vanish without a trace? Unbeknownst to him, Ye Lingxiu had indeed taken care to leave some life energy on their faces during the assault, sufficient for them to recover afterwards. Observing Xen Linyan's slightly skeptical gaze, her mother felt a flicker of anger. "Do you think we would deceive you? That boy, for reasons unknown, has undergone a drastic change in temperament, as if he were an entirely different person." Just as the two elders were about to speak further, the entire building suddenly trembled violently, causing Xen Linyan to brace herself against the wall to avoid falling. The chandelier above spun in circles, and the lights within the room flickered erratically. A thunderous crash reverberated through the entire barrier. Had someone been observing from height, they would have noted that the entire barrier was quaking. Thankfully, it was merely a tremor, resulting in minimal damage within the barrier, primarily comprising vibrations, yet it did not quell the rising anxiety among the inhabitants. What is happening? Can anyone inform me? Could it be another beast horde attack? Alas, when will this precarious existence come to an end? It seems to occur every few years. At least we are fortunate to still be alive. In an instant, various forums and communities erupted with frantic discussions, offering comfort and encouragement. The most astonished of all was Ye Lingxiu. At that moment, he was employing his spiritual techniques to cultivate spiritual plants when he felt the earth tremble beneath him, causing him considerable alarm. Has the future arrived prematurely? I thought we had more than 20 days left before the barrier would fall. I am only at the second level of the Tianqian realm. The likelihood of perishing should the city be breached far outweighs that of survival. Wait, I did not hear the sound of the protective shield shattering, which indicates that this crisis has not yet reached an apocalyptic level. Although it remains an uncertainty in my previous life, such an occurrence had never transpired before the barrier shattered. I must hasten my ascension. I cannot rely solely on that impending date. What had initially been a moment for rest now turned into an arduous endeavor for Ye Lingxiu, who resolved to exhaust all of his internal spiritual energy before pausing. Near the long bench where Ye Lingxiu had sat within the barrier, there stood a classical-style building, the largest in a villa area surrounded by numerous other villas. With the grand entrance sign emblazoned with the illustrious name Huangfu, a resolute-looking middle-aged man stood outside the gate, his short beard resembling steel needles, reflecting the light. This was not a sign of greasiness, but rather an outward manifestation of a physique cultivated to a high level. He appeared as strong as jade and steel, at least a fourth-level Tianquan realm physical enhancer. Such strength could not be found in more than 20 individuals within the entire barrier at this moment. The visitor stood respectfully before the Huangfu residence. "I am Lin Langtian, commander of the 1st Field Army, here to pay my respects to Mr. Huangfu." A voice like thunder resonated from within him, echoing throughout the Huangfu villa, yet without a trace of sound escaping outside, demonstrating the visitor's remarkable control over his power. In a short while, a similarly aged, beardless middle-aged man emerged. "Ah, Commander Lin, what brings you to seek my father? In these tumultuous times, why are you not commanding the battle outside?" Huang Fuming, his voice tinged with irritation, continued, "You cannot possibly be thinking." "Huang Fuming, I apologize, but the beast that has come to invade is a 5th-level wild rhinoceros, with tough skin and thick flesh. We few have attempted to breach its defenses together, but to no avail. Hence, I have come to implore your father for assistance." Lin Langtian clasped his fists once more, his eyes betraying a sense of reluctance, yet resolute in his request. "Such a matter is not to be taken lightly. My father is already in the twilight of his years, and should he intervene, he would surely exhaust his life force. When faced with a formidable enemy afterwards, can we rely on you? Lin Langtian? Huang Fu Ming seethed inwardly, contemplating the audacity of the higher-ups to disturb his father, given his condition. His gaze towards Lin Langtian becoming increasingly hostile. Even after years of battling beasts, having forged a will of steel, Lin Langtian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, conflicted and anxious, unsure of how to proceed. He hesitated numerous times, unable to meet Huang Fu Ming's gaze, resembling a child who had committed a transgression, feeling utterly flustered. The elder Huang Fu had already reached the venerable age of 130. Having awakened his spiritual abilities early in the apocalyptic era, since the onset of the apocalypse, he had fought valiantly against beasts, leading a multitude of awakeners in establishing the Huaxia No. 3 barrier amidst the bloodshed. That generation is revered as the generation of struggle, and now only the elder remains, a bastion of strength for the No. 3 barrier. Yet, human limitations are evident. The elder has sustained numerous hidden injuries from his relentless battles against beasts and, coupled with his advancing age, finds himself increasingly unable to fight. The second-generation leaders of the Alliance hold immense respect for him, promising not to disturb his rest again. However, the current situation is dire. The wild rhinoceros shows no signs of retreat, and the barrier's protective shield cannot withstand its onslaught. Reluctantly, they have turned to the elder, Xiao Ming, allow the young man from the Lin family to enter. An invisible sound wave, bundled and directed towards the two men, reached them. It was evident that even those outside the villa could not hear it, highlighting the elder's formidable strength upon hearing the voice. Both men felt their faces flush. Both were well into their 40s, holding high positions, and being addressed in such a manner felt rather peculiar. Should anyone else dare to address them thus, they would surely not see the light of day again. However, this was the elder Huang Fu speaking, and they had no choice but to endure it. Huang Fu Ming, accustomed to such address, retained some composure and turned to Lin Langtian. Indeed, Lin Langtian's dark complexion had turned a deep shade of red. Lin Langtian, look at you now. My elder is not one to extend such invitations lightly. How amusing to see you in this predicament, Huang Fu Ming mused, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Chapter 9. Take me to the courtyard to meet someone. Lin Langtian had scarcely entered when a brilliant golden light, reminiscent of the midday sun, erupted from the Huang Fu residence, soaring to a height of 100 meters before swiftly veering towards the barrier's exterior. The speed of the golden light was akin to a meteor plummeting to Earth, leaving a long trail of flames in its wake. Within less than a minute, thunderous roars and howls began to echo from beyond the barrier. As the sun set, heroes aged, yet could they still dine? The family was naturally filled with anxiety. The Huangfu clan was numerous, yet most were unaware of who resided in the courtyard. With the elder in such a state, who could he possibly wish to see? Moreover, who could warrant the elder's visit rather than the other party coming to him? Is there not a certain M.Y.E. who could be summoned here? As the youngest son of the elder and the current head of the family, Huang Fu Ming was well aware of the significance of Ye Lingxiu, that he felt that the elder placed undue emphasis on Ye Lingxiu, believing that while he could hasten the cultivation of spiritual plants, there were limitations. After all, acquiring spiritual plants was already a daunting task, and even if successful, they required considerable time to mature. Typically, common spiritual plants took a decade or even several decades to mature. Even with accelerated cultivation techniques, having that time would still leave a lengthy wait. In peacetime, people had the luxury of time, but now, in the early days of the apocalypse, everyone was striving to enhance their strength. And even so, it remained insufficient to keep pace with the rapid growth of the beast and demon races. Spiritual plants that required years or even decades to mature appeared increasingly impractical. Ye Lingxiu alone could not cultivate them on a large scale to elevate the overall strength of humanity. His abilities merely provided some auxiliary support to select elite forces. Why then did the elder regard him with such importance? The elder Huang Fu raised his brows, speaking with a hint of frailty. Understanding the elder's perspective, Huang Fu Ming ceased his attempts to persuade him. The two made their way lightly, summoning a driver to take them directly to Ye Lingxiu's courtyard. While others remained oblivious, both the elder and Huang Fu Ming attuned to their surroundings, began to sense the rich life energy emanating from the location, even from 100 meters away. As they drew nearer, the sensation intensified. Upon their arrival, Ye Lingxiu, Lu Jingjing, and the others had already gathered at the entrance to greet them. Both the elder and Huang Fuming were taken aback upon seeing the group. Ye Lingxiu himself had undergone little change, only appearing in good spirits after having spoken with Xinlian's parents. In contrast, Lu Jingjing and the two service staff had visibly transformed, almost to the naked eye. Although only a few days had passed, the two service personnel exuded an enhanced aura of spirituality, while the chef appeared considerably more robust. Lu Jingjing, on the verge of advancement, seemed to have shed her previously mundane, business-oriented demeanor, now radiating an ethereal grace. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Thus, Huang Fuming came to fully comprehend the reason behind the elder's undue emphasis. Ye Lingxiu's abilities extended far beyond merely accelerating the growth of spiritual plants. He possessed an unprecedented and immensely formidable power. Perhaps having the elder remain here truly serves a purpose. Not only does this courtyard experience such remarkable effects, but several surrounding buildings are also influenced. I must seek to unite with others. Such extraordinary circumstances cannot remain concealed for long. However, to reap the benefits, the families involved must be willing to contribute. As the head of the family, Huang Fuming was acutely aware of the costs of daily life, understanding that generating revenue was one of his essential responsibilities. Elder, you have finally arrived. I've been enjoying your hospitality for some time without having had the chance to express my gratitude. Ye Lingxiu remarked with courtesy upon seeing the elder Huangfu, keenly aware of the significance of maintaining a favorable relationship with the individual who currently served as his source of confidence. Ye Xiaoyu, you are being overly courteous. That IT cannot be considered a free stay. If anything, it is my Huangfu family that has greatly benefited. I trust Jingjing has already informed you of the situation. For now, you're the host while we're the guests, and I apologize for intruding for a few days. This is my son, Huang Fuming. As the old gentleman walked toward the door, he chuckled lightheartedly. Huang Fuming exchanged pleasantries with Ye Lingxiu, and the group gradually entered the courtyard. Even though they had long received reports from Lu Jingjing, the father and son were still taken aback when they saw it with their own eyes. In the center of the courtyard stood a stone table and chairs, while the surrounding pathways had been transformed into fields, planted with various spiritual herbs sent earlier. The arrangement was harmonious in height and density, with each plant radiating a robust life energy. That it was as if an invisible barrier enclosed the courtyard, isolating its life energy from leaking out. The courtyard felt like a different world from the outside. Upon entering, they realized that the life energy outside was merely a drizzle compared to the abundant vitality within the courtyard, leaving the Huang Fuming father and son utterly astonished, as if struck by lightning. Had someone created a sanctuary for cultivation, their joy was immeasurable. Their injuries had hope of healing, and they had found a vital source of income for the family. This simply would not do. The surrounding courtyards must be revitalized as well. This Ye Xiaoyu is truly remarkable. Just this courtyard full of spiritual herbs could attract at least a 5th-level demon beast for protection, or perhaps even draw an entire army of demons to guard it. It seemed the secrecy and security levels here had been elevated to the highest standards in an instant. Huang Fuming contemplated numerous matters, each capable of influencing the family's future, each deserving of his utmost attention. It appeared that Lu Jingjing and the others were blissfully unaware of their good fortune, limited by their own inadequate abilities to fully appreciate it. Ye Xiaoyu is indeed extraordinary. The life energy in this garden is far superior to ordinary spiritual qi. However, as far as I know, for years ago, this young friend registered a spiritual technique with the Alliance solely for self-healing. That it is somewhat embarrassing to admit that, upon its initial awakening, the technique indeed only possessed the ability to heal one's own injuries. Such wonders only manifested once my spiritual technique broke through to the 2nd level of the Tianxian realm. Otherwise, I would not have endured such hardship. I must express my gratitude to the Huangfu family for their shelter. As he spoke, Ye Lingxiu performed a simple fist salute, employing an ancient gesture of gratitude that not only enlivened the atmosphere, but also conveyed his sentiments. Upon hearing this, even Ye Lingxiu could not help but admire Huang Fu-ming's generosity. Not at all. This is quite satisfactory tea that moment. Lu Jingjing, who was pouring tea for everyone, felt her heart tremble, causing the water in the teapot to ripple several times, revealing her inner turmoil. Why father said, the moment we entered that you are the host while we are the guests. This aligns with his wishes. The old gentleman is over 100 years old and has contributed somewhat to the protection of humanity. It would be ungracious to refuse him. So, it is settled. The personnel will remain unchanged. If there is anything needed, feel free to reach out to them. Jingjing, from today onward, you are promoted to first chief administrator, primarily responsible for all matters here. Huang Fuming used his father as a shield while simultaneously elevating Lu Jingjing's position. A gesture of goodwill towards Ye Lingxiu. The position of first chief administrator is the highest rank within the Huangfu family. She had previously been only a third chief, given that Ye Lingxiu had ascended 2 ranks. Lu Jingjing was even more astonished, her delicate frame trembling as she hurriedly bowed in gratitude, her eyes darting to catch a glimpse of Ye Lingxiu, as if to say, "Is this all because of you?" She realized how powerful he was while remaining so low-key. Reflecting on her prior hesitations regarding whether to invest fully, she felt utterly short-sighted. They had yet to make substantial investments, yet already enjoyed such benefits. If she could gain his strong support, they could truly soar to great heights. Ye Xiaoyu, how long do you estimate it will take for this entire garden of spiritual herbs to mature? Huang Futian had only been present for a brief moment, yet the life energy had already noticeably improved his complexion, and his speech was more vigorous. Huang Fu-ming observed this with great delight. I estimate it will require another 2 to 3 days. The first batch, which matures earlier, will be ready soon. Some can be consumed directly, others can be used for medicine, and some can be crafted into weapons. However, this batch of spiritual herbs is extraordinary, making it difficult for ordinary people to endure. I anticipate that at least individuals of the 3rd Tianji realm and above will be required. Huang Fu-ming was at a loss for how many times he had been astonished. At his level of strength and position, there was little left within the barrier that could surprise him. Yet within just this half hour, he had been profoundly shocked by Ye Lingxiu multiple times. To cultivate such high-quality spiritual herbs in less than a week was utterly terrifying. Huang Fu-ming realized he had been utterly mistaken in his previous assumptions. It was not that Ye Lingxiu could not cultivate spiritual herbs on a large scale. Rather, he could mature high-level spiritual herbs in a remarkably short time. As long as there were enough high-level spiritual herbs, he could nurture top-tier experts like the old gentleman, capable of standing against thousands, thereby enhancing the overall strength of humanity. Initially, Huang Fu-ming thought that if Ye Lingxiu could shorten the cultivation period of spiritual herbs by 3 to 5 years, that would be impressive enough. Even having the time would be remarkable. Generally, spiritual herbs take decades to mature, but under Ye Lingxiu's influence, they required only days. Was this even human? Spiritual herbs that typically take years, even over a decade to mature, were utterly useless compared to those that could be ready in mere days. How terrifying! It seemed the security of the courtyard was one aspect, but the personal safety of Ye Lingxiu was of paramount importance. Yet, how could this be protected? Huang Fu-ming found himself in a quandary. The barrier was not impervious, and where there are people, there are inevitably conflicts. The powerful were all local lords, burdened with numerous responsibilities, leaving them little time for close protection, while dispatching a group of second-tier experts might not guarantee reliability at critical moments. Those who were both strong and idle were scarce. Smack. Huang Fu-ming slapped the stone table with great force, suddenly struck by an idea. Everyone looked at him in confusion, wondering why he had slammed the table so hard in the midst of a pleasant conversation. Even if it didn't shatter, it surely rattled. Huang Fu-ming realized his lapse in composure, his face flushing with embarrassment. Father, I suddenly thought it would be good to bring Ruinxiu over. You know her situation. If she could spend more time with Ye Xiaoyu, it might be beneficial. That is a good thought. Jingjing arranged for Ruinxiu to come over and learn from Ye Xiaoyu. Upon hearing that someone would come and learn from him, Ye Lingxiu felt a twinge of curiosity. What will she learn from me? My knowledge is rather shallow. I rely entirely on the uniqueness of my spiritual technique. Ye Lingxiu may not be aware that Ruinqiu's situation is rather special. This child awakened her spiritual technique at an exceptionally early age and cultivates at an extraordinary pace, thus achieving a high realm and great combat power. However, for some unknown reason, her intellect is somewhat lacking. To put it plainly, she is not particularly bright. Huang Fuming interjected to explain, "Let her come over to benefit from your influence, which might help her develop her intellect. Additionally, she can offer you personal protection. Of course, I also ask that Ye Lingxiu take care of Ruinqiu. She is my only daughter." What? Ye Lingxiu was taken aback. How could he allow someone else's daughter to protect him? He quickly stood up, shaking his head in refusal. Absolutely not. The human race is generally united in its major direction. We should not encounter the kind of situation we fear. Moreover, your daughter is far more precious than a mere idle youth like myself. I implore you. Before Ye Lingxiu could finish his sentence, Huang Fuming raised a hand to interrupt. Ye Lingxiu may not be aware, but even within the barrier, things are not entirely peaceful. It is settled. Then did I trust you understand the importance of your abilities. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sought us out. That why Ye Lingxiu was persuaded, for the reality was indeed, as the others had said. Vigilance was necessary. The group engaged in light conversation for a while until they suddenly heard the sound of a car door closing outside the courtyard, followed by a lively and sweet female voice calling out, "Grandpa, Dad, I'm here. What do you want me for? Do you have time to play with me?" A fragrant breeze wafted in as Huang Fu Ruinqiu, dressed in a vintage long dress with twin ponytails, entered the courtyard. Exuding a natural and unadorned beauty, she was free of makeup yet possessed an innate purity and cleanliness, her large, beautiful eyes radiating a sense of innocence that evoked an instinctive urge to protect her. A girl so lovely, and she would be providing personal protection. Huang Fuming must be out of his mind. In an instant, Ye Lingxiu found himself bombarded with thoughts. "You." The one exclaiming was Huang Fu Ruinqiu, who pointed at Ye Lingxiu and demanded, "You, don't move, I want to hug you, hiss." Hiss, hiss. Several gasps echoed from those seated around the table. "Old man, look at this." "Ruinqiu, don't be foolish." Ye Lingxiu and Huang Fu Ming spoke simultaneously. However, Huang Fu Ruinqiu seemed oblivious, raising her hand, and Ye Lingxiu found himself inexplicably soaring toward her at an astonishing speed, leaving no time for anyone to react. As he approached, still bewildered, Huang Fu Ruinqiu opened her arms wide and embraced him. How delightful! Huang Fu Ruinqiu wore an expression of pure bliss. "You are such a strange person. Why do you smell so good? I want to eat you dead." As she spoke, Huang Fu Ruinqiu leaned in, puckering her lips, clearly indicating her intent to kiss Ye Lingxiu. That moment, Ye Lingxiu found himself unable to move, let alone speak. The only indication of his inner turmoil was the gradual reddening of his face. "Ruinqiu, don't be foolish. Come and sit properly." The elder raised his hand. A flash of golden light appeared, and Ye Lingxiu was instantaneously freed from his constraints. He hastily extricated himself from Huang Fu Ruinqiu's embrace and hurriedly took a few steps to the side. "This, esteemed elder, the head of the Huang Fu family, it was not my intention to offend the young lady. It truly is," Ye Lingxiu explained with a sense of urgency. "How peculiar!" "Ha! There was no intention to blame young friend Ye. You must have seen Ruinqiu's condition, but today is indeed different. Typically, though not overly astute, she is aware of the basic distinctions between men and women. That today's circumstances are rather strange. Perhaps it is due to your spiritual energy having a unique allure for her," Huang Fuming said with a smile, gesturing dismissively before turning to the recently seated Huang Fu Ruinqiu. "Ruinqiu, this gentleman is Ye Lingxiu. You are to follow him and ensure he is not bullied. When faced with danger, do as he instructs and strike whom he tells you to, understood?" "Oh, understood, father." Huang Fu Ruinqiu surprisingly accepted without questioning the reasons, leaving Ye Lingxiu somewhat exasperated. What on earth is happening? As evening approached, the elder declared, "Let us pause our discussion for now. I shall retire. Generally, I will not make an appearance, and need not disturb me. Simply treat me as if I do not exist." After finishing, the elder rose and entered a room, enveloped by a barrier of energy that sealed the interior from the outside. "Young friend Ye, I entrust my daughter to you. I hope you can cure her ailment. I have matters to attend to." so I shall take my leave now." Huang Fuming also stood and exited. "Wait, Huangfu family head, isn't this arrangement rather hasty? Please reconsider," Ye Lingxiu urgently called after him. Seeing the men depart, Huangfu Ruinxiu swiftly appeared before Lu Jingjing, seizing her bosom with both hands, her voice dripping with languid allure. So soft. Lu Jingjing, with a sense of resignation, made no effort to evade. Clearly accustomed to such occurrences, she understood well that with her strength, evasion was futile. Thankfully, this girl knew how to hide from men. Otherwise, she would be utterly mortified. Ultimately, Ye Lingxiu could not outmaneuver Huang Fuming and was left in the lurch. He found it perplexing. Was this not his own daughter he was so carelessly entrusting to him? It was evident that she was of a rather gullible disposition. It later dawned on him that with the grandfather present, he effortlessly broke Huangfu Ruinxiu's energy restraints, suggesting his own cultivation was not to be underestimated. Yet, this exquisite beauty, who surpassed Lu Jingjing in overall appeal, was unguardedly throwing herself at him daily. Who could resist such temptation? The torment was palpable. The elder was undeniably formidable, and though he could not withstand it, he had no choice but to hope that his life energy could remedy this affliction. From that moment on, Ye Lingxiu found himself with an additional task, cleansing Huangfu Ruinxiu with his life energy daily. Huangfu Ruinxiu, in turn, shadowed Ye Lingxiu at all times, albeit each encounter left him blushing profusely. Now, Ye Lingxiu had grasped a pattern. It seemed his life energy held an inexplicable attraction for Huangfu Ruinxiu, but she could only draw from him when in contact. Thus, he found himself accompanied by an insatiable glutton. A bottomless pit for life energy, never satiated regardless of how much he provided. In due course, Ye Lingxiu no longer needed to consciously supply energy. Simply by their constant proximity, he was able to siphon a considerable amount from her daily. Ye Lingxiu was both pained and pleased. He had gained another stunning beauty, yet significantly impeded his cultivation speed. It was evident that women merely hindered the swiftness of one's blade. The novels from before the apocalypse had not misled him. But what could be done? Cultivating high-grade spiritual plants typically required several days for harvest, and during that time, he had made no progress. With this additional burden, it felt as if he were rowing against the current. Perpetually regressing, it seemed that even common spiritual plants, like strawberry number 5, could not be disregarded. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Hence, he instructed Lu Jingjing to procure some more commonplace spiritual plants. Unbeknownst to them, starting today, Huang Fuming had begun consolidating the surrounding courtyard, preparing to lease it out at exorbitant rates. Upon hearing the news, many flocked to seize the opportunity, and securing a room became a challenge. Major factions sent their prominent elders and younger relatives, hoping to extend the lives of the older generation and expedite the growth of the younger. However, they were all informed not to disturb that gentleman, which only fueled their curiosity, leading them to inquire indirectly, yet none dared approach directly. After all, the Huangfu family had established themselves at barrier number 3, not out of an inability to seize power, but rather through their own designs. Ultimately, with Huangfu Ruinxiu's involvement, Ye Lingxiu's life in the courtyard became increasingly unrestrained. At the same time, Ye Lingxiu reveled in comfort, while the Xian family felt a deep sense of frustration. "Lin Yin, it has been a day. Have you come up with a solution?" Xian Mu urged her daughter early the next morning that if all the money is spent by that Ye Lingxiu, there will be nothing left for him to give later. Xian Lin Yin, pressed by the urgency, hurriedly arrived at work without even having breakfast, seizing the opportunity to submit some documents and heading to Long Feng's office. Xian Lin Yin provided a brief overview of Ye Lingxiu's situation and inquired about the next steps. Upon learning that Ye Lingxiu had moved into a courtyard, even Long Feng was taken aback. Such accommodations were not merely available to those with wealth. The few courtyards were owned by powerful factions and wealthy families, making the likelihood of rentals exceedingly slim. Either Ye Lingxiu had garnered the favor of a significant force that allowed him to reside in their courtyard, or a desperate owner had sold it to him for quick cash. If it were the former, it would be troublesome. If the latter, it would be a fortuitous opportunity. Given the gravity of the situation, Long Feng felt compelled to take precautions and promptly contacted a friend in asset management to inquire about the fixed assets registered under Ye Lingxiu's name.
Meanwhile, Huang Fuming had already officially transferred ownership of the courtyard to Ye Lingxiu. Upon receiving this information, Long Feng was overjoyed. This benefactor was not only supporting his son and daughter-in-law, but also bestowing upon him immense wealth. "Ha!" Long Feng exclaimed in delight. "I have inquired, and this Ye Lingxiu is far wealthier than you could imagine. The courtyard you saw was purchased by him, not rented." "What? How is this possible? This isn't a time where one could win the lottery or trade stocks to become a billionaire overnight. In this apocalypse, such opportunities do not exist. How could he possibly be so affluent?" Exine Linyan responded incredulously. "The good things in this apocalypse lie beyond the barriers, either rare materials or various high-level demon cores. I suspect Ye Lingxiu awakened some special ability and struck a deal with the seller, which is how he acquired the courtyard out of course. He must have saved the money to buy the courtyard during the marriage. Even if he awakened a spiritual skill, as long as it happened during the marriage, the alliance stipulates that the spouse is entitled to a share of the profits." Long Feng cast a knowing glance at Exine Linyan, remaining silent for a moment before stating, "You should fabricate evidence of the couple's injuries and report it to the enforcement team to arrest Ye Lingxiu. This would effectively restrict his personal freedom in the short term. Then, submit a judgment application to the Alliance's adjudication office. With the assistance of abilities, gathering evidence will be swift. As long as the evidence is sufficient, we can complete the judgment before Ye Lingxiu is released by the enforcement team, thereby minimizing variables." "Yes, exactly. By the time he is released, that courtyard will already be half mine. Let's see if he won't be enraged to the point of spitting blood. The crux of the case hinges on time." Ye Lingxiu's capability to purchase the courtyard must have been acquired during the marriage. Otherwise, there would be no discussion. "Long Feng, rest assured, while we may not discern the exact means by which Ye Lingxiu amassed his wealth to afford such an expensive courtyard, whatever it may be, as long as it was acquired during the marriage, I will have a stake. Surely he hasn't suddenly awakened some skill in these past few days and attained a formidable level, earning recognition from others, has he? Indeed, even if he did awaken a spiritual skill, it is unlikely to have occurred precisely in the last few days. That it is highly probable that it was during the marriage. And you still retain some rights to the profits. With that, let us commence our actions. It appears I must allow this Ye Lingxiu to live a few more days that I and the Xian family." The idea of fabricating a report was feasible, but how to execute it? Exine Linyan's father wore a puzzled expression. The enforcement team consisted of ability users, although most were at the second-level celestial level. It would be nearly impossible to deceive them with ordinary fabrications. "Dad, to deceive the enforcement team, we must engage in a charade that appears genuine." Exine Linyan's expression turned serious as she regarded her parents intently. "You wouldn't truly want us to endure beatings, would you? You wretched girl, are you willing to strike your father for money?" Exine Linyan's father trembled with rage, his eyes wide with disbelief at his daughter's suggestion. 10 billion, Exine Linyan declared with a furrowed brow, her eyes gleaming with a manic fervor. "What 10 billion? Exine Linyan, clarify your statement. Do not leave anything half explained." Exine Linyan's mother interjected, equally astonished by the figure. Exine's father seemed to grasp something, rendering him speechless. "Slap? Ah! Why are you acting insane? Why are you hitting me? Ah! Ah! Ah!" In a fit of madness, Exine's father raised his hand and struck Exine's mother squarely on the face. Roaring frantically, 10 billion, 10 billion, 1 billion. Chapter 12. The frustration from the law enforcement team. "Hello, is this the law enforcement team? I am Exine Linyan. My ID number is. I would like to file a report." As Exine Linyan and her family arrived at the courtyard, they placed a call to the police and subsequently awaited their arrival at the entrance. Throughout the process, they couldn't help but scrutinize their surroundings. One word encapsulated their thoughts: splendid. The ambience exuded a subtle opulence reminiscent of the days before the apocalypse. Accustomed to towering skyscrapers, why did these traditional courtyard residences appear so charming? The atmosphere was lively, filled with intellectuals and free from the unrefined. Surely, the neighbors around must also be of considerable esteem and decorum. As the family delightedly envisioned their future life in the courtyard, an incongruous male voice interrupted. "Are you daydreaming about how comfortable it would be to live here one day?" The family snapped back to reality. "Why, Ye Lingxiu, don't be so smug. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. You assaulted my parents, and look at my face. It's still swollen a day later. I have already reported you. Prepare for compensation or face the consequences. The flames of jealousy ignited within Exine. That detestable Ye Lingxiu had the audacity to pay for the company of two stunning women, utilizing her hard-earned money. Standing to her left, one of them donned a business-like attire. How outdated. Did she think Ye Lingxiu would be attracted to that? A sudden realization struck Exine. She had never shared a marital life with Ye Lingxiu, nor had she ever paid attention to his preferences. In truth, she knew nothing about what he truly liked. Then, there was another woman, even more brazen than the fair-skinned beauty with long legs, who, despite her sweet appearance and innocent gaze, dared to embrace Ye Lingxiu right in front of her. Did she possess no sense of shame? Even if she was unaware of her standing, had she reached such a level of unawareness? How was she able to blend innocence with such shamelessness so seamlessly? Was this truly what Ye Lingxiu favored? Observing the two younger, more attractive women obediently fawning over Ye Lingxiu, Exine gripped her phone tightly, her body trembling with rage. Just a few days prior, there had been one mistress, and now another had appeared. How could Ye Lingxiu squander the Exine family's money so recklessly? Enough is enough, Exine's mother exclaimed in indignation. Your money? Have you lost your mind? I left with nothing. I gave you all my salary, and when we divorced, I took not a single cent. On the contrary, you actually possess half of my assets. Scoundrel, you still want to lay claim to our money? Have you forgotten how you begged us to take you in, promising to be as dutiful as a son, just to gain our approval for your relationship? If it weren't for your pitiful state, would we have consented? I admit I was blind at the time. Since you have reported us, I shall join in the festivities. Jing, file a report against them for fraud. Why Ye Lingxiu reflected on his past self. Lamenting his choices, he had been threatened by someone else's son, relegated to 3 years of servitude, culminating in a tragic fate of being devoured by a family. Brother Xiu, are they all bad people? Should we fight them? Huang Furenxiu looked up at Ye Lingxiu with a puzzled expression. No need for you to take action, Ruinxiu. The law enforcement team will handle them. Seeing the two women obediently following Ye Lingxiu, Exine ire surged. Although Ye Lingxiu was unwanted by her, he was not someone they could simply possess. Was it not merely his wealth that attracted them? If he did not own this courtyard, would they treat him the same way? Those gold-digging women, devoid of soul, were only captivated by his fortune. The law enforcement team's office building. In the Civil Disputes Division, the squad leader said, Squad 1 is ready and can depart at any time. The homeowner from the courtyard involved also called to file a complaint. Should we merge the cases? Forget it. What is the situation over there? Do you have any sense of what is going on? Notify Squad 1 to follow me. I will handle this personally. In just a short while, Exine found herself greatly agitated by the trio of Ye Lingxiu, Lu Jing, and Huangfu Ruinxiu. Finally, the law enforcement team arrived. Exine hurriedly approached them. Law enforcement team, I am Exine, the one who reported earlier. This person assaulted my parents without cause. Look at my swollen face. And just observe him surrounded by women in broad daylight. It's evident he is no good. Please apprehend him swiftly. Oh, Ms. Exine, we have received your report as well, but the team assigned to your case is still en route. Please be patient, the squad leader explained patiently before turning to Ye Lingxiu. Are Y and Ms. Lu. I am Lu Jing, and this is my husband, Mr. Yi. Lu Jing introduced, standing slightly behind Ye Lingxiu in a distinctly business-like tone. Attention, this is the Huaxia No. 3 Barrier Law Enforcement Team, Civil Disputes Division. I am Squad Leader Zhongluo, reporting with all members of Squad 1. Silence reigned. The crowd was left speechless by the sudden display of respect. Of course, Lu Jing and Huang Furenxiu were exceptions. The former understood the situation, while the latter was oblivious to why Ye Lingxiu glanced at Lu Jing, internalizing the implications. It seemed this was also part of the Huangfu family's influence. Excellent. Turning to Exine, he wore a mocking expression. How exhilarating. Was this the feeling of striking back at Exine for the first time? He silently savored it. Exine, please commence your performance. I am eager to witness it. Exine took a few steps towards squad leader Zhongluo. What do you mean? I file my report first, Yet no one attended to it. They reported afterward, and you came immediately. This is blatant discrimination. You treat them with the utmost respect for residing in a courtyard while being dismissive towards me. Be careful, or I will file a complaint against you. Xian Linyan felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Such situations were not uncommon, especially after the apocalypse, where human life was as insignificant as grass, and social hierarchies became starkly apparent. Yet, she could not accept that Ye Lingxiu held such privileges. This individual, who had once bowed to her, could not possibly possess such status. Shouldn't she be looking down on Ye Lingxiu, who seemed more humiliated than ever? The internalized humiliation empowered Xian Linyan, emboldening her to challenge a squad leader of the law enforcement team. It was vital to note that all members of the team were at least second tier in strength, and as squad leader, he was either at the third tier or possessed exceptional skills. His status was far beyond that of an ordinary person like Xian Linyan. However, as long as it was not excessive, the law enforcement team would still exercise some restraint and not punish civilians indiscriminately. MS. Xian, I am responding to Mr. Ye's report, and am obliged to show him respect. If the officer assigned to your case were to arrive, they too would be required to show you the same courtesy. Do you have any further questions? Yu Xian Linyan seethed with rage, rendered speechless, and utterly humiliated. After a brief moment, she was drenched in cold sweat, realizing her anger had clouded her judgment. She should not have challenged the law enforcement team. Just then, a sweet and innocent voice piped up, "Why wasn't I introduced? I would like to pay my respects as well." Huangfu Ruinxiu, feeling overlooked by the law enforcement team, believed she needed to assert her presence. Lu Jingjing hastily interjected, "Squad leader Zhongluo, this is the youngest daughter of our family, Miss Ruinxiu." Zhongluo's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that she was such a significant figure. All units. Attention, stand at ease. Salute. The synchronized sound of saluting echoed, leaving everyone astonished once more. Chapter 13. Defying the Law. Previously, Ye Lingxiu had been preoccupied with his family and work, never having the time to consider anything else. Believing that the barrier was merely an alliance construct. However, upon this encounter, he was utterly astonished, witnessing the law enforcement team's profound respect for a young lady from a prominent family, that it was a glimpse into the privileges the powerful wielded within the barrier. One could only imagine how they would treat the true leaders of the Huangfu family. It became evident that these formidable factions within the barrier held privileges beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The barrier was not merely an alliance, but a stronghold for various powers. The alliance itself was not a coalition for the people, but rather a conglomerate of influential factions. Ye Lingxiu speculated that the alliance was fundamentally composed of several major factions, with the populace merely absorbed during the initial stages of development. Had he been unaware of the impending second apocalypse, he might have taken an interest in the distribution of power within the barrier. However, since he was aware, understanding the current dynamics held little significance. The looming apocalypse would lead to a complete restructuring of all forces. With immense uncertainty present, he was solely focused on rapidly enhancing his own capabilities. Everything else was inconsequential and could wait. Thus, he had never sought to comprehend the specific strengths or influence of the Huangfu family. Nonetheless, the squad leader's demeanor provided Ye Lingxiu with newfound insight into their power. It was unexpected yet entirely reasonable. Xian Linyan's previously suppressed anger flared up once more. Was this unreservedly affectionate and utterly unrestrained individual of a higher status than Ye Lingxiu? Or was the squad leader simply showing favor to Ye Lingxiu? Could this woman possibly be a wealthy benefactor of Ye Lingxiu? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. Is it really because of him, Ye Lingxiu? Absolutely not. Moreover, where would a young and attractive wealthy individual seek out an ordinary young man? There is even an OL who seems to be a buy-one-get-one free offer beside him. Why, Ye Lingxiu? Oh, Ye Lingxiu, how much money have you truly earned, so well hidden, on the very day of your divorce? You moved into a courtyard house, and the mistress you were supporting appears to be merely a complimentary service for the purchase of that courtyard. I had indeed underestimated you in the past. Xian Linyan, filled with rage, clenched her fist tightly, her long nails digging in her palm. trembling as she sent a message to Long Feng, ending with 4 words, "At all costs, for any matter, if one is willing to pay any price." Even failure can astonish the world. Just like the current situation that I in less than 5 minutes. Before Ye Lingxiu and the others could finish explaining the situation to Captain Zhongluo, the previously mentioned but delayed second squad of the enforcement team finally arrived. The leader was also a squadron leader, Wei Cheng. He neither greeted the informant nor exchanged pleasantries with his colleague Zhongluo, but instead surveyed the scene, his gaze sweeping over each person, before pointing directly at Ye Lingxiu and bellowing, "Take this man away." "Wait, Wei Cheng, what do you mean by this? I am conducting an investigation here, and you intend to take my person away." Zhongluo, upon seeing Wei Cheng approach, initially thought he was merely passing by, only to discover that he actually intended to apprehend Ye Lingxiu. Before Zhongluo could finish, Ye Lingxiu hastily gestured for him to calm down. "Captain Zhongluo, please remain calm. I will explain to Captain Wei Cheng that." Why, Ye Lingxiu gently set Huang Furencio down, positioning her in front of the door, and stepped forward to address Wei Cheng. "Captain Wei Cheng, may I inquire as to the charges against me? Do you have an official order from the enforcement team? Someone reported that you were causing trouble and maliciously assaulting others." Wei Cheng glanced at Exan Linyin and the others, then continued, "There is no need for such formalities. The Alliance has granted the enforcement team the authority to conduct on-site interrogations that I have video evidence to determine whether your actions were justified or not, which will be evident upon review." Wei Cheng's face displayed impatience as he advanced to detain Ye Lingxiu. Ye Lingxiu swiftly dodged, calmly addressing Wei Cheng. "Captain Wei, you have no arrest warrant. Attempting to forcibly take me is hardly in accordance with the rules." In the brief interlude of their conversation, Ye Lingxiu cast a deep glance at Lu Jingjing. "You dare to resist arrest, openly defying the enforcement team? Such audacity! In this apocalyptic world, severe measures must be taken. The enforcement team has the privilege of executing first and reporting later." "Why, Ye Lingxiu, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" Wei Cheng's eyes were filled with murderous intent, his muscles tensed. Right hand gripping his waist knife, seemingly poised to strike with great force at any moment. The members of his second squad also reached for their waists, grasping their spirit core handguns that a battle was imminent. And Exine Linyin's family was filled with excitement. "Let it begin! Let it begin! Ye Lingxiu, are you not impressive? Refuse him if you dare to publicly resist arrest." The enforcement team's privilege of executing first and reporting later applies when there is conclusive evidence demonstrating the suspect's wrongdoing and refusal to surrender. At this moment, you have yet to undergo interrogation, and furthermore, I possess evidence proving my innocence which you are ignoring, that I es it appropriate to invoke the privilege now. Ye Lingxiu discerned the other party's intent to act. Realizing they were not here to conduct an investigation, that it seemed that Exine Linyin and her group wielded considerable influence, capable of mobilizing the enforcement team. Indeed, Ye Lingxiu's heart trembled. He understood it was the Tianyao Society. Exine Linyin must have contacted Long Feng, who believed the situation warranted action, thus appealing to the Tianyao Society. How bold! Yet, it remained unclear whether this Wei Cheng was a member of the Tianyao or merely an ignorant pawn pushed forward by them. Regardless of which faction he belonged to, he had chosen the wrong side. It seems you are resolute in your intent to oppose the law. Kill without mercy. Take action. Ye Lingxiu flicked his hand, scattering seeds that swiftly grew into vines in the air, forming a large net that ensnared Wei Cheng and the members of the enforcement team. The net closed around them, binding them tightly, like Zongzi. And the more they struggled, the tighter it became. Even a strength-type awakener attempted to forcefully break free, only to find the vines sprouting countless thorns that pierced through flesh in mere moments. The ensnared team members became drenched in blood, their wounds darkening, evidently poisoned. The others caught in the net hastily ceased their struggles. As the net fell, only Wei Cheng remained, using his knife to slice through the large net, while 3 agile team members managed to evade its grasp. The second squad members affected by the net found their spirit core handguns lacking in precision, with only a single bullet grazing Ye Lingxiu's shoulder, causing blood to flow profusely. In this initial confrontation, both sides were taken aback. Wei Cheng had not anticipated that Ye Lingxiu was also an ability user, and judging by the fluctuations, he possessed at least a second-level Tianxian realm. This technique of casting seeds to create nets was undeniably powerful. A rare control-type ability, Ye Lingxiu quietly acknowledged the danger. Though the injury was severe, it was not life-threatening, as long as he did not perish on the spot. With his abilities, recovery would be a simple matter. Although he was in excruciating pain, Ye Lingxiu did not panic. Huangfu Ruinxiu, initially captivated by the quarrel between the two groups, was now indignant at the thought of anyone daring to lay a hand on those under her protection. If anything happened to Ye Lingxiu, whom would she draw energy from? After all, she had come across a power bank. Merely clinging to him would allow her to grow in strength without exerting effort. Huangfu Ruinxiu was furious, and the consequences would be dire. Xi Linyan's family was left astounded, for Ye Lingxiu had transformed into an ability user, and his powers were remarkably formidable, previously meek and compliant. He now commanded authority, casting seeds as soldiers. Even though Xi Linyan's family witnessed this transformation firsthand, they found it hard to reconcile the two personas. In their eyes, it was simply beyond belief that one individual could accomplish such feats. The family had a newfound recognition of Ye Lingxiu. Incredibly impressive, at the very least, more so than the average enforcement team member. Their initial perception of him was, of course, that he was wealthy. Nevertheless, they were ultimately pleased, for they had achieved their purpose for this outing, even exceeding their expectations. The Ye Lingxiu was far too audacious, daring to confront the enforcement team. He was doomed. The family reveled in their thoughts. If he were indeed killed on the spot, they could leverage their son's inheritance rights to possibly acquire all his assets, enabling them to reside in the courtyard. The family gazed with eager anticipation. Chapter 14. Wei Cheng, Death. The three who escaped the plant net saw Captain Wei Cheng charging towards Ye Lingxiu, while the three team members dashed in the opposite direction. The former aimed for close combat, while the latter sought to provide distant support. The intentions were commendable, and the coordination was on point, yet all proved futile as Huangfu Ruinxiu made her move. She raised her right hand, gently clasping it, and the previously incapacitated plant net soared back into action, moving with a speed rivaling that of a bullet in a flash. It enveloped the three speed-type ability users within the realm of abilities. Those below level 3 still belong to the category of humanity. Upon reaching level 3, a qualitative change occurs, significantly enhancing the awakened energy. This is why the majority of the enforcement team consists of level 2 members. Those who reach level 3 are recruited into the military to combat threats outside the barriers. The Alliance prohibits firearms for ordinary citizens. Level 2 enforcement team members can wield guns, specifically those utilizing spirit cores, which are more powerful than standard handguns. Below level 3, as long as one remains within the bounds of humanity, they generally cannot overpower a gun-wielding opponent, unless one is as exceptionally powerful as Wei Cheng. Among the many awakened individuals, there exists a unique subset, either possessing special abilities or extraordinary power. A single awakening can equate to 1.5 or even 2 awakenings for others. Wei Cheng is one such individual. Despite having only awakened his abilities twice, which are relatively common, the results are astonishing. The speed and agility he possesses, bolstered by the power derived from his 2 awakenings, surpasses that of a bullet. His offensive capabilities are terrifying, and only a level 3 ability user can withstand them. As the plant net rapidly approached, Wei Cheng smirked contemptuously, activating his abilities and effortlessly slicing it to shreds. Ye Lingxiu's heart sank. He realized he had underestimated the strength of this Wei Cheng. Subtly shifting to shield Huangfu Ruinxiu behind him, he glanced at Lu Jingjing, silently inquiring, "Where are the reinforcements?" Although Captain Zhongluo appeared concerned, he clearly had no intention of intervening. What is that expression on Lu Jingjing's face, so calm? How can one remain so composed at this moment? Is her mental fortitude exceptionally strong? Or does she possess some assurance? Is she observing Huangfu Ruinxiu? Could the turning point lie here? Is she going to reveal her identity? Or get down? A sharp voice rang out from behind, infused with a serious undertone beneath its playful tone. Buzz! A muffled sound reverberated, and Wei Cheng seemed to be held down by invisible hands, collapsing to the ground, and no matter how he activated his abilities or struggled, it was all in vain. What the hell? So powerful! Ye Lingxiu scattered several seeds once more, binding Wei Cheng into his zongzi, and without his struggles, the numerous thorns pierced through him, causing blood to flow profusely. After finishing his conversation with Zhongluo, Ye Lingxiu turned to Lu Jingjing, his eyes filled with inquiry. Just then, a notification sound chimed from his phone. Lu Jingjing glanced at it, her pupils suddenly widening in surprise. The head of the family has said that Mr. Yi may act according to his wishes without concern for the consequences. Others may not know who the head of the family, Lu Jingjing, refers to, but he certainly does. That is a figure standing at the pinnacle of the barriers. A terrifying presence that could shake the entire wall merely by stomping their foot. That it is surprising to see such a prominent individual show such importance and support for Ye Lingxiu. Alas, it is regrettable. He had missed a golden opportunity to intervene against Wei Cheng earlier. Why, Ye Lingxiu's eyes brightened. It seemed that no matter how he handled the situation, the Huangfu family could manage the aftermath. Thus, he pondered, should he keep interrogating the Tianyao society, or? A brief consideration led Ye Lingxiu to conclude that the foremost task was to enhance his strength in preparation for the second apocalypse, which loomed just over 20 days away. And no matter the priority of matters, none surpassed this, unless one faced imminent death, as long as it is not a matter of life and death. The pressing issue of survival 20 days hence must take precedence. In the face of mortality, all else pales into insignificance, and one should not expend undue energy on trivial matters. The wood in question is not ordinary. It appears to be a type of lesser spiritual plant, renowned for its hardness, with a chilling gleam at the tip of its needle-like end, its entire form perfectly round and pleasing to the eye, truly exquisite. Why, Ye Lingxiu gently caressed the spear in his hand, seemingly lost in thought, while everyone present held their breath, awaiting Ye Lingxiu's decision. Zhonglu hesitated repeatedly, wishing to counsel Ye Lingxiu to diminish the gravity of the situation. The Xian family could have departed, yet they chose to linger, reveling in the spectacle, unperturbed by Ye Lingxiu's potential severity. The more he confronted the enforcement team, the greater the backlash they anticipated. Conversely, they were more concerned about Ye Lingxiu yielding. Should he adopt a submissive stance, the enforcement team might not pursue the matter further, which would pose a problem for them. Lu Jingjing hoped for a more stringent approach from Ye Lingxiu. For these individuals, well aware of their significant status, insisted on taking a person without even conducting an interrogation, which was tantamount to deliberately seeking trouble. From both a management and commercial perspective, a lesson needed to be imparted. A proverbial example made of them. What troubled Ye Lingxiu was not his hesitation between confrontation and submission. Rather, he pondered whether to eliminate them all or just the captain of Wei Cheng. After considerable deliberation, although the Huangfu family wielded considerable power, he ultimately remained under their roof. It was wiser to keep a low profile and simply dispose of the captain, with a resolve firmly established. He released the wooden spear, which pierced through Wei Cheng's heart, ending his life in unconsciousness. Perhaps he had never contemplated his own demise, still banking on those behind him to teach Ye Lingxiu a lesson. Alas, he had provoked a force he should not have, leaving only a lifeless body that twitched twice before falling still. Throughout, Wei Cheng had never awakened. A deathly silence enveloped the venue. Even the naive girl, unacquainted with the world, gaped in astonishment. Zhonglu exclaimed, "We're doomed. This is far beyond trivial. This individual is no ordinary foe. One must tread carefully in future encounters to avoid meeting the same fate." Lu Jingjing remarked, "This Mr.Ye is indeed ruthless. I initially thought it would suffice to teach a lesson, but he has taken it to heart, actually killing, while it may not cause significant trouble for the family head. It will undoubtedly be a source of headaches for a few days." The Xian family was left in shock, unable to comprehend how he dared to kill the captain of the enforcement team. How could he? How could he kill a member of the Alliance's enforcement? At that moment, their glee at another's misfortune evaporated, replaced by profound astonishment. They could understand Ye Lingxiu's transformation from weakness to strength. and even justify his actions against the elderly couple, given their past transgressions. However, murder, particularly of an enforcement officer, was beyond their comprehension. In a world of calamity, the lives of ordinary people are deemed worthless. Yet in their eyes, an enforcement officer, especially the captain, could not possibly be considered an ordinary person, that if he dared to kill the enforcement team, what would become of their own family? An icy chill gripped their hearts, and they no longer dared to meet Ye Lingxiu's gaze. Yet, none considered relinquishing their vast fortune. In fact, after Ye Lingxiu's act against the enforcement team, they felt closer to claiming the courtyard as their own. Chapter 15. Infamy. Known to all having experienced the anguish of being devoured by others, Ye Lingxiu had long since grown indifferent to human life and the act of killing. Though it was his first murder, he remained composed. He had no time for reflection. His own survival was not guaranteed, so why ponder the fate of the already deceased? In Lu Jingjing's heart, Ye Lingxiu's stature rose significantly. Previously, it was his astonishing spiritual abilities that astounded her. Now, it was his decisiveness and astuteness. For those with enmity, root them out. For those without grievances, forge alliances. Lu Jingjing turned to fetch apples and strawberries from the courtyard, where not a single soul dared to leave. As the fruits were distributed, an air of trepidation enveloped everyone, for they were unaware of the potential hidden within these seemingly ordinary offerings. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed improbable, even without surveillance, in an era of extraordinary abilities. Some powers could delve into memories or traverse through time, that if one truly wished to uncover a matter, no expense would suffice to keep it hidden. The murder of a captain from an enforcement team was sufficient to prompt a thorough investigation without restraint. Whether it was a realization of the underlying implications or a response to Ye Lingxiu's intimidation, under Lu Jingjing's unwavering gaze, all present steeled their resolve and began to consume the fruits in hand. After merely the first bite, their eyes widened in disbelief. This was an exceedingly rare spiritual fruit, valued in the thousands. Why Ye Lingxiu had produced such a copious amount of these invaluable fruits and offered them to the enforcement team members. What a grand display of generosity. The combined worth of these fruits could elevate a first-level spiritual technique to the second level. Hastily, they finished the fruits, each settling down to absorb the essence. After approximately 10 minutes, their absorption of spiritual energy and life force completed. They all appeared revitalized, especially Zhong Lu, who even exhibited signs of a potential breakthrough to the third level. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. We shall take our leave." "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi." In the aftermath, whispers of a certain Mr. Yi gradually spread through the circles of the enforcement team. Magnanimous, ruthless, affluent, and well-connected, he had seemingly faced no repercussions for killing a member of the enforcement team, as if a powerful figure stood behind him, allowing the matter to simply fade away. Zhong Lu had initially intended to express his gratitude, but was unfortunately interrupted by a call from the chief of the enforcement team, who warned against any unnecessary disturbances. Zhong Lu was left in shock. This Ye truly seemed to possess far-reaching influence. Reflecting on the support of the Huangfu family, one could only wonder what he could not accomplish within the confines of their protection. Days later, as the commotion subsided, Ye Lingxiu initially intended to continue tormenting the Xian family, but fate was kind to them. Some spiritual plants in the courtyard had ripened to the stone table within the courtyard. Several individuals were gathered. Ye Lingxiu, Huangfu Ming, Huangfu Ruanxiu, the elder Huangfu Tian, with Lu Jingjing standing nearby, ready to serve tea. Huangfu Ruanxiu, as was her custom, sat exceedingly close to Ye Lingxiu, nearly glued to him. The father, Huangfu Ming, could no longer tolerate this. "Child, do come over here. What an inappropriate display. With so many people present, have you no shame?" "I won't. You insisted I come here to cultivate. It's fastest when I hold on to him." "After holding on for so many days, why release him today?" "What? You've been holding on all this time. Father, why didn't you intervene?" Huangfu Ming's composure crumbled further as he began to reproach the elder. "Your daughter hasn't been seeking me out, has she? I've been focused on healing. I know nothing of the world outside. Why shall you too? She's being unreasonable, and you should think of a way to handle this." "Are you not taking advantage of my daughter?" Huangfu Ming shifted the blame back onto Ye Lingxiu. "Huangfu family head, I genuinely tried. I have no idea what level Miss Runcio is at, but I cannot match her strength. And if I resist, she merely holds me tighter. Ye Lingxiu, equally embarrassed, chimed in. As for taking advantage, I have lost considerable life energy to Miss Runcio, to the extent that I must also divert my attention to nurturing ordinary spiritual plants, which has slowed the maturation of those in the courtyard. Huangfu Ming too sensed that in just a few days, Huangfu Ruincio's spiritual power had noticeably increased, had it not been for Ye Lingxiu's assistance. Her growth would not have been so rapid, given her previous approach to cultivation. After searching fruitlessly for a solution and realizing there was no one to blame, Huangfu Ming decided to focus on the distribution of spiritual plants instead. At the entrance of the Xian family's neighborhood, Annie, I haven't seen you around these days. That I thought you all moved to the courtyard. Why haven't you gone? Is it because you dislike it? The curious delivery lady, who had previously provided information, inquired. You will drive me mad. Don't bother me. Deliver your package and be careful, or I will report you. Humph. Xian's mother retorted, fuming that I won't ask anymore. Will that work? Why would I report you? Auntie, you're joking. I'll be off now. After the delivery lady departed, Xian's mother cast a resentful glance and truly began to file a complaint. If I can't report Ye Lingxiu, I can certainly report a stinky delivery person. You won't be getting your performance bonus this month. With so many family members, I wonder what you'll eat then that you've caused me this annoyance, and I won't let you off lightly. Her elder sister, who delivered packages daily, was far too busy and harried to notice the community bulletin board. Indeed, the board is plastered with notices detailing how Xian Linyan's family has long since divorced Ye Lingxiu, only to regret it upon seeing him thrive, crying and wailing, all for the sake of money. You all saw it too, right? I estimate the entire neighborhood is aware by now, and they've be left with nothing yet still seek to extort money. How shameless. Bidding farewell to the delivery lady, Xian's mother overheard numerous whispers from the crowd. Each group pointed and whispered about her. Feeling like a target, she could no longer endure it and stormed to the community bulletin board, where countless notices detailed her family's attempts to extort money to it. Was needless to guess who orchestrated this. It was undoubtedly Ye Lingxiu. Indeed, he had decided to prioritize the spiritual plants after their first batch matured, intending to complete his own upgrades. However, he could not allow the Xian family to live too comfortably, hence the publicity. Everyone, let's not look anymore, he is just bluffing. None of this is true. That money belongs to the Xian family. And what is wrong with wanting our own money? He is merely a son-in-law and should have nothing. Xian's mother, resembling a frenzied dog, shoved those gazing at the bulletin board and began tearing at the posted notices in a wild frenzy. What? Despicable. Damn. Shameless. Upon learning of the situation, Xian Linyan's family was overwhelmed with rage, pounding their chests and expressing their fury. Not only did they fail to obtain the money, but they were also ruthlessly retaliated against by Ye Lingxiu. At this point, the family had come to understand that Ye Lingxiu's background was formidable. Even if he killed the enforcement team, he would not be apprehended. Each day, they would glance at the courtyard from a distance. Witnessing Ye Lingxiu at the entrance, embracing beautiful women and sipping tea, there was no hint of him being taken away. Chapter 16. Assassination. They had no choice but to accept this reality. Linyan, what do you think we should do next? What else can we do? We must wear sunglasses and masks when we go out and minimize our outings. That I'll think of a way. Since he refuses to accept our goodwill, he'll have to endure the consequences. Xian Linyan replied through gritted teeth, her eyes narrowed. How do you intend to make him face the consequences? He can kill without consequence. Xian's father asked in exasperation. Dad, we still have his child. Although we are divorced, the child has inheritance rights. Xian Linyan stated that Xian's parents were taken aback, shocked by their daughter's audacity. You plan to? Indeed, this is our only option now. Normal channels have proven futile. The bold thrive while the timid perish. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. But you've seen it. Ye Lingxiu is quite powerful. Where will we find someone to kill him? I have my methods. You needn't worry about it. Just stay home more often. I must head to work now. In the courtyard, the mature spiritual plants were mainly suitable for those at level 3 and above, yielding approximately 10 servings. Of course, some ordinary spiritual plants, like strawberry number 5, were also prepared, amounting to around 20 servings. How would the Huangfu family arrange this? Exclusively enjoying them would likely raise eyebrows. Here is the plan. Ye will provide me with one, and I will offer samples to the various factions, then set a base price for an auction, with the highest bidder winning, followed by a peach blossom gathering for on-site consumption. Yes, consuming them near the courtyard may yield better effects. What about other spiritual plants that cannot be consumed but possess special effects? Speaking of such spiritual plants brings a sense of regret. Merely a century has passed since the apocalypse, and for the first few decades, humanity merely survived. It was only in the last 50 years that barriers were established and various studies initiated, and it was a stroke of luck to discover methods for utilizing spirit cores. Huang Fuming lamented, these types of spiritual wood are more often held and infused with spiritual energy for simple manipulation. It is indeed a pity. Records from a century ago, including those from Taoism and Buddhism, have been preserved. However, although spiritual energy is now present, applying the recorded methods offers little assistance, indicating either a misunderstanding of the world at that time or that the current world differs significantly, necessitating our own exploration. The elders sipped tea and added, rest assured, Mr. Ye, even the most basic applications, due to their perfect compatibility with spiritual energy and certain enhancements, will surpass ordinary weapons and spirit core guns significantly, thus retaining immense value. In that case, it will be entirely up to the Huangfu family to manage. When the major factions bid, they can substitute with special seeds or spiritual plants. This would be more advantageous for us. Ye Lingxiu entered his room and took out several medium-grade spiritual fruits from his harvest. Humanity has discovered through numerous attempts that consuming spiritual plants and fruits is not necessarily better with higher grades, but rather the suitability of the fruit is what matters most. Ideally, the grade should match one's own. Through repeated consumption, quantitative changes can lead to qualitative transformations, achieving breakthroughs. Consuming spiritual plants of a higher grade than oneself can easily result in various issues. Another principle is to match attributes as closely as possible. Human awakened abilities are diverse, and the spiritual plants birthed in nature are no different. Finding those with similar attributes can yield exponentially better results. Though such encounters are rare, Ye Lingxiu's spiritual technique pertains to the realm of life, and thus, nearly all edible spiritual plants in nature possess the capacity to replenish life energy, albeit in varying degrees. For Ye Lingxiu, the benefits of consuming spiritual fruits far exceed those available to others. The compatibility of consuming fruits he cultivated would be even better. Even consuming level 3 spiritual fruits should pose no issues. And Ye Lingxiu felt confident in this regard. As he swallowed a spiritual fruit, he exclaimed, "Wow, this is intense." An abundance of spiritual energy surged through his body, intertwined with substantial life energy, coursing through Ye Lingxiu's veins and arteries, making them appear as if they were writhing worms beneath his skin, a terrifying sight. His eyes bulged as he struggled to endure it. It had only been a century since the apocalypse, and humanity had barely managed to devise feasible techniques. All that remained was to endure. Ye Lingxiu gritted his teeth, determined not to succumb to unconsciousness. Based on previous experiences, losing consciousness during a breakthrough could result in a complete loss of awareness, becoming a mere vegetable. If the absorbed energy exceeded the limit, the opposite extreme could lead to explosive death. The torment continued until midnight, with Ye Lingxiu drenched in sweat. When his consciousness inexplicably sensed the sudden brilliance of the Tianji star, all pain ebbed away like flowing water. Ye Lingxiu felt a surge of joy within. He knew that from this moment on, he had officially entered the ranks of experts, and his spiritual techniques would undergo a qualitative change. Each level of spiritual technique serves different purposes. Level 1, Tianshu Realm, healing one's injuries. Level 2, Tianxian Realm, controlling plant growth. Level 3, Tianji Realm, controlling the growth and demise of animals. Moreover, the uniqueness of Level 3 lies in its ability not only to positively stimulate, but also to extract the life energy of opponents to replenish oneself, greatly enhancing the power of life attribute energy.
This is the qualitative change at level 3, significantly surpassing the increase from level 1 to level 2, that all knowledge related to spiritual techniques was automatically imprinted deeply in Ye Lingxiu's mind. Thus, although Ye Lingxiu could not match the top-tier combatants within the barriers, he was no longer considered weak. With the uniqueness of his life techniques, even when facing non-powerful level 4 awakeners, he would likely hold his own. With this strength, if the scale of the second apocalypse mirrors the first as recorded, survival should not pose a problem, barring any strokes of bad luck, just as Ye Lingxiu set aside his worries. Planning to take a bath and sleep, a shadow materialized behind him like a specter. The faint sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. Ye Lingxiu felt a sharp pain as a blade pierced through his heart. Clutching his chest, he staggered forward a few steps and collapsed against the wall. It was then he clearly saw the intruder. Of medium build, masked, wielding a blood-dripping, three-edged military dagger. So, you're Ye Lingxiu. No wonder you can control plant growth. Your vitality is impressive. Even with a triangular wound in your heart, you still lived at Yue from the Tianyao Society? Ye Lingxiu gasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His voice weak, the assassin was momentarily stunned. Was it that obvious? How could this be? I, a member of the Tianyao Society, have been so easily recognized. What a joke. I should have been eliminated by the Alliance long ago. What makes you think I am from the Tianyao Society? The assassin feigned composure. Originally not one to engage in much conversation, it seemed abnormal to be recognized so swiftly. Where there is abnormality, there must be a demon. He needed to understand the situation to prevent greater calamities. That I merely speculated, as the only family I hold a grudge against is that one, and most of them are utterly mediocre. Save for one individual who has ties to the Tianyao Society. I see. Since you know that person has connections to the Tianyao Society, why didn't you report him for a reward? Ha! Don't be amused. Assassin, I wish to take revenge myself. Wouldn't he, exposing him, just be doing him a favor? Ye Lingxiu spoke with a sense of helplessness, as if conversing with an old friend rather than an assassin. Your disposition would indeed suit joining the Tianyao Society, but alas, I have a mission. You must wait. Why are you speaking with such increasing vigor? You're scheming. The assassin realized something was amiss, his figure swiftly dissipating into the air. He needed to act immediately, lest changes occur. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Chapter 17. Punishment. Haha. Villains perish due to their verbosity. Ancient wisdom does not deceive me. Now that the action has commenced, it is too late. The moment the assassin recognized the problem, Ye Lingxiu scattered a handful of ivy seeds. Under the influence of Ye Lingxiu's spiritual techniques, the seeds grew wildly, and in an instant, the room was filled with ivy's branches and vines. Even Ye Lingxiu himself was entangled in the frenzied vines, while 2 meters behind him, the assassin was similarly ensnared as a tier 3 spiritual plant. The ivy's sole attribute is resilience. Even a blade of the same tier would struggle to sever it in a short time. The assassin expended all his efforts, but could not break free, his eyes wide with shock and heart filled with despair. He had been captured by the very target he sought. A formidable organization was merely classified as a Tier 3 mission. What a farce! The assassin knew he was destined to lose, and, to protect his family, must not allow the enforcement team to extract any information. With a fierce bite, he crushed the poison pill in his mouth. Convulsing as a torrent of white foam erupted. Did he wish to die? The room was suffocated by an intricate web of vines, rendering Ye Lingxiu unable to discern the assassin's plight. Yet, through the tendrils, he could acutely sense the situation. Most poisons in the world wreak havoc on the body's organs and sap the essence of life, as long as one maintains the integrity of their internal organs and continuously infuses life energy. It becomes exceedingly difficult to perish unless one can inflict harm upon the soul. That's why Ye Lingxiu harnessed the vines to transmit a substantial amount of life energy, while simultaneously turning towards the assassin. The vines before him appeared to be obedient children, methodically retreating to either side, allowing the two to meet once more. What have you done to me? The assassin was in a state of panic. He had ingested poison, yet remained alive. How could this be? This was no ordinary toxin. It had been concocted from a particularly potent poisonous herb, while he was unaware of its exact classification. He had witnessed a level 4 master,
who was not renowned for physical prowess, perished from its effects. His own spiritual skill was invisibility, which rendered him physically weaker than his peers. How could he still be alive? Fear gripped him, more profound than the prospect of death itself. A captured member of the Celestial Demon Society faced consequences far more terrifying than death. With countless spiritual skills at play, his secrets could not remain hidden. Should the Celestial Demon Society incur losses due to him, his family would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. This was one of the steep prices of joining the Celestial Demon Society. While he reaped benefits upon joining, he must also bear the corresponding costs. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. "Mr. Yi, I am Huang Fuming. The old master sensed an unusual energy fluctuation here and sent me to investigate." "Ah, so it is the head of the Huang Fu family. Please wait a moment. I shall open the door. In the blink of an eye, from the moment the assassin struck to this point, scarcely a minute had passed, with the majority of the time consumed by their conversation. The assassination had been sufficiently discreet, making it difficult to detect. Ye Lingxiu deduced that it was likely his own spiritual skill that had drawn the old master's attention. Although he had kept the vines contained within the room, it was evident that the old master was a formidable expert and must have sensed something amiss. He controlled the vines to entwine throughout the room, leaving only the entrance momentarily ajar, creating a barrier for his safety and ease of control. As the door swung open, Huang Fuming beheld the room filled with vines and the assassin bound tightly within them. His surprise evident. "Mr. Yi, what is the meaning of this?" Just as he was about to inform the head of the Huang Fu family that this was an assassin from the Celestial Demon Society who had attempted to kill him, he was interrupted. "What? How audacious! Mr. Yi, are you unharmed?" Huang Fuming's spirit surged, an invisible wave of force erupting, causing the vines in the room to rustle ominously, revealing the strength of his prowess. "I understand your intentions, Mr. Yi. That such an incident occurred in my Huang Fu family is unacceptable. I shall arrange for special ability users to take turns guarding this place. Thank you for your efforts." The following day, in Long Feng's office, the shrill ringing of a phone jolted Long Feng from his thoughts, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. From the moment he had left work yesterday until this morning, he had remained in this office, awaiting a message, one that would determine his fate. After learning from Exine Linyan about Ye Lingxiu's strength and background, Long Feng realized almost instantaneously that he could never compete with Ye Lingxiu on his own merits. The only recourse was to leverage the power of the Celestial Demon Society. If given a choice, he would never resort to this. The price demanded by the Celestial Demon Society was exorbitant. Half of the spoils. At least 500 million. It was utterly ruthless. Yet he had no alternatives. Although he too was a level 2 Tianxian Rel practitioner, his spiritual skills were not combat-oriented and rather feeble, merely enhancing his physical attributes. He stood no chance against Ye Lingxiu. He could not rely on Exine Linyan's family. They were all ordinary people. That moment, the verdict arrived. "Long Feng, due to your erroneous intelligence, the organization has lost a level 3 Tianji realm assassin. We hereby announce your punishment. The cancellation of the reward that was to be bestowed upon you, along with the submission of 10 level 3 spirit fruits or the successful recruitment of 100 demon slaves." The monotonous beep of the phone signaled the end of the call, leaving Long Feng no opportunity to voice a word. Despair washed over him. Everything was lost. He could never fulfill the demand for spirit fruits. And 100 demon slaves were an insurmountable challenge. Demon slaves were individuals transformed into half-demons through the consumption of demon blood. In a daze, he dropped the phone, oblivious to its fall, his vacant gaze fixed upon the office window on the 10th floor. Knock, knock, knock. Long Feng, what was the outcome? Exine Linyan rushed in, hastily shutting the door behind her, her face brimming with anticipation. Upon seeing Exine Linyan enter, Long Feng felt a surge of emotions, a catalyst for his pent-up frustrations. With a cry of suppressed despair, he leaped over the desk and seized Exine Linyan by the throat, forcefully pinning her against the wall by the door. Long Feng, what's wrong? Exine Linyan's face flushed red. Struggling to articulate her words that, "It's all your fault. Your intelligence led the organization to lose a level 3 Tianji realm expert." Long Feng's face contorted with rage as he growled lowly. "How?
How can this be? Let go of me! As Xen Linyan gasped for breath, her voice dwindling, Long Feng finally released her, delivering a heavy punch to the side of her neck. How is it impossible? The organization just called. Startled by Long Feng's blow, Xen Linyan quickly regained her composure and began to explain, how could this happen? Didn't I warn him about that brainless yet formidable harlot who was always clinging to him? Do you believe the organization would make such a basic error? If it were that simple, they would have been eliminated by the Alliance long ago. The organization will certainly conduct an investigation to ensure that the experts from the Huangfu family were unable to intervene. Recently, it seems the Huangfu family has been hosting some sort of event. The organization would have arranged for someone to confirm that there were no experts nearby before acting as the topic of punishment arose. Long Feng's fury intensified, and he reached for Xi Linyan's throat once more, lifting her and forcefully throwing her onto the office sofa. Chapter 18. Inquiry at the door. The verdict. Xen Linyan was terrified. She had never witnessed such madness from Long Feng. In her recollection, he had always embodied a mature, composed confidence, as if nothing could conquer him. Was it merely a failure that had caused him to lose himself? Was the organization's punishment truly that severe? Had they laid the blame entirely upon Long Feng without conducting a thorough investigation? It was all that damned Ye Lingxiu's fault, since Long Feng had already sent someone to kill you. Why not just die happily and allow our son to inherit the fortune? Could we not live joyfully? Hadn't you once claimed you would do anything for me? Indeed, men are fickle. Even Long Feng is no exception. Xen inwardly chastised others, never contemplating whether her actions were at all related to the unfolding events. What now? After being thrown onto the sofa, Xen Linyan propped herself up, smoothing her hair and subtly rubbing her reddened neck. How would I know? Long Feng bellowed. In the courtyard, Ye Lingxiu sat in a rocking chair at the front gate, sipping tea. One woman attended to him, while another lay across him. One as still as a maiden. The other soundly asleep, drooling slightly. The combination of these elements painted a peculiar scene. Multiple incidents had transpired at the entrance. Had it not been for the prompt intervention of the enforcement team, the situation would scarcely have remained so tranquil. Huang Fuming lingered at the street corner, repeatedly raising his foot to approach, only to lower it again, unable to bear the sight. His daughter was truly beyond comprehension. After several moments of hesitation, with varying mental preparations each time, he ultimately steeled himself and proceeded, out of sight, out of mind. Perhaps it would be best to have Lu Jingjing handle it. Lingxiu, just now the head of the Huangfu family, sent a message stating that this event was exceedingly successful. Excluding the ordinary spirit plants like Strawberry No. 5, the remaining level 3 spirit plants were sold at valuations in the hundreds of millions. The Huangfu family does not intend to keep it all for themselves and proposes a 50-50 split. Do you agree? Lu Jingjing glanced at her phone and relayed the message to Ye Lingxiu. Wealth holds little significance for me. It would be preferable for them to exchange it for seeds or saplings of spirit plants, or even young demon beasts. If that proves difficult, they can simply transfer the funds to my alliance bank account. Ye Lingxiu held the teacup in one hand, raising the other as if to convey to the unseen head of the Huangfu family, behold, I have not laid a finger upon her. Your daughter approached me of her own accord. Additionally, let the enforcement team, led by Zhonglo, dispatch personnel to investigate the matter of Xi Linyan's family deceiving me and encroaching upon our shared assets can now be addressed. Ye Lingxiu promptly produced the paternity test he had conducted earlier, subtly hinting at the actions of Long Feng's wife. This revelation allowed Lu Jingjing to fully grasp why Ye Lingxiu had repeatedly targeted them. She had previously harbored disdain for Xen Linyan's family, clearly recognizing them as unscrupulous individuals. However, given Ye Lingxiu's current status, her relentless pursuit seemed petty. In retrospect, the severity of his treatment of them only underscored the breadth of his vision. The more ruthless, the grander the scale. Lu Jingjing readily acquiesced and hastened to make arrangements, incorporating phrases about striving to dismantle their family's economic and psychological well-being. From any angle, she stood firmly on Ye Lingxiu's side. At the entrance of Xan Linyan's family's residential complex, Captain Zhonglo of the law enforcement team, accompanied by a squad of members, alighted from their vehicle and commenced intercepting individuals entering and exiting the community. Comrade, good day. May I inquire if you are aware of the residence of Exine Linyan and her family? What? You ask, what is the matter? We possess evidence. Their family is implicated in matrimonial fraud. The child they have raised for 3 years is, astonishingly, not Ye Lingxiu's. It is an utter disgrace to the barrier. What? You question why we do not simply verify their address from the household registration? If I were to ascertain the address directly, how would you come to know of their family's transgressions? This is a warning. Do you not understand? At the entrance, a few individuals lingered to continue inquiring about the whereabouts of Exine Linyan's family, while Zhonglo led the remaining members straight to Exine Linyan's home. Knock. Knock, knock. Who's there? We do not purchase insurance. We have not ordered takeout. Please leave at once. Exine's mother bellowed from behind a door. Their family had stirred considerable public discourse within the community. However, the residents maintained a predominantly skeptical attitude in their discussions. Whenever confronted by the family, they would eagerly seek answers. Yet, this incessant need for explanation was precisely what irked them the most. Repeatedly clarifying matters did little to quell the suspicions of others. They had nearly severed all ties with their neighbors and would never permit anyone to visit. We are from the law enforcement team. Open the door promptly. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Captain Zhonglo naturally felt no inclination to be courteous to this family. When gold does not shine, you cannot simply wait. Indeed, if Ye Lingxiu discovered it, there would be no time to wait. The cycle of cause and effect is unyielding. It is a pity to witness such a splendid hand being squandered. What do you want with us, law enforcement team? Exine's mother clearly faltered, fear creeping into her demeanor. Had Exine Linyan's treachery against Ye Lingxiu been uncovered? Or perhaps they had come to silence her after witnessing Ye Lingxiu commit murder days prior? No, it could also be that they sought evidence to apprehend Ye Lingxiu, that Exine's mother's mind raced with these thoughts. If you do not open the door, we shall force it open. Zhonglo, oblivious to the whirlwind of thoughts in Exine's mother's mind, urged once more. With a reluctant creak, Exine's mother finally yielded and opened the door. This is the law enforcement team's ruling document. Here is the evidence supporting this outcome. Please take a look, Zhonglo stated, dismissing any further pleasantries and presenting the document directly. What? Exine's mother gasped, snatching the ruling document from his hands. The more she read, the angrier she became, her breaths growing increasingly rapid, her hands trembling uncontrollably. The document stated that Linyan's son was not Ye Lingxiu's, and that the Exine family had committed marriage fraud, awarding Ye Lingxiu 70% of their joint assets. Scoundrel! What are you doing? Tear it up. This is clearly a malicious frame-up. That paternity test must be a forgery. Do you think we, the law enforcement team, are to be trifled with? Such crucial evidence will not go unverified. The law enforcement team possesses the authority to scrutinize the genetic sequences of all individuals within the barrier. We have conducted comparisons. And indeed, he is not Ye Lingxiu's. Would you like to know whose he is? Zhonglo initially barked with a fa-ade of authority, then smirked condescendingly. You speak nonsense. My daughter Linyan is pure and virtuous. During her marriage, she treated Ye Lingxiu with utmost care. My husband and I regarded him as our OWNIT is that wretched son-in-law who wronged us, abandoning Linyan after gaining wealth, neglecting even his own flesh and blood. After a brief moment of self-doubt, Exine's mother's gaze flickered before solidifying her conviction. Though Linyan was headstrong and willful, her character was fundamentally good, and as her mother, she knew Linyan well. Her daughter could not have committed such an act. Even the law enforcement team cannot casually tarnish our reputation. Pray tell, if the child is not Ye Lingxiu's illegitimate offspring, then whose could it possibly be? Upon hearing the unfolding events, Exine's father hurriedly emerged from the inner room. It is a person named Long Feng. According to our investigations, he should be from the same workplace as Exine Linyan, and they share the same social security contributions. Zhonglo seemed to have anticipated their denial. Yet all their refutations would prove futile that he had indeed verified the evidence, which was indisputable. Mr. Yi had not manipulated the situation through his influence, as the barrier was established. A genetic backup was conducted on every individual to ensure the continuation of their race, thus creating a vast database. Should the barrier be breached, those who escape with the genetic data might have the opportunity to reconstruct humanity anew. Consequently, the confidentiality and preservation of the genetic database are of utmost importance. It can only be recorded, matched, and not altered. Utter nonsense. We have never heard of this person. If you are so certain, why not call your precious daughter? Zhonglo replied with an expression of delight in the unfolding drama. His shoulder-mounted recording device silently capturing the scene. His intent was straightforward: to document this family's disgrace and hysteria, then deliver it to Ye Lingxiu for guaranteed profit. Chapter 19. The revenge officially begins. Reputation ruined, the elderly Xian couple felt their confidence wane under Zhongluo's words. Xian's mother promptly retrieved her phone and dialed Xian Linyan's number, putting it on speaker. She even cast a sidelong glance at Zhongluo. He remained unfazed, even somewhat eager for the developments. If you strike, let it be a blow to the face. If you scold, reveal their flaws. The more you believe, the more humiliating it will be when you prove him wrong. When dealing with enemies, with malefactors, with those from whom you need not spare any face for future encounters, one must act as they please. Hello, Mom. Why are you calling? Work has been a bit overwhelming lately. I'm rather stressed. If it's not urgent, please hang up, due to the failed operation of the heavenly demons. Long Feng had already confronted Xian Linyan multiple times, leaving her exasperated and irritable that Xian's mother's phone was of good quality, having cost Ye Lingxiu 2 months' salary, projecting sound clearly and effectively. Linyan, wait, there's something important. That scoundrel Ye Lingxiu is causing trouble again. Hearing it was something concerning Ye Lingxiu, Xian Linyan paid heed, for even the smallest matter involving him could escalate significantly. What is he up to now? Don't worry, I'll handle it. I know you are quite capable. That Xian's mother, fearing Xian Linyan might inadvertently divulge her intentions to kill Ye Lingxiu in front of the law enforcement team, quickly interjected. Ye Lingxiu is left with no options. He has resorted to slander and lamentation, claiming the child is not his, but belongs to a man named Long Feng, portraying himself as a pitiful scapegoat. Linyan, why are you silent? You must understand, Ye Lingxiu actually bribed the law enforcement team, issuing us a ruling that demands we relinquish the majority of our joint assets to him. How despicable. He has become addicted to spending our money. Hello? Linyan, are you listening? A loud crash echoed from the phone as a cup fell and shattered on the other end, followed by a disconnection. Xian Linyan hung up the call. Zhongluo regarded Xian's mother with amusement, adjusting his angle to capture better footage of her expression. The elderly Xian couple panicked. They had just heard everything clearly, even the sound of the cup crashing to the ground. How could Xian Linyan have missed it? Could it truly be? In truth, whether or not the child was Ye Lingxiu's was of little concern to them. As his son-in-law, the child would not take his surname in any case. What did it matter if he was the father? As long as it was confirmed to be Lin Yan's, they were satisfied. However, the situation had changed. If it were true, they would have to pay a substantial sum to Ye Lingxiu, which was simply intolerable. The elderly couple exchanged glances, each reflecting the worry in the other's eyes. That Xian's mother dialed the number again, but it rang for an eternity without an answer. I trust you are aware of the situation now. Please sign here, acknowledging receipt of the document. Should you have any objections, you may appeal within 3 days. Otherwise, the ruling will be executed. The Xian couple, somewhat disoriented, signed the document and received the ruling and paternity test report. At Xian Linyan's workplace, upon hearing her parents recount the situation, she had no time to consider the fallen cup or the astonished gazes of her colleagues. One thought consumed her mind. It was over. Completely over. If this matter were to be made public, both she and Long Feng would be finished. She needed to inform Long Feng immediately, seeking a way to mitigate the situation before it fully unraveled. Xian Linyan raced towards Long Feng's office, the sound of her high heels echoing through the corridor. In her haste, she sprained her ankle but paid it no mind, rising and hastening forward, even faster than before, limping with newfound determination. When Long Feng saw Xian Linyan enter, panic etched across her face. His expression held a hint of disdain. Lifting an eyebrow, he asked, "What is wrong now?" Xian Linyan shut the door behind her, limping towards Long Feng's desk. Long Feng, we are in serious trouble. What the hell has happened now? It's always something. Long Feng was nearing his wit's end. Ever since he crossed paths with Ye Lingxiu, he had gained nothing but trouble. What could possibly be worse than the organization's punishment for me? The law enforcement team just came to my house with a ruling. Xian Linyan rapidly recounted the recent events. The sound of a chair crashing to the floor resonated through the room. I don't know. Xian Linyan's voice trembled with emotion. Nonsense. It must be you. Only you and I are aware of this matter. I have never interacted with Ye Lingxiu. I don't even know what he looks like. He cannot be me. So it must be you. Longfeng's gaze bore in Xian Linyan, searching for any sign of her guilt. If Ye Lingxiu were here, he would likely indulge in a morbid interpretation. It was you, Longfeng, who spoke to me, though you may have forgotten. Longfeng, you must believe me. It truly was not I. I slept separately from Ye Lingxiu. And even if I were to speak in my dreams, he would not hear me. Longfeng, oblivious to the issues with Xian Linyan, internally harbored doubts about her involvement, for revealing the truth to Ye Lingxiu would inevitably lead to today's outcome, an outcome she would surely wish to avoid. But how did Ye Lingxiu come to know this? Who, in their right mind, would undertake a paternity test for their own son, even if the child bore little resemblance? Could it be that Xian Linyan's harsh treatment of Ye Lingxiu had sown the seeds of suspicion? The reason was now of little consequence. Longfeng ceased to regard Xian Linyan and bowed his head in contemplation, his thumbs nervously twirling in circles. The pressing issue at hand was that the enforcement team had already issued a ruling, making any chance of appeal utterly futile, for they were well aware that reversing it was impossible. The evidence provided by Ye Lingxiu was irrefutable, and leveraging connections was a far-fetched notion. His network paled in comparison to the Huangfu families. Defying the law and refusing execution was also out of the question, as the enforcement team would carry out their orders with unwavering rigor, akin to a death sentence. The only viable course of action was to begrudgingly accept the verdict, compensate Ye Lingxiu, and minimize the damage. This matter could not be allowed to spread. Should the matron of the house learn of it, he would not only face dire consequences, but risk losing his position at the Research Institute, casting doubt on his future there altogether. That would truly be a case of losing everything. Compensate and execute according to the ruling. Despite his inner turmoil and 1,000 grievances, Longfeng uttered these words. No, not only does my family lack sufficient funds. Even if we did, I cannot give it to Ye Lingxiu. Providing him a compensation would equate to our defeat. Xian Linyan vehemently refused, her expression grave and resolute, as if she would rather die than acquiesce. Longfeng was infuriated by this foolish mistress. How could she be so concerned with appearance at such a critical juncture? Suddenly, he seized her by the neck again, dragging her forcefully onto the desk. Who instructed you to provide erroneous information? If Ye Lingxiu were to die, how could these trivial matters still be in play? If we cannot appease Ye Lingxiu, he will only escalate the situation, and then he will inform my wife. Plastering notices around your neighborhood, leading to our disgrace while the enforcement team executes their ruling regardless. Is this what you desire? Longfeng tightened his grip on Xian Linyan's neck, leaning in close, their eyes locking in a tense exchange. His fury clashed with her palpable fear. Chapter 20. The male protagonist, the focus. I am simply unwilling to accept this fate. Xian Linyan finally averted her gaze from Longfeng's eyes, her expression evasive. We have merely lost some wealth. We are not at the end of our rope. Money can be earned again, and Ye Lingxiu can only seize so much. After all, the celestial demon will not trace this back to us. We still have a chance. Longfeng released his grip on Xian Linyan's neck, gently caressing her cheek as he spoke softly. You must tighten your belt for now. I have some savings that I can share with you. In the future, let us be bolder and acquire more valuable resources from the Research Institute. Yes, Longfeng, I trust you to as long as we remain at the Institute. We need not worry about avenues for making money. The two of them, battered and beleaguered by Ye Lingxiu's machinations, sought solace in one another. Drawing ever closer, perhaps believing that such drastic upheavals required a reckless intimacy to alleviate the strain. Bang! Caught in the act, you shameless Longfeng. And you, wretched Xian Linyan, how dare you put a green hat on me? A rather robust woman, her complexion sallow and imposing, kicked open the door and stormed in. Someone tipped me off, and I didn't believe it. It seems the matter regarding the child is indeed true. Her thunderous voice resonated, causing the glass to rattle, and soon, colleagues from the entire floor emerged in alarm.
Longfeng's face paled in panic. His greatest fear had come pass. His wife had found out. Ye Lingxiu, how ruthless you are! How will you explain this now? In a flash, Longfeng's wife activated her powers, her arms, already thick as Exanlinyan's waist, swelling further as she advanced on them, delivering a severe slap to each. The force was such that both women staggered, their teeth rattled, while Exanlinyan's face swelled alarmingly, rendering her unconscious, a testament to the restraint shown, for otherwise, a single blow could have easily crushed her skull. Longfeng, a level 2 awakened, possessed markedly superior physical capability, yet he too felt the brunt of her fury. Kaiju, listen to me, you are gravely mistaken, Longfeng protested, covering his face as he struggled to rise. An explanation was imperative. This fierce woman was a level 3 awakened, and one misstep could lead to his demise. Misunderstanding? I have the paternity test report between you and her son. Would you like to see it? What? This. Longfeng, consider yourself fortunate that the barriers are currently in turmoil and that I have been instructed to maintain a low profile, else I would have killed you on the spot, the deputy director. I am formally notifying you that both of you are terminated. After delivering this decree, she seemed unsatisfied, swiftly advancing towards Longfeng, delivering a crushing blow to his chest with a technique known as Black Tiger's Stealing Heart. The sound of cracking ribs echoed ominously. Longfeng was uncertain how many bones had shattered. Ugh! He spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Longfeng's face as she exited the office, bellowing to the gathered crowd in the corridor. Do you all plan to work or not? Remember, do not concern yourselves with them. Let them fend for themselves. Human resources, expedite their termination paperwork. Disperse. With great pain coursing through his ribs, Longfeng lay prostrate on the cold tiled floor of the office. Lost and bewildered. How had matters spiraled to such depths? Just days ago, he had been devising ways to acquire billions, and now, in mere moments, he faced utter disgrace. He had barely known Ye Lingxiu, their relationship devoid of past grievances. Why then was his genetic sequence under scrutiny? Even if he suspected Exanlinyan of infidelity, even if he confirmed the child was not his, he was merely a pitiable pawn. Yet how could these transgressions be laid at his feet? It was utterly absurd. Now that Ye Lingxiu had ascended to a position of power, it was revealed by Exanlinyan's parents that the paternity test had been conducted on the very day of her divorce. A day when Ye Lingxiu could not possibly have facilitated a genetic comparison by the enforcement team. He must have known of their relationship long before, biding his time until he had amassed sufficient strength to exact revenge. Longfeng was indignant. He and Exanlinyan had always been cautious, ensuring their affair remained concealed from prying eyes. Alas, the very things they wished to avoid had come to pass. The only pressing concern now was survival within the Institute's confines. Longfeng roused the unconscious Exanlinyan, and together they supported one another, trembling as they made their way out, drawing the curious stares and whispers of colleagues along the way. Longfeng and Exanlinyan? No way. They hid it so well. Indeed, I had no inkling whatsoever to be by the way. How does the deputy director even know? Ha ha ha. I was fortunate enough to live in the same neighborhood as Exanlinyan. Before any solid evidence surfaced, I was privy to the entire saga. It's more captivating than a film. At the entrance of Exanlinyan's neighborhood, Longfeng and Exanlinyan disembarked from a taxi. Look at that person with one side of their face swollen like a bun. Isn't that Exanlinyan? Sharp eyes, my friend. You can recognize her even in this condition. Their family has been embroiled in turmoil lately. Ah, their sister-in-law. Do you think that man next to Exanlinyan is the male protagonist of this tale, the child's biological father? Is the mask off? No more pretense? Are they brazenly living as a family? The colleagues at the Research Institute maintained a semblance of restraint, as they were familiar with one another. Yet, in the neighborhood, where acquaintances were few, the gossip flowed freely, and Exanlinyan's other half-swollen face was the talk of the town. Longfeng seethed internally. He had hoped to evade scrutiny by hiding at Exanlinyan's home, only to find that her family had become the center of attention. Without a doubt, this debacle was orchestrated by Ye Lingxiu. This humiliation would be repaid 100-fold, after a shocking confession that left Exanlinyan's family in stunned silence. They collectively turned to her, eyes filled with helplessness, and plead out no. Absolutely not. You need not even consider it. I will not beg Ye Lingxiu. Once more, silence fell over the family, with only a few days remaining before the enforcement team's execution date. They resolved to continue seeking solutions. In the courtyard, Ye Lingxiu listened to Lu Jingjing's report concerning Xian Linian's family situation, having even viewed the enforcement video recorded by Captain Zhonglo. Very well, reward the relevant participants as deemed appropriate. There's no need to report back to me. With just 10 days remaining before the second apocalypse, he decided to allow them to live for another 10 days. Though he could eliminate them now, it was unnecessary. Ye Lingxiu still had preparations to make. According to his previous plan, achieving his current strength before the second apocalypse would suffice, but since opportunities arose, he would not squander them. There was a distinct difference between merely surviving and thriving. Upon reaching the third level of the Tianji realm, one has already departed from the state of humanity, and further advancement becomes exceedingly arduous. Starting from the third level, each realm is divided into 3 phases: early, middle, and late. The breakthrough of each minor realm signifies a considerable enhancement in both spiritual energy and strength. Below the third level, spiritual plants are still considered mundane. However, various factions possess a modest stockpile. Beyond the third level, such resources become scarce. Following the Pan Tao conference, each major faction sent a fresh batch of seeds and seedlings as compensation for auction fees, resulting in a veritable treasure trove of spiritual plants within the barrier. During the second level, utilizing third-level spiritual plants through spiritual skills, though relatively weak, still constituted a significant leap across a realm, explaining Ye Lingxiu's rapid ascension to the third level of the Tianji realm. After reaching the third level, transcending major realms through the consumption of spiritual fruits, even those cultivated by oneself, proves futile. According to Ye Lingxiu's analysis, preemptively achieving a minor realm may be the most prudent method of advancement. Concurrently, the quantity of required spiritual fruits would increase exponentially. That it remains uncertain whether this is a limitation of the laws. But no matter how one cultivates, spiritual plants are notoriously difficult to yield seeds. Even if a few plants manage to produce seeds, the quality of the next generation diminishes drastically, shattering Ye Lingxiu's dreams of guaranteed returns. Presently, whenever any faction acquires spiritual plant seeds or seedlings, they're exchanged with the Huangfu family for spiritual fruits. This has led to a notable increase in third-level powerhouses within the barrier. Chapter 21. Only after loss does one know to cherish. Ye Lingxiu's variety of spiritual plants has also expanded significantly. Yet those suitable for human consumption are still scarce. With only 5 days until the second cataclysm, the populace within the barrier senses an unusual atmosphere. News reports of warfare have surged, and the thunderous sounds of the protective shield being attacked, once a rare occurrence over several months, have manifested multiple times in the past month. The elder has taken action once more to this moment. Both he and Ye Lingxiu coincidentally emerge from their respective quarters. "Old man," Ye Lingxiu greets, "didn't you engage in closed-door cultivation today? With the storm brewing, these days may herald great upheaval. It is ill-advised to remain in seclusion. That Wai Xiaoyu should prepare in advance. Truly, a master." Ye Lingxiu had contemplated concocting a plausible excuse to remind the Huangfu family, yet the elder had already sensed the impending changes. "Indeed, I have sensed it too. Although my strength is not formidable, I can discern a hint of the emotions of spiritual plants, particularly those I have nurtured myself." This statement is not merely an excuse from Ye Lingxiu. He genuinely can perceive the feelings of spiritual plants, a sensation that seems to emanate from the earth itself. "Is that so? I had not noticed. It appears expertise is indeed specialized. The earlier turmoil was primarily due to the sudden emergence of the Big Dipper in the sky, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy upon Blue Star, which also brought forth various anomalies and a resurgence of spiritual energy." The elder furrows his brow, slowly pacing in the courtyard as he deliberates. If a century ago marked a celestial upheaval, perhaps we are indeed due for a terrestrial transformation. Alas, human survival grows increasingly arduous. Speaking of survival, I have an unpleasing request. I wonder if Ye Xiaoyu might acquiesce. What could possibly trouble you, old man? Pray, do tell that, if the upheaval is not severe and remains within the barrier's capacity to cope, then disregard my words. However, Should the circumstances become dire, jeopardizing every individual, I hope Ye Xiaoyu will ensure the safety of my granddaughter. Huang Fu Ruinxiu. The elder gazes earnestly at Ye Lingxiu, filled with anticipation. Why Ye Lingxiu, however, is perplexed. Old man, you're clearly a master. Among all within the barrier, the chance of survival lies with the most powerful. Is this not a misplaced trust? It is merely a precaution. In the face of calamity, strength is indeed vital, yet luck is equally significant. Moreover, while my combat prowess is substantial, my survival skills are lacking. In contrast, Ye Xiaoyu possesses the opposite traits. Should we find ourselves in similar dire straits, it is likely that you may emerge unscathed. Only after the elder elucidates his reasoning does Ye Lingxiu grasp the situation. In this light, his understanding seems valid. Why Ye Lingxiu feels akin to an indomitable cockroach, having previously survived an assassination attempt where his heart was pierced yet recovered in an instant. Had the same injury befallen the elder, he might have dispatched the assailant, yet he would undoubtedly succumb. In recent days, Ye Lingxiu has enjoyed pleasant interactions with Miss Ruinxiu. Upon uttering this sentiment, he suddenly feels a tad inappropriate. A brief moment of awkwardness ensues. Rest assured, as circumstances permit, I shall ensure the lady's safety. There is a statement Ye Lingxiu refrains from articulating. At that time, it may very well be uncertain who will protect whom. Huang Furuinxiu is at least a 4th-level Tianquan realm cultivator, surpassing him by at least one major realm. Why Ye Lingxiu possesses the reputation of being an unflinching gentleman in the presence of a beauty of Huang Fu Ruinxiu's caliber, and the elder is greatly reassured regarding his character. Upon hearing Ye Lingxiu's agreement, a weight lifts from the elder's heart. He has been troubled these past few days, sensing that something significant is amiss, and only after Ye Lingxiu's affirmation does he find some relief. To ensure your promise is not made in vain, I possess a most unique seed, which I fortuitously acquired from a distant exploration beyond the barrier. When I encountered it, it radiated waves of energy that invigorated the mind, allowing for a torrent of insights and understanding. I have dubbed it Dao Yun. In that moment, the elder produces a seed the size of a glass orb, intricately entwined with fine vines, its entire surface of vivid crimson, strikingly beautiful. This, might it be too precious? Old man, it must have been hard to come by. It is merely a waste in my hands. Perhaps you can allow it to reveal its brilliance. Not hesitate. Ye Lingxiu takes the extraordinary seed, cradling it in his palm for meticulous examination. Discernible changes manifest. Sensations arise. At the Xan family's residence, the family gathers around the dining table for a meal. Moments ago, the enforcement team called to inform them that the appeal period has expired, and with only one day until the execution of the ruling, should they fail to comply by the deadline, their home will be forcibly requisitioned. Xian Mu's previous arrogance has dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In these recent days, she has aged considerably. Alas, what shall we do? Without work, we must still remit fees to the Alliance each month. Living off our reserves is unsustainable. Lin Yin, you are our only hope now. Xan Fu has lost all appetite, his bowl and chopsticks untouched before him. I refuse to go. If you wish to attend, do so yourselves. You once treated others as slaves, and now you regret it? Xian Lin Yin has been deeply affected by Ye Lingxiu, having lost not only her dignity, but also her livelihood. She feels as though she has lost both her husband and her troops, rendering her unable to forgive him. Is this not all you're doing? No, it is both of your faults. You two are responsible for this mess. Leaving Ye Lingxiu to shoulder the blame, such a capable caretaker has vanished, and now we face accusations upon stepping outside, compounded by the enforcement team's pressure. You must bear the consequences of your own actions and not drag us into your troubles. Seeing Xian Lin Yin maintain her lofty demeanor only fuels Xian Mu's ire. You are my biological daughter, yet I cannot bring myself to chastise you. Act shamelessly and still uphold a facade of virtue is intolerable. Long Foam has been silently eating, aware that this is a family matter, albeit one that tangentially involves him. However, his position is awkward. Xian Lin Yin can confront her parents, yet he cannot. Lin Yin, come here. I need to speak with you. Uncle and Auntie,
I will go and counsel Lin Yan. Please continue your meal. The two retreat to their room, indeed cohabitating, every time Xian's elderly couple witnesses their living arrangement. They are filled with revulsion, as if they had consumed something foul. What could have been a lucrative arrangement has devolved into a situation where they are merely providing for a leech. Before, he was a director. What does that matter now, when he has been dismissed? Presently, Ye Lingxiu remains the head of the courtyard, surpassing them in status. The elderly couple has genuinely experienced the reality of only after loss does one know to cherish. Chapter 22. Persuasion. Lin Yan forcefully shakes off Long Feng's grasp, rubbing her right arm, taken aback by the force he had used to pull her inside, feeling a twinge of anger as she turns away. Lin Yan, you do not think I would support you in seeking out Ye Lingxiu to humble yourself, do you? Long Feng, witnessing Lin Yan's rejection, allows a glint of malice and a smirk of triumph to flicker in his eyes. His forceful pull was intentional, part of the organization's mission that necessitated Lin Yan as a vessel. Regrettably, Ye Lingxiu cannot perceive the dynamics of this ostensibly united family, which daily ignites new conflicts. At present, the family can still barely coexist. One wonders how they will choose when faced with life and death once more in the impending second cataclysm. Will they still harbor love for one another? You are the one I, Long Feng, admire. How could I allow you to demean yourself? As he speaks, Long Feng produces a small test tube containing approximately 2 milliliters of viscous, translucent liquid, gesturing for Lin Yan to observe it. This is a concoction I acquired at great expense from the organization. It possesses significant hallucinogenic properties and can attract the opposite sex. Lin Yan raises an eyebrow, piecing together the implications. Are you suggesting, naturally, to ensnare Ye Lingxiu, compelling him to withdraw his accusations that if it is so potent, why not simply coerce him into transferring his assets to me? Long Feng patiently explains, the advantage of this concoction is that it leaves little trace afterward. The drawback is that its effects are fleeting. Transferring such substantial assets would require considerable time for documentation, which is impractical. Only by withdrawing the accusations can we swiftly finalize the matter with a mere signature. How effective is it? Ye Lingxiu is certainly no weakling now. Even that formidable assassin failed to succeed. Can this really work? Long Feng, filled with exasperation, retorted, You, an ordinary person, have no right to question so much. If I tell you to go, then go. I've already provided you with a way out. With the potion at hand, why not give it a try? At such a critical juncture, clinging to your meager pride is futile. Were it not for the need to cooperate with the actions of the Heavenly Demon Society to atone for past transgressions, he would have no desire to linger in this household. This is a potion from the Heavenly Demon Society. How could it possibly be ineffective? Moreover, it is likely that Ye Lingxiu would agree if he saw you approaching him alone. Long Feng offered a veiled flattery. All for the sake of the organizational mission. How could that be? Just wait and see. Now that matters have escalated to this point, persisting is pointless. One must set aside that laughable pride, instead of dwelling on Ye Lingxiu's triumphs. It would be wiser to reflect on one's own predicament. Indeed, one's parents are biological, yet they still pressure one to apologize and submit to someone they once dismissed. Ye Lingxiu. The man in question is someone she finds appealing. Yet he has concocted an unknown liquid for her that's merely a concession, perhaps gentler than her biological parents. But what difference does it make? Born into chaotic times, one ultimately must rely on oneself. Ye Lingxiu, Lin Yan, have no regard for you, even in your current state. Perhaps Long Feng is unworthy now, but you were even less so back then. This is but a singular opportunity, a way to repay my parents' kindness and Long Feng's affections. I am still alive, still fighting. You must not give me the chance. Unbeknownst to Long Feng, Lin Yan wore a mask of determination. Uncle and aunt, I just spoken to Lin Yan. She has agreed to seek out Ye Lingxiu. Long Feng beamed with delight as he shared this news with Xian's parents. This is exactly right. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. 100 days as spouses is like the depth of the sea. After all, they were married for 3 years, that a few gentle words, and with the foundation of their emotions, success is still attainable. Upon seeing Lin Yan relent, Xian's mother could not contain her joy. An awkward moment lingered.
Albeit mildly, Xine's mother seemed to recognize that her comment was ill-timed and hastily urged everyone to eat before the dishes grew cold. The family once again enjoyed a harmonious gathering. Settling into a meditative posture, Ye Lingxiu cradled the vine egg between his palms, quietly channeling his spiritual energy that a wave of life-infused energy gradually flowed in. At the very least, there was no immediate danger. Ye Lingxiu reassured himself, for he remained unchanged that Tio claimed that he was not disappointed would be false. It was not solely due to his promise to protect Huangfu Ruinxiu. That was merely a rare possibility, and Ye Lingxiu was not particularly concerned about it. What truly stirred his impatience was this treasure, which Huangfu Tian had extolled in extravagant terms, yet had now transformed into a mere vine egg. Ancient wisdom teaches that treasures possess spirit, especially those imbued with ethereal charm. Should he attempt to draw some blood to test it? Ye Lingxiu resolved to treat this desperate situation as a chance for salvation, which seemed far more reliable than mere consumption. This time, he truly hit the mark, as Ye Lingxiu merely nicked the tip of his finger. A cascade of vibrant red blood, rich with life energy, flowed forth. Astonishingly, the vine egg beside him began to vibrate at a high frequency, while Ye Lingxiu's heart leapt with joy. It was indeed effective. It was likely that Huangfu Tian had experimented with a similar method. The key to triggering a change appeared to be the life energy. Could it be that his earlier application of spiritual technique lacked sufficient potency? Or was it that blood and life energy were both essential? Regardless, since there was a reaction, he would. Just as Ye Lingxiu contemplated his next move, the vine egg suddenly shot up and headed straight for the wound on his fingertip, moving with astonishing speed. What the hell? Ye Lingxiu gasped, instinctively swatting his hand to evade his astonishment. The vine egg displayed remarkable agility, tracing arcs in midair as it relentlessly pursued the wound. This unexpected turn of events left Ye Lingxiu uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. So he decided to hold steady. Such a small wound could heal almost instantaneously. While flailing his hand to avoid the vine egg, he simultaneously summoned his spiritual technique to mend the injury. To the naked eye, the wound, about a centimeter in size, shrank rapidly. Just as Ye Lingxiu felt success was imminent, he failed. The wildly thrashing fingers were caught. The wound plateaued at 3 millimeters, no longer yielding. To his astonishment, a slender vine emerged from the surface of the vine egg, burrowing into the wound and making contact with his blood. Gulp! Ye Lingxiu seemed to hear a sound akin to swallowing. This was terrible! Ye Lingxiu gasped in horror. This rogue was siphoning my blood. Chapter 23. The vine egg, he raised his hand to remove it. Slurp! It vanished. His fingertip was devoid of anything, and even the wound had healed. It wasn't that it had fled. The entire vine egg had burrowed into Ye Lingxiu's finger. How could a solid sphere, 3 centimeters in diameter, possibly pass through a slender 3-millimeter wound? Ye Lingxiu was utterly bewildered and on the verge of tears. Huangfu Tian, you have betrayed me. Ye Lingxiu could distinctly feel that something was amiss within his fingered. In a way, he would rather sacrifice a fingered 8T this moment. Ye Lingxiu knew that even if he lost a finger, his body could regenerate. Gritting his teeth, he picked up the small knife, ready to if sensing Ye Lingxiu's intent. The vine egg began to scurry up his finger. In the process, it emitted a series of gulping sounds. It moved with incredible speed, racing through his bloodstream like a dragon in the sea, far faster than it had been outside. Before Ye Lingxiu could even bring the knife to his fingertip, the vine egg had already reached the center of his chest. This was disastrous. It didn't end there. The once coiled vines now unfurled and elongated, stretching toward Ye Lingxiu's limbs and every part of his body. It was as if they had formed an alternate network of meridians, merging seamlessly with his entire being. This was the end. Unless he cut himself to pieces, there was no hope of extracting it. It craved blood, so let it drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound grew increasingly dense and louder, and Ye Lingxiu's complexion turned increasingly pale. He activated his spiritual technique for healing, consumed spiritual fruits, and attempted various methods, but none proved effective. The more he tried to recover, the more he was consumed. The vine egg resembled an insatiable abyss,
a minuscule sphere that had devoured so much lifeblood. Where was it storing it? Conversely, if he did nothing and allowed it to feast, its consumption rate noticeably diminished. Ye Lingxiu was perplexed. Did this vine egg truly understand the principle of not killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? Worn out, he surrendered to despair. He felt as if he had been hollowed out. It was reminiscent of Huangfu Ruinqiu's wretched flesh, an ultra version of gluttony. Just when Ye Lingxiu believed he would be drained to death, this fiend finally ceased its feeding. When one's body is emptied, one realizes that apart from recuperation, there are no effective remedies. Ye Lingxiu sank into a deep, dreamless slumber, restful and serene. The following morning, while there was some relief, he remained utterly fatigued. He even abandoned the task of cultivating spiritual plants for the day and transitioned directly to sipping tea at the entrance. Settling comfortably in a rocking chair, Ye Lingxiu continued to attune himself to his own state. He could subtly sense the emotions of the vine egg. After all, it belonged to the realm of spiritual plants. Though they could not communicate, he could perceive their more basic, intense emotions. All things possess spirit, varying only in strength. Weaker entities are less perceptive than stronger ones. The emotions of beasts and other creatures could also be sensed. But there were no such beings here. On the surface, Ye Lingxiu appeared calm, but within, a veritable commotion reigned. The vine egg occasionally traversed through his veins and meridians, meandering through his bones and flesh, stretching its vines to every corner of his body, treating Ye Lingxiu's body as its personal garden. Curiously, the vine egg seemed to have melded with Ye Lingxiu's flesh and bones, fusing perfectly with him, akin to blood that could travel anywhere within him without causing harm. Reiterate, it could go anywhere. Could it be that drinking my blood was not only for its own enhancement, but also for ease of movement within my body? Wherever the vine egg roamed, Ye Lingxiu distinctly felt a remarkable enhancement in strength and defense. The more vines extended, the greater the boost. Ye Lingxiu sensed that if the vines spread throughout his body, the enhancement would be negligible. However, if all were concentrated in a single area, like his arm, when he threw a punch, it felt as if the vine egg was assisting him in delivering the blow. He even believed that not even a third-level Tianji realm, designed for physical enhancement, could withstand such a strike. The reason he could not yet achieve full-body enhancement was likely that the vine egg still required further growth. It needed to continue feeding. The depletion he experienced the night before had not been without effect. He sensed that the vine egg had indeed increased in size, albeit slightly. As it stood, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks for Ye Lingxiu. It merely meant slower cultivation. Besides nurturing Huangfu Ruinqiu, he now needed to tend to the vine egg as well. Yet, Ye Lingxiu firmly believed that both were worthwhile. After an initial bout of gluttony, the vine egg had learned to partake in 3 meals a day, now feeding gently like a trickling stream, occasionally indulging in larger quantities. Only after a brief moment that morning did Ye Lingxiu suddenly feel a strange sensation. Who was truly nurturing whom? And who was the active participant versus the passive one? After numerous attempts, it seemed that the vine egg was quite obedient. When Ye Lingxiu exhibited certain desires or emotions, it responded favorably, making it usable. Today, as Ye Lingxiu enjoyed his tea, he required the assistance of 2 women. The absence of one would mar the ambience. Ye Lingxiu took a moment to regain his composure and restore his energy with a brief nap. Lingyan approached the entrance of the courtyard alone. She feigned calmness as she cast a glance at the ornate gate, adorned with intricate carvings, before striding towards Ye Lingxiu. Lingxiu, Lingyan has arrived, reminded Lu Jingjing, noticing her approach. Anyone who is weary and wishes to sleep would find themselves particularly irked by an unwelcome disturbance, especially when that disturbance is caused by an adversary. Send her away. I am fatigued. With merely 3 days until the apocalypse, Ye Lingxiu preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles. He contemplated allowing them to experience the despair of the impending doom, hoping they might survive long enough to glimpse hope, only to extinguish that hope himself. Such a thought was both satisfying and infuriating. The greatest punishment was not death, but the despair that comes after hope has been shattered. Though Lingyan stood at the bottom of the steps, requiring her to look up to meet Lu Jingjing's gaze, she exuded an air of arrogance. Who are you? What gives you the right to stand between me and Ye Lingxiu? Is it because you've spent a few nights with him that you consider yourself his mistress? Lu Jingjing harbored the fleeting desire to slap her, but she managed to suppress it entirely. You insult my character, and I shall report you to the enforcement team. I do not require an apology. I merely seek compensation for the damage to my reputation. I hear you are financially strained, huh? I am not the owner here. That title belongs to Lingxiu. That I merely serve as the steward. A steward. In other words, a servant. Step aside. I have matters to discuss with your master. Lu Jingjing was evidently disgusted, even with her professional demeanor. She frowned. Her brief yet substantial work experience taught her that when dealing with petty individuals, it was best not to engage in arguments or even speak to them. Such exchanges were inherently unfair, as they lacked any moral boundaries while she upheld her own. The courtyard was under surveillance. Every action and word was clearly recorded, and Lu Jingjing resolved to follow Ye Lingxiu, joining the ranks of those who would report Xan Linyan. Seeing Lu Jingjing's silence, Xan Linyan arrogantly assumed victory. Chapter 24. The False Submission of False Submission, Part 1. Xan Linyan thought, since you refuse to step aside, and I am pressed for time, I shall bypass Lu Jingjing to approach Ye Lingxiu. The venomous saliva of the poison maiden required contact with both parties to take effect. She had already applied it to her hands, acclimating herself to the toxin. Once she made contact with Ye Lingxiu, he would succumb, allowing her to seize control. However, just as Xan Linyan attempted to sidestep, Lu Jingjing stepped forward, blocking her path once more. What do you mean by this? Xan Linyan demanded, exasperated. Lu Jingjing remained silent. Oh, for heaven's sake, Ye Lingxiu was on the verge of laughter from the absurdity of her confidence. How could she possess such audacity with a mere 65-point face when he stood before her with scores of 95 and 98? It was ludicrous. Xan Linyan spoke in a tone that was calm, yet slightly subdued, believing her explanation could hold water, unaware that Ye Lingxiu saw through their deceit. Why, Ye Lingxiu suddenly stood up, fixing his gaze upon Xan Linyan. From the very first day of our marriage, we slept in separate rooms. You claim to have severed ties with Long Feng after our wedding. Do you expect me to believe that? Initially, I could endure it for the sake of the child, but it turns out that the child is not even mine. The memory of this matter filled Ye Lingxiu with rage, yet he knew he must restrain himself, not to wait until the second apocalypse to exact vengeance, but to suppress the vengeful impulses stirring within him. Good heavens, this cannot stand. He fervently instructed the vengeful entity within him. Vine Egg, control yourself. You must learn that while my thoughts may be impure, my actions must remain unblemished. You cannot simply act upon my thoughts. You must wait until I command you to act. Didn't he understand? Fine. It is indeed a bit complex. Here is the deal. Today, we will not harm her, understood? Got it. You said it. It's settled. Ye Lingxiu rubbed his forehead, wiping away the non-existent sweat, feeling utterly drained. What I say is the truth. What is wrong with your eyes? Xan Yin noticed Ye Lingxiu's peculiar demeanor and casually inquired. Suddenly, as if struck by revelation, she glanced around, observing the two, one with a score of 95 and another with 98, shameless and brazen. No wonder I have never thought much of you. You clearly lack an understanding of emotions, straddling two boats and relying solely on base instincts devoid of any sentiment. I enter mind, Xan Linyan harshly criticized Ye Lingxiu. Yet she was compelled to say, clearly, they are seductresses preying on men's vitality. You ought to be cautious. I've heard reports of the celestial demons being particularly active lately that I regret that we have slept apart. But that was due to your brutishness during our first encounter. I developed a psychological trauma and am now fearful. Such fabrications, Xan Linyan, had she lived a century ago, would have surely become either an editor or an actress. Thankfully, in this era, human survival was precarious enough that there was little time for such frivolities. Otherwise, she would have surely ascended to the heavens. This excuse has been in my mind for 3 years. Hearing you articulate it feels particularly ironic, as I wonder how I could have been so foolish. However, the tone of Xan Linyan seemed inconsistent. She had previously been confrontational, yet today she appeared different. Yes. Ye Lingxiu suddenly recalled that they had lost their jobs and were facing substantial compensation claims. leaving them financially strapped. Was this a plea for mercy? This presented a most amusing opportunity for humiliation that he could not let slip by. Is what you say true? Ye Lingxiu feigned being moved, taking a few steps toward Exine Linyan. Lu Jingjing was astonished. What was happening? Ye Lingxiu hadn't even used the poisoned maideness saliva yet. If he were to do so, would he submit at her feet? At that point, she could demand whatever she wished. Exine Linyan, seizing the moment, dashed to Ye Lingxiu, grasping his hand tightly. Of course it is true. We lived together for 3 years. Even a stone would develop feelings, let alone living beings. Even if we are no longer together, the feelings remain that I never expected you would go to the enforcement team to report us. Lowering her head, Exine Linyan feigned a victimized demeanor, her voice cracking slightly. You have no idea how many times I've cried secretly. You know how much money we have at home. Don Tu, we can hardly meet the demands of the enforcement team. Ye Lingxiu, can you look past our past and avoid having the enforcement team act against us? I beg you. At that moment, Exine Linyan even began to act coy. Was she trying to charm him? Ye Lingxiu swore that apart from the one time Exine Linyan had acted coy with Long Feng before his rebirth, this was the second time he had witnessed such a sight. Throughout their 3 years together, their dynamic was more akin to that of a queen and a eunuch. Who had ever seen a queen act coyly with a eunuch? Exine Linyan, today is your day. Ye Lingxiu, disregarding the strange pain in his palm, hurriedly feigned compliance. Indeed, my actions were inexcusable. I will call the enforcement team immediately and have them retract the charges. What is this strange scent? Why do I suddenly feel a peculiar sensation? You're insufferable. I specifically sprayed perfume for you, and now you're complaining about my scent? Exine Linyan was fully immersed in her role. Though she maintained her rationality and held the upper hand due to the effects of the poisoned maiden saliva, she was not entirely unaffected. Lu Jingjing watched in disbelief. Even Huangfu Ruinxiu, who lay alone in the rocking chair, raised her head curiously, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Wow. Ye Lingxiu could no longer contain himself and turned away to retch slightly. My apologies. I haven't been feeling well lately. Chapter 25. The False Submission of False Submission. Part 2. It's all right. Take care of your health. Avoid these seductresses. You can't withstand them. Just look at what state you've been reduced to. Startled, Ye Lingxiu was taken aback. Was this situation truly applicable to him? ILL call immediately. He gazed at Exine Linyan with deep emotion, hastily retrieving his phone to dial. Exine Linyan was filled with triumph. Had she known Ye Lingxiu was so easily deceived, she would not have resorted to coercion. She had thought herself formidable, yet he had merely transformed from a useless being into a compliant one. Ye Lingxiu, I warned you not to fall into my grasp. Otherwise, you would suffer greatly. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. I shall gladly accept this. Hello, is this the captain of the enforcement team, Zhonglu? This is Ye Lingxiu. Is my case due today? Dispatch someone to monitor. Once midnight passes, seize their property immediately and sell it the next day. The soldiers on the front lines are desperately awaiting this money for their survival. With a snap, Ye Lingxiu ended the call, casting a bewildered glance at Exine Linyan. Exine Linyan was stunned. What was happening? She had been rendered speechless by Ye Lingxiu. You still have feelings for me, don't you? You're filled with guilt, right? Didn't you just say you would retract the charges? Ye Lingxiu, are you playing me? Upon seeing the expression on Ye Lingxiu's face, Exine Linyan realized what had transpired and screamed in a fit of hysteria. Ha! Of course, I am playing you. If I'm not playing you, who else would I play? You're allowed to toy with me, but I'm not permitted to retaliate. Watching Exine Linyan nearly explode with rage filled Ye Lingxiu with delight. He raised one hand, and in an instant, the 98-point Huangfu Ruinxiu appeared in his embrace. With his other hand, a cup of warm spirit tea was delivered to him. Upon taking a sip of the delicate tea, a delightful sensation enveloped me, evoking a singular, exquisite beauty. Close the door and see our guests out. Ye Lingxiu lifted his foot and strode into the courtyard. Exine Linyan has truly lost her mind, casting aside everything detachable from her person. Her eyes bloodshot as she glared at the entrance of the courtyard. The humiliation! She believed this to be an affront greater than being caught in the act at work. Long Feng, You two have played me for a fool. This worthless potion is utterly ineffective. Men are indeed unreliable. Perhaps all men in humanity are untrustworthy. Upon returning home, witnessing the hopeful gazes of her family, she suddenly felt a certain satisfaction in shattering their baseless illusions. One by one, her family launched a verbal onslaught against Ye Lingxiu, hurling every vile epithet they could muster. They then expressed their concerns, for after tonight, their home would be lost. Longfeng seized the opportunity to inquire about his pressing concern. Linyan, are you certain you made contact with Ye Lingxiu? Of course I am certain, but alas, your potion is of no use whatsoever. It merely serves to provide amusement, she retorted. Do not worry. I've already found a place to go. We shall depart tonight. You stay at home and await my return while I finalize the arrangements. Longfeng chose to disregard Exan Linyan's disdain and spoke up. Is that true? I told you. This Longfeng is a capable man. You just wouldn't believe me. Exion's mother exclaimed, her face beaming with a smile upon hearing Longfeng had a plan. Nonsense. When has our Linyan's association with Longfeng ever faced my opposition? A lean camel is still larger than a horse. Even if he is no longer a director, he is still far superior to an ordinary person. Exion's father chimed in, unabashedly flattering Longfeng. Once Longfeng had donned his windbreaker, sunglasses, and mask for disguise, he finally dared to exit the community. Longfeng, how goes the task? This is your only chance for redemption. If you fail again, you know the consequences. A hoarse voice on the other end of the phone warned, reminiscent of metal grinding against metal, far from human-like. Rest assured, Protector, Exine Linyan has indeed come into contact with Ye Lingxiu. Their hands met. And there is no doubt about it that I know they made contact. I had members of the organization nearby at the time. I am asking whether you have implanted the Bloodmaster S seed within Exine Linyan. I have, Protector. You need not worry. Good. Should this endeavor succeed, past transgressions will be forgiven. Should it fail, let us hope it is not your fault. Acquire the Demon Clan's essence from the branch hall, in the courtyard. Within Ye Lingxiu's chamber, the responsibilities of family life had increased significantly, necessitating a greater consumption of spiritual fruits today. He currently possessed ample resources, allowing for rapid cultivation, based on the Alliance's experience, prior to reaching the third level of the Tianji realm. Accumulation alone could lead to qualitative transformation. However, beyond this level, each minor realm would present its own subtle bottleneck, while major realms would impose significant challenges, such as the way of heaven. Every sip and peck matters. Naturally, where there are bottlenecks, there are numerous methods to break through, such as utilizing corresponding special spiritual plants or receiving assistance from exceptional masters. After several days of consolidation, Ye Lingxiu's initial level 3 realm had become quite stable. The vine egg, observed throughout the day, had not exhibited any mischief. It remained quite docile. Previously, he had been unable to sleep at the doorway, and now Ye Lingxiu was eager to restore himself by resting once more in his chamber. In terms of vitality, he had consumed considerable sustenance, and should have replenished himself fully. Yet he still felt a void, a sense of fatigue. Why Lingxiu suspected that the vine egg had devoured more than just his blood during their first encounter. However, he could not pinpoint exactly what else had been consumed. Are you planning to sleep? A strange yet enchanting female voice resonated directly within Ye Lingxiu's mind. What the hell? Ye Lingxiu bolted upright. The vines that intertwined within the room suddenly came to life, filling the space entirely, leaving no crevice unoccupied. Yet he discerned no presence. That why Ye Lingxiu was horrified. Could it be another assassin? Who had he offended? Just the Xian family. How could they possibly muster the means to hire such skilled assassins? It had to be those foolish members of the Heavenly Demon Society, who did nothing but plot daily. Who are you? Show yourself if you dare. Are you not afraid of sullying the reputation of the Heavenly Demon Society? Sensing the futility in locating the individual, Ye Lingxiu scanned his surroundings, provoking the unseen adversary. What use is reputation? In the face of an apocalypse, it is strength that speaks volumes. I ask you, what happened to that person from the Heavenly Demon Society? The chillingly alluring voice echoed once more in his mind. Are you worried he might be captured alive? Unfortunately, I will not reveal the outcome. Care to take a guess? With no means of locating the opponent, Ye Lingxiu resorted to verbal sparring.
hoping to provoke the individual into a mistake. You seek death, the voice chuckled, nearly falling for his ruse. I admit, though my level is one minor realm above yours, in such a confined space filled with vines, I am at a disadvantage. The female voice reemerged within his mind. Chapter 26. The vines within and without me. Ye Lingxiu began to feel a sense of urgency. The most terrifying enemy is the one shrouded in mystery. She was certainly not outside, after the previous incident. The security level outside had heightened considerably, and with the elder Huang Futan not in seclusion, who could possibly evade his notice? Yet, she was not within the room either. After all, the space was filled with vines. Could her abilities be so unique that she could meld into the void? Though it posed a challenge, Ye Lingxiu was not particularly afraid. While he could not strike at those who blended into the void, his assailant would still need to reveal themselves to attempt to kill him. With so many vines around, there was simply no room for her to manifest. The woman continued, "It is a pity my abilities are extraordinary. Your room full of vines is utterly ineffective against me. However, negotiations require leverage, so let me give you a taste." Sensing an impending attack, Ye Lingxiu assumed a defensive stance. What the hell? Why does a vein in my arm feel as though it wishes to escape? Swish! The blood within that vein surged forth at an alarming speed, and he could almost hear the sound of rushing fluid. Had it not been for his enhanced physique due to his recent ascension, he might have burst that vein. How could she control the blood vessels within her own body? While spiritual abilities are indeed diverse, those that defy explanation tend to have increasingly stringent limitations. There must be something he had yet to consider. Just as Ye Lingxiu was lost in thought, a familiar emotional awareness reached his consciousness. He felt a sense of annoyance, a dislike towards something. This was the emotional awareness of the vine egg, previously indifferent. It now harbored disdain, directed at the assassin. It could locate her. What the hell? This assassin isn't hiding within me, is she? Ye Lingxiu was drenched in cold sweat. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. What a close call. Had she attacked his brain from the outset, he would have truly perished. This was one of Ye Lingxiu's few weaknesses. Though he could restore his physical form, he could not revive his soul's consciousness. Should the core region of his brain be damaged, his soul would dissipate. He quickly conveyed a message to the vine egg. Can you locate this detestable entity? Yes. Find her, but do your best not to be discovered. Encircle her crap. Ye Lingxiu suddenly realized that this command was too complex. The vine egg was likely pondering its implications. He hastily simplified his instructions. Surround her. The vine egg stirred gently, extending several vines towards the assassin. Moving with astonishing speed, the assassin, in the midst of her self-satisfied monologue, believed she had everything in control. Rest assured, we know a bit about your abilities. As long as you cooperate, I guarantee your life will be spared. In fact, we can even offer you a high-ranking position within the Heavenly Demon Society. Ye Lingxiu feigned shock and fear, incredulously asking, "Really? So, where is your Heavenly Demon Society?" The woman's voice turned frigid, clearly angered. This damned brat had no understanding of his situation. It seemed necessary to teach him a lesson to ensure his cooperation. She intended to pierce this vein and redirect into another artery. The rupture of the vein in her arm should be manageable for someone with her exceptional physique. I didn't break through? What extraordinary resilience. He is not an awakened strength user. The female assassin pondered. She exerted force once more, applying a full 10% of her strength. She dared not use more, for should she burst outward, she would reveal herself and be ensnared by the myriad vines. The previous assassin, reputed to possess invisibility abilities, had likely succumbed beneath the weight of these vines. Bang! The subtle sound echoed, yet she remained trapped. Applying 20% force, the sound grew louder, yet she remained confined. 50% force. The noise became deafening, and she was still ensnared. The female assassin grew frantic. What was happening? How could the walls of blood vessels be so thick? Even a level 5 awakened strength user should not possess such fortitude. Let me try a different position. She planned to swim upstream through the blood vessels and into the thigh. This is bad. I cannot escape. What is holding me? Previously, she had encountered no such issue. This predicament had arisen just now. What have you done? The female assassin was infuriated, only managing to utter a single word before she began to thrash violently. This time, the sound was amplified, indicating she had exerted her full strength to avoid any lingering complications. Ye Lingxiu swiftly relayed a message to the vine egg. Throw her out. Suddenly, several vines erupted from the earlier position on his arm. Crimson as blood, unmistakably the vines of the vine egg. A few vines coalesced into a sphere, clearly encapsulating the female assassin within. Her fiery red hair cascaded down, creating an eerie yet alluring sight. Did you not expect that both within and outside of me there are vines? Ha ha! Ye Lingxiu reveled in his triumph. Speak. You should not even think of it. Every member of the Heavenly Demon Society is a death warrior. To attempt to probe us for intelligence, perhaps in your next life. The female assassin's gaze was fierce and resolute as she immediately crushed the poison tablet in her mouth. Alas, such a lack of creativity. Ye Lingxiu, in resignation, repeated the previous steps of rescuing the assassin, and he could hardly bear to look at the horror in her eyes, and instead dialed a phone call to Huang Fuming. Upon his arrival, although surprised, Huang Fuming appeared somewhat accustomed to the situation, promising once again to tighten security. However, his confidence seemed lacking, as even he was uncertain how to reinforce the defenses, unless he were to sever all contact between Ye Lingxiu and the outside world. But how would that differ from imprisonment? In an attempt to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Huang Fuming even ventured a cold joke to lighten the mood. Ye, my young friend, is truly the scythe of the Heavenly Demon Society. Impressive. Accompanied by a thumbs up, the jest was utterly ridiculous that T left Ye Lingxiu momentarily speechless. Haha. Well then, did the previous assassin divulge anything? Quite a harvest, he replied, that we have already dismantled one of their branches. Let us see how this unfolds. Very well. I shall let you be. I desire a moment of rest. Ye Lingxiu reclined on the bed, restoring the vines within the room, giving a resounding thumbs up to the vine eggs. This cannot continue as it is. It seems Dragon Peak shall need to perish a few days in advance. Chapter 27. Dragon Peak, he has consumed flesh. Mother Exin hurriedly ran to open the door, while Father Exin poured tea from his own teapot. Exine Linyan lowered her head, and no one could discern her thoughts. Once again, the loving family gathered around the dining table. Dragon Peak, how did it fare? Were the arrangements smooth? Mother Exine inquired first. Extremely smooth. I have secured a location, and there are many like-minded friends there. Once we arrive and integrate with them, life will surely be better than it is now. Dragon Peak explained. The Exine parents' eyes sparkled with joy, utterly delighted. Could this be a blessing in disguise? Only Exen Linyan wore a perplexed expression, glancing at Dragon Peak. There can't possibly be no conditions. Can there? Is there truly such a good fortune in this world? Haha, there are indeed conditions, though they are more benefits than costs, Dragon Peak chuckled, pulling 3 vials shimmering with a green glow from his pocket. Filled with a viscous emerald liquid, the source of the green luminescence. The other 3 stood in shock. Although they had never witnessed these 3 vials of green liquid firsthand, they often appeared in the Alliance's promotional videos. This is the essence of beast blood. Dragon Peak, you cannot mean this, Exine Linyan exclaimed in terror, realizing that the method Dragon Peak spoke of was indeed this, that TOU's beast essence would transform them into demon slaves. Hybrids of demon and human. Such beings referred to themselves as demon humans. Yet the Alliance labeled them demon slaves, for once transformed, they would be subject to the bloodline's influence that higher-tier demons and beasts exert a bloodline suppression over lower-tier existences. Should the disparity be too great, a mere word could compel them to act against their will, hence the term slave. This phenomenon is common among beasts and demons, and it was evident that once humans became demon humans, they inherited the demon's drawbacks. Regrettably, no matter how high-tier a demon human may be, they cannot command lower-tier demons or beasts. My intention is quite simple. We all transform into demon humans and join the Heavenly Demon Society, thereby receiving its protection. But the Alliance forbids this. Being caught would mean a death sentence. Better to live in misery than die in vain. Father Exine stammered in fear. Once we join, we shall be shielded by the Heavenly Demon Society. And given our position in the rear, We need not partake in combat. As the news has shown, demon humans are exceedingly difficult to detect unless they exhibit the characteristics of their demon heritage, particularly those who undergo a minor transformation. Dragon Peak's gaze bore into the three as he scrutinized their reactions. Indeed, becoming a demon human entails risks of death, yet these three have been driven to the brink and would likely choose to accept, to strive for a chance at survival. The Xian family fell into silence. The elderly couple exchanged glances, seemingly weighing their options. Xian Linyan initially wore a face of disdain, but suddenly transformed into one of resolute determination. You all must understand. After using this, not only can we regain our youth and extend our lifespans, but we shall also, to a certain extent, become superhumans, enhancing our strength through cultivation. Once our powers grow, we shall attain whatever we desire. Ye Lingxiu first seized upon the elderly couple's fear of death, then exploited Xian Linyan's desire for vengeance, guiding their thoughts with precision. Upon hearing this, the three simultaneously lifted their heads, their eyes alight with longing. Dragon Peak, is all you say true? We can become young again. Mother Xian caressed her face, casting a covert glance at Xian Linyan's profile, emotions of nostalgia and envy dancing in her gaze. Indeed, it is true. Demons possess extended lifespans, and while demon humans may not share the same longevity, their lifespans are considerably longer than those of humans. This serves as one of the primary motivations for individuals to choose to become demon humans. Just as your uncle stated, better to live in hardship than to perish. Dragon Peak regarded Father and Mother Xian with an approving smile. Very well. Fortune favors the bold. How do we utilize this beast blood? Father Xian, no longer hesitant, inquired. Quite simply, it requires direct injection. Initially, there may be some discomfort, but endure it for about 5 minutes, and it shall pass. This process involves the beast blood reshaping your bones and bloodlines. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through Xian Linyan, causing her to hunch over, drenched in sweat. She gritted her teeth in silence, her eyes fierce, stirring trepidation in the other three did indeed. Within 5 minutes, Xian Linyan straightened her back in a manner unfathomable to ordinary individuals, her pupils transforming into serpentine slits. Unconsciously, she flicked her tongue, a forked tongue, long and slender, akin to that of a serpent. Linyan, how do you feel? The elderly couple, witnessing her transformation, bore expressions of both fear and anticipation. With a resounding thud, a fist struck the dining table, shattering the marble surface like spiderwebs, with the imprint of the fist starkly evident. The serpent-like eyes and forked tongue were clear markers of her demonic heritage. Since the beast blood was derived from the emerald-eyed spirit serpent, such traits manifested. However, should you refrain from activating the corresponding powers, these characteristics will remain concealed. Dragon Peak, observing the elderly couple's trepidation, elucidated upon hearing this. Xian Linyan reigned in her powers, and indeed, the serpent-like features vanished, returning her to her previous appearance. Yet her demeanor took on an enchanting allure. She effortlessly executed several alluring gestures, captivating Dragon Peak's attention. Remarkably, her score had surged from 65 to 70. The elderly couple no longer hesitated, swiftly proceeding with their injections. The minor cost of becoming a demon human would be revealed once they all awakened. Now that everyone has awoken, only one final step remains before becoming demon humans. Prevent panic and mimicry. The Alliance has kept this secret under wraps. Dragon Peak wore an expression of rapture. Why does the Alliance harbor such animosity towards the heavenly demon society and demon humans? Because the majority of the society's members and all demon humans share a singular habit: cannibalism. Undoubtedly, Dragon Peak has consumed flesh. Chapter 28. Constructing a safe haven cannibalism, the sole drawback being psychological barriers. Firstly, due to comprehension. With the advent of the apocalypse, humanity appears weak, yet possesses a tremendous advantage over other races. Understanding in merely a century, they have firmly established themselves on the periphery, continuously accumulating knowledge of various cultivation techniques and developing at an astonishing pace. This is the first point. Secondly, there is spiritual essence. According to research conducted by the Heavenly Demon Society, consuming ordinary humans equates to ingesting a first-tier spiritual fruit. Consuming first-tier humans equates to consuming a second-tier spiritual fruit, and so forth, and no other race or spiritual plant offers such benefits. However, human lifespans are exceedingly short. Perhaps in the future, humanity may rise and even dominate the cosmos, yet the present human race stands no chance. It requires time to accumulate. By becoming demon humans, one can retain human comprehension while acquiring the longevity of demons, merging the strengths of both. Perhaps one could attain immense power in the present rather than waiting for future generations. The Xian family remained frozen in fear. Mother Xian struggled to remain upright, grasping the table's edge as if it were a lifeline. Father Xian's blood seemed to stagnate, his complexion pale as death. Xian Linyan fared better, though her hands trembled slightly as she clenched her fist. That it is possible to refrain from consuming human flesh after becoming a demon human, yet the initial consumption is obligatory to affirm one's identity. Should one refuse, the beast blood cannot coexist with human blood, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of the body. Yet trust me, once you have partaken, you shall find it irresistible, for it is simply too delectable. According to ancient texts, the human race, post-spiritual awakening, is utterly different from a century ago. Dragon Peak observed the trio's reactions with satisfaction. This is your family, so self-assured in your perceptions. What you perceive of me is merely the tip of the iceberg. From this moment forth, stow away your pitiful looks of disdain. Longfeng is no longer an entity you can look up to, unless you pass the test today and integrate with us. Otherwise, trust me, the level of inner hunger you will experience is not something an ordinary person can endure. You may seek others nearby or on the street to kill and eat, but there is a significant risk of being pursued by the enforcers. As for other methods, you can figure that out for yourselves. Longfeng cast a veiled glance at the small house, the place where he and Xianlin as child slept. Let me remind you, your lifespan may increase by a couple of centuries. Do not be overly concerned with what you have now, for better things await you in the future. Longfeng produced a note with an address written on it. Those who are alive should seek me out at this location. I wish you a pleasant meal. A vast headquarters of a powerful faction that began with hunting and trading monster materials. Deputy President, what brings you here personally? Guardian, I heard that the Bloodhall Master you dispatched missed the first scheduled report. Indeed, the Deputy President is astute. Before the Bloodhall Master departed, I had arranged with him that in case of special circumstances, he could forego one contact. But even in death, he must not miss the second. If he still fails, let that Longfeng check with the enforcers. If he has failed 2 consecutive missions he participated in, there may be an issue. In the courtyard, as the apocalypse looms, rapidly enhancing one's cultivation seems impossible. Ye Lingxiu pondered, and the methods to increase survival chances are few. The most feasible solution at present is to create a safe house. Although this courtyard possesses immense value, it is not based on practicality, but rather on history, rarity, emotional value, and so forth. These things, which are worth a fortune in peaceful times, hold no significance in the face of survival. So goes the saying. In prosperous times, one buys antiques. In chaotic times, one buys gold. The courtyard is the antique, while the safe house is the gold. That Ye Lingxiu began to weave among the spiritual plants in the courtyard, contemplating the construction plan. The second apocalypse presents numerous dangers. Firstly, there is the well-known cataclysm, and secondly, a beast tide is very likely to erupt. The previous barrier was shattered by a colossal beast. These are natural disasters. Human calamities must also be guarded against. Although his enemies have mostly been dealt with, uncertainties remain, such as Longfeng. Another new adversary, the celestial demons, may not treat him kindly in the apocalypse. After all, monsters have a certain survival advantage during a beast tide, and they may have the capacity to undertake actions they would normally shy away from. Finally, there are other factions or individuals. This courtyard has long since become the focus of interest for the higher-ups. With the Huangfu family providing deterrence, no one dares to act recklessly. Once the apocalypse strikes, the situation could change drastically. This is Iron Peak Bamboo, whose hardness far exceeds that of steel alloys from my previous life. Classified as a mid-level, third-tier spiritual plant, impervious to anything less than a fourth-tier physical body, and there is a considerable quantity available to create a fence around the courtyard. the vines inside. Greenway vine are also third tier and can intertwine with the Iron Peak bamboo. These several songling silver pines can be used as posts for the fence, frost grass, heavenly wingflower, orchid ghost grass. The star leaf grass has some ability to conceal presence, which can be placed on the periphery. After a thorough inspection, the variety of spiritual plants in the courtyard is significant, but their numbers are insufficient and need to be organized. Ye Lingxiu formulated a more stable plan and called Lu Jingjing. Find a land-related awakened spirit master. I wish to arrange some spiritual plants around the courtyard for defense against intrusions. Intrusions? Are you worried about the celestial demons? The family head has arranged for numerous experts to guard the area. That should suffice. Lu Jingjing did not understand, thinking Ye Lingxiu was being overly cautious. Moreover, these are all high-grade spiritual plants. Placing them outside the courtyard would be inviting trouble, wouldn't it? Ye Lingxiu rolled his eyes internally. Those experts are of no use. I've already been assassinated twice. And you are none the wiser. I sense that there will be significant upheaval in the coming days, and the barrier will not hold against it. Oh, you have any close relatives at home that you can bring over? I will do my utmost to ensure their safety. Why? Ye Lingxiu spoke with startling gravity, fearing Lu Jingjing would not believe him. What? Is it that serious? Lu Jingjing was taken aback. Despite Ye Lingxiu's solemnity, she still found it hard to believe that it was not that she doubted him, but the matter was too grave. Even if Huang Fuming were to tell her, she would have her reservations. There are no close relatives left at home. But are you certain? Certain that do not leave the courtyard in the next few days. Find someone to come over quickly. I need to prepare in advance. Seeing Ye Lingxiu reaffirm his certainty, Lu Jingjing no longer hesitated and immediately took out her phone to start contacting others. Chapter 29. A chilling trio. Lu Jingjing was highly efficient. In less than 10 minutes, a burly man arrived at the courtyard. Ye Lingxiu glanced over and instantly felt that this man was underestimating his own potential by not awakening his powers. Manager Lu. The strong man clasped his fists in greeting. Such thick fingers and a massive palm. Ye Lingxiu marveled. Yes, this is Mr. Yi. Follow his instructions. After a brief introduction, Ye Lingxiu began directing the strong man, Wang Mang, to get to work. Wang Mang's level is not high, merely a secondary Tianxian realm, capable of controlling the land within a 10-meter radius beneath his feet, whether to move, raise, or depress it, making him very suitable for this task. Ye Lingxiu silently praised Lu Jingjing for her insight. Truly impressive. Place this iron spirit fir in the center of the yard. Yes, just like that. These two heart-question willows go on either side of the entrance. A plethora of colorful spiritual plants surrounded the courtyard in layers, shimmering and dazzling, and, at night, it became a breathtaking spectacle. Previously, with the courtyard blocking it and the awakened seal techniques in place, the outside world would not have noticed anything. Now, it resembled a fantastical 7-colored castle from a fairy tale, making it hard for passers-by to overlook. In an instant, the courtyard became a topic of widespread discussion. Passerby A and B. Look at this family. They're truly romantic. The wealthy know how to play it out. It's romantic, but I bet it wasn't easy to arrange these glowing plants. It's not peaceful outside the barrier. It's romantic. It's nothing. You deserve to deliver packages. The delivery man, passerby, deeply scorned his companion, passerby B, inside a certain courtyard. Family head, have you seen that courtyard belonging to the Huangfu family? Of course, unless one is blind. Who wouldn't see it? Being so ostentatious is not the style of the old master. Now that the barrier is shaky, keep an eye on that place. If an opportunity arises, seize it. Those are all valuable items. At the entrance of Exine Linyan's family's neighborhood, have you seen anyone from the old Exine family recently? I feel like I haven't seen them in days. Not only you, but I haven't seen them while guarding the gate either. I initially wanted to inform them that their former son-in-law is a romantic, having beautified the courtyard so splendidly. He must be proposing to some girl. Where did you learn such a heartless yet painful strategy? The guard remained silent, pondering curiously. Just then, a trio caught the attention of several people. All three were clad tightly, not a hint of skin exposed. The delivery lady thought the trio looked familiar, but dared not confirm. If the tall figure dressed in leather pants was indeed Exine Linyan, who were the two beside her? Exine Linyan often wore tight leather pants, so she recognized her. but her parents were both hunched over. These two not only stood straight, but walked with a vigorous stride, far from what one would expect of the elderly. Others might not think much of it. Although tight leather pants are rare, one can never be too sure. The delivery lady gave them a few more glances before losing interest. How could she know that this was the Ye Lingxiu family after consuming the monster? The azure-eyed spirit snake? Just moments ago, the family had completed their final transformation into monsters by consuming human flesh. Though it was revolting, even causing them to retch while eating, they ultimately succeeded, and by the end, they felt an unexpected craving. They had adapted and even longed for more. The trio truly understood Longfeng's words. Consuming human flesh is indeed exhilarating, regardless of the individual's identity. After tidying up the room to ensure that nothing would be detected when the enforcers came by that night, the once four-member family now comprised only 3. Uncle, Aunt, Lingyan, you have arrived. Good, follow me. Are we going to the headquarters? With her enhanced physical strength, she felt that even a leap could take her to the roof of the courtyard. The headquarters is not a place just anyone can access. Only the organization's guardians and enforcers can go there. Even hall masters do not know where the headquarters is, let alone us. We are merely going to the branch where I am located. Longfeng led the way, chuckling softly as he turned to explain. Exile Lingyan felt a complex array of emotions. After all, this opportunity came at a significant cost for her. Seeing Longfeng, who was fully aware of the outcome, remain unfazed only deepened her disappointment. Longfeng, surely we won't be freeloading when we arrive. Exile Lingyan remained relatively calm. Naturally, the organization will assign tasks for everyone to complete, such as approaching a certain individual, retrieving specific items, or extracting intelligence or data, and so forth. At that time, everyone will understand. After a series of twists and turns, a group of individuals arrived in an underground storage facility of factory. Descending further, they discovered an entirely different realm. To their astonishment, there existed an underground city. Gaining entry to this city required passing through no less than 6 stringent security checks, underscoring the level of protection in place. The underground city was brightly lit, featuring supermarkets, bars, and residential buildings. Aside from the absence of a sky adorned with stars, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the surface world. Longfeng first led the trio through identity registration and accommodation arrangements before finally bringing them before the hall master. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the hall master instructed, "You 3 may proceed. Someone will contact you later," leaving Longfeng behind. "Master Wang, what is the matter?" Longfeng inquired once Exile Lingyan and the others had exited. "What?" Longfeng exclaimed in surprise. "The law enforcer? This is a figure of considerable stature, on par with the vice president. I have heard it said that one must possess at least a 4th-level celestial authority to be deemed suitable for such a role. What could such an esteemed individual want with me?" Though no distinct figure materialized in the chair, the air around it began to warp, growing increasingly dark even under the illumination of the lights, until a shadowy, humanoid outline emerged. "Are you Longfeng?" The voice resonated hollowly, as if echoing from a great distance. By the recommendation of Hall Master Wang, you have been directly assigned by the law enforcer to escort the Blood Hall Master in infiltrating an individual known as Ye Lingxiu. Is this correct? Why, yes. Everything has been arranged the time. I was unaware that I was aiding the Blood Hall Master, but I executed the tasks as per the law enforcer's directives. Could there have been an unforeseen incident? Or perhaps a reward is being distributed? Surely not a reward. Longfeng instantly concluded. If it were a reward, it would have been issued directly by a superior. He had not contributed anything of such significance as to warrant the presence of a high-ranking individual for an award ceremony. And the atmosphere was decidedly not that of a celebration. Damn, there's no doubt something has gone awry. It seems I must tread carefully with my words. Completed the task? The Blood Hall Master, known as Shui Yin, was a formidable presence at the mid-level of the 3rd-tier celestial realm. Her awakened ability allowed her to condense into a drop of blood, a fact that you should be somewhat aware of. She can infiltrate any living being containing blood, and unless the target possesses extraordinary defensive capabilities or is actively on guard, it is exceedingly difficult to prevent her entry. Once inside, she can unleash the attack power of the 3rd-tier celestial mirror from within.
You can imagine that even a third level awakened with physical strength would find it nearly impossible to survive under her assault. Longfeng, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead, felt his calves twitch involuntarily. He struggled to maintain his composure, unwilling to betray any sign of unease. I acknowledge, the Bloodhall Master is indeed formidable. I am far inferior. Suddenly, a resonating hum filled the room, causing the glass on the table to shatter with a loud bang. Both Longfeng and Hall Master Wang clutched their chests, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. They had both sustained injuries. Hall Master Wang was more powerful, but it was evident that the law enforcer had chosen to exercise restraint with him. However, the Bloodhall Master has gone missing. How do you explain this? At that moment, Longfeng realized the gravity of the situation. The Bloodhall Master had encountered a significant problem. If an assassin attempted to kill or abduct her and she disappeared, the best outcome would likely be her death, with the worst being her capture. The rules of the Celestial Demon Society were exceedingly strict. A disappearance indicated an incident had undoubtedly occurred. Failure to report such an event could lead to a death sentence for neglecting to inform the higher-ups. But what did this have to do with him? How am I to explain it? How could I possibly know? Longfeng racked his brain, beads of sweat cascading down. I am uncertain that I was not present at the scene, but based on verification from both parties, the Bloodhall Master should have entered Ye Lingxiu's body. Longfeng was genuinely alarmed. It appeared the law enforcer had come to seek accountability. Did they intend to use him as a scapegoat to appease the vice president? Whether it is true or not, you shall be the one to reveal it. The law enforcer let out a cold, unfeeling laugh, and a shadowy figure in the chair expanded suddenly. Despite the lights still illuminating the room, darkness enveloped the space entirely. When Hall Master Wang regained his sight, the chair was once again unoccupied, the shadowy outline having vanished. However, Longfeng's position had transformed into that of a black hole. It was as if he were being consumed by it. The black hole appeared to have become a second skin, seamlessly enveloping Longfeng's form. Unlike the stillness of the figure in the chair, Longfeng writhed violently within the black hole, as though enduring unspeakable torment, anguished cries echoing from within. Even Hall Master Wang, not one to easily show weakness, felt a pang of sympathy as the cries subsided. Hall Master Wang gazed at Longfeng, whose eyes were bloodshot, saliva dribbling from his mouth, moving in a grotesque manner akin to a zombie that a wave of emotion washed over him. Alas, Longfeng, you cannot blame me for this. Your misfortune has led to this calamity. Hall Master Wang, with a composed demeanor, exuded an air of authority as he took a seat with conviction. Bring him to the edge of the courtyard villa, and inform the newcomer, Exine Linyan, to come here, simply stating, to guide her in her cultivation. Yes, the sturdy man who entered cast a wary glance at Longfeng's pitiful state. Unwilling to stare any longer, he had witnessed the transformation firsthand. He had appeared well moments ago, yet now he was in such a dire condition. As the burly guard escorted Longfeng away, Hall Master Wang uttered words that were not worthy of his stature. Upon arriving at the courtyard villa, Longfeng, who had previously been hunched over and drooling, suddenly became animated, as if struck by an overwhelming surge of stimulation. Roar, a boisterous, zombie-like howl escaped Longfeng as he staggered forward. He had previously visited this area. Although he had not sought out Ye Lingxiu, remnants of his memory regarding the location lingered. Now, Longfeng was devoid of any conscious thought, reduced to a state akin to a moving plant. His mind was consumed solely by the law enforcer's instilled obsession with vengeance against Ye Lingxiu. As he approached the vicinity of the courtyard, this obsession ignited within him, while Ye Lingxiu, at that moment, was leisurely sipping tea at the entrance, occasionally glancing at the surrounding array of spiritual plants, his mind elevated to new heights. Huangfu Ruinxiu remained nestled against Ye Lingxiu, on the verge of slumber. Ye Lingxiu, indifferent to her presence, had lowered his arm, allowing it to rest upon Huangfu Ruinxiu's waist. Ruinxiu, you are not permitted to leave this courtyard in the past few days. Do you understand? Ye Lingxiu gently reminded her, giving her a light pat on her smooth waist. Okay. Without questioning the reason, she acquiesced immediately. After spending several days together, Huangfu Ruinxiu had developed an unwavering trust in Ye Lingxiu. she found no reason to overthink. Feeling fatigued, and trusted that he would not do her harm. After all, she had no pressing matters and was content to remain indoors. Sleeping here allowed her to cultivate faster than others who toiled day and night. That spiritual practitioner, can you tell if that person is Longfeng? I'm a bit uncertain. Lu Jingjing's voice chimed in with doubt. In an instant, Ye Lingxiu sprang to his feet, his eyes wide open in fury as he gazed ahead. Indeed, it is he. Do not think that, even if he has become a zombie, I would not recognize him. I was just contemplating how to hasten his demise, and now he has arrived. The murderous intent in Ye Lingxiu's eyes was palpable. Unmasked in the slightest, zombie, Lu Jingjing hesitated in her assessment. It should not be the case. Zombies are reborn after death and are filled with deathly energy. Longfeng, in contrast, despite his dazed state, possesses an abundance of life energy within him. The vitality is robust, indicating that someone has harmed his soul, with one arm around Huangfu Ruinxiu and the other stroking his chin in contemplation. Ye Lingxiu reflected on the investigative reports. Longfeng was believed to be at the second-tier celestial realm, and ordinarily he would be difficult to injure. Those capable of harming him would not be someone he would willingly offend. Ye Lingxiu acknowledged Longfeng's prudence. His wife's family wielded considerable power and maintained strict control over him. Despite this, Exine Lin Yin and he had managed to maintain their clandestine relationship for years without being detected. A testament to their cunning as a member of the Celestial Demon Society. Could this be an internal matter? It was highly plausible. After all, Longfeng had been implicated in the 2 assassination attempts against the society, particularly the latter, which could not have been orchestrated without someone discovering him infiltrating his room. It was evident that during the time Exine Lin Yin was in contact with him, she must have played a role in this scheme. She, after all, had no ties to the Celestial Demon Society. Only Longfeng did. Moreover, considering his current condition, it was clear that someone had deliberately guided him to this vicinity. Since you have arrived, do not leave. We shall settle both new and old scores. Roar, show. A series of anguished roars erupted. The name escaping Longfeng's lips in fragmented bursts. He struggled desperately to regain his faculties, yearning to convey the torment he had endured over the past few days. He sought to confront Ye Lingxiu, to make him aware of the circumstances surrounding his existence. Unfortunately, he was unable to do so. No matter how hard he tried, he could not regain clarity. The fact that he could utter Ye Lingxiu's name was already a monumental achievement. Though he had never encountered Ye Lingxiu before, the destruction of his family bore the mark of Ye Lingxiu's actions, and thus, how could he not harbor hatred? Roar! After a prolonged silence, only a furious howl escaped his lips as he charged toward Ye Lingxiu. Ye Lingxiu had surrounded himself with spirit plants, which not only served as a protective barrier, but also allowed him to sense the surrounding environment. That moment, as Longfeng charged forward with ferocity, he instantly perceived 4 formidable forces preparing to strike in his arms. Huangfu Ruinxiu also raised her head to glance at Longfeng. A flicker of fear in her eyes, she buried her face deeper into Ye Lingxiu's embrace and extended a hand toward Longfeng, asking Brother Xiu, is he a bad person? Should we fight him? You all stay back. Ye Lingxiu commanded the vines that entwined the perimeter of the courtyard, sending out 4 tendrils to intercept the elite fighters sent by the Huangfu family. Ruinxiu need not intervene. I can handle him. He gently lowered her arm, which had been raised in defiance. In this apocalyptic world, countless flora and fauna had mutated and evolved, while humanity was preoccupied with survival, lacking both the time and the means to study these phenomena systematically. Some species were too distant from human reach, either due to their remote habitats or the guardianship of fierce beasts. Yet within Ye Lingxiu's domain was a unique spirit plant, nameless until he whimsically dubbed it Big Tooth. This spirit plant, Big Tooth, boasted an intricate root system, reminiscent of a pair of human legs, capable of slowly pulling itself from the ground to move. It had a stout stem, crowned with a large sac-like structure akin to a stomach, and above it sprouted 2 leaves, and a striking red flower. The flower and leaves were adorned with variously effective fangs. The leaves bore sharp teeth for tearing, and the 2 overlapping leaves fit together seamlessly, while the round flower was filled with molars for grinding. The root connected to the stem was presumably used for swallowing.
It was evident that this was not a plant that thrived on photosynthesis. Rather, it was one that consumed flesh. Its temperament was rather volatile, as it yearned to devour anything in sight, and it remained restless, constantly writhing to ensure its agility. Were it not for the intense emotional signals Ye Lingxiu provided, it would likely have been even more unruly. Now, Ye Lingxiu had nurtured it to a height of 3 stories, with a stem as thick as a thigh. Big Tooth, you may feast upon this individual before you, but you must begin from the feet and consume him in 10 bites. Big Tooth was elated. Feeling deeply moved that it sensed that consuming humans might yield great benefits. Yet the gardener forbade it. The gardener was how Ye Lingxiu referred to himself during his interactions with the spirit plant. Having been cared for by the gardener since infancy, Big Tooth harbored a deep-seated fear of him, having witnessed several defiant companions meet their demise at the gardener's hands, shredded and buried beneath his feet. Serving as a stark warning, Big Tooth was ecstatic. It would finally have the chance to devour a human. With a loud clap, the 2 leaves came together with a sound akin to a closing guillotine. The cylindrical flower tilted slightly upward, as if smiling, revealing a few of its fangs. Ye Lingxiu was taken aback. Had Big Tooth's intelligence reached such heights? Could life energy truly awaken consciousness? Yet he had not observed any increase in Huangfu, Ruinqiu's intellect. No, she merely seemed disinclined to think, which did not necessarily indicate that she was as dim-witted as before. Only shape-shifting demon tribes were known to possess wisdom. Typically, for a beast to attain intelligence, it had to reach an extraordinarily high level of cultivation. While Big Tooth was merely at the early stage of level 3, suddenly, Big Tooth lunged forward, sweeping one of its colossal leaves, measuring 10 meters in length. Across Long Feng as he approached, the immense teeth scraped against the ground, leaving deep gashes, the marks of its assault upon the asphalt. Although Long Feng's mind was dulled, his primal instincts remained intact, and he leapt 3 meters into the air to evade the attack. Seeing Long Feng suspended mid-air, Big Tooth used another leaf to strike upwards, sweeping beneath him that, in an instant, his lower legs were severed. With a howl of agony, Long Feng crashed to the ground, yet continued to crawl toward Ye Lingxiu with remarkable determination. Big Tooth swayed with delight, its broad flower seemingly transforming into lips that clamped around Long Feng's legs and devoured them whole. It was not enough. There was no need to chew. Still craving more, it swiftly consumed the lower half of his thighs, savoring the taste. Indeed, it was delicious. Suddenly, a chill ran through Big Tooth, as if it were being stalked by a fearsome predator. The stem and leaves froze in place. The massive flower slowly turned to gaze at Ye Lingxiu, as if inquiring, "What is it, dear gardener?" Ye Lingxiu regarded Big Tooth with palpable dissatisfaction, his expression shifting from anger to indifference. Trembling, Big Tooth sensed the gardener's intent to destroy it. What have I done? It thought, suddenly realizing I have overeaten. 10 bites, yes, 10 bites. In a flurry, Big Tooth swiftly sliced away 1/10 of Long Feng's body, specifically the upper part of his thighs. This time, Long Feng's wails were even more harrowing. Such a reaction was understandable. Chapter 32. Long Feng. Dead, the vitality of his second-level cultivator remained robust, and even as Big Tooth cleaved through to his waist, Long Feng still struggled to crawl forward. His tenacity surpassed all reason, a level of determination that only the most foolishly enraged could attain. At Ye Lingxiu covered Huangfu, Ruinqiu's ears, shielding her from the horrific sounds of torment. Striving to preserve the purity of her innocence for as long as possible, Lu Jingjing, on the other hand, managed to maintain her composure, though her gaze did not settle on Long Feng. Clearly, she too felt a pang of dread and dared only to glance from the corner of her eye. Ye Lingxiu observed the scene intently, even as Long Feng's innards spilled across the ground. What was this? I was devoured by the wife I cherished for 3 years. I was consumed by the son I raised for 3 years. I was feasted upon by the in-laws I revered for 3 years. In terms of suffering, you are not even close. You are now a fool, incapable of comprehending the terror and despair I once felt. With a mere thought, Ye Lingxiu sent a vine towards Long Feng, channeling an overwhelming surge of life energy into him. His intention was not to save Long Feng, but to continue tormenting him later. There was no need. That was a sign of having succumbed to madness. The abundant life energy did not flow towards his waist. It surged into his brain instead. Long Feng's soul was damaged. And while Ye Lingxiu had no means to remedy the soul itself, he could nourish it through the flesh. The relationship between the soul and the body was one of mutual reinforcement. If one thrived, the other would inevitably grow stronger as well. The overwhelming influx of life energy caused Long Feng's head to throb painfully. It was not without effect. Previously, he had only been able to howl. But this time, he managed to utter a single. The frenzied life energy rushed through the vine, causing Long Feng's hair to grow uncontrollably, lengthening by a centimeter in mere moments, almost visible to the naked eye. Blood began to seep from his orifices, unable to contain the excess, and it began to expel itself in the form of blood. His skin swelled, and his eyes bulged as though they might pop out at any moment. Ultimately, a horrifying transformation began to unfold. The excessive life energy triggered a chaotic growth on Long Feng's head. It seemed to activate latent genes hidden deep within his cells, expressing themselves under the influence of this life energy. On his head sprouted a tiny hand and a third eye. Anything contained within his genetic makeup appeared to be slowly manifesting. At this point, Lu Jingjing could no longer bear to watch. Even her resilient spirit could not withstand such a spectacle. The sheer magnitude of energy input placed immense strain on Ye Lingxiu, causing him to tremble slightly. Long Feng, awaken! Ye Lingxiu made one final desperate attempt, forcing the last surge of energy into him. Long Feng's head resembled a grotesque mass, sprouting a bizarre array of features. Hey, Ye Lingxiu, please, kill me. I beg you. Ye Lingxiu nearly faltered under the weight of it all. Yet it was Huangfu Ruinxiu who, with all her strength, clung to him, providing the support he needed to remain upright. At last, he opened his eyes. You are the first, just as you wished. Ye Lingxiu glanced at Big Tooth. Understanding the signal, Big Tooth promptly swallowed Long Feng whole, chewing with great seriousness for a moment before swallowing with satisfaction. It yearned to emulate those splendid spirit plants, reaching out to brush against the gardener whenever he passed, expressing its joy and admiration. After much hesitation, it refrained. It understood the gardener's sentiments towards it. While not outright disdainful, it certainly did not inspire fondness. Its performance today had merely been passable, so it remained obediently in place. Ye Lingxiu, preoccupied with his own thoughts, was unable to acknowledge Big Tooth. Supported by Huangfu Ruinxiu, he relished the sweet taste of vengeance and the tranquility within his heart. Help me lie down. Jingjing, T. The satisfaction of having avenged a deep-seated grievance was immense. A sense of fulfillment coursed through him. The ambience at the entrance of the courtyard soared once more, resonating from the heavens to the very earth. Of course, this was merely Ye Lingxiu's subjective experience. 5 individuals had gathered, one less, leaving 4 unbeknownst to them. However, only 3 remained, with merely 1 day remaining until the second apocalypse. Even ordinary folk sensed the abnormality, while they could not articulate what was amiss. An inexplicable trepidation lingered in the air. The entire barrier was fraught with anxiety. Most people were unable to focus on their work, some even ceasing their labor altogether to remain at home, finding solace only in the company of family. Those with foresight began stockpiling supplies for the uncertain days ahead. More audacious villains started to wreak havoc, stealing goods, valuables, and even women. The law enforcement teams seemed to have received a mandate, resorting to severe measures. Any wrongdoers, regardless of the gravity of their offenses, were summarily executed. As1 walked the streets. The sounds of shouting and cursing were omnipresent, the uproar within the barrier impossible to suppress. The leaders of various factions convened in the Alliance's assembly hall, voices raised in a cacophony that threatened to rend the roof asunder. What can we do? What options do I have? The beast tides grow stronger with each passing day. Their intervals ever shorter. Silence. Let Old Master Huangfu speak a few words. Old Master Huangfu, you're the last of the founding elders and the foremost expert within the barrier. Please share your thoughts. We will all support you. A formidable individual of considerable stature spoke, their voice imbued with a mystical resonance that overshadowed the entire assembly. Indeed,
"Venerable elder, please enlighten us, we are all ears," following the chorus of agreement from the crowd. A sudden silence enveloped the room. The previously contemplative Huang Futian, with a sense of resignation, rose and surveyed the gathering. "I am most grateful for your regard, and I do possess several avenues for discussion. Firstly, we are, after all, a coalition. While we may unite against a common foe, should the enemy prove overwhelmingly powerful, there lies the peril of individual retreat for self-preservation. Rather than harbor suspicion among ourselves, it will be prudent to lay our intentions bare. For instance, should the barriers remain intact, those who falter shall face collective sanction, that I trust that none would wish to forfeit their share of the spoils. Secondly, whether for the sake of humanity or our respective factions, I urge you all to prepare forthwith. Continuity of our plans is of utmost importance. We might send personnel to other barriers to test our fortunes or construct our own sanctuaries. Lastly, it is imperative that each of you cultivates a resolute determination. Your survival is contingent upon the sacrifices made by our predecessors. If we wish for the next generation to endure, we must be prepared to face death ourselves." With that, the elder's words concluded, and the hall fell into a profound hush. After a brief moment of contemplation, the assembly clasped their fists and bowed in unison, roaring, "We are prepared to face death. We are prepared to face death. We are prepared to face death. We are prepared to face death." Chapter 33. Before the end approaches a wave of anxiety swept through the crowd. However, a faction amongst them felt quite the opposite. They were almost eager to in the underground city, within the conference hall of the Tiansha Society. The leader, Wang, was addressing the assembly. "Esteemed members, an opportunity of monumental significance has arisen for our Tiansha Society. Surely, you have sensed that a great upheaval is imminent. Outside the barriers, the beast tide grows stronger with each wave, and the walls are on the brink of collapse, exposing the populace within to the impending peril. Once that occurs, our advantages will manifest. The beasts will perceive us as akin to their kin, and as long as there are other humans nearby, they shall not attack us. As you are aware, our Tiansha Society maintains certain connections with the external beast clans, and we have received word that changes have already begun to unfold in the deep regions, mountains and lakes, over the past fortnight. The headquarters has issued directives. Should the barriers fall, all members of the Tiansha Society, save those on active duty, may indulge for 3 days, kill, burn, loot, devour, without restraint. In these days, create chaos to cover the headquarters maneuvers." The audience erupted in fervor. They've been suppressed for too long, confined to the underground city, executing missions with utmost caution to avoid detection. But above, a world of delicacies awaited them, tantalizing yet forbidden, and their restraint had been a torment. With so many of them, the leader organized a hunt only once a month, and the meager spoils barely sufficed for each individual. The memory of that initial taste of human flesh lingered vividly in their minds. How magnificent! How magnificent! What efforts I have expended to near my goal. They dare to underestimate me. I have longed to savor their flesh. As the assembly basked in the euphoric anticipation of impending chaos, Wang furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance at the frenzied crowd. Humans must not be eradicated. Our objective is to seize control of the barriers, to domesticate humanity, and to plan our consumption meticulously. Only those who contribute to the organization will earn the right to partake. Enough, disperse. Shilin Yan, remain. Wang led Shilin Yan to his office. Amidst their intimate exchange, she gasped, "Leader, you have received all that you desired. Do not renege on my requests later. Rest assured, even without your prompting, I shall deal with that Ye Lingxiu. He has become quite the desirable asset. Capturing him not only promises a bounty of spiritual plants, but also rewards from the organization, benefits without detriment. How could I let such an opportunity slip?" Wang assured her he spoke truthfully, for it was indeed his intention. Once the barriers fell and the beasts rampaged, who would remain concerned for him? He would simply bring his own people to seize Ye Lingxiu in one fell swoop. "Let it be known, Ye Lingxiu shall endure my torment for a time. The humiliation he has inflicted upon me shall be repaid 1,000-fold." Shilin Yan glared resentfully at the ground, as if Ye Lingxiu lay there, awaiting her torment. As long as he survives, I shall have my way with him. Let the transformation begin. As the focus shifted, we find ourselves in the courtyard. If tomorrow heralds the apocalypse, what would you do today? Ye Lingxiu suddenly recalled this seemingly frivolous question from a century ago, but he felt that pondering it now was quite fitting. Fear? Afraid of death? Not particularly. He had already faced death once, and in a rather unceremonious manner. Although trepidation lingered, he had gained experience in the matter. It was not as if he would be consumed by dread, especially as he believed he had a fair chance of survival, provided fortune did not abandon him. Family? None. Friends? None. An orphan by nature, he had endured severe trials at the hands of Shilin Yan over the past 3 years. Ye Lingxiu suddenly realized that even on the eve of the apocalypse, he had little to occupy himself with. Perhaps he would simply enjoy some tea, a standard arrangement. With a teacup in hand, he reclined in a rocking chair, caressing the smooth back of Ruinxiu. Nevertheless, he resolved to engage in some productive contemplation, pondering whether the courtyard could be upgraded or improved upon. The perimeter, including the rooftop, had been fortified with at least 3 layers of protection, while the subterranean area boasted the roots of the iron spiritual cedar intertwined beneath the earth, anchoring the soil. Presently, the courtyard was akin to a formidable spiritual plant fortress, a veritable bastion. With its robust spiritual structure, it housed an array of spiritual fruits and offensive spiritual plants, rendering it both defensively and offensively capable. Supplemented by provisions. Ye Lingxiu was convinced that, at this moment, the courtyard was not inferior to the fortified strongholds of the more prominent factions. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be its vulnerability to water and fire. After all, it was a plant. True airtightness was unattainable. Should it encounter water, it might float, yet the interior would undoubtedly become damp and uncomfortable in the face of fire, while ordinary flames posed little threat due to its spiritual nature. He pondered, if I consider this, it seems the elements of wind, rain, and thunder pose a risk as well. Even so, he had no intention of seeking refuge in other safe havens, not even in the Huangfu estate. The complexities of trust in large families were insurmountable, but he trusted the elder but did not extend that trust to the Huangfu clan. The elder's entrustment of Ruinxiu to his care gave rise to a lingering doubt. What calamities might unfold? No one could predict. The fortified shelters were not necessarily secure. What if a vast lake were to suddenly emerge? All those shelters could sink, leading to utter ruin. That a bitter taste filled Ye Lingxiu's thoughts. A day can feel long, offering ample opportunity for action. For instance, Wang and Shilin Yan were bustling with urgency, while Ye Lingxiu lounged idly throughout the day. Conversely, a day can pass swiftly, vanishing before one realizes it. Humanity possesses only a tenuous grasp of this new world, expending every ounce of effort merely to survive. Regrettably, the world does not heed one's desires or thoughts. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. At this moment, Ye Lingxiu harbored no ambitions of altering the world or seizing control of destiny. The apocalypse, for the second time, had arrived. Chapter 34. The Beast Tide of the Apocalypse, Part 1, Boom. Boom, boom. The thunderous roars reverberated, accompanied by the ground's subtle tremors, rousing the slumbering populace within the barriers. Greetings, citizens of the barrier. I am Sinew, the news anchor for the Alliance, delivering an urgent announcement. Barrier No. 3 in Huaxia is on the brink of experiencing the largest beast tide in history. Every individual must refrain from venturing outside. Communities have maintained strict entry and exit protocols. All operations are suspended. Should the Alliance require your presence, please utilize the travel code from the Alliance's mobile application to exit. Remember, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. In an instant, the entire Alliance transitioned into a state of combat preparedness. On the towering barrier walls, standing a staggering 30 meters high, the awakened military personnel were stationed, some operating spiritual core machine guns while others aimed spiritual core cannons. Having practiced this countless times, each individual was acutely aware of their roles. Yet today was markedly different from the past. Previously, even the most skilled could discern the end of the beast tide. Today, it seemed endless in the past. There had been at most 1 5th-level or a few 4th-level beasts leading the charge. Today, 5 5th-level beasts were already visible.
Under equal conditions, ordinary beasts were inferior to humans in strength. The grim reality was that within the entire barrier, only the venerable Huangfu was a 5th-level Jade Balance Rel practitioner. The rest were all 4th-level that IT would take at least 3 late-stage 4th-level experts to barely restrain a single 5th-level novice beast. Now, with 5 5th-level beasts present, the entire barrier had been drained of its 4th-level combatants. The Elder would confront the strongest of the beasts, while other closely allied factions would form teams to engage the remaining ones. This is merely the early stage of the beast tide, and who knows how much more lies ahead. The newly birthed despair gnaws at their resolve. Ye Lingxiu gazes into the rippling teacup. A flicker of concern stirring within him, an amount of preparation can guarantee absolute safety. The barrier remains unbroken, and the peril has yet to commence. The tremors caused by the beast tide do not threaten the structural integrity of the courtyard, especially given that its walls have long been intertwined with countless vines for engaging in combat on the barrier walls to assist the military in defending the city. Ye Lingxiu has not entertained such thoughts. Based on practical experience, the Alliance has established strict criteria for selecting soldiers. Only those who are Tier 2 awakened can serve within the barrier's confines, and only those at the Tier 3 celestial stage may join the barrier's military forces. Attempting to inflict damage on the beast tide using spiritual techniques is akin to a fool's dream, utterly unrealistic, for even ordinary beasts within the tide possess Tier 3 capabilities. The Tier 2 individuals cannot hope to survive outside the barrier. Even if Ye Lingxiu were to join, he would merely be a common foot soldier, lacking the time to familiarize himself with the various firearms, artillery, formations, and so forth. Even Tier 3 awakened individuals primarily rely on these spiritual weaponry for their spiritual energy. Those at Tier 2 possess too little spiritual energy, rendering even the least demanding spiritual guns incapable of firing more than a few rounds. Solo combat requires at least a Tier 4 proficiency. Moreover, the barrier exists as a coalition of various factions. The notion of sacrificing for the sake of others is non-existent. Perhaps one might fight for one's own faction, but for others, it is a challenge. The factions that once harbored thoughts of aiding others have already perished in the early days of the apocalypse. Protecting oneself is a daunting task, let alone caring for others. In the apocalypse, those with a saintly disposition perish the quickest. This has become the survival principle of all remaining humanity. Thus, even the old patriarch can only demand, at most, that everyone refrain from retreating until the barrier has fallen. For once the barrier is breached, even he, too, has descendants that require safeguarding. In the underground city of the heavenly demons, the hunt is about to commence, and preparations must be made within a certain courtyard. The call to arms is sounded, gathering personnel for action. With a violent spurt, the old patriarch outside the barrier expels a mouthful of blood, having wounded the beast he was battling, raising the severed head in a triumphant roar. Fight! 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 The battle cry reverberates as the crowd rallies, with skilled fighters engaging Tier 5 beasts and soldiers unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the lower-tier creatures. The response is overwhelming and morale soars, suddenly having just vanquished his opponent. The old patriarch stands, intent on observing where the battle is most dire for potential rescue. Serendipitously, he uncovers a significant difference about this beast tide. The beasts on either side of the barrier seem unconcerned. The fighting beasts instinctively gravitate away from the barrier. This tide is peculiar. The beasts are not attacking the barrier, but rather fleeing for their lives. What? So that's it. This will alleviate some of our pressure. Just then, the ground trembles violently, far more intensely than before. The endless stampede of beasts pales in comparison to this singular, thunderous sound. The floating stones are sent into the air, and loose debris transforms into dust. A massive golden crocodile crashes to the ground, capturing everyone's attention. The tremors were caused by its arrival, a Tier 6 beast. The barrier is about to face an assault from a Tier 6 predator. Even ordinary soldiers can sense the difference in this colossal creature. Its golden body, seemingly forged from gold, repels any beast that dares approach it, and the earth-shattering roar makes it clear that its rank is indisputably formidable. The experts from various factions feel a weight in their hearts. They clearly sense the level of the giant crocodile, and the situation is likely dire. Even if they all band together, they would not stand a chance against this behemoth that the heavens determined to doom the barrier. Roar, roar, roar. The heavens favor me. My detour here has indeed borne fruit. There is fortune in this direction. The giant crocodile opens its enormous jaws, astonishingly capable of human speech. Esteemed beast friend, could we perhaps negotiate a different path? We are willing to offer all our spiritual materials. All spiritual materials. Ha! What a joke! How much can your kind possess? You merely cling to life. Your bodies are but vessels, yielding only the efficacy of low-tier spiritual fruits. The giant crocodile does not need to open its mouth to convey its thunderous voice. Individually, your offerings are of little use to me. However, in quantity, they are substantial if my spiritual sense has not erred. There are 674,321 individuals within this crumbling wall. Should I consume them all, it would equate to a high-tier spiritual fruit. What? The crowd gasps in shock, and several are wounded by their adversaries in their astonishment. It intends to devour the entire barrier. Fury ignites within everyone. Though you're tier 6, do you truly think you can consume over 600,000 of our kind in one bite? Are you not afraid of the winds causing your tongue to falter? The old patriarch jests, drawing the giant crocodile's attention while discreetly communicating with his comrades. If this beast speaks the truth, it likely possesses an awakening skill related to devouring. A tier 6 devouring beast could indeed consume the entire barrier. The time for choice has arrived. Are you all willing to face death? Chapter 35. The Apocalypse Beast Tide. Part 2. When faced with life and death decisions. Few are willing to embrace death if survival is attainable. Yet if the cost of survival is too great, it becomes an impossibility. Just as in this moment, these Tier 4 experts realize that should they flee, even if not all escape, a significant number could certainly save themselves. After all, the giant crocodile's interest lies not in them, but in the 600,000 within the barrier. Among these are their sons, daughters, wives, and parents, too many to bear, too precious to abandon. How could they flee? They cannot escape. In this apocalypse, those with a saintly disposition perish the quickest. Those who dare not fight for the future of their descendants are the first to face extinction. In our great land, even amidst the apocalypse, we still cherish continuity and uphold our heritage. After the old patriarch's inquiry, it is not long before resounding roars pierce the heavens. We dare to face death. We dare to face death. We dare to face death. Huangfu Mingyu stands among them. With each additional voice of defiance, the patriarch's heart swells with reassurance. The generations they fought to protect in constructing the barrier are still alive. Brothers, once I resolve this crisis, I will descend to share tales with you. Your sacrifices were not in vain. Ignite. A single, succinct word conveys the collective resolve of the crowd. Yes, soon as the old patriarch utters ignite. He is the first to unleash ethereal crimson flames, his aura surging as he breaks through two minor realms, advancing from the early stage of Tier 5 to its latter stage. Ignite is to sacrifice all that life encompasses: body, soul, spiritual energy, everything. The next to erupt in red flames is Huangfu Ming. 1 after another. The fiery spectacle fills the sky, resembling a radiant dawn. The old patriarch glances at his son and sighs internally. Even if they all self-immolate, there is no guarantee they can vanquish the giant crocodile. Each absent participant diminishes their odds that if his son survives, his granddaughter is likely to perish. This choice is both challenging and straightforward. I will hold the giant crocodile at bay. You all focus on defeating your respective beasts. The giant crocodile's defense is formidable. We must injure its mouth and insides to find our chance. The old patriarch commands, unconcerned about any potential retreat. For once the flames of sacrifice are ignited, there is no turning back until death claims them. Yes, yes. All the experts respond, charging toward their assigned beasts with reckless abandon. The giant crocodile, observing, remains indifferent. Is this all you have? What does self-immolation matter? The latter stages of a realm are increasingly challenging. Each major realm is a watershed moment, not something that numbers can compensate. You wish to annihilate my kind? Words are futile. Only battle will suffice. Even if I perish, I won't let you have an easy attack. The old patriarch is the first to strike. lunging toward the giant crocodile. A thunderous clash resonates from their confrontation, the chaos of flying sand and shattered earth rendering the scene otherworldly. With each violent collision, blood spills from the old patriarch's mouth, the visible disparity evident. Old patriarch, we three have come to assist. At this moment, three experts who had vanquished their beasts rush over. Good. You will coordinate your attacks from the periphery, upon seeing the giant crocodile open its jaws. Dive in and self-destruct. The old patriarch battles on, while relaying his plan telepathically to the three. They all share a moment of realization. Though they know today will be their last, they also understand the challenge of breaching the giant crocodile's defenses. Yet to engage in such a manner was unexpected. The old patriarch is indeed ruthless. A moment contemplation reveals to them that this is the most effective strategy. Given the giant crocodile's defenses, even a point-blank self-detonation is unlikely to inflict significant harm. Resolute, the trio responds in unison. Understood, the old patriarch begins to create opportunities for them, risking himself by maneuvering dangerously close to the giant crocodile's maw, baiting it to take a bite. The supportive trio, shaken, realize the old patriarch is fully committed. Indeed, with their lives ignited, all that remains is to fight. Their most precious asset is now their very lives, as the giant crocodile opens its mouth wide. It lunges at the old patriarch with ferocity. Now, within the barrier, no expert is complacent. All are seasoned warriors, well-versed in the art of combat against beasts, their battle experience unparalleled. The grasp of opportunity in battle was executed with impeccable timing. The trio, without the need for prior discussion, surged forward with remarkable speed. The colossal crocodile scarcely paid them any heed, only becoming slightly perturbed if they targeted its eyes, that in all other respects. These humans of the fourth tier could not breach its defenses. The elder departed, leaving the three behind. For the sake of survival, for the sake of survival, for the sake of survival. Boom, boom, boom. In their final utterance to the world, the three simultaneously self-destructed within the jaws of the giant crocodile, unleashing a deafening explosion that a roar, laden with boundless fury and agony, emanated from the beast's mangled jaw. The crocodile could no longer rely on its teeth to inflict harm. Its lower jaw was nearly obliterated, its tongue riddled with wounds, blood gushing forth. Its massive throat lay exposed, shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of an endless abyss that a width of nearly 1 meter, it could easily swallow 3 to 5 individuals whole. Bastards! Ah, you've driven me to agony. May you all perish. The giant crocodile thrashed in the air, howling in pain and cursing vehemently. Swish, swish, swish. Every master who burned their life force, disregarding their own injuries, obliterated their foes. They gathered beside the elder, gazing coldly at the crocodile. Startled, the crocodile paused in its anguished cries, retreating several steps. It was somewhat intimidated. Those it regarded as mere ants could still inflict harm upon it. Under normal circumstances, it would have preferred to sustain injury in order to eliminate these accursed humans. But not now. The world had undergone a tremendous upheaval, especially with the emergence of great terrors deep within. And unforeseen changes were likely to follow. It could not afford to be gravely wounded, not even slightly, as it would hinder its ability to confront the impending situation. Once the burning of life and soul commenced, it could not be halted. You shall burn slowly here, and within an hour you shall surely perish. I shall return shortly, and I will see who can stop me. The giant crocodile turned to flee. All the masters were filled with dread. If it truly fled with determination, they would be powerless to stop it, rendering their deaths utterly meaningless. Those within the barrier would still be unable to escape their doom. Despair washed over everyone, and a few roared in frustration, attacking the beast tide beneath them in a frenzy to vent their pent-up resentment. Thoughts of their sons and grandsons within the barrier, and especially the youngest granddaughter, weighed heavily on their minds, though they were fortunate to have entrusted her to the capable hands of Ye Lingxiu. Wait, Ye Lingxiu. The elder paused as if struck by a thought, a glimmer of hope illuminating his expression. Chapter 36, The Apocalypse Beast Tide, Part 2. Enough. All of you come with me. The elder signaled to the masters. particularly those who had lost their composure and were about to unleash their frustrations in a reckless rampage. The crowd hesitated. Following you? To do what? It would be better to utilize the scant remaining twilight to slay a few more monsters. Reluctantly, they exchanged a few words and followed the elder, racing towards the barrier. Elder, where are we going? A prominent figure among the fourth-tier masters in the late stage inquired. Meet someone. You will know upon arrival. The crowd stirred. Was it to meet the treasured individual hidden by the elder? Could that individual's spiritual technique not hasten the growth of spiritual plants? Perhaps he possessed some spiritual fruit that could delay the burning process. They had never dared to hope for a complete cessation, as this entailed the burning of all, encompassing not just the body but also the soul. Even if they obtained elixirs to replenish their bodies and souls, it would be of little consequence. Once the flames ignited, they could not be extinguished. Possessing elixirs merely shifted the timeline of their demise. Under ordinary circumstances, this would be inconsequential, but now it was precisely what they needed. Even a mere 30-minute delay would aid in confronting the giant crocodile when it arrived. Otherwise, dying in such a manner would be too suffocating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen figures, enveloped in ethereal crimson flames, streaked across the night sky above the barrier like meteors. Due to their incredible speed, the populace below could not discern their forms, genuinely believing a meteor had passed, with many making wishes, especially on this day. Although the barrier was vast, these were all top-tier masters who reached Ye Lingxiu's courtyard in less than 5 minutes. Swiftly descending the entrance, the sky was ablaze with red hues. The heavens bore witness. This batch of guardians, willing to sacrifice themselves for the home they defended, was momentarily dumbfounded by the sight before them. At the entrance, sipping tea, an essential pastime, one hand boldly embraced another's back, while the other held a phone, engrossed in the latest news. Yet the tea must continue to flow, so they could only awkwardly squat and serve themselves. The newly arrived figures were met with disdain. This fellow is insufferable, utterly infuriating. We are battling for our lives, and you act as though it's a leisurely affair. A fiery-tempered, high-ranking individual could no longer contain his irritation. My temper. How dare you? Enough. We have come to seek assistance, not to settle scores, and besides, this is my granddaughter. I am not anxious. Why are you? The elder felt a pang of embarrassment, yet recognized the urgency of the matter. Thus, interjecting to quell the dispute, Ye Lingxiu, sensing the approach of individuals, raised his gaze towards the street outside and realized it was the elder, hastily getting to his feet. Upon seeing the crimson, intangible flames enveloping the crowd, he was taken aback. While he possessed no expertise in other areas, he could feel the life energy of these individuals waning dramatically. Their life energy resembled lamp oil, fueling the flames and resulting in an immense explosion of energy. It was not difficult to surmise that these masters had employed some extraordinary secret technique, injuring themselves to harm others. Ye Lingxiu promptly signaled for Huangfu Ruinxiu, cradled in his arms, to rise, his expression grave as he clasped his hands in greeting. I am Ye Lingxiu, and I extend my gratitude to you all for your contributions to humanity. Now that sounds like a human speaking, the hot-tempered man retorted once more. Ye Lingxiu glanced at him. He was a burly figure with an unkempt beard and eyes like copper bells. His fiery demeanor was somewhat understandable. A gentle temperament would be far more alarming. Enough, Lu Chuang. Are you still not finished? And you, girl, did you not notice this fellow groping you? Huangfu Ming shifted his gaze between Lu Chuang and Ye Lingxiu, ultimately landing on his daughter, Huangfu Ruinxiu, with an expression of utter disappointment. Your daughter is practically sprawled on his chest, and you're concerned about his hands? I sent that a bit of misdirection. Lu Chuang, are you itching for a fight? Huangfu Ming was exasperated. Lu Chuang was notoriously blunt and lacked decorum, truly a master at choosing the wrong moment to provoke. What father could endure seeing his daughter in such a compromising position in front of others? The elder was amused by their bickering. In times like these, they still quibbled over trivial matters. If they failed to resolve this, the giant crocodile would consume them, and everything would be for naught. Shall I leave you to your chatter while I slip inside for a smoke? The elder turned to Huangfu Ming and Lu Chuang,
exasperated by their squabbling. The two instantly averted their gazes, one looking at the sky and the other at the ground, eliciting laughter from the crowd. The oppressive atmosphere lightened somewhat. Young friend Ye, we have come seeking assistance. Do you possess any methods to prolong our lives a bit longer? The elder gazed expectantly at Ye Lingxiu. Boom! A surge of energy erupted. Despite being merely mid-fourth tier, it unleashed a ferocious aura akin to that of the late stage. Grandpa, what's wrong? Huangfu Ruinxiu, startled by the elder's words, instantly awakened, appearing beside him with concern. She seemed to sense the elder's distress, tears streaming down her face like pearls falling from a broken string. Dad, what about you? Wu-Wu, what is happening? Wu-Wu, tell me. I want to kill them. Huangfu Ruinxiu, deeply distressed, threw herself into Huangfu Ming's embrace, crying out. The crowd's expressions darkened, each feeling the weight of loss. This was the essence of separation. Huangfu Ming tenderly patted his daughter's head, his eyes misty as well. Huangfu Ruinxiu turned to Ye Lingxiu, her tear-filled eyes pleading. Lingxiu, I implore you, save my father and grandfather. Ye Lingxiu, witnessing Huangfu Ruinxiu's despair, felt his heart ache. Yet he furrowed his brow, pondering. Noble ones, I admire your righteousness. Please come to the courtyard. I shall contemplate a solution. Quietly, set out more chairs in the courtyard. After hearing the elder's explanation, Ye Lingxiu led the group inside. Concerning life energy, I have some ideas that may enhance your life force to counterbalance the burning consumption. Additionally, we could attempt to absorb the flames, mitigating their intensity. With your collective control, we should be able to extend our time. Young man, do you truly have confidence in this? Do not recklessly experiment and render us useless. The giant crocodile could arrive at any moment, Lu Chuang shouted. This time, no one contradicted Lu Chuang. Such worries weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Chapter 37. Delay death. Continue the fight. Absolute certainty is unattainable. I have never encountered such a situation before. I can only say it is a desperate attempt, Ye Lingxiu admitted, somewhat sheepishly. Silence enveloped the group, all aware that it was not due to Ye Lingxiu's lack of effort, but rather the extraordinary nature of the circumstances. Let me be the test subject. Huangfu Ming broke the stillness. Dad. Huangfu Ruinxiu's expression turned pleading, as if granting her father even a minute more of life would suffice. Someone must try. Huangfu Ming patted his daughter's back, signaling for her to step back. Reluctantly, Huangfu Ruinxiu moved away, coming to stand near the elder, where she began to cry again. Lu Jingjing, standing nearby, also felt her eyes moisten. Young friend Yi, I am prepared. Let us begin. Very well. The first step is to replenish your expended life energy. Eat this spiritual fruit. I will assist you in digesting it instantly with my spiritual technique. Ye Lingxiu said, handing over a Tier 3 late-stage spiritual fruit. Huangfu Ming, a master of the late 4th level, consumed the 3rd-level spirit fruit with the utmost ease. As soon as the spirit fruit was ingested, Ye Lingxiu beckoned, and a tendril conformed to Huangfu Ming, transferring life energy into him. In mere moments, Huangfu Ming's vitality surged at a visible pace, far surpassing the combustion rate of the soul phantom flame. The crowd's eyes gleamed with hope. There was a way. What a remarkable lad you are. I owe you an apology. You do possess some value. No wonder the old man treasures you dearly, even sacrificing his granddaughter. Lu Chuang, witnessing the significant results, began to speak freely once more. You Lu Chuang, you old fool. Had it not been for my treatment, I would have pounded you to a pulp. Your daughter is the one who truly paid the price, like a tea last, amidst the dire straits. There was a glimmer of good news, lightening the mood and eliciting knowing smiles. Choosing to ignite the soul phantom flame meant placing life and death in a balance, with the only fear being that of a death devoid of value. If they could delay death, perhaps they could still fight when the giant crocodile arrived. As thoughts raced through the minds of the crowd, it dawned upon them that this young friend, Ye Lingxiu, wielded a life-related spiritual technique, the likes of which was unparalleled in the entire barrier. The awakening of spiritual techniques was not a fair or just process. The disparities in strength were immense, even among those with the same spiritual technique. Some began with remarkable power, while others could barely match the growth of a single level. let alone surpass it by 1.5 or even 2 levels. But that was not the most terrifying aspect. The most frightening element was the variety of spiritual techniques, that if one spiritual technique was merely ornamental, lacking both offensive and supportive capabilities, then even at the pinnacle, it would hold no significance. Yet there existed a few spiritual techniques that were evidently formidable, those pertaining to space, time, death, and life. These techniques were inherently powerful from the outset, growing stronger with each level, though the corresponding resources for cultivation, such as spirit fruits and spirit cores, were exceedingly rare. Relying solely on meditation or consuming suboptimal spiritual materials would result in slow progress. However, the emergence of Ye Lingxiu seemed to shatter this understanding. Perhaps life-related spiritual techniques had certain shortcomings compared to others, or perhaps they could be even stronger. Should I also learn from the old man and arrange for some of my younger relatives to come here? This was merely the first step, relatively simple. The second step would be more challenging, but I might as well give it a T or Y. Ye Lingxiu's words interrupted the crowd's musings, redirecting their focus back to his actions. He raised his hand, activating his spiritual technique to reverse life. Life energy, gather. Ye Lingxiu applied the technique to the soul phantom flame, attempting to extract the life energy within to reduce the intensity of the flames. Unfortunately, he failed. Ye Lingxiu furrowed his brow. It was indeed not so simple. Could it be that the soul phantom flame was a higher grade? It was possible. After all, this flame was born from the fusion of life and soul power. Perhaps not something that could be easily matched by a singular life spiritual technique. That it could also be that his technique's level was insufficient, lacking the strength to extract the life energy within. If the intensity of the flames could not be diminished, even with the supplementation of life energy, its significance would be minimal. The soul power would remain unchanged, and the 1-hour limit would persist unchanged. The crowd began to share his concerns, clearly perceiving that Ye Lingxiu was encountering difficulties. Young friend Ye, do not feel overly burdened. This was merely an attempt, Huang Fuming reassured upon noticing the beads of sweat forming on Ye Lingxiu's forehead. Ye Lingxiu felt a wave of embarrassment, ready to regretfully inform everyone that he was at an impasse. Just then, he received a surge of intent that I want to absorb. At the moment of regret, Ye Lingxiu's focus wavered, and he could not even discern which spiritual plant had communicated. He scanned his surroundings, seeking the source of the mental message. What are you looking for, kid? Hurry up and start. Lu Chuang, growing impatient, urged him. Ye Lingxiu ignored him, continuing his earnest search. If a spiritual plant had spoken, it would respond when he looked at it. Nothing? Ye Lingxiu pondered, perplexed. It's me. The tendril-legged. Ye Lingxiu exclaimed in surprise. Realizing he had forgotten about this entity, perhaps it was due to having grown accustomed to its presence, that he hastily transmitted a message. What do you wish to absorb? The gas that popped out. You can absorb it? Yes, at that time. I absorbed you like this. Is that possible? The tendril egg felt uncertain. It had witnessed the near-fatal consequences of its previous attempt to absorb, and had only done so then out of sheer necessity to survive. It can be done, but with one condition. You must listen to me from now on. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Lingxiu pressed, you've been leeching off me for days. There must be a price to pay. The tendril egg hesitated briefly before agreeing. Since its first absorption was of Ye Lingxiu, it could only reside within him, as their existence was inherently parasitic. Fine. I will listen to you. Thus, the first collaboration between man and tendril commenced. The overwhelming and uncontrollable soul phantom flame surged toward Ye Lingxiu's palm, akin to a great whale drinking water. The onlookers stared at Ye Lingxiu as if witnessing a ghost. The entire assembly was astounded. Frozen in disbelief. Chapter 38. Battling the golden giant crocodile, the crowd remained speechless for an extended period. After a while, Lu Chuang, recovering from his astonishment, finally spoke. You truly can do it, having achieved an unexpected success. The results would soon be revealed. Why Ye Lingxiu did not showcase the tendril egg to the crowd. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for humanity, which he respected. But what of their descendants? Could one ensure that every generation would be loyal and filial? Ye Lingxiu understood his value better than anyone. Retaining some trump cards for emergencies was not a bad idea, and it posed no threat to others. If you do not provoke me, what concern is it of yours regarding my trump cards? Should you challenge me, it may serve as the scythe that sends you to your end. Incredible skills. Young friend Yi is simply divine. Since the barrier's establishment, there had been continuous battles against monstrous beasts, and many had used the soul phantom flame, yet none had truly influenced its nature. Indeed, this flame seems to transcend our understanding. I never anticipated that young friend Yi could do this, had I not seen it with my own eyes. I would never have believed it. The crowd engaged in a chorus of praises for Ye Lingxiu, until Huangfu Ruinxiu, her voice trembling, asked, "But can it extinguish this flame?" At this, the atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. Many skilled individuals felt somewhat inadequate. Despite having resolved to face death, they could not help but look toward Ye Lingxiu with hopeful anticipation, even though they understood the improbability. Just because others could not did not mean that young friend Yi could not, right? Ye Lingxiu remained silent, not because he did not wish to speak, but because he genuinely did not know that he quickly immersed himself in his thoughts. Communicating with the tendril egg. Tendril egg, can you extinguish this flame? No, but I can shrink it. Seeing Ye Lingxiu's silence, the crowd collectively sighed. After the initial disappointment, a sense of relief washed over them. The life energy can supplement me. If you all can find something to replenish soul power, it may extend life a little longer. Ye Lingxiu said somewhat helplessly, if such treasures exist, they are better left for future generations. This is already excellent. The burning rate has reduced to a mere third of what it was, which is sufficient. Huangfu Ming, upon observing Ye Lingxiu's cessation of action, carefully sensed the situation. The crowd remained awestruck, murmuring in astonishment. The old man gently patted Huangfu Ruinxiu's shoulder and scanned the group, saying, "Let us proceed." The crowd nodded in agreement, falling silent and beginning their tasks. Those who completed their tasks took flight immediately. Once the old man finished, everyone had already departed. Ruinxiu, from now on, be cautious in all matters and heed Mr. Ye's advice, the old man instructed. Huangfu Ruinxiu, already in tears, sobbed uncontrollably. But I still do not understand, grandfather. The Huangfu family still has many experts. Doesn't it? The common ailment of large families. Huangfu Ming was at odds with his siblings, and while I was around, things were manageable. But once I left, it was uncertain. The old man wore an expression of resignation. You are not helping me with this. Ye Lingxiu glared. Although there were conflicts, it would not lead to bloodshed. Huangfu Ruinxiu's departure meant she would not share the family's resources, and they would likely not go too far. Likely? Haha. Ye Lingxiu felt a twinge of frustration, knowing that a beautiful woman falling from the sky was either a trap or a snare. The old man gently stroked Huangfu Ruinxiu's head, his power surging to lull her into a deep sleep. Ruinxiu is very tired. It will be your responsibility to care for her. I must take my leave at Ye Lingxiu accepted. Farewell, old sir. Thank you. At that moment, Ruinxiu needed companionship the most. If she woke to find herself alone, her sense of loneliness would only deepen. This was not merely Ruinxiu's issue. He feared that his own future would not be peaceful either. The previous concerns lingered. The father was a good man, but that did not guarantee the son would be as well. Yet, among those willing to sacrifice themselves for humanity, he had no choice but to assist. After all, aiding them was akin to aiding oneself. Otherwise, they would all perish when the giant crocodile arrived. Sigh. The natural disasters had yet to commence, and man-made calamities were already lining up. Life was indeed thrilling, and words failed him. When the soldiers come, let the generals meet them. When the water flows, let the earth cover it, he lay down, cherishing each moment of comfort. He did not believe that the old man and Huangfu Ming had no other plans outside the barrier's gates. A thunderous crash echoed, indistinguishable from before. Even without its lower jaw, the giant crocodile's expression of shock and astonishment was evident to the assembled crowd. Huh? Surprised? Are you? Delighted? Lu Chuang, living up to expectations, took on the responsibility of communication between both parties. It is impossible. Damn humanity. It must be your illusion. I refuse to believe it. The gigantic head of the crocodile measures at least 2 zhong in length, bobbing about like a clapper in a bell. Have you been rendered senseless by the explosion? Even if you're not an awakened soul, you're nonetheless at level 6. What kind of illusion could possibly deceive you? How can this be? This is not an illusion. Your phantasmal flames have diminished in size. You actually possess a means to influence the phantasmal flames. Tell me, I will leave at once. The crocodile's eager gaze was unmistakably evident. Ha ha! Do you think that is possible? We are on the brink of death. If we do not vanquish you before our demise, how can we find peace? You dare to believe we would trust your promises? Are you a fool? No one else spoke. Among those who could incite rage and irrationality merely through words, none were more capable than Lu Chuang. You are courting death. The crocodile charged furiously at Lu Chuang. Wait, why should I rush? If I wait a little longer, they will perish all the same. Their phantasmal flames have not extinguished, and judging by their sinister smirks, it is evident that a trap awaits me. I cannot advance. The crocodile halted abruptly, having traversed only half the distance. If you seek to provoke me, you have miscalculated. I shall watch your demise from here. What can you do? Little did the crowd realize. They regarded it as if it were a fool, which only fueled its ire, secretly contemplating that even if these few perished, it would consume them to relieve its pent-up resentment. Everyone has raised their thumbs in approval of this bearded human. Why? The crocodile was perplexed. I told you my character is a virtue, and now it is put to use. Idiotic crocodile, you have already fallen into the trap. Prepare to meet your end. Lu Chuang laughed triumphantly. According to plan, attack. The old man issued the command to strike, and everyone positioned themselves according to their unique spiritual techniques. Some prepared for close combat, others for ranged attacks, while a few assumed supportive roles. This is bad. I have been deceived. Retreat quickly. The crocodile, realizing it had fallen into the opponent's trap, hurriedly flew backward, faster than when it had approached. Chapter 39, an interlude of the Celestial Demons Association. Alas, it was too late. Having barely flown 10 meters, it collided with an invisible wall, a ripple of energy dispersing to reveal the location of the array's barrier. Merely a level 6 confinement array. You humans have yet to reach level 6, relying on heavenly materials and treasures to enhance your level. Ultimately inferior. Watch as I break through it. If left unchallenged, perhaps 3 or 5 strikes would suffice to shatter it. But whom do you underestimate? Do you think we are meek? For the sake of survival. For the sake of survival. For the sake of survival. Seizing the opportunity presented by the crocodile's attack on the protective barrier, 3 individuals darted into the cavity beneath its jaw, collectively self-destructing. Roar! It hurts like hell. You shall perish. You shall perish. The wound on the crocodile's jaw widened, its tongue obliterated in large part, the gaping hole in its throat becoming conspicuous. The group had long since planned for this, intending to penetrate from the outside in through self-detonation until the crocodile met its demise. Since you wish to die sooner, I shall oblige. After your death, I will ensure your kin suffer torturous fates. Roar! The golden crocodile, seeing that the array could not be broken in a short time, resolved to inflict harm upon itself, to slay this bunch in a fit of rage. With over 600,000 humans, it would be sufficient to recover from its grievous injuries. However, this would leave it with little energy to enhance its own prowess. Damn, these wretched humans, so feeble yet daring to resist. The crocodile's final roar was not merely for release. It utilized its high-tier bloodline suppression to command the beast tied beneath it to attack, with even greater ferocity. At this point, the pressure on humanity surged dramatically. The crowd, sensing the situation, tightened their hearts. Everyone realized that they must hasten to eliminate the crocodile. Otherwise, the relentless tide of beasts alone would be sufficient to obliterate the human defensive line. Yet, they overlooked that besides the barrier, the demonic beasts outside, those affected by the crocodile's roar, included the demonized humans within the barrier. Kill. Devour. All those still on the ground executing tasks as demonized humans went berserk. Most were at level 1 or 2, far too inferior to the golden crocodile, lacking any semblance of awareness, and were completely controlled, attacking their fellow comrades in a frenzy. In one household, a husband suddenly went mad, killing his beloved wife and 2 children, then frantically pounding on the door of the neighbor next door, a law enforcement team. While pursuing a robber,
One officer unexpectedly lost his mind and turned against his nearby comrades. The unprepared officer perished instantly, and others reacted, paying the price of one being severely wounded to put him down the barrier wall. Several soldiers were adjusting the shooting angle of the spiritual energy cannon, only to have one suddenly rage, revealing a tiger-like visage, and bite through a comrade's neck. The ensuing chaos provided the demonic beasts with an opportunity to attack, resulting in even greater losses. The entire barrier seemed to have been buried with countless bombs, exploding simultaneously, causing significant trouble and damage. Fortunately, the area was under martial law. Otherwise, the resultant harm would have been incalculable. Sensing the turmoil within the barrier, those engaged in battle with the crocodile were filled with righteous indignation. The Celestial Demons Association, the demonized humans. These parasites of the barrier are utterly detestable. They indeed deserve to die, but they have buried themselves too deeply. What can we do? It is only left to future generations to rectify this. If we can vanquish this crocodile today, it will suffice to honor future generations. Alas, the survival of humanity is fraught with difficulties. Thus, we exist for the sake of survival. And so, they continue to slay, kill. In the courtyard, Lingxiu had just received word that many demonized humans within the city had suddenly transformed and gone on the offensive. Without any prior warning, seemingly uncoordinated. Although it caused considerable panic, the actual losses were not substantial. Lu Jingjing, also puzzled, expressed her thoughts upon receiving the news. Ye Lingxiu furrowed his brow, stroking his chin in contemplation. According to the information, high-level demon races or beasts exert significant influence over low-level demonized humans. What exactly is that level? Ye Lingxiu considered the ongoing fierce battle outside the city with the golden crocodile. A 1-level difference would have slight influence. A 2-level difference would affect judgment. A 3-level difference would lead to complete obedience. That if the bloodline is unique, it may not adhere to this rule. Lingxiu, do you imply that the chaos among the demonized humans is due to that distinct roar? Lu Jingjing, with her keen insight, immediately grasped the situation. I am merely speculating. I wonder if a level 6B spiritual awareness can encompass the entire barrier. It stands to reason that it can, as the Big Dipper serves as the source of spiritual energy for the blue planet, corresponding to 7 levels of cultivation. That golden crocodile has already reached the 6th level, the Kaiyang realm, and should be exceedingly formidable, naturally formidable. Otherwise, it would not have forced the adept ones to ignite their soul flames. Yet for such a powerful beast, it stands to reason that it should have little to fear. Its retreat to this extent suggests that the magnitude of this upheaval far exceeds our imagination. Lingxiu, you must exercise caution. Aside from natural disasters, there are human calamities. The recent turmoil instigated by the Celestial Demons Association involves only lower-tier members. Investigations have shown that there are 10 factions within the Celestial Demons Association, each having established residences underground. That a couple were eradicated days ago due to your involvement. That Ye Lingxiu felt a sense of helplessness regarding the extermination of the Celestial Demons Association. After all, they came to kill him. However, he feared that he would have to bear the grudge of these 2 factions. Once the barrier shatters and order collapses again, his fate is all too predictable. What is the strength of the Celestial Demons Association? Within the entire barrier, only the old man possesses the strength of level 5, so everyone speculates that the leader of the Celestial Demons Association should be at the late stage of level 4. With a vice leader at level 4 and 3 guardians at the late stage of level 3, commanding 9 faction leaders, each at the early or mid stage of level 3, Lu Jingjing recounted the details of the Celestial Demons Association as if she were reciting her own home truths. Notably, the Celestial Demons Association has an enforcer who holds a status equivalent to that of the vice leader, independently commanding a faction. The enforcement hall, solely responsible for internal affairs. That Ye Lingxiu fell silent, beginning to process this information. With his own strength, facing the Celestial Demons Association alone, the outcome is predictable. How many experts has the Huangfu family left for us, and what are their capabilities? Lu Jingjing raised an eyebrow, somewhat anxious. Spilling the tea she had poured for Ye Lingxiu. You already know? I could guess, after all, their precious granddaughter is still in my arms. I am sorry. Lingxiu, I did not inform you. Lu Jingjing lowered her head. Feeling both ashamed and helpless, I bear no grudge against you. I merely wish to understand the situation clearly. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Ye Lingxiu reassured her. He truly held no blame against Lu Jingjing. She had her responsibilities. She was first and foremost the steward of the Huangfu family, and only secondarily his Jingjing. Chapter 40. Fierce battle with the golden crocodile 1 at the late stage of level 3. 2 at the mid-stage of level 3. Their loyalty is unquestionable. Their combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Lu Jingjing candidly disclosed. She was well aware of the stakes. Rising from an ordinary staff member to steward was achieved through keen insight. Now that her grandfather and Huangfu Ming had ignited their phantasmal flames, to ensure their future well-being, they must rely on Ye Lingxiu's formidable power. Previously, they depended on Ye Lingxiu for development. Now, it is for survival, in this apocalyptic era. To still possess such formidable strength is indeed a rarity. Starting today, they can rest in the courtyard while on guard. There are ample rooms to accommodate them. Ye Lingxiu felt a profound sense of comfort, for this not only reflected the esteem that the elder and Huangfu Ming held for Ruinxiu, but also showcased the formidable strength of the Huangfu clan. Moreover, it indicated that should Ruinxiu encounter troubles, such power might be necessary to resolve them. Contemplating this, Ye Lingxiu felt a pang of frustration. Indeed, these were not adversaries to be trifled with, since loyalty is not in question. Observe their cultivation progress and provide them with spiritual fruits to aid their swift breakthrough, Ye Lingxiu commanded. Lu Jingjing was deeply astonished. Ye Lingxiu, having no prior acquaintance with these three individuals, was nonetheless willing to offer such precious spiritual fruits. Investing without hesitation, he showed no concern for whether they might exploit this generosity for selfish gain or harbor ill intentions. His boldness was truly remarkable. Ye Lingxiu found himself with no alternative but to unite all available forces. A century ago, when the apocalypse descended, despite the cataclysmic changes in the world, ordinary people were still able to survive as long as fortune did not abandon them. He had initially believed that this second apocalypse would mirror the first, and with his cultivation at the third level of the Tianji realm, he should be safe. However, it now appeared that such confidence was woefully insufficient. Even 6th-level demon beasts were compelled to evade danger. Let alone his third-level self. While he pondered a solution, the beauty in his arms stirred. Ruinxiu, you are awake. How do you feel? Ye Lingxiu inquired, gently wiping away the traces of tears from Huangfu, Ruinxiu's face. Concern etched in his voice. I am fine. Merely reluctant to part with my father and grandfather. Huangfu, Ruinxiu murmured, burying her head once more in Ye Lingxiu's embrace, as if seeking solace therein. I understand your sorrow and reluctance. But you must remain strong. Survival in the apocalypse is inherently challenging. Others have sacrificed their lives to create opportunities for us, and thus we must cherish our existence even more. You are not alone. I am here with you, Ye Lingxiu consoled, gently patting Huangfu Ruinxiu's back. Beyond the barricades, a roar erupted from the golden giant crocodile, though its voice no longer resonated with its former thunderous power. It was evident that it had sustained considerable injury. Its entire jaw and tongue had vanished, the wound extending to half of its throat. On the human side, numbers had dwindled by half, with at least a dozen experts having self-detonated. How dare mere humans, fragile and weak in numbers, challenge me? Do you truly believe that self-destruction can curtail my abilities? The golden giant crocodile swept its tail, sending the elder and a host of melee experts sprawling. Facts spoke louder than words. Every time it unleashed its devouring skill, we merely needed to send someone to self-detonate, disrupting its casting while inflicting damage upon it. What? Do you still have any trump cards left to play? The human contingent had already suffered a significant reduction in numbers, yet they had failed to inflict any substantial harm on the giant crocodile, which remained as vigorous as ever. Fortunately, the humans had ignited the soul flame in battle, maintaining an abundance of spiritual energy until their demise. Otherwise, the giant crocodile, leveraging its immense cultivation, could have dragged the fight on until everyone was depleted of energy. The self-destructive attacks drastically shortened the duration of the conflict. preventing the giant crocodile from capitalizing on its profound cultivation and sustained assaults. The elder managed to hold his ground against the giant crocodile. Humph, desperation is a common trait. I merely deem it unworthy to contend with a swarm of ants. Yet do not force my hand. The giant crocodile seized a rare moment to recuperate. Indeed, I have long harbored a question. With your strength, you should have found a place even in the depths. How is it that you emerged alongside these inferior beasts? The elder voiced his greatest curiosity. The giant crocodile, relishing the opportunity to regain its strength, retorted, "What do you know? The cataclysm began from within and spread outward. The profound changes within have been underway since yesterday. It simply has not yet reached your kind. This transformation was monumental, giving rise to numerous perilous and treacherous locales, as well as incredibly fearsome entities. Even I must retreat in their presence. You are merely ignorant of the events unfolding, fleeing in fear without understanding the situation. How pitiful and lamentable." The elder lamented, sighing deeply. The world has changed. Humanity has lost the advantage of a millennium's technological advancement, while you have seized the abundant spiritual energy of our lands, flourishing with spiritual flora and rapid cultivation. Otherwise, how could you still be so brazen? Remaining beneath the feet of humanity? Words are futile. You may perish with that. The elder and his companions charged forward once more, having hoped to extract some useful intelligence, only to find that such a formidable beast was nothing more than a coward. Fleeing without comprehending the true nature of the upheaval, that a roar erupted from the giant crocodile, clearly provoked by the elder's scorn. "You shall pay for this, even if I am gravely injured today. I will annihilate you all." The giant crocodile's throat revealed yet another black hole. The human experts understood. This was the giant crocodile's devouring skill, previously thwarted by their collective efforts, yielding some success. Thus, they were not overly concerned about its activation. This time, however, it was closer to Lu Chuang and his group. "This time, we shall take the lead," Lu Chuang declared without hesitation. "Wait, something is amiss." The elder sensed a disturbance and hurriedly warned. The original devouring black hole was about a meter in diameter. With an exceptionally strong pulling force, any object drawn near would be compressed by space, allowing even a 10-meter tall tree to be effortlessly engulfed by the 1-meter black hole. Yet now, the giant crocodile's devouring black hole was expanding. While its pulling force seemed diminished 0.2 meters for meters, 10 meters, an enormous black hole formed, deep and vast, exuding an endless sense of dread, akin to an abyss. The human experts were astounded. Such a massive black hole could not be detonated even if they all combined their efforts. "Ha ha! Come and blow yourselves up? You are all destined to die, becoming my nourishment." The giant crocodile boasted from behind the black hole. In an instant, everyone felt an unprecedented pulling force, except for the elder. All were irresistibly drawn toward the black hole, and no matter how hard they struggled, they could not halt their advance, and panic ensued. "Elder, what should we do?" Lu Chuang, closest to the phenomenon, was the first to succumb to the force. Chapter 41. The elder goes first. "We will follow shortly." Elder Huang Futianong was equally frantic. The closer one approached the black hole, the stronger the gravitational pull became. Judging by their speed, it would take merely 20 seconds for Lu Chuang to be consumed by the black hole. Previously, 3 individuals had detonated simultaneously, creating only a 1-meter black hole. There was no chance of breaching a 10-meter diameter. The remaining human strongholds were already few in number. Every ounce of strength must be directed wisely, lest the barricade fall. The elder circled far around the giant crocodile and the black hole, seeking to uncover any weaknesses. Upon reaching the rear of the black hole, he noticed the giant crocodile's peculiar behavior as it executed this technique. In prior battles, the giant crocodile had created a 1-meter wide, small devouring black hole that moved with it, providing remarkable agility. Not only did it hinder the actions of its foes, but it also adeptly absorbed their attacks, making it a versatile and powerful skill. Coupled with the giant crocodile's devouring domain, the only recourse available to the group had been self-destructive detonation. However, this colossal black hole, while possessing greater sucking power and rendering evasion impossible, appeared to restrict the giant crocodile's mobility. Previously, it had pursued the humans relentlessly after deploying its skills. Now, it remained stationary, while the devouring force was formidable enough to negate the need for movement. It raised a crucial question. What if it could not move? An idea sparked in the elder's mind, recognizing the key to breaking the deadlock. Lu Chuang used the sucking force of the devouring ability to maneuver around to the giant crocodile's throat. Do not detonate the black hole this time, but instead target the throat itself that it seems it cannot move. Understood. The elder transmitted his thoughts, then observed closely. For survival. For survival. For survival. Boom, boom, boom. The three individuals detonated simultaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that engulfed the entire space. The surroundings rippled with shallow spatial waves. Roar, roar. An indistinct series of howls erupted from the giant crocodile's throat, which sustained further injury. This damage seemed to surpass all previous injuries combined, rendering the giant crocodile incapable of flight, plummeting to the ground. But a tremendous crash reverberated, sending dust and debris flying as the giant crocodile, weighing countless tons, crashed down as if an aircraft had plummeted from the sky. The elder observed keenly. The giant crocodile's throat was not only shattered, but its chest had also sustained considerable harm. Chunks of flesh flew through the air, and blood rained down. Ha ha ha, splendid. Lu Chuang's efforts were worth it. It hasn't been directly killed, has it? The expressions of the group brightened, for this was undoubtedly their most significant victory thus far in a battle that had seemed hopeless. The demon beast's vitality was notoriously robust, especially for one of its caliber. While it was grievously wounded, it was far from death. The elder sensed the situation and remarked with a hint of regret. Indeed, the giant crocodile slowly righted itself, its massive limbs resting firmly on the ground. Humans are indeed a race that should not exist in this world, it intoned, its voice resonating through the air despite its severely injured throat. I was born after the apocalypse. My kin elders have recounted tales of time when humanity reigned supreme, threatening the extinction of all other life forms, be they avian, beast, insect, or fish. That I once doubted such claims. But now I am a believer. In contrast to the earlier attack, when it had unleashed a similar move deep within the jungle, no beast had been able to discern its weakness. Yet you humans grasped its essence and shattered it in an instant. Should humanity continue to flourish, how could my kind ever find a place to exist? The colossal alligator raised its head, blood flooding its pupils, its pair of vertical eyes reflecting both fear and madness. Everyone, be cautious. Although the giant alligator has not ignited the demon core's phantasmic flames, it has already harbored a will to die. What follows will be an even more brutal battle from this moment forth. The giant alligator would no longer fear death, acting without restraint. The old man regarded the golden giant alligator with a discerning gaze, conveying a warning to the others, before turning to the alligator and saying, I have heard that demon beasts do not possess unified clans. In fact, different species are often mortal enemies. While the demon race has some awareness of kinship, you still intend to sacrifice yourself for the entirety of the demon beast lineage? The unity of your human race is somewhat superior to that of the demon and beast clans, but just how far can that take you? Do not presume that I am ignorant of your affairs. Many among you are half-demons. The giant alligator slowly levitated, coming to eye level with the old man. Though I fear death, I am also willing to embrace it. Moreover, at this moment, I am gravely injured. With the likelihood of death far exceeding that of survival, a wave of emotion swept through the hearts of the skilled warriors present. It seemed that even among demon beasts, there existed beings of character. Alas, in a world where the law of the jungle prevails, one could not easily befriend those of another race. To be willing to embrace death at a critical moment was enough to earn anyone's respect. I am Huang Fu Tian, and may I inquire your name? The old man set aside his disdain and spoke gravely. I am called Ba. The giant alligator spoke its name in a deep, solemn voice, signifying respect for the human assembly. This was understandable. Despite the ongoing conflict, respect for one's adversary remained intact. The demon beasts particularly valued formidable opponents. Their actions were often straightforward, devoid of convolutions. The demon race possessed some degree of strategy, yet it was the human race whose thoughts were the most intricate and elusive. Ba, if you are willing to spare my kin, we shall allow you to depart unharmed. What say you, Huangfu? Surely you jest. There's no trust between us. You fear I might return, while I worry you might break your word. How can this be accomplished? I possess a solution that is mutually beneficial. As long as you, Iba, appear incapacitated, we shall believe you are unable to return for a time. I respect your bravery. However, I am astounded that even at this juncture, you humans still cling to schemes. For me to injure myself to gain your trust? If I truly did so, would you allow me to return to the wilds? My demon kin may not excel in cunning, but we are certainly not fools. After a derisive laugh, Iba continued with dissatisfaction. Moreover, having attained the 6th level, my spiritual power far surpasses yours. Even if I cannot orchestrate grand strategies, such a simplistic ruse is easily discernible. Do not underestimate me. Prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, an audible sigh escaped the assembly. Even amidst the fierce struggle, victory remained an uncertain prospect. Regrettably, they relinquished their fantasies and steeled themselves for combat. In an instant, the ground trembled incessantly. Dust swirling in the air, and countless deep craters marred the earth. For a full half-hour, the cacophony of battle showed no signs of abating. Now, only the 3 of us remained. I am too severely injured to confront Iba directly. I shall go first. You two must secure the barrier. The old man coughed up blood, bracing himself against his chest, his complexion as pale as parchment, having fought to his utmost limits, sustained only by sheer will. Understood. Rest assured, Senior, you go first. We shall follow closely, and we will fulfill our mission. Chapter 42. The death of Iba the old man, in a desperate bid, sustained injuries from Iba's grasp and delivered a heavy blow, sending Iba tumbling through the air. Knowing that the moment was fleeting, he swiftly positioned himself before Iba's shattered chest. For survival. You dare. Iba was now fearful of those 2 words. The human warriors had inadvertently instilled a psychological shadow in the 6th-level demon beast. It could hardly believe that the most formidable among them would not remain until the end. Indeed, humans were cunning. Iba had been on guard against the remaining 2, only to be blindsided by the old man's self-detonation. The old man's cultivation was far superior. His self-explosion, executed with foresight, ultimately dealt a fatal blow to Iba. The golden giant alligator's chest had vanished, along with its internal organs, its vertebrae exposed and nearly shattered. Most critically, its life core demon nucleus had developed fissures on the brink of shattering that It was now unable to continue fighting. While the humans still had 2 who could strike. How infuriating! Iba unleashed a roar of defiance, lamenting its demise at the hands of an inconspicuous human settlement. It felt suffocated and powerless. If I perish, you humans shall not escape either. Do not think that only you can self-destruct. Perish alongside your hundreds of thousands. With that, the fissured demon nucleus shot forth, hovering above Iba's head, emitting a dazzling radiance that radiated for nearly 100 meters. The demon nucleus began to tremble violently, its state becoming increasingly unstable. Stop it. It intends to self-destruct the demon nucleus. Boom! The most tremendous explosion in history resounded. The demon nucleus detonated. A torrent of violent energy emanated from the core, rapidly expanding outward. The 2 individuals still engulfed in the phantom flames were the first to be engulfed, akin to snow under a blazing sun. Instantly melting away, the ground seemed to have been plowed repeatedly, layers of soil flying outward in a frenzy. The original protective barrier was strained to the limit, resembling a large balloon, and shattered almost instantly. The explosive force collided violently with the city wall. Bang, bang, bang. The wall, which had taken decades to fortify, crumbled like rocks beneath the colossal wave, sustaining damage yet also breaking apart. Not only did the protective shield shatter, but the city wall also suffered a massive breach, measuring 100 meters wide. The defender station upon the wall vanished alongside It this moment. All nearby demon beasts were once again influenced by Iba's final roar, surging madly through the breach. First, the 1st-level beasts, followed by 2nd and 3rd levels, and even a few 4th-level beasts came rushing from afar. The remaining defenders felt a chill of despair, utterly at a loss. Regardless of the path they chose, they understood that the barrier was doomed. With so many demon beasts pouring in, humanity could not withstand the onslaught. Ordinary folk would undoubtedly become prey. Families of influence and powerful factions might survive temporarily with skilled guardians. But once the ordinary were consumed, the demon beasts would inevitably turn their attention to them. In a courtyard, Ye Lingxiu, who had been sipping tea at the entrance, suddenly rose, a tremor coursing through him. He had once again heard that voice from his previous life, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. The protective barrier had broken. His time had finally arrived at the moment of reincarnation. From henceforth, he would no longer possess the convenience of foreseeing the future, relying solely on his own resourcefulness to survive. Lingxiu. What is it? The protective barrier has shattered. We must investigate the situation at the city wall. Ye Lingxiu turned to Lu Jingjing, his calm demeanor gradually restoring her composure. Yes. Lu Jingjing hastily retrieved her phone, taking a full 3 minutes before raising her head to report on the situation at the wall. Her beautiful face turned pale, more despairing than when she had witnessed the barrier's destruction. The wall had breached, and being amidst a tide of beasts, the implications were all too clear. This was why. Despite the strength of the Huangfu family, it had taken a full 3 minutes to gather such a blatant piece of information. Contact all the powerful individuals you can reach and inform them of the situation at the barrier. Externally, declare that I can provide free treatment. Those who assist us shall be rewarded with spiritual fruits. Ye Lingxiu grasped Lu Jingjing's trembling, icy hand, disregarding its softness, solely focused on stabilizing her spirit as swiftly as possible. After all, he had only recently ventured into this world, possessing no connections and utterly clueless as to whom to approach. Lu Jingjing, serving the Huangfu family and holding significant authority, had numerous contacts among awakened cultivators. For humanity, the apocalypse had truly begun. All previous words were futile. Only once the chaos commenced could they persuade others, leveraging the prevailing tide to reach their hearts and draw more to their side. Yes, I will contact them immediately. Now fully rational, Lu Jingjing quickly compiled a list of powerful individuals in her mind, targeting her messages based on proximity and character. Lingxiu, some have already begun making their way here. But many others remain hesitant. What is the strength of those arriving? Most are at the second level, with one at the third. Inform the enforcement team or the League's officials to help disseminate the information. In addition to what was mentioned, if they are willing to fully join us, they may bring their families along. Lingxiu, are you certain? Ordinary people will only be a burden in this apocalypse, according to the League's historical lessons. Those with a saintly heart perish the fastest. Lu Jingjing, now composed, earnestly advised against it. Saintly? Huh. Ye Lingxiu laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. You have no idea what I have endured. Just know that I will never be a saint. For others, if I can help, I might do so if I am in a good mood, that I will never jeopardize my loved ones for the sake of others. Rest assured, being labeled a saint amused Ye Lingxiu. Indeed, aside from drinking tea, he had not engaged in much else, so it was only natural that she misjudged his approach. Lu Jingjing felt helpless, but, with her exemplary professionalism, fulfilled Ye Lingxiu's request. Fortunately, the protective barrier was substantial, and for the time being, communication and power infrastructure remained operational. Ye Lingxiu relocated the tea-drinking spot from the entrance to the courtyard. Closing the gates of the Sihiyuan for safety, he even utilized vines for concealment. Once everything was set, Lu Jingjing handed a cup of tea to Ye Lingxiu. Upon seeing the hawk-like gaze of Ye Lingxiu, lost in thought, she felt a surge of fear, a chill creeping down her spine. In that instant, she realized why Ye Lingxiu had allowed experts to bring their families. They were hostages. Chapter 43. The fractured barrier under the beast tide, a tidal wave of monstrous beasts surged into the barrier. And in an instant, cries for help echoed relentlessly. The ordinary concrete and steel offered no defense against the claws of these beasts, leaving the trapped populace with no escape. Initially, the enforcement team organized a few counteroffensives. But such efforts proved futile. After all, the city defense forces were all at the third level, and even with the aid of the barrier walls, their spiritual guns and cannons were still inadequate, especially with the second-level enforcement officers within the city but on the streets inside the barrier.
Due to the martial law, the area was eerily deserted, save for the roaming beasts. The plight of ordinary citizens was the most tragic. Anyone wandering through the residential buildings would find them nearly vacant. The walls were splattered with blood, and the ground was marked with claw prints, alongside scattered, severed limbs, reflecting the horrors that had transpired. Subsequently, a few factions issued recruitment statements, but by the time other forces considered the same, the communication functions of their phones had vanished. The signal towers severed by a flying beast that in this primitive chaos. The human race was already at a disadvantage. With the advent of the apocalypse, the odds turned even more unfavorable. Survivors needed the ambition and courage reminiscent of ancient sages to carve out a new world amidst the ruins. In this apocalyptic landscape, not only humans faced upheaval, the beasts and demon races were also undergoing their own transformations. Yet the human race bore the least margin for error, suffering the greatest wounds. Who would ultimately govern the shifting tides of fate remained uncertain. Ye Lingxiu, for reasons unknown, suddenly felt a surge of ambition welling up within him. In times of peace, he might have been merely a respected healer and gardener, but with the end times upon them, could he consider adopting a different identity? Reclining on a chair in the Siyuan, under the dim blue glow of the nightlight grass, he pondered slowly. Despite the dire circumstances, an unexpected aspiration blossomed within Ye Lingxiu. "Mr. De Yi, save me!" A loud cry shattered his reverie. Lu Jingjing, who had just used her spiritual technique to brew tea, looked up at him. Glancing at her stunning visage, he smiled knowingly, feeling a sense of joy. The hardest part was always the beginning. With the first plea for help, there would surely be a second, a third. With an exuberant flourish of his hand, he beckoned the vines to extend, opening the grand vermilion wooden door of the Siyuan. "Open the door, welcome guests." Ye Lingxiu beamed as he turned to greet the newcomer. A familiar face. It was Wang Mang, the strong man with earth element spiritual techniques, who had previously assisted in transplanting spiritual materials. Before Ye Lingxiu could speak, Wang Mang stumbled in, spitting out a mouthful of blood before collapsing. "Damn, back to being a healer." Ye Lingxiu sighed, summoning vines to channel life energy into Wang Mang. The man had likely been injured by a blunt object. With internal organs already damaged, it was probable that a powerful beast had dealt the blow. But for Ye Lingxiu, healing was not a concern. In just 10 minutes, Wang Mang awakened, astonished as he checked his condition, overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, he had made the right choice coming here. It was truly magnanimous, though he was curious about the spiritual fruit he had taken that had such remarkable effects. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your rescue." "No need for thanks. After all, you assisted me before. What are your intentions, Mr. Wang?" Ye Lingxiu remained reclined in his rocking chair. "I received word from Manager Lu and came to pledge my loyalty to you, not knowing if you would accept me, as I am merely at the second level." Ye Lingxiu's eyes lit up. The advanced publicity had indeed worked. However, his brow furrowed slightly. Wang Mang, confused, fidgeted with his large hands, scratching his head and then stuffing them into his pockets. "I have 2 ways for you to pledge your loyalty. First, a standard partnership. The Siyuan may face dangers. You can lend your strength during times of need, and you may leave at any time. The advantage is that you can remain under my protection here, that if you suffer injury, as long as you aren't killed on the spot, I will ensure your safety." Wang Mang's eyes brightened at this prospect. In the post-apocalyptic world, he had expected Ye Lingxiu to demand exorbitant terms, but the conditions seemed quite reasonable, even generous, having arrived on the brink of death. He intended to repay Ye Lingxiu with his life if he was saved. Don't rush to choose. I haven't finished. Sensing Wang Mang's interest, Ye Lingxiu continued. The second option is complete loyalty for 10 years, during which your life and death would be at my command. Once the decade is over, we shall owe nothing to one another, and you may leave freely. The benefit is, in addition to the first option, I will fully assist you in your cultivation. As long as your body can endure, you may consume spiritual materials and fruits as you please. What? Wang Mang gasped in shock. The prospect of consuming spiritual materials and fruits at will. Ye Lingxiu had such audacity. He did not doubt that Ye Lingxiu possessed such resources, having witnessed the abundant treasures during his work. However, the price was not insignificant.
his life and death would be at the mercy of another. And encountering danger meant he would be the first to face it. With the beast tide breaching the barrier, danger was abundant. Wang Mang found himself momentarily hesitant. The Oida will. Even the direct descendants of the Huangfu family would not dare to claim such privileges. Such resources were exceedingly rare. Later, when Ye Lingxiu obtained the fruit cores and planted them, they grew into a tree as thick as two people embracing, laden with hundreds of fruits. Although the quality of the fruits was lower than the original, the quantity was sufficient to satiate. Previously, even the mutated strawberry number 5 was a rarity. The temptation was overwhelming. Ye Lingxiu observed Wang Mang's turmoil, but did not rush him. After 10 minutes, he glanced at Lu Jingjing, who nodded in understanding. Wang Mang, how have you considered it? I am but a simple man. After thinking for a long time, I still do not know what to do. Manager Lu, your mind is sharp. Please help me decide. Wang Mang scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, his large fingers making a crackling sound. Ye Lingxiu winced at the noise. That I will say two things. First, based on how Ye saved you for no apparent reason and offered you favorable conditions, you should understand his character. Second, in this apocalypse, the only thing that can ensure our survival is our own strength. That is all I have to say. The choice is yours. Though Lu Jingjing spoke little, her words struck at the heart of Wang Mang's hesitation, cutting straight to the core. Although she did not know how Ye Lingxiu controlled Wang Mang, it was clear he could do so. Considering the state of the Siyuan, the more loyal subjects they had, the better to as for the promised resources for cultivation. Could Ye Lingxiu lack in resources? He was on the verge of reaching the 3rd level, having only recently advanced from the 2nd. Chapter 44. Subduing the strongman Wang Mang throughout. Mr. Yi had indeed treated him well, as long as his character was sound, and trusting his life to him seemed not so terrible. Though Wang Mang's mind was simple, he understood that in this apocalypse there were no laws that appeared free, yet one was perpetually teetering on the edge of death. In Wang Mang's view, the apocalyptic environment could kill him at any moment. The beast could kill him at any moment. Powerful figures or experts could kill him at any moment. And Ye could also kill him at any moment. After fully pledging loyalty, Mr. Yi could still end his life. What difference did it make? With his large hand scratching his head, Wang Mang's mind raced. Moreover, compared to the meager rewards offered by large families seeking to exploit him, what Ye offered was incomparable. Wang Mang felt as if he had gained a profound insight, seeing through the predatory nature of this world. Clenching his fist tightly, producing a cracking sound, he fixed his determined gaze on Ye Lingxiu. Mr. Yi, I choose complete loyalty. Ye Lingxiu's face lit up with a smile. Excellent, very good. This marks a wonderful beginning. Trust me, you will not regret your choice today. What must I do? Is there an oath of loyalty? No need. Oaths hold little significance. Jingjing, give him a dagger. Just make a small cut on your fingertip. Wang Mang's hand was not only large but also thick-skinned. Otherwise, he would be bleeding much more. Ye Lingxiu rose with Huang Furuanxiu and approached Wang Mang, extending his own index finger. Swish, swish, swish. The speed at which the vine spawn moved within the body was terrifying. Even from the outside, a faint rustling could be heard in the blink of an eye. It reached near the heart, quickly elongating and differentiating into dozens of tentacle-like tendrils. Some tendrils burrowed in the heart, while others extended into the brain, bones, all internal organs, muscles, and tendons. The tendrils actually formed a web within Wang Mang's body, ensnaring all vital areas as if binding him with invisible shackles from within. Wang Mang's reaction was instantaneous. As soon as the tendrils entered his body, his eyes widened in horror, his expression reflecting sheer terror. It was as if he had witnessed something exceedingly dreadful. He even regretted it, wishing to halt the spread of the tendrils within him. But it was futile. Inside, he could at most use his internal spiritual energy to block the invasion. The vine spawn, aside from its power, possessed the same nature and capabilities as its original form. Within the body, whether it be flesh or spirit, everything seems akin to the water of a lake. And oneself is but a fish. How can the lake's water hinder the fish? Ye Lingxiu, through the vine egg, perceived the internal conditions of Wang Mang's body, even tightening the vine slightly, observing the minor shifts of the organs within Wang Mang.
He felt a sense of satisfaction. Surely you must have sensed it too. If I discover any inappropriate actions on your part, rest assured the consequences will be dire. However, if you remain wholeheartedly devoted, nothing untoward will occur. When I do not exert control over the elements within you, it can, to a certain extent, enhance your physical prowess. At this moment, Wang Mang dared not entertain any other thoughts. He bowed, lowered his head, clasped his fists, and deeply bowed. Rest assured, Mr. Yi. Splendid. The following days are quite exceptional. Go and maintain vigilance in the woods beyond the courtyard wall. Quietly, he offered him a spirit fruit of the earth attribute. Thank you, Mr. Yi. After a brief wait, Wang Mang took the spirit fruit and stepped out into the small grove beyond the courtyard. Due to prior modifications, a dense band of forest now enveloped the courtyard. Extending at least 10 meters. Ye Lingxiu simultaneously imparted a conscious emotion to the surrounding spirit plants, indicating that they were allies. Jingjing summoned the 3 remaining members of the Huangfu family and replicate the procedure. Although I trust in their loyalty to Ruinxiu, I do not hold the same confidence regarding their loyalty to me. Lu Jingjing appeared somewhat uneasy, hesitating several times before finally gritting her teeth and stating, I cannot forcibly assign them. They were previously under the direct command of the family head, Huangfu Ming, and no matter, just call them over. Very well. Lu Jingjing quickly retrieved her phone, only to suddenly recall that communication had failed, feeling somewhat awkward. She cleared her throat and, using spirit energy to amplify her voice, softly called out, Lu family 3 brothers, please come for a meeting. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures leaped over the courtyard walls from different positions. Landing steadily within the courtyard, Ye Lingxiu had long been aware of their presence, for all the spirit plants in the vicinity served as his eyes, ever since Huangfu Ruinxiu arrived at the courtyard. These 3 had already been stationed here. The orders they received were likely to protect both himself and Huangfu Ruinxiu as for the current situation, whether the family head had made separate arrangements later. Ye Lingxiu could not ascertain. The 3 stood side by side, identical in height and strikingly similar in appearance, dressed alike. At first glance, one might think they were but a single person in disguise. Upon closer inspection, however, Ye Lingxiu noted the varying density of their hair. Lingxiu, these are the Lu brothers, Lu Hu, Lu Hai, and Lu Yang. Lu Hu is the eldest, followed by Lu Hai, the second, and they are triplets. They work in perfect harmony, all possessing water attribute spirit techniques. Lu Jingjing introduced them to Ye Lingxiu. Hearing their names, Ye Lingxiu's eyes brightened. The one who named them must be quite remarkable. The 3 are indistinguishable in every aspect. Save for their hair, which increases in thickness in succession, it was a delightful surprise that their names also reflect this incremental water content. Lu Jingjing, previously bowing to the family head's authority and acknowledging you as the steward. Now that the barriers have been broken, with the family head sacrificing himself, do you still wish to control us? The eldest brother, Lu Hu, remained silent, while the second brother, Lu Hai, cast a disdainful glance at Lu Jingjing's impressive figure and remarked, Second brother, you are always so cautious in your speech that I propose we seize this courtyard and make Miss Huangfu the mistress. As for Lu Jingjing, the third brother, Lu Yang, wore a mischievous grin. Mind your words. Did the family head instruct you to protect Miss Huangfu in this manner? Is this how you repay the family head's kindness? Moreover, Mr. Yi is not a villain. The eldest brother, Lu Hu, appeared the most composed, admonishing his 2 younger brothers. However, judging by their expressions, one gazing at the sky and the other at the ground, they seemed to disregard Lu Hu's words entirely, outwardly obedient yet inwardly defiant. Chapter 45. The torn elder brother Lu Hu. Mr. Yi, please do not take offense. My second and third brothers are impulsive. Lu Hu clasped his fist in apology to Ye Lingxiu. It is admirable that you 3 still remember the family head's kindness under such circumstances, showing gratitude even in the apocalypse. Yet your allegiance is to Ruinxiu, not to me. Previously, I believed these 2 were one and the same. Now I realize they are 2 distinct matters that I present you with 2 choices. Jingjing, please convey them. After finishing, Ye Lingxiu took a sip from his teacup, narrowing his eyes as he observed the expressions of the 3 upon hearing the second choice.
The second and third brother's eyes clearly lit up, especially the third brother, whose spirit energy surged, suggesting he might spring into action at any moment. Eldest brother, second brother, I thought this fellow only had those attacking or defensive spirit plants outside the walls. Yet it seems there are plenty suitable for human consumption as well. Surely, he has harvested and concealed them. This is a prime opportunity. We must not let it slip away. The third brother, Lu Yang, could hardly contain himself, fervently persuading them. The second brother was evidently intrigued. Having heard that Lu, the steward, was merely at the first level of the Tianshu realm, and knowing their lady had no cultivation, he was left wondering about Ye Lingxiu's realm. However, since he was known for tinkering with plants, he clearly wasn't a combatant, and his level was of little concern. Eldest brother, I just reflected on it. We should make our move before others discover our presence. Your excessive caution has already cost us many opportunities. Third brother, let's strike first, with eldest brother providing support. Wow. All right, second brother, let us go. The third brother could no longer hold back, roaring as he charged towards Ye Lingxiu, who was seated in the rocking chair. You two brainless fools, stop this at once, the eldest brother bellowed, but it was too late. Why Ye Lingxiu's eyes sparkled. They were coming for him? How fortuitous! He had been seeking an excuse to act. Did they not notice the numerous aggressive spirit plants, both inside and outside his courtyard? Although he wondered how these two fools had survived until now, he was relieved that their elder brother, Lu Hu, was more capable than the other two. Bang. A giant leaf protruded from outside, flipping over like a hand, as if to slap down upon them. Lu Yang reacted swiftly, quickly conjuring a defensive water shield around himself just before the leaf struck. Unfortunately, the strength of the giant leaf was overwhelming. The water shield barely held for a moment before shattering with a crash, sending Lu Yang flying. What a welcome sight. I've been itching to fight these past few days. Lu Yang adjusted his form mid-air and landed steadily. With a flourish of his arms, he conjured dozens of water swords that shot toward the giant leaf. The giant leaf, lacking any elaborate techniques, simply swung its massive leaf once more, this time with the serrated side. Lu Hai followed closely, adhering to the principle of capturing the leader first, leaping above Ye Lingxiu and launching a compressed water projectile at him. Ye Lingxiu, exasperated, extended a vine from the side, pulling the rocking chair aside by half a meter, causing the water projectile to miss and crash to the ground. Lu Hai was perplexed. He knew the power of his water projectile. It could create a dent even in steel. So how could the ground remain unscathed? Little did he know that the ground was not only riddled with vines, but also filled with the roots of the iron spirit cedar. Both the vines and the iron spirit cedar were level 3 spirit plants known for their resilience. How could a mere second-level Tianxian realm strike be sufficient to break them? Lu Hai sensed something was amiss. But having already committed, he was like an arrow released, unable to retract. Regrettably, by the time he attempted to unleash another technique, a multitude of vines had already ensnared him. He could only follow Lu Yang's lead and form a water shield for defense. Observing his two brothers already engaged in battle, yet failing to gain the upper hand, and indeed at risk of capture, Lu Hu felt a surge of anxiety. His hands alternated between clenching and relaxing. Clearly unable to reach a final decision, Ye Lingxiu watched everything unfold. The third brother was clearly reckless, the type to jeopardize his teammates. The second brother had some wit, but not much. As for the eldest brother, he had the intellect but lacked decisiveness, making this trio quite the oddity. Why had Huang Fuming dispatched them to protect Runqiu? What could this mean? While loyalty may outweigh capability, there must be a balance. Could it be that the family had intended for them to be utilized by me? This possibility loomed large, as these three were evidently suited for strategy rather than command. If that is the case, you shall submit to your fate. Ye Lingxiu observed Lu Hu. He pondered Huang Fuming's intentions. Lu Hu, have you made your decision? This, second brother, third brother, cease at once. If you do not stop, I shall break your legs. Mr. Yi, please also refrain and release them. I shall personally administer punishment, though. Ye Lingxiu drawled, observing. Do you see them listening to you? They initiated the attack. If they can cease first, I too can halt my actions. Eldest brother, stop being so indecisive. You are at the third level of the Tianji realm. Why should you be afraid? Look at all the treasures in this courtyard. Act swiftly, the third brother cried out. Dodging the giant leaf's assault while urging, desperation consumed them. Indeed, it was a matter of urgency. Ye Lingxiu watched in concern as Lu Hu grew increasingly anxious. Lu Hu, overwhelmed and drenched in perspiration, was at a loss. He wished to call for his brothers to cease their actions, yet they were fueled by genuine fervor. Disregarding his pleas, he sought to persuade Ye Lingxiu to halt. But Ye Lingxiu, citing the principle that one cannot retreat in the face of oppression, was unyielding. Lu Hu hesitated to intervene, knowing that even if he did, victory was uncertain. The courtyard was still brimming with aggressive spiritual plants yet to be unleashed. However, it was evident that without intervention, his second and third brothers stood no chance against their adversaries. What to do? It was an arduous dilemma. Lu Hu's head was spinning, his mind racing without resolution. Lu Hu, perhaps you should consult with Steward Lu for his advice. Ye Lingxiu suggested, barely containing his amusement. Lu Hu's eyes brightened, akin to a lost ship discovering a lighthouse. Indeed, Steward Lu was renowned for his keen insight and had made few missteps in past decisions. Steward Lu, I implore you for guidance. You are well aware of my brother's tempers. Please show your magnanimity and do not hold their behavior against them. Lu Jingjing shot an exasperated glance at Ye Lingxiu before letting out a resigned sigh. I shall state 2 points. First, observe the multitude of aggressive spiritual plants in this courtyard, all at level 3. Even if you were to act, you would not prevail. The only reason your second and third brothers have not been captured thus far is due to Mr. Ye's mercy. Secondly, you are all aware of the current circumstances surrounding the barriers. In chaotic times, unity is essential. The weak cannot survive. Ye possesses spiritual fruits capable of nurturing the strong, allowing for mutual benefit in this alliance. Ye Lingxiu turned to Lu Hu, amusement dancing in his eyes. Indeed, Steward Lu's insights are profound. Life itself is uncertain. Rather than allow these two imbeciles to lead to my demise, it would be wiser to align with Mr. Lu Hu experienced a moment of clarity, as if the clouds had parted. His words left Ye Lingxiu feeling somewhat exasperated. How was it that he felt surrounded by fools? It was no wonder. Individuals who could not choose the obvious path were hardly normal. Only these peculiar characters would exhibit such behavior. So, you choose to submit? Your life and death shall be at my discretion. Ye Lingxiu exaggerated the severity of the consequences. As anticipated, Lu Hu became conflicted once again. Ye Lingxiu recognized that relying on Lu Hu to make decisions was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Minor issues might be manageable, but the greater matters were fraught with indecision. Ye Lingxiu resolved to lend a hand, issuing commands to the Vines and Big Tooth to cease holding back and to subdue the second and third brothers directly. Big Tooth reacted swiftly. Launching the first assault, he consumed the water elemental attack aimed at the third brother and struck Lu Yang forcefully with the underside of a leaf. Lu Yang scoffed, "Yi, is this all you have? Your spiritual plants are mere decorative pieces. Are they truly level 3? He had endured multiple blows, believing that as long as he conjured a water shield, he would remain unscathed, merely pushed back. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as an overwhelmingly violent force struck the water shield, shattering it almost instantaneously. The massive leaf continued its relentless advance. Crashing into Lu Hai, a gurgle escaped him as he expelled a mixture of blood and internal remnants, collapsing beside Lu Hu, barely clinging to consciousness. Crack! Another sharp sound resonated as Lu Hai was similarly struck down, crumpling beside Lu Hu, his body contorting in spasms, uncertain of the integrity of his spine. Witnessing his brother's peril, Lu Hu could no longer restrain himself. With a decisive heart, he knelt and cried out, "Mr. Yi, I beseech you to spare us. We are willing to pledge our complete allegiance." The swiftness of his decision was unexpected, revealing a depth of bond among the three brothers despite their quarrels. Ye Lingxiu nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his features, and no longer conflicted. "Indeed, if I linger in indecision, my brothers will perish." Lu Hu glanced anxiously between the second and third brothers, unsure of the extent of their injuries. Though it was evident they were grave, the third brother had already expelled his innards, indicating severe damage. Ye Lingxiu's actions were ruthlessly effective, yet he remained unaware that what followed would be even more severe. Ye Lingxiu signaled to the vines, which in turn reached out to summon Wang Mang, who was hidden and meditating outside the courtyard. Startled, Wang Mang sprang to his feet, prepared to unleash his spiritual techniques, only to find no adversary. Instead, a floating vine pointed towards the courtyard, beckoning him to enter. With a leap, he complied. "Welcome. I summoned you to witness the results. Simply observe from the sidelines that Ye Lingxiu instructed Wang Mang before turning back to Lu Hu. Make a small incision at the tip of your finger with this dagger." The procedure was straightforward, and Lu Hu began to comprehend his precarious situation. "Mr. Yi, you see my two brothers? Oh, I understand. Just a moment. To alleviate your concerns, I shall demonstrate my healing abilities." Ye Lingxiu summoned two vines, placing them upon the second and third brothers, transferring life energy into them. Before their very eyes, their conditions visibly improved. In a short while, they regained consciousness, even managing to stand. Albeit shakily, Mr. Ye's healing prowess is unparalleled. In mere moments, my brothers have improved significantly, Lu Hu exclaimed, eager to extol Ye Lingxiu's virtues. Not yet. The demonstration is not complete. Big Tooth, proceed, Ye Lingxiu corrected, instructing Big Tooth to act. With a swift motion, Big Tooth unleashed a flurry of strikes, far exceeding the speed of their earlier confrontation, stirring a fierce wind within the courtyard. Ah! Ah! Two agonizing screams pierced the air before anyone fully grasped Ye Lingxiu's intentions. The onlookers were left in shock, shivering in fear. "Second brother, third brother, what is happening? Mr. Yi, what are you doing?" Lu Hu's voice trembled as he witnessed his second brother rolling on the ground. Arms severed, and the third brother collapsed. Legs cleave, his anguished scream fading into unconsciousness. Overcome with sorrow and rage, Lu Hu's life was now firmly in Ye Lingxiu's grasp, leaving him powerless to retaliate. "Second brother, are you all right? Third brother, brother, save me. It hurts so much." The second brother, Lu Hai, cried out in agony. Blood flowed profusely, forming a small pool beneath them. "Why resort to such brutality? Why sever their limbs?" Lu Hu lamented, having once thought Ye Lingxiu a benevolent figure, only to be horrified by the reality. Wang Mang, however, felt a mix of shock and admiration. The lengths to which Ye Lingxiu would go to display his healing abilities were astonishing. Observing the scene, Wang Mang shuddered at the thought of being a participant in such a demonstration. "Do not be alarmed. Lu Hu, let us see how I will proceed." Ye Lingxiu had successfully subdued the group, punished the unruly, and instilled fear throughout the courtyard. His objectives achieved, he felt pleased. With a wave of his hand, two vines emerged from the courtyard wall, delivering life energy to the injured brothers, seizing the opportunity presented by their substantial wounds. He also sent two vine seeds into their bodies. A miraculous scene unfolded as flesh began to regrow at the sites of their injuries, forming a dense mass that intertwined with bones. Blood vessels and more. It was not painful, merely profoundly unsettling, leaving the spectators chilled. Once their wounds had healed, Ye Lingxiu commanded the vines to retrieve the severed limbs, tossing them to Big Tooth, like a dog eager for a treat. Big Tooth eagerly consumed the offerings. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, utterly stunned. The second and third brothers, still dazed, managed to rise, their new limbs requiring adjustment, with Lu Hu hastily supporting them. At that moment, the brothers bore expressions of utter despair, akin to innocent victims, too terrified to meet the gaze of Ye Lingxiu, the orchestrator of their torment. Having just acquired new limbs, they could scarcely reconcile the horror of witnessing their original ones consumed before their eyes. The psychological impact was far more profound than the physical severance. Chapter 47. Awaiting guests, though differing in perspective, Wang Mang, too, was taken aback. He had long believed that Ye Lingxiu had administered some spiritual fruit to heal his injuries, only to discover that Ye Lingxiu possessed the ability to restore life from death without any external aid. Ye is indeed formidable, he mused. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have witnessed the healing effects. Should anyone in battle fail to exert their full effort, they shall truly meet their demise. Is this clear? Ye Lingxiu was satisfied with their reactions, seizing the moment to reinforce his message. Yes,
Yes, came the unified response. Devoid of any disrespect. Very well. We lack water, attribute spiritual fruits. Jingjing, please procure some general-purpose spiritual fruits with less potent effects but rich in spiritual energy for the three brothers. Once the fruits were acquired, the three men expressed their gratitude profusely. Like Wang Meng, they were experiencing level 3 spiritual fruits for the first time in their lives, their excitement palpable. Despite their fear of Ye Lingxiu, a glimmer of gratitude began to emerge. Seeing that he had demonstrated both power and mercy, Ye Lingxiu reclined once more, declaring, "You may all disperse. Drop your guards." The crowd complied, scattering like birds. Lu Jingjing was suddenly struck with fear and hurriedly employed her spiritual technique to warm the tea. It felt as though there had once been a seal upon Ye Lingxiu. The barrier had shattered, and doomsday was upon them. This was the opportune moment for the seal to be broken. An unlocking Key.it liberated Ye Lingxiu from the invisible shackles that bound him, allowing him to finally reveal the self that had been hidden beneath the seal. And no longer was he cautious or timid. Instead, he was a tempest, fierce and astute. She sensed that Ye Lingxiu was even more ruthless than those iron-fisted clan heads, more cunning than the elderly patriarchs, possessing a profound understanding of the art of manipulation. At such a young age, how could this be possible? Frankly, Lu Jingjing felt a twinge of fear. Perhaps she would need to exercise even greater caution in the future. Perhaps this was still not the entirety of Ye Lingxiu's capabilities. She cast a furtive glance at Huangfu Ruinxiu, who lay quietly beside Ye Lingxiu, possibly meditating or asleep, and felt a pang of envy. Why Ye Lingxiu took a sip of tea, its temperature just right for drinking. Though not for gulping, he arranged a vine to tether the rocking chair, which began to sway gently. With closed eyes, he communicated with the surrounding spiritual plants, awaiting visitors, whether it was those blinded by greed or those seeking refuge, or perhaps members of the celestial beasts. It mattered not. All were worthy of joy. He had inquired about Huangfu Ruinxiu's strength from Lu Jingjing, but no one knew, for she had never revealed her abilities. As the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family, there was rarely a need for her to take action. The only time she had exhibited her aura was when she witnessed her father and grandfather ignite the soul mirage flames. All the outsiders present at that time were now dead. It remained uncertain whether they had passed the information to future generations. In truth, it was of little consequence. Ruinxiu was not the only trump card. Among the myriad potential guests, the one Ye Lingxiu most despised and wished to avoid was a beast from the demon realm. Even among low-level demon beasts, a third-tier beast lacked intelligence. If it were a cub he had nurtured since childhood, it could be controlled, but an adult beast was far too wild and uncontrollable. Even with a portion of his vine egg's essence residing within them, commanding them remained a challenge. Once their primal instincts kicked in, they would not fear death. Thus, should a demon beast approach, it would only bring him loss and trouble, the sole benefit being the demon core and flesh for consumption. However, Ye Lingxiu was still unprepared for such turmoil. While he pondered, he sensed the arrival of a guest, a slight smile gracing his lips. Luck was on his side. It was not a demon beast. An hour prior, within a certain quadrangle, Patriarch, the barrier has been breached. The various clan powers are scrambling to find ways to ensure their survival. Ensure their survival. How does one do that? Erecting a few steel structures will not suffice against third or fourth tier demon beasts. It is utterly useless. I have heard that many families have established their safe houses underground. Is underground truly safe? Who decreed that demon beasts must dwell above ground? While there may be fewer beasts residing underground than on land, there will certainly be no shortage of those that soar above. If the beasts on land and in the skies have fled, do you suppose those underground are not doing the same? The figure referred to as Patriarch broke into a light chuckle, then continued, "Those underground beasts disdain the surface. They only seek food below, that I dare say. It is even less safe underground than above. Indeed, wise Patriarch. By the way, should we, in the quadrangle, Ye Lingxiu, having gleaned feedback from the spiritual plants, discern the cultivation levels of the approaching individuals. According to experience, high-ranking cultivators could sense the levels of those beneath them, while low-level cultivators could not perceive the higher ones.
Otherwise, they would simply encounter an overwhelming aura, indistinguishable amidst the vastness of spiritual energy. Barring exceptional circumstances, those with extraordinary talent might gauge one's abilities from the aura's rhythm. Though this would be imprecise, a high-level cultivator could easily conceal their true strength from a low-level one. Generally, cultivators of the same major realm could clearly sense one another, even to the point of discerning minor realms. Just so, at this moment, the majority of Ye Lingxiu's spiritual plants were of the third tier, effortlessly probing the realms of third tier and below. Among the visitors, there was one third tier for second tiers, and surprisingly, 3 first tiers. Ye Lingxiu felt a surge of irritation. Who did they think they were looking down upon? Surely these 3 first tiers were not here to pilfer his spiritual plants. Laborers, they had even brought along those who would carry the goods. Very well, let us enact a rescue akin to the tale of the Calabash brothers. The newcomers beheld the lush spiritual plants, stretching 10 meters deep on either side, delighting in the prospect that they would soon belong to their clan. The presence of the plants indicated that no one had yet come to seize them. Indeed, their family was the first to arrive. Ha! As expected, the early bird catches the worm. Break down the door. The group of second-tier cultivators responded in unison, racing toward the entrance of the quadrangle. With a creak, the door opened of its own accord. The newcomers were taken aback, but after a moment's contemplation, they shared knowing smiles. Excellent, at least one with sense, knowing that without the protection of the Huangfu family, one cannot retain this garden of treasures. It would be ill-mannered to strike at a smiling face. Let us depart. They marched grandly into the courtyard. The door had indeed been opened by Ye Lingxiu. He needed to allow them entry to ascertain which faction had come. Upon entering, the visitors saw Ye Lingxiu sipping tea. Initially, there was no issue. He had intended to compliment Ye Lingxiu. However, when he caught sight of the figure standing beside him, a wave of fury washed over him. Chapter 48. The guests, the Zhang family, how dare you? A coward who surrenders without a fight. Embrace such beauty? The exquisite woman standing beside him, with striking makeup, could only be the enchanting stewardess of the Huangfu family. Indeed, she outshone all others, radiating a martial spirit. She possessed an aura that naturally repelled others, cold as ice. Yes, that look in your eyes, disdain laced with disgust. You are nothing but a thorny rose. How delightful! The figure's physique was stunning, living up to her reputation, and he appeared utterly entranced, as if forgetting their purpose for being there. When he spotted Huangfu, Ruinxiu's silhouette, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Even though Ruinxiu wore loose clothing, the way it draped over her form created contours enough to send the heart racing, especially for one with lascivious tendencies. The newcomer seemed completely bewitched, trembling as he approached Ruinxiu, clearly intent on touching her. Ye Lingxiu was puzzled. Did the two of them possess such allure? He felt nothing of the sort. The 3 brothers and Wang Mang had entered, and at most the second brother had cast a somewhat unfriendly glance, but nothing more. Could it be that the brothers were accustomed to seeing them, while Wang Mang did not strike him as a lecherous person? Or was it possible that the other party was influenced by spiritual techniques? Even those accompanying him were taken aback by the 2 women's beauty. Yet, as cultivators, they maintained their composure. Brothers, these 2 beauties are clearly meant for our enjoyment. What right does this waste, lounging in a rocking chair, have to them? Go! Seize the women and the spirit fruits. The leader's face was a mix of excitement and fury as he bellowed, charging forward with his group. Wait! Something is amiss. The 10 individuals initially felt that their breakthrough was still far off. Why did it suddenly seem so close? Their cultivation levels surged inexplicably. Such abnormality hinted at a trickery from the leading third-tier cultivator. His spiritual technique was peculiar, seemingly capable of infecting the emotions of those around him. No wonder he appeared so agitated upon entering. He was cultivating his own fervor. Remarkably, he could directly enhance the cultivation of his comrades, a formidable supportive spiritual technique that Ye Lingxiu signaled the 4 outside to enter the courtyard, block them. The disparity in numbers was significant. Ye Lingxiu observed that upon contact, his side was clearly at a disadvantage. Relying solely on the brothers' seamless cooperation to hold their ground, he summoned vines to assist, striving to maintain a balance in combat strength. Taking a sip, He watched the confrontation, reminiscent of a film from a century ago. Quite entertaining. Jingjing, can you discern which family or faction these individuals belong to? It is the Zhang family, quite close to our quadrangle. Their strength is merely average, with the patriarch at the late 3rd tier, and there is an elder, the patriarch's uncle, at the early 4th tier. She was curious as to why. Given Ye Lingxiu's formidable strength, he would still choose to engage with them. Did they need to defend the barrier? Were any of their family members among those who ignited the mirage flames? None. The alliance stipulates that each family can retain one 4th-tier protector, with the remainder required to take to the battlefield. Naturally, all families must dispatch a certain proportion of 3rd-tier soldiers to fight. Then, does this imply that among the stronger factions, each has at least one openly acknowledged 4th-tier expert? Upon hearing openly acknowledged, Lu Jingjing was taken aback, even questioning whether Ye Lingxiu had lived among large families. Indeed, but families like the Zhangs, whose patriarch is not even 4th tier, are unlikely to possess hidden 4th tier experts. Lu Jingjing provided her analysis and intelligence. Just then, the leader of the Zhang family shouted, "Zhang Lu, go fetch reinforcements from the family." Yes, one individual responded, breaking away from the battlefield and darting toward the entrance of the quadrangle. "Brothers, support is on the way. Hold your ground." They were doomed. Once reinforcements arrived, they would see how to deal with them. The Zhang family leader activated his spiritual technique again, unleashing an invisible wave that radiated outward from himself. Upon encountering the Zhang family, it was as if a spark had ignited within the individual, instantly awakening an overwhelming fervor that surged through him, causing even the energy within to become agitated, showcasing the effects of a stimulant for spiritual energy. This was a frenzy-inducing auxiliary spiritual technique. The fluctuations would deliberately bypass the Lu brothers and Wang Meng, never penetrating their beings. Once the messenger had departed, Ye Lingxiu ceased to linger. "Dia, let the leader remain. The rest shall be consumed." He personally commanded the vines, which extended 10 branches, each targeting the gathered individuals. In a matter of moments, the leader of the opposing side was tightly bound, while the others either met their demise or were ensnared. Dia showed no restraint, devouring each one with fervor. This was sheer delight, far superior to the mere sustenance provided by a gardener's life energy. Each ordinary human was akin to a first-grade spiritual fruit. What of the second-grade humans? Dia was nearly overwhelmed. Yet as a plant-based demon beast with a unique physique and exceptional talents, it could endure such excess. Were it a human body consuming so many spiritual fruits in succession, it would have surely erupted. Ye Lingxiu predicted that Dia would soon advance to the mid-3rd tier, benefiting from its robust constitution. Breaking through the minor bottleneck of the 3rd tier could be accomplished with brute force rather than meticulous effort. He instructed the vines to bring forth the Zhang family member. Tightly wrapped like a dumpling, closer, Ye Lingxiu scrutinized him. This man, with his thick brows and wide eyes, bore a square face that somehow imparted an aura of righteousness. He appeared to embody the visage of an upright individual. Yet upon seeing the two women, he displayed an expression more akin to a lecher. Was he perhaps a prodigy of the performing arts? This countenance indeed complemented his spiritual techniques, significantly enhancing his persuasive appeal. What was his name? "I am Zhang Outyan," he declared, his voice deep and resonant, each word imbued with compelling intensity, even leading Ye Lingxiu to feel that capturing him was a misstep. Ye Lingxiu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How fascinating. Even as a thief captured, he managed to exude an air of heroic sacrifice. Was this the effect of a spiritual technique? What kind of extraordinary technique could evoke such a response? "Robbery," Zhang Outyan proclaimed with righteous fervor, as though it were Ye Lingxiu who had wronged him. Ye Lingxiu grimaced, afraid of death. Zhang Outyan's response was predictable. He raised an eyebrow unnaturally, of course. His voice, though still loud, trembled slightly. Ye Lingxiu chuckled. He was quite the character, afraid of death yet still daring to come. Not coming would mean death anyway, and my family would follow suit. I, Zhang Outyan, have lived a life of integrity. Just as he began to boast, hoping to sway Ye Lingxiu, he was abruptly interrupted. "Silence," Ye Lingxiu commanded. Indeed, Zhang Outyan dared not speak further, revealing his genuine fear of death. Chapter 49. Testing Zhang Outyan yet. Zhang Aotian was puzzled. This individual possessed remarkable composure. His spiritual technique was rooted in speech. Although bound and his energy sealed, his exceptional talent had long integrated his spiritual technique into ordinary conversation. Even without spiritual energy, his words bore a certain allure. How could Ye Lingxiu remain unfazed? Ye Lingxiu cast a glance of disdain. Sway me. Is that even possible? My life energy can regulate human hormonal levels. Do you see this treasure in my arms? It's still a virgin. Sway me. Can you serve me? Absolutely not. Aren't you afraid of death? I fear for my family's safety. Ye Lingxiu was moved. He was genuinely impacted by this statement. He suddenly felt a measure of respect for Zhang An. It was unclear whether he was swayed by the effectiveness of the man's words or by the precious quality of protecting one's family. Ye Lingxiu extended his hand, and the vines retrieved a knife from the coffee table, slowly standing to press it against Zhang Aotian's heart. I will ask once more. Serve me, deceive the Zhang family's experts into coming here, or face death. Ye Lingxiu deliberately adopted a grave and resolute tone. Cold sweat began to bead on Zhang Aotian's forehead. His fists clenched tightly as he struggled, repeatedly on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately declaring, "Just kill me to that moment." Zhang Aotian's voice was no longer lofty, but carried a resolute acceptance of death. He was not acting. This was his genuine sentiment. He understood that the most compelling words are those that express one's innermost thoughts. Though falsehoods could influence when paired with a spiritual technique, truth coupled with such a technique wielded the greatest power. He continued to attempt to sway Ye Lingxiu. Should he fail, he would indeed choose to sacrifice himself to protect his family. Everything was genuine, and the emotional impact was profound. A trial of life and death. Zhang Aotian no longer doubted Ye Lingxiu's resolve. True submission would indeed lead to his demise. Yet how could he submit? To do so would inevitably place him in the role of a double agent, luring the family's experts to come one by one out with a fourth-tier uncle in the family. Victory was impossible here, and his wife and children would perish, facing life and death. Zhang Aotian weighed the pros and cons once more, realizing that only his own death would yield the highest cost-benefit ratio. Seemingly sensing Zhang Aotian's hesitation, Ye Lingxiu continued, "I know that the Zhang family has a fourth-tier early-stage practitioner. We also have fourth-tier experts that we can defeat them. What say you?" "What? You have fourth-tier experts too?" "Impossible. Only major powers possess them." "You must be lying to me." Zhang Aotian glanced around frantically, searching for the expert, but disappointment washed over him. Could he be inside the house? "Who is the fourth-tier expert? Let him come out so I can see." Ye Lingxiu thrust the dagger forward 3 centimeters, piercing his heart. Oh, you think a fourth-tier expert is merely a spectacle? Do you think of yourself as significant? A fourth-tier expert will come out for you to see. You must not even know how to write the word death. Ye Lingxiu's eyes widened slightly, his tone menacing. Zhang Aotian felt a piercing pain, blood beginning to spill from his mouth as his body grew heavier. He understood. He was dying. He could feel his heart had been pierced by the dagger. I could see that moment. Ye Lingxiu's voice echoed in his ear. "Zhang Aotian, I possess a third-tier late-stage spiritual fruit. Should you pledge your allegiance to me, I will save you, and you may yet see your wife and children. What do you think?" At this juncture, Ye Lingxiu was uncertain of Zhang Aotian's choice. He was genuinely curious, his gaze intense and eager. Robbery, captured, outmatched, death, justified, and Zhang Aotian, having lost too much blood, could hardly continue. His head drooped, teetering on the brink of the afterlife. "Want to die? Did I consent?" Ye Lingxiu manipulated the binding vines to infuse life energy into him. He withdrew the dagger and, with a flick of his wrist, released a vine egg clone. Zhang Aotian's body was now unharmed. However, Ye Lingxiu had yet to awaken him. They're coming. Why? Ye Lingxiu sensed 3 third-tier Tianji Rel practitioners entering his forested domain. "Lu Hu, pretend to battle with Zhang Aotian. The others will provide cover. The Zhang family reinforcements have arrived. Pretend to battle?" Lu Hu was utterly bewildered. This Zhang Aotian was sprawled on the ground, unconscious. How could he pretend? Just as Lu Hu was about to inquire of Ye Lingxiu, a bizarre scene unfolded before their eyes. Zhang Aotian stood up. Like a newly awakened zombie, he moved without awareness. his body stiff and uncoordinated. Truly a ghost. The others were horrified. In a moment of panic, Lu Hu threw a punch, devoid of spiritual energy, striking the unprepared Zhang Outyin and sending him flying. This scene was witnessed by the three newly arrived Zhang family members. Zhang Outyin, where are the others? One Zhang family member seized Zhang Outyin by the collar. Dead, Zhang Outyin rasped, his eyes still shut. The Zhang family members. This appeared as though he had been struck down. To those in the courtyard, Zhang Outyin now seemed possessed by a spirit. Including Lu Jingjing, the expressions of terror were genuine, all gazing in fear at the twitching figure of Zhang Outyin, who struggled to stand upright. Enough, leave the rest to us. You, who have been beaten and cannot rise, should just lie there. Another Zhang family member remarked, Ha ha ha. Now that you see us three, displaying such fearful expressions is just right. But alas, it's too late. Ha! The other two Zhang family members also wore smug smiles. This was the absolute dominance brought by strength. The fact that Zhang Outyin had endured thus far indicated that. Although the opposing force was stronger than the previous group, it was still limited. Now, with three of them at the third tier, they would easily crush their adversaries. After a brief period of adjustment, Zhang Outyin finally managed to stand, albeit unsteadily, swaying significantly. The Lu brothers, Wang Mang, and even Lu Jingjing pointed toward Zhang Outyin, who was still unsteady on his feet. Another Zhang family member remarked, You must be Lu, the steward of the Huangfu family. Rest assured, I am a compassionate person and shall not harm you. Ha. As for the others, I cannot guarantee. The three exchanged glances and charged toward the crowd. Attack! A voice authoritative yet laced with coldness resonated, invigorating the gathered individuals in the courtyard. Chapter 50, Spirit Plant. One Ye Lingxiu's voice rang out, instantly suppressing the fears of the Lu brothers and Wang Mang. For Ye Lingxiu was more terrifying than any devil. Lu Hu faced one adversary, while Lu Hai, Lu Yang, and Wang Mang confronted another, as Ye Lingxiu summoned vines to engage yet another, but a perfect balance of power. Ye Lingxiu conveyed a perplexed thought, inquiring why do you refrain from taking action? Gardener, you've overindulged. Ye Lingxiu's gaze turned frosty as he looked toward Ye. Ye trembled like a root. Hastily relaying, I can't move, need to digest, before I can fight again. You'd better advance this time, or beware of your teeth. After encouraging Ye Lingxiu, with a sense of resignation, began to scout for new contenders. Who is willing to step forward? Just then, another spirit plant transmitted a message. A desperate thought echoed in Ye Lingxiu's mind. Me, gardener, I'm willing. The urgency was palpable. Ye Lingxiu questioned a single one. You also consume meat? Suddenly, a slender spirit plant, akin to a small finger, darted out from beside Ye Lingxiu's rocking chair. Lao ere Lu Hai glared. While others might not know, he was aware that this seemingly ordinary ground was, in fact, more resilient than steel. This diminutive, vine-like entity had emerged from the depths below. How many secrets does Ye Lingxiu still hold? How many hidden cards? The spirit plant, referred to as a single one by Ye Lingxiu, began to wildly twist and straighten, as if nodding in agreement. Only Ye Lingxiu understood, for it incessantly uttered the sound of affirmation. Why Ye Lingxiu was at a loss. How could this stick-like entity, or perhaps a rope, claim to consume meat? Yet, since a single one had declared it, it must be true. Within this courtyard, no spirit plant dared to defy him. They thrived, drawing upon Ye Lingxiu's life energy, becoming stronger, but were also bound by it. Some spirit plants, even in seed form, contained energy insufficient to sustain their grown forms, leading to their eventual disintegration. After several treatments, the spirit plants in the courtyard truly comprehended the gardener's might. Otherwise, how could these inherently unruly spirit plants behave so obediently? Yet, despite Ye Lingxiu's nurturing, he rarely delved into their specific circumstances. Humanity remained largely ignorant of their essence. Even their names were whimsically assigned by Ye Lingxiu for his entire garden of spirit plants. He usually only inquired about their needs on an individual basis. No spirit plant dared to withhold information or fabricate lies. The audacious or the dim-witted all became mere fertilizer in the soil beside their roots. While the others in the courtyard had previously been oblivious to Ye Lingxiu's methods, the spirit plants, in stark contrast, were exceedingly familiar with their gardener. He had a reputation for obliterating those who crossed him, be they spirit plants or otherwise. Naturally, the others in the courtyard had begun to grasp this, as Ye Lingxiu had made several demonstrations that in that case, go forth and subdue them, that the single one, being a mid-level tier 3 spirit plant, should possess considerable power. Typically, in similar tiers, ordinary beasts are weaker than humans. Yet here, spirit plants do not fear injury and recover their energy swiftly. Thus, in a true confrontation with humans, victory is not guaranteed to either side. After all, the disparity in spirit techniques among humans varies significantly. With a swift motion, a single one slithered across the ground like a slender serpent, moving with remarkable speed, hard to detect. I could see this moment. The evenly matched combatants were deeply engaged in battle. By the time they noticed the single one, it had already approached them. PFF, 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 PFF. 6 crisp sounds rang out, akin to fingers piercing through old window paper. The single one seemed to transform into a thread, deftly weaving through the 6 legs of the Zhang family trio. Then, with a quick contraction, it pulled the injured 3 together, binding them da-da. Although their cries were haunting. Filled with despair, the expressions of those in the courtyard remained impassive. Who among them could not scream? Who enters this courtyard without letting out a few wails? Yet, to the Zhang family trio, this scene reflected sheer indifference. A stark, unfeeling gaze that betrayed how many had perished to elicit such a demeanor. Was this courtyard a den of demons? Were the surrounding spirit plants mere bait, luring them to their doom? No, Zhang Outyin seemed unscathed. The trio, enduring excruciating pain, turned to Zhang Outyin. He stood there, trembling, resembling a zombie freshly risen from a coffin, quaking with each movement. Noticing the trio's gaze, Zhang Outyin, eyes shut, slowly revealed a mechanical smile that was both gentle and terrifying. Ah, my God, a more anguished scream erupted. The unknown is the most terrifying. You 3, are you willing to surrender and serve me? Ye Lingxiu spoke, remaining seated, his tone dispassionate. Willing. I thought everyone possessed such backbone. It appears not. With a flick of his wrist, he dispatched the vine egg's 3 avatars, which entered the trio through their calf wounds. The 3 shuddered briefly, instantly grasping their plight. You 3, being newcomers, may not be familiar with the rules. A single one will consume everything below the wound. Upon finishing, Ye Lingxiu observed the single one tremble with excitement, as the lower parts of the trio's legs visibly withered. Flesh vanished, skin dissolved, bones aged. Until below the calves, they simply disintegrated before the eyes of all, as if centuries had passed. With a gentle breeze, they vanished entirely. The single one revealed its spirit plant form, burrowing back into the earth, only to emerge again beside Ye Lingxiu, nudging him affectionately, evidently delighted. The expressions of all present were beyond description. Zhang Outyin now appeared the most composed, while Ye Lingxiu summoned the vines once more and demonstrated the process of flesh sprouting anew. The Zhang trio was utterly subdued, thoroughly compliant at this point. Even if Ye Lingxiu commanded them to end their own lives, they would likely not hesitate, viewing it as a release. Chapter 51. Serving with Regulations. You 3 shall follow Zhang Outyin, under his command. Upon Ye Lingxiu's decree, the trio looked to the zombie-like Zhang Outyin, questioning if this command was not a death sentence. Ye Lingxiu discerned their confusion and despair. Recognizing the core issue, and instructed the vine egg to cease controlling Zhang Outyin. Like a boneless mass, Zhang Outyin collapsed to the ground while Ye Lingxiu called upon the vines, delivering a light but firm lash to awaken him. When Zhang Outyin regained consciousness, he felt achy, as if he had climbed a mountain in a dream, bewildered and looking around. Zhang Shan, you're here? No. Quickly, go inform the family head. This courtyard is not right. Upon seeing the trio of Tier 3 experts from the Zhang family, Zhang Outyin jolted awake, urgently warning them. Why aren't you moving? Hurry. Gradually sensing the eerie atmosphere in the courtyard, he struggled to continue. His expression shifting from anger to confusion, a remarkable display. Zhang Aoyan had merely fainted. The zombie-like demeanor was Ye Lingxiu's control, albeit clumsily executed. The onlookers had lost count of how many times they had been astonished. The others were genuinely alarmed. Having pieced together how Ye Lingxiu controlled Zhang Aoyan, it was through the web within them, connecting all their organs, bones, and muscles, allowing complete control over their bodies. That a sense of dread enveloped the crowd. Uncertain if their future held fortune or calamity, the three Zhang experts recounted the events to Zhang Aoyan, leaving him stunned, his jaw nearly dropping. Who could believe such a bizarre scene without witnessing it firsthand? What exactly was Ye Lingxiu's spirit technique? How could he achieve such incredible feats? Jingjing, remember this. Those who voluntarily surrender and serve faithfully may receive spirit fruits for cultivation without restraint. Those who come with the intent to slay you and me will find themselves relying on military merit to obtain spirit fruits, as they have none otherwise. You shall determine the specifics. Ye Lingxiu cast a glance at the gathered individuals in the courtyard, instructing Lu Jingjing. Understood. Within the courtyard, some rejoiced while others despaired, yet none dared express discontent. Zhang Aoyan, do you suspect the Zhang family will mobilize entirely to assault our courtyard? Ye Lingxiu sipped his tea and inquired of the Zhang trio. They likely will. The Zhang family ranks among the lesser powers. With only 1 Tier 4 initial expert and 10 Tier 3, the remaining experts have been dispatched to the front lines as per the Alliance's demands. Their fates remain uncertain. After Ye Lingxiu spoke, a tremor coursed through the 4 Zhang family members. Disbelief etched on their faces as they stared at Ye Lingxiu, astonished that they would not be required to confront the Zhang family. Their suspicions were confirmed when Ye Lingxiu's next words validated their conjecture. Serve me, and I shall protect your families. But heed this. First, you must exert your utmost effort. You have all witnessed my healing abilities. Those who do not commit fully will see themselves and their families perish. Secondly, should misfortune befall you in your service, I will still protect your families. Yes, we are willing to exert our utmost effort. The 4 bowed, gratitude laced with resignation. The Tianyao Association's underground city. Ha, everyone. I have received word that the barrier has shattered and the beast horde has breached it. Master Wang stood at the highest point of the platform, his voice booming with joy. The 3 days of madness for the Tianyao Association has begun. Except for those assigned tasks in advance, the rest of you may go. Go forth and showcase your desires. All right. I've been stifled these past few days. Let us go. Let us eat. Lin Yin, are you coming with us? I'm afraid that's not feasible. You all go ahead and keep watch that I must accompany Master Wang. Our presence would be futile. The 3 of us tied together would not stand a chance against Ye Lingxiu. That I need to ensure Master Wang follows. Doesn't Team Master Wang have a mission? Yes. Once the first task concludes, we shall proceed. Ye Lingxiu might attempt to flee. So you both must keep a close eye, or else it will be quite difficult to locate him within a certain courtyard. Uncle, I am Zhang Lei, and I require your assistance for a significant matter. I ask this the clan leader. What issue necessitates my intervention? I have not sensed any attack on our Zhang family from the beasts. It is not the beasts. The matter is thus. I see. That certainly warrants action. Let us go. I shall accompany you. In the courtyard, the big fish has finally arrived. Prepare yourself for battle. You FEW. Ye Lingxiu sent someone approaching and instructed Wang Mang and the others. Leading the charge were a late-stage, 3rd-level practitioner and an individual whose cultivation could not be discerned, and no need to inquire. It is undoubtedly the clan leader of the Zhang family and the 4th-level uncle. Ye Lingxiu reached down and pinched the half-awake Huang Fu Ruinxiu. Ruinxiu, wake up. A fight is imminent, but we must avoid causing fatalities. Understood. Huang Fu Ruinxiu calmed somewhat, groaning as she gradually roused from her slumber. At this moment, her cultivation had nearly reached the late stage of the 4th-level Tianquan realm, achieving the pinnacle of the mid-4th level. When she first arrived at the courtyard, she was still at the early 4th level. But upon encountering Ye Lingxiu's life energy, she found the opportunity to break through her bottleneck. However, further advancements would be challenging. Those nearing their limits might attempt to consume or absorb spiritual fruits or beast cores of a higher rank to break through. But the success rate is dismally low, and unless absolutely necessary, few would dare to take such risks. Furthermore, 4th-level cultivators require spiritual fruits of at least the 5th level to break through, which are exceedingly difficult to procure. Even if one wished to attempt, it would not be an easy endeavor. I could see this moment. The crowd in the courtyard regarded Huangfu Ruinxiu with puzzled expressions. What does this mean? With an abundance of spiritual plants in this garden, is there truly a need for external assistance? Shouldn't we rely on the numerous 3rd-level spiritual plants and engage the 4th-level expert in a war of attrition? Is this stunningly beautiful woman merely a decorative vase? Chapter 52. Huang Furunshiu is ambushed. Members of the Zhang family entered the courtyard. Is it just you few? Where are the members of the Zhang family? What have you done with them? Upon entering, Zhang Lei, seeing no Zhang family members, spoke with an accusatory tone to the crowd. You are Zhang Lei, the head of the Zhang family? Ye Lingxiu rose, gazing at the newcomers. What are you, to dare utter my name? Oh, right, you must be that Master Cui concealed by the old Huangfu, correct? Now that they are all dead, no one can protect you. Speak quickly. Where are my people? Zhang Lei glanced at Ye Lingxiu and the 2 beautiful women, visibly displeased. Bang! The Zhang family's uncle slapped Zhang Lei sharply on the back of his head. Young friend, do not be angered. My nephew is merely ignorant of the rules. May I inquire the name of this esteemed lady? My old eyes fail me. All 4th-level experts are known within the barriers, yet I have not seen this one. What? Zhang Lei, stunned by the slap, was bewildered. Why strike me for no reason? Upon hearing his uncle's words, he began to grasp the situation, his shock deepening. This insufferable fellow, cradling a woman, is a 4th-level expert. How can a 4th-level expert be toyed with so? This courtyard, which seems to cultivate, is so formidable. No wonder my people have vanished without a trace. Anyone at the 4th level, even the weakest early-stage 4th level, is on par with my uncle. The outcome of a confrontation would be uncertain. Zhang Lei felt a pang of anxiety, glancing at his uncle, contemplating whether to retreat and reassess. The uncle, with hands clasped behind his back, was rubbing his fingers, a signal from their Zhang family's set of simple codes. The uncle intends to launch a surprise attack. I must prepare. Zhang Lei cast another glance at the crowd in the courtyard, for at the 3rd level and one at the 2nd level. Dealing with them would be a piece of cake. The only trouble is this 4th-level Tianquan girl. She is likely a young lady from a prominent family, forcibly promoted to the 4th level with spiritual fruits, lacking any real combat experience that if my uncle strikes suddenly, it should severely wound the opponent. What does her identity matter to you? Ye Lingxiu noticed Huangfu Ruinxiu's lack of vigilance and was about to reveal her background when she hurriedly intervened. Young friend, do not misunderstand. I merely admire this girl's astonishing talent. Have reached the mid-4th level at such a young age is indeed commendable. The Zhang family uncle feigned an envious expression, approaching Huangfu Ruinxiu as he spoke. Ye Lingxiu sensed something amiss. Though the uncle's expression appeared sincere, his pace was too hurried, indicating an eagerness to advance that he plans to ambush. Ye Lingxiu gasped, urgently warning Huangfu Ruinxiu, quickly strike him down. This old man intends to attack. Young friend, you are astute, but alas, it is too late. The Zhang family uncle vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Huangfu Ruinxiu, delivering a lightning-fast punch to her abdomen. Puff! The overwhelming force punctured her abdomen, creating a transparent dome the size of a baby's arm. It hurts. Brother Lingxiu, it hurts. Huangfu Ruinxiu clutched her abdomen, on the verge of collapsing. Ye Lingxiu's eyes widened in fury as he caught her, placing his hand over hers that pressed against her stomach. Despicable. The Zhang family, a reputable clan, and yet you, an esteemed 4th-level Tianquan expert, have the audacity to resort to ambush. Ye Lingxiu seethed, secretly cursing himself for not being ruthless enough. When they entered, they should have directly annihilated their enemies without hesitation. Clearly, I am still a step behind these cunning old foxes. Zhang Lei, witnessing the opponent's expert injured from the ambush, burst into laughter. The older generation is indeed more seasoned. Uncle, you are truly formidable, striking without shedding blood. Just a little girl. Even if she possesses rank, she would not be my opponent in a real fight. However, given the current peril within the barriers, preserving strength is paramount. It is unavoidable to tea this moment. The Zhang family uncle appeared unfazed, presenting himself like a high-ranking master. Zhang Lei, with a sinister grin, turned his gaze toward Ye Lingxiu, lingering between Huangfu Runqiu and Lu Jingjing with his words. We have not encountered any of your people. You must be mistaken. You speak nonsense. Hand over the person, and perhaps I may spare your life. After addressing Ye Lingxiu, Zhang Lei turned to the others. Recognizing that Ye Lingxiu was the one in charge, while the others may not be so resolute. Witnessing their expert severely injured, they might very well turn traitor. Surveying the group, he addressed Wang Mang and the three Lu brothers. Speak. Who can enlighten me on the situation? I may spare him from death. Wang Mang and the Lu brothers exchanged looks of helplessness and indifference. They realized that regardless of Zhang Lei's promises, they could not betray Ye Lingxiu. Whether Zhang family would kill them was uncertain, but given their understanding of Ye Lingxiu's methods, they would surely perish before they could reveal anything. Moreover, it was terrifying to think. Death does not always equate to defeat. At this thought, a chill ran down their spines. They had seen Ye Lingxiu's hands pressed against the beautiful girl for quite a while. Furthermore, they were unaware that their side had a fourth-level expert. Even without her, they did not believe they would lose. Outsiders might assume these spiritual plants were merely materials for consumption or weapon crafting, but only they knew the extent of the potent, offensive spiritual plants hidden here, all of which could be commanded by Ye Lingxiu. Thus, in their eyes, the advantage remained with them. The Zhang family was destined to meet their end. Are you all mute? Seeing the group's indifference, Zhang Lei was infuriated. Are you all seeking death? I initially intended to eliminate the instigator, but your loyalty has surprised me, so I shall fulfill your wish. Zhang Lei abandoned any illusions, realizing that those dispatched here were likely doomed. Bring it on. Kill them. Yes, yes. A group of third-level experts responded in unison. Runqiu, does it still hurt? Ye Lingxiu paid no mind to them, merely inquiring about Huangfu Runqiu's injury. Huangfu Ming had instructed her earlier that morning to protect his daughter. And now she was wounded in the afternoon. Simply intolerable. Brother Lingxiu, it doesn't hurt anymore. Huangfu Runqiu replied sweetly, as long as it doesn't hurt. It's my fault for being negligent. There will be no next time. Since it doesn't hurt, let us ensure these villains feel some pain. Let us take them down. Ye Lingxiu glared at the Zhang family members. The Zhang family, rushing toward the courtyard, felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being targeted by a hidden venomous snake. Chapter 53. Annihilating the Zhang family, Huangfu Runqiu agreed, equally loathing the old man who had harmed her. He must be a villain. Let us strike him. Huangfu Runqiu raised her hand, activating her spiritual technique, causing the entire space to constrict around the Zhang family elder. This scene caused the Zhang family's experts to widen their eyes in disbelief, their forward momentum halting abruptly. The fourth-level expert on the opposing side is recovering from her injuries. How can this be possible? They witnessed firsthand a gaping wound across the lower abdomen, and in just a matter of moments, it was healed. How could they possibly fight under such circumstances? Fear gripped the hearts of those present, and she had even consumed a single spirit fruit. This indicated the presence of an exceptionally formidable healer on the opposing side, capable of continuously deploying spiritual techniques to mend injuries. While there were many individuals skilled in healing techniques, none had ever heard of a healer as powerful as this one. The gathered experts of the Zhang family turned their gaze towards their patriarch. Zhang Lei, hoping he would devise a plan to turn the tide or issue a retreat order to make a tea that moment. Zhang Lei was also assessing the condition of his clan uncle. If his uncle could match the prowess of that young girl, then, bolstered by their numerical advantage, they might still stand a chance. However, if the disparity in strength was too great, retreat would be the only viable option. Zhang Lei observed his uncle struggling to turn under the onslaught of the female expert's spiritual techniques, moving as slowly as a tortoise. With one hand reaching behind him, he laboriously executed several movements. Zhang Lei quickly deciphered his uncle's signal. He could do it. A swift resolution was imperative. Excellent. If his uncle could hold the enemy in check, then all present should charge forward. Regardless of whether it was spirit fruits or women, rewards would be doled out accordingly. Zhang Lei's face lit up with excitement. Envisioning himself enjoying tea as effortlessly as Ye Lingxiu, he fantasized about amassing a wealth of spirit fruits to win hearts and expand his influence, dreaming of his ascension to level 4. Suddenly, a shocking sight unfolded before him. A multitude of spirit plants launched an assault, obscuring the very sky above the courtyard, blocking out all sunlight. The swift arrival and departure of this spectacle left everyone momentarily blinded, only for the courtyard to revert to its serene state. The rapidity of this event stemmed from the fact that the Zhang family members had all prostrated themselves, including the level 4 clan uncle. Whether it was the Zhang family or those within the courtyard, including Ye Lingxiu himself, they all stood in a daze. What had just transpired? Ye Lingxiu had commanded the spirit plants in the courtyard to strike at anything that could. Some branches reached out, roots emerged, and even those that were immobile unleashed spiritual attacks from their very essence. Almost every Zhang family expert suffered attacks from numerous spirit plants. Merely escaping unscathed was a stroke of fortune. Thankfully, almost 100 attacks primarily targeted the clan uncle. Otherwise, the situation could have been dire. The Zhang family uncle was restrained by Huang Furuanxiu, enduring the blows. Had he not barely managed to activate a protective shield, even a level 4 cultivator would have met their demise under such relentless assault. Ye Lingxiu felt a sense of relief. It turned out that not all spirit plants were merely waiting to be harvested. Most possessed some semblance of self-defense. With this knowledge, Ye Lingxiu felt reassured. Lying down, he cast a sidelong glance at the bodies on the ground, some barely clinging to life, yet most were severely mutilated. Surrender. Those who control life and death over you can spare you. Otherwise, you shall perish. Choose wisely. The crowd exchanged glances, gritting their teeth in pain while contemplating the pros and cons, though unaware of the arcane methods employed to injure them. Zhang Lei's defiance surfaced. How dare you attempt to engulf the Zhang family without fear of retribution? Ye Lingxiu turned to Zhang Lei, a look of disdain etched on his face. You are already prisoners, yet you still cling to the heirs of a patriarch. And oh wonder the Zhang family struggles to thrive. It seems the patriarch lacks awareness of the times. The individual who had suggested the assault on the courtyard fervently defended the patriarch's position. You speak of the soldiers on the city walls? Their role in guarding the barriers is commendable, but should they dare to offend us, they will meet a fate akin to yours. One of them will meet the same fate as the Zhang family patriarch. Ye Lingxiu had no desire to persuade further. A mere level 3 cultivator was of little concern to him. In an instant, a figure darted like a fleeting shadow, swiftly approaching Zhang Lei from foot to leg. Then to the abdomen, it relentlessly ascended until it emerged from his temple. The figure penetrated Zhang Lei, creating countless holes as if threading a needle. Like the previous 3 Zhang family members, Zhang Lei instantly withered, his essence turning to ash. The once gray figure, having absorbed all the vitality of the level 3 late-stage Zhang Lei, transformed into a vibrant red, then gradually reverted to gray. Why, Lord, no. I beg your pardon. I was wrong. Please spare me. Those Zhang family members who had previously supported the patriarch, upon witnessing the remnants of Zhang Lei's demise, suddenly changed their tune. They even exerted themselves to crawl towards Ye Lingxiu. The figure had already positioned itself near this individual, poised to strike, yet he abruptly shifted towards the gardener, chattering incoherently, as if attempting to communicate. He could not decipher the gardener's intentions, and thus refrained from acting. Like a serpent, it reared up, its head bent towards Ye Lingxiu, engrossed in sipping tea, displayed no interest, and the figure comprehended. A chilling scene unfolded once more. Clearing his throat, Ye Lingxiu addressed the remaining individuals. Who among you wishes to die? Silence enveloped the Zhang family. Those who had yet to speak were indeed yearning for survival, yet none dared to be the first to voice their thoughts. One of you, a level 4, below the waist, shall perish. Ye Lingxiu deliberately articulated these words to instill fresh terror within them. They needed to feel genuine fear from the depths of their hearts. Otherwise, absorbing so many members of the Zhang family at once would pose a management challenge. Young friend, I pledge my loyalty. Spare this old man. The Zhang family uncle, spitting blood, shakily stood up and clasped his fists in salute to Ye Lingxiu. What shall I call you, esteemed elder? The elder the Zhang family felt a surge of joy. Being level 4 still held some weight. This individual in charge seemed to possess vision, and in due time, he could leverage his status as an old powerhouse to secure greater benefits. That I am a member of the Zhang family. Naturally surnamed Zhang, with a given name. Never mind, it matters not. Point 1 act. For injuring my family Ye Lingxiu, punishment must be meted out. Rest assured, I shall heal you. Ye Lingxiu initially intended to gauge the level 4 individual's significance, but soon deemed it unnecessary. There would undoubtedly be more level 4s in the future, and once he ascended to level 4 himself, the spirit plants throughout the courtyard, barring those of too low a level, would gradually reach level 4 as well. Currently at level 3, the spirit plants cultivated under his care could only aspire to level 3 late stage at most, and no matter how much effort he expended thereafter, breaking through would remain a formidable challenge. This was a conclusion he had drawn from his recent experiences, resigned to the understanding that such were the rules of the game. As the figure moved past, another round of familiar, anguished cries ensued. Chapter 54. Arranging the Zhang family members. The Zhang family members, having witnessed their uncle's grotesque display of human flesh sprouting limbs, were struck with terror, causing two to faint. Each trembled, unsure whether it was from the pain they had just endured or sheer fright. Once the Zhang family uncle's body had healed, he stood trembling before Ye Lingxiu, cupping his fists. I am Zhang Yi, honored to meet you. The tone indicated that he no longer harbored any unrealistic notions. I am Yi. Simply refer to me as Mr. Yi. From now on, you will follow Zhang Outyan's leadership. Are you familiar with him? Ye Lingxiu waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for formalities. Oh, I understand, yes, Mr. Yi. Zhang had been thoroughly subdued, and even though he was now to heed the orders of a mere level 3 early-stage cultivator, he bore no resentment at why Ye Lingxiu no longer regarded Zhang. Turning his attention to the others sprawled on the ground, pointing at the first one. Before Ye Lingxiu could utter a word, the figure shot over to the individual's side. Its serpent-like head darted, poised to strike at any moment. The Zhang family member, indicated by Ye Lingxiu, froze in place, motionless, as if he were truly trying to evade a venomous snake by relying on instinct. Will you pledge your loyalty or face death? Choose. Upon hearing this, the Zhang family member felt as though he had heard celestial music, his body relaxing. I pledge my loyalty, Mr. Good. And you? Ye Lingxiu rotated his finger towards the second person. The figure shadowed him, swiftly reaching the second individual's side. I pledge my loyalty. I too pledge my loyalty, Mr. Yi. The figure, somewhat disappointed, lowered its head as if a plump ear of wheat. I pledge my loyalty. I pledge my loyalty. I too pledge my loyalty. Before Ye Lingxiu could inquire further, a chorus of responses erupted in unison. Excellent. You few will also fall under Zhang Outyan's command. Allow me to reiterate the principles. During battle, you must exert your utmost effort. As long as you do not perish on the spot, I guarantee your physical safety. He bestowed each with a vine egg clone, then summoned the vines for healing, stating, should you achieve significant merit, you may seek out Manager Liu for a reward of spirit fruits. Consider it a glimmer of hope. If you slay 100 of your level, or serve me for 50 years, fulfilling either condition will earn you your freedom. Yes, thank you for your benevolence, Mr. Yi. Thank you for sparing us, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, you are magnanimous. Ye Lingxiu waved his hand, signaling that flattery was unnecessary. He turned to Lu Jingjing, revised the rules. Those who voluntarily pledge loyalty will serve for 10 years or slay 50 of their level to regain their freedom, with spirit fruits in the interim. For those who seek trouble, the terms remain 50 years and 100 kills, with the exchange of military merit for spirit fruits, tentatively set at 10 kills of the same level for 1 spirit fruit of the same level. As Ye Lingxiu pondered, he introduced Lu Jingjing to the adjustment that a sign would be erected outside. Free treatment for physical injuries. Once that AS for ordinary people, they would not be included for the time being. But each supernatural individual could take in 5 ordinary people to assist with their daily needs. If ordinary individuals wished to pledge loyalty, they could be informed to see if any were in need. Moreover, the descendants of the 2 who had just perished would be executed. Each individual shall be rewarded with a 3rd-tier spirit fruit for their head. Furthermore, I implore you to remember this.
regardless of who it may be. A mistake leading to death signifies the demise of the entire family. Should misfortune befall one in battle, I shall take responsibility for their kin. Now go forth. Yes, in unison. The crowd complied, hastily dashing outside. When did a human life become so invaluable, warranting a spirit fruit for each? Ye Lingxiu was utterly indifferent to whether any of those among them had relatives of Zhonglei or if they were genuinely devoted. Their sole obligation was to execute his commands without fail. The self-admiration that would be optimal, though its absence would bear no consequence. However, fear must be present. Whosoever transgresses their rightful bounds shall bear the unbearable consequences. Though the Vine avatars could not comprehend their words, nor sense their intentions and emotions, they could still detect the fundamental hostility or goodwill toward the original form. A modicum of self-fear and self-hatred was tolerable. Yet, should that loathing exceed a certain threshold, reaching a point of action, Ye Lingxiu would not hesitate to annihilate their entire family without justification. Within less than a day since the barrier's breach, he had subdued a formidable familial force, an accomplishment unattainable prior to the barrier's collapse. Ye Lingxiu reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, gazing at the resplendent stars of the northern dipper. One hand cradled the teacup, untouched, while the other encircled Ruinxiu, gently caressing. Today proved fortunate. Ye Lingxiu admired the vast sky, commanding the vines to undergo frenzied division and growth, constructing houses in their vicinity. Do not underestimate these structures erected by spirit plants. Even the most advanced steel concrete edifices of the present cannot rival the fortitude of these third-tier vines. As soon as they descended, they revealed the dozen heads floating behind him. Ye Lingxiu raised an eyebrow, impressed by the ruthlessness, duly granting him a dozen third-tier spirit fruits that if luck favored him, these might assist in his advancement to the mid-stage. In a fleeting moment, an additional 70 to 80 individuals filled the courtyard. He focused intently on examining the Zhang family's collection. Most conspicuous were the 8 overflowing boxes of items. Ye Lingxiu felt a twinge of curiosity. What treasures had the Zhang family amassed to conceal in their treasury? No longer reclining, he embraced Huangfu Ruinxiu and settled himself, eagerly beckoning a vine to unveil one of the boxes. What the hell? By your grandfather? It's all money. Without hesitation, he commanded the vine to seize the large boxes and cast them outside. In this day and age, money is indispensable. What about this somewhat smaller box? Surely it cannot contain money. With a snap, the box opened, revealing its contents to a porcelain vase. What utility does a porcelain vase possess? In this era, humanity has yet to uncover any treasures, at most utilizing natural spirit plants to crudely forge weapons that can conduct spiritual energy. That a porcelain vase is certainly not a product of nature's spirit plants. It is an industrial artifact. Ye Lingxiu inspected it closely. There are inscriptions at the bottom, reading, Yongzheng Imperial Crafting. Yongzheng Imperial Crafting? What does that imply? Unsure, he resolved to consult Lu Jingjing. Cultivate good habits. Ye Lingxiu summoned a vine to entwine Lu Jingjing's slender waist. Lifting her high into the air, soaring over the myriad vine houses and courtyard walls, until she stood before him. Lu Jingjing, experiencing this for the first time, felt her heart race like a startled deer. Although she suspected this was likely Ye Lingxiu's doing, the manner of her arrival still filled her with apprehension. Ye Lingxiu elucidated the situation, and Lu Jingjing examined the vase, replying, "This should be an antique." Long before the apocalypse, there existed a dynasty in Huashan known as Qing, and this vase originates from that era. Ye Lingxiu was convinced there was a reason the Zhang family had failed to thrive. Chapter 55. The treasure was not stolen by me. Ye Lingxiu comprehended that the Zhang family possessed nothing of value. Even if they did, they must have expended it long ago to enhance their strength. The entire clan boasted a solitary fourth-tier individual, and that was merely in the early stage. Within the Alliance's power hierarchy, fourth-tier beings represent the pinnacle of strength, obligated to fulfill the duties of top-tier forces as dictated by the Alliance. Regrettably, the Zhang family's fourth-tier power was feeble, with only one person, relegating them to the lowest rung among the elite forces and, thus, securing minimal benefits.
the disparity between their efforts and rewards was stark. It was evident their desperation for breakthroughs in strength and growth of influence drove them to raid him so promptly after the barrier fell. Ye Lingxiu no longer harbored hope for their collection and decided to open all the boxes at once. Among them, he found 2 spirit fruits, yet both were merely second tier, rendering them inconsequential. Their loss of vitality meant they could serve only as weapons but could not regenerate, holding little significance for Ye Lingxiu. He possessed several types of bamboo of the same tier, all cultivated from third-tier spirit bamboo shoots. Once matured, the spirit bamboo could yield several shoots. Regrettably, the new bamboo shoots could only produce second-tier spirit bamboo. Continuing this process, while he had ample bamboo, most were the first and second tiers, with the third-tier specimens being solitary. Fourth-tier spirit plants were exceedingly rare. Although Ye Lingxiu's third-tier spirit techniques could not elevate spirit plants to the 4th tier, he could still facilitate the slow growth of 4th-tier seedlings. However, this process was significantly slower than that of 3rd-tier plants. Ye Lingxiu meticulously scrutinized all the collections. While there was some utility, it was hardly abundant. Upon encountering the final, most exquisitely crafted treasure box, he was visibly taken aback. To his dismay, the most meticulously preserved box contained nothing but emptiness. He was tempted to summon the Zhang family members and whip them with vines. The most exquisite box is empty. What gives a theft deterrent? Ye Lingxiu was speechless and once more called upon Lu Jingjing to assist in dealing with these chaotic treasures. He commanded the vines to wrap around the box and prepare to discard it. With a thud, a sound echoed as something fell to the ground. What dropped? Ye Lingxiu glanced at the floor, but there was nothing. How could this be? Did he mishear? This was improbable. An awakened individual's physique undergoes considerable enhancement with level progression. Even if it were not an awakened physical spirit technique, Ye Lingxiu could effortlessly leap to the 2nd floor and discern an ant 10 meters away, hearing a cicada's song from 100 meters. Such a close drop could not possibly be misheard. He employed his perception to investigate, yet found nothing. Ye Lingxiu speculated that perhaps the dropped object was of considerable tier, beyond his current realm of comprehension. He even roused Huangfu Ruinxiu, who was half asleep from training. Ruinxiu, could you see if there's something peculiar on the ground before us? Huangfu Ruinxiu, puzzled, scrutinized the ground intently, her large, expressive eyes blinking vigorously as if trying to discern the unseen. Ye Lingxiu found it amusing. If she could not see it, she ought to utilize her spiritual perception. Buzz! Huangfu Ruinxiu summoned her vast spiritual awareness, not deliberately concealing it. Ye Lingxiu felt as if swept by a powerful electromagnetic wave. A thin veil of dust rose from the ground. Ye Lingxiu felt troubled. Could it be that the Zhang family truly stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure, yet he could not locate it? Suddenly, Ye Lingxiu smacked his forehead. Realizing how blind he had been, if he could not find it, he could just ask the Zhang family members to search. They should at least be aware of the situation. This treasure was not stolen by me. I could directly inquire with them, especially since their ancestor was still alive, that if there was something valuable, it was improbable that he would be unaware. He summoned the vines to beckon Zhang Yi, who was busy settling his family, indicating he should come to the courtyard. As a 4th-tier celestial sovereign, Zhang Yi could now fly through the air, landing directly in the courtyard. Mr. Yi, you called for me? Yes, I have an inquiry. What treasure is stored in this box belonging to your Zhang family? Ye Lingxiu gestured for Zhang Yi to observe the exquisitely crafted box held by the vine. Upon merely seeing the box, Zhang Yi's expression turned knowing, followed by a hint of embarrassment as he confessed, "To be honest, we do not fully comprehend it either. This was obtained by a 3rd-tier Zhang family member assigned to the military during an expedition. While traversing a spiderweb area, he discovered something seemingly suspended on a web, though nothing was visibly present. That family member, audaciously, reached out and managed to grasp it, yet remained invisible and imperceptible. Ye Lingxiu raised an eyebrow. This object was indeed peculiar. It could not be seen, nor sensed, yet could be touched. Was it capable of bending light, rendering it invisible? Or did it possess the ability to make its essence transparent, allowing light to pass through like glass? The lack of perceptibility was even more confounding. To date, the nature of the spiritual awareness emitted by cultivators remains undetermined, with academia hypothesizing it might be a form of wave, akin to that of bats. The reason for this suspicion lies in the failure to detect human spiritual awareness using methods designed to locate bat sonar, possibly due to differences in wavelength. Or perhaps it is not a wave at all. What shape was it? Approximately the size of a thumb, with fine, hair-like protrusions. Procure some flour and sprinkle it throughout the courtyard. It should be hiding somewhere. Zhang Yi glanced at the angle of the box held by the vine, appearing to understand. This was the intended posture for discarding it. In ignorance, the object could have fallen anywhere. The mention of flour prompted Ye Lingxiu to recall another vexing issue. Previously, within the barrier, everyone was primarily engaged in work, and the Alliance had designated a considerable area for mechanized farming, producing grain to sell to the public. Due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, coupled with the numerous spiritual techniques available to humanity, the weather can be manipulated at will. When desired, it can bring forth gentle breezes or nourishing rains, resulting in an abundance of crops that flourish remarkably well. A single acre of land can yield enough produce to sustain 100 individuals for an entire year. However, in the present, Chapter 56, reflecting on the past, a painful reminiscence in these times to maintain stability and control over the powerful. Many ordinary people have been taken in. The agrarian pursuits must be prioritized. Although there is still a surplus of food, relying solely on it will not suffice for the long term, but in fact, it is feasible to provide ordinary people with spiritual fruits. Even if they cannot tolerate the whole fruit, diluting it to a sufficient degree may be possible. Yet this approach carries considerable drawbacks. Firstly, the quantity of spiritual fruits is finite. Despite the current large reserves, the burgeoning powers in the future will inevitably lead to scarcity. Awakened individuals can absorb the energy from these fruits to elevate their own levels of cultivation. Ordinary people, on the other hand, can only utilize the energy to sustain their own consumption, absorbing barely 10 to 20% while wasting a staggering 80 to 90%, rendering an exceedingly poor cost-to-benefit ratio. Secondly, it is imperative to avoid fostering a habit of unearned gain that if spiritual fruits are simply handed to them, who knows what kind of parasites they may become. For those awakened individuals who have earned their spiritual fruits through military merit, it is permissible to share with their family, yet one must never establish a precedent of free distribution. Once this wave of beastly incursions passes, the focus must shift towards cultivating the land. Zhang Yi returned. Clutching a handful of flour, he soared above the courtyard and casually scattered it, channeling his internal spiritual energy to ensure an even distribution across the ground. As all the flour settled, the courtyard transformed into a canvas of snowy white speckles. Only in one spot, 10 meters east of Ye Lingxiu's rocking chair, was there a small, distinct protrusion. The flour landed atop this bump without touching the ground, making it starkly apparent why Ye Lingxiu's heart leaped with joy, summoning the vines to coil around it while instructing Zhang Yi, "You may attend to your tasks." "Yes, Mr. Yi." Zhang Yi departed, and Ye Lingxiu finally acquired this mysterious object. Indeed, it bore some fibrous tendrils. Through the flour, he could discern the length and shape of these fibers. Upon receiving it from the vines, Ye Lingxiu immediately sensed something extraordinary. If one were to inquire what he was most sensitive to, the answer would certainly not be women. Ever since he emerged from the seductive clutches of Xi and Linyan, he has lost all yearning for emotional entanglements. Deep wounds can lead a person to fear losing again, making one reluctant to possess anything at all. It is only in the state of having nothing that one cannot suffer loss. What Ye Lingxiu is most attuned to is the energy of life. He could distinctly feel the vigorous life energy residing within this object, which resembled either a root or a fruit. Indeed, this is a seed of spiritual flora. Ye Lingxiu chuckled with delight. Yes, long as it is a seed, it can be managed. This is his domain. Channeling his spiritual techniques, the rich energy of life flowed from his palm into the seed. Through this life energy, he finally discerned the seed's true form, a spiritual fruit adorned with scales and interspersed with numerous fibrous tendrils. The scales were black and exceedingly tough, likely serving as protection, While the tendrils were white and elastic, their purpose unknown. As Ye Lingxiu infused the seed with life energy, the internal energy seemed to ignite. Becoming remarkably vibrant, it greedily absorbed his life energy. Although the infusion was not rapid, after 3 continuous hours, Ye Lingxiu found it increasingly challenging to persevere. Fortunately, unlike the vine eggs, he could halt the process at any moment. After storing the box away, Ye Lingxiu sighed. The weighty and tumultuous day, the first day of the second apocalypse, finally welcomed its sunset glow. Ye Lingxiu vividly recalled emerging from the Civil Affairs Bureau and watching the sunset alongside the venerable Lord Huangfu. Lu Jingjing, as the chief steward of the Huangfu family, was particularly adept at organizing tasks. It did not take long for her to arrange the relocated Zhang family with impressive efficiency. During this time, she also sought out Ye Lingxiu once, suggesting the construction of 3-story vine buildings, modeled after the community layout, to facilitate gatherings while balancing practicality with space, considering that more individuals would arrive later. She directly proposed that Ye Lingxiu expand the courtyard by an additional 40 meters outward from its center. Now, the courtyard has transformed into a circular residential area with a diameter of over 100 meters. Internal streets and basic structures have been established, and for aesthetic purposes, Lu Jingjing arranged for the transplantation of numerous ordinary flowers, plants, and trees to embellish the surroundings and the sides of the streets. With Ye Lingxiu's encouragement, the flowers bloomed vibrantly, and the trees flourished, creating an even more picturesque environment. As the ordinary Zhang family members entered and exited, their apprehensions and fears diminished significantly. They were acutely aware of their circumstances, and none were without worry, especially for those unable to come to end this apocalyptic era. Even accompanying the powerful does not guarantee survival, let alone when the powerful have congregated here. Many young women and married ladies even began to offer themselves as companions. Ye Lingxiu paid little attention to these matters. Even if he were aware, he would not intervene in the face of the apocalypse. He could not save everyone, and even if he could, he might lack the inclination. A larger congregation of people meant greater risks of beastly attacks, particularly as there were numerous spiritual plants here that could attract such creatures. The allure of spiritual flora to beasts is akin to their appeal to humans, which is why wild spiritual plants are often guarded by beasts. Ye Lingxiu harbored genuine uncertainty. Was his location truly safer, or was it more secure in places like the Zhang family, where there were fewer powerful individuals but also fewer people? It is important to note that the number of offensive spiritual plants he cultivated was ultimately limited, and he could not protect all areas where large crowds gathered. Even with the current expansion to a 50-meter radius, it was still inadequate. The spiritual plants extended only 10 meters deep, with most coverage limited to 20 meters. Despite the presence of vines, relying solely on a third-tier vine to fend off countless waves of beasts was nothing short of a fool's dream. Just as Ye Lingxiu was contemplating life, intending to praise Lu Jingjing's capabilities, he was interrupted by a voice reporting, "Mr. Yi, Zhang Aoqian has something to report." The voice remained resonant and compelling, instilling an inexplicable sense of urgency about the matter at hand. The vines opened the courtyard's main entrance, and Zhang Aoqian strode in with an air of righteousness, his demeanor commanding attention. With his striking features, thick brows, large eyes, and a square face, he caught even the usually aloof Lu Jingjing's eye. "What is it?" Ye Lingxiu raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. He had previously assigned Zhang Aoqian to delegate various tasks to his subordinates based on different spiritual techniques. Could it be that he had uncovered some pressing situation? The beast tide was still approaching the barrier walls, facing resistance from various factions. It shouldn't have reached the courtyard area so swiftly. Chapter 57. Mocking the Elder Xian Couple. Part 1. Suspicion arose as a man and woman approached the residence of the vines. Initially, they merely observed from a distance, circling around several times before engaging in conversation with the families that were relocating. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that they were inquiring about your situation. After hearing Zhang Aoqian's account, Ye Lingxiu felt perplexed. As an orphan, he had no relatives. It was unlikely they were seeking refuge, especially since he had instructed Lu Jingjing to announce that free medical treatment would be available. Without mentioning himself, The Huangfu family had protected him well. Other factions were unaware of his circumstances. This realization sparked a thought in Ye Lingxiu's mind. Do they know me? Do they even know my situation? Indeed, they know you as Ye Lingxiu and are inquiring whether you still reside in the courtyard. Why Ye Lingxiu's eyes brightened. He recognized who they were. There were very few in the entire barrier who knew his full name, and even fewer who knew he resided here. At this point, only those 3 relatives remained who still cared about him. Given that it was a man and a woman, they must be the parents from the Xian family. Upon learning that this couple had arrived, Ye Lingxiu felt an immediate surge of energy, his fatigue dissipating as he contemplated. Bring them in. No, please invite them in. I wish to catch up with them. Zhang Aotian nodded in agreement and stepped outside. Lu Jingjing rolled her eyes at this scene, clearly having deduced the outcome. When Zhang Aotian returned, he was accompanied by the 2 individuals. They appeared to be in their 40s. The woman stood under 5 feet tall, while the man was slightly over 5 feet. Both seemed somewhat anxious, glancing around nervously. Upon noticing Ye Lingxiu reclining in the rocking chair, their pupils constricted and they exchanged subtle glances. Silently nodding before continuing to follow Zhang Aotian, while Ye Lingxiu observed everything with keen awareness. Indeed, it was them. They mistakenly believed he would not recognize them. Little did they know, he had encountered them before in his previous life, when they had already consumed his blood and shared in his essence. How could he possibly forget? Mr. Yi, I have brought the guests. Zhang Aotian introduced them succinctly before falling silent. So, you are Mr. Yi. Indeed, a prodigious talent. Not only possessing such vast enterprises, but also surrounded by capable individuals. Xian's father spoke first, his face adorned with a smile, exuding an air of flattery. Indeed, indeed. And you, madam, are quite beautiful, a beauty matched with a hero. Xian's mother chimed in with similar compliments. Lu Jingjing, taken aback, realized that these were not the individuals she had initially envisioned, leading her to wonder if she had misjudged. However, upon examining their features, she noted some resemblance. Suddenly, a realization struck Lu Jingjing, and she shuddered at the thought. While it appeared unexpected, given that family's temperament, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. A common method for a person to regain youth is to elevate their cultivation level. The evolution of spiritual techniques and improvement of one's abilities can enhance physical vitality, leading to a more vigorous transformation. However, for the elderly who have not awakened their spiritual abilities, the possibility of reawakening is utterly impossible. There exists but one method to achieve this: to transform into a monster. These 2 old wretches are indeed not virtuous individuals. Their transformation into monsters signifies that they have undoubtedly feasted upon the living. They are fully aware of Ye Lingxiu's intentions. Otherwise, she would have long since dispatched someone to eliminate them. Hearing in Mother's praise only fills her with revulsion, and she cannot be bothered to engage with them. According to our Captain Zhang, the 2 of you have been inquiring about information nearby. What is your purpose? Which faction do you represent? What are your intentions towards us? Although Ye Lingxiu remained seated, her grave tone, combined with the countless instances of bloodshed today, has begun to forge her own formidable presence. A unique aura not bound by barriers, fitting for the apocalypse. Perhaps Ye Lingxiu herself is unaware of the shift. Yet when her heart genuinely yearns for bloodshed, her outward demeanor inevitably alters. The distinction between a person who desires to kill and one who has already taken lives is stark, for the more sensitive souls. This difference is easily discernible. Cultivators possess a certain mystical sensitivity to this intangible yet undeniably existent aura. This moment, the 2 elderly members of the XN family, barely managing to maintain their composure, exude an icy chill, with faint glimpses of serpentine scales occasionally visible beneath their clothing. Overwhelmed by tension and fear, they struggle to retain control over their own state. Mr. Yi, you misunderstand us. We were merely passing through, harboring no ill intentions. No, absolutely no ill intentions. XN father proclaimed, patting his chest for assurance. He never anticipated that merely seeking information could be fraught with such peril. Had he known, he would have never ventured here. His primary grievance lay with that wretched Ye Lingxiu, who had transformed this place beyond recognition. Otherwise, he would not have had any need to inquire. Did he truly believe such actions could allow him to evade the beast tide? It is utterly laughable. Our sole aim is to eliminate you before the beast tide arrives. Should you perish amidst it, how can we justify the burdens we have borne and the losses we have suffered? However, for now, patience must be exercised. That X-in father clung to a shred of rationality, while X-in mother was far less composed, trembling uncontrollably. Though X-in mother recognized the necessity for calm, the terror had embedded itself in her very bones. Despite her efforts to restrain herself, she could not suppress her fear upon sensing Ye Lingxiu's piercing intent to kill. This Ye Lingxiu, whom she had not seen for merely a few days, now sat in a rocking chair, emanating an aura of sheer dread. No ill intentions. Would someone with no malice inquire about our circumstances without cause? Clearly, if I do not show you some force, you will never reveal the truth. Zhang Outyin, seize them. Yes, at once. Zhang Outyin had already organized his men to surround the courtyard, ever watchful, like a tea this moment, with a resonant roar infused with spiritual energy, for adept members of the Zhang family leapt into action. By Mr. Ye's command, apprehend these two. He could sense that the X-in couple possessed merely the strength of an awakened first level. There was no need to employ spiritual techniques. X-in father attempted to clarify the misunderstanding before Ye Lingxiu could restrain them. He was taken aback by the speed and prowess of the newcomers that by the time he contemplated fleeing, it was far too late. In an instant, they were subdued, the couple forced to kneel on the ground. The X-in couple struggled desperately, yet it was all in vain. In the presence of several third-level cultivators, 2 first-level individuals were akin to children. If you do not speak the truth, I shall resort to torture, Ye Lingxiu declared. Now that we are aware the barrier has shattered, do not expect a rescue from the enforcement team. Taking a sip of tea, Ye Lingxiu leaned forward, her gaze fixed on the pair with a chilling intensity, suggesting she would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Sir, we truly mean no harm. Let us speak openly. We fled from the direction of the beast tide. Our home has yet to be attacked, but I know it is only a matter of time. Thus, we came here to seek refuge with a powerful figure, X-in father, with his arms bound behind him and his head lowered. Furtively glanced at the ground, concocting what he believed to be a plausible excuse. Chapter 58. Mocking the X-in couple, Part 2. Communications were severed shortly after the beast tide's approach. How did you learn of the beast tide? Even now, many remain unaware. Why? Ye Lingxiu smiled wickedly, seizing upon a flaw in their story to apply further pressure to we. We happen to have a friend in the wall guard who informed us. X-in father stammered. Sir, you are magnanimous. Please spare us. If you do not wish to protect us, we shall take our leave. Take your leave. Do you think this is a place you can come and go as you please? Ye Lingxiu surveyed the pair, relishing their fear and trembling, her heart swelling with delight. You are a prominent figure. We have not wronged you. Why must you press us so harshly? X-in father retorted, incensed. How could this wretched Ye Lingxiu have become so impervious to reason? Though he bore a grudge against his family, he should not treat strangers so ruthlessly. Unless, oh no, could it be that this cursed Ye Lingxiu has discerned something? While they may have aged into their 40s, those familiar with them could still perceive the signs. If that were the case, they would be in grave trouble, like sheep entering a tiger's den. Fear finally began to take hold of X-in father. Ye Lingxiu could not help but chuckle at their plight, her expression a blend of mockery and indignation. Press you? Do you recall how you once coerced me? Am I not the hero you spoke of? The prodigious youth? 3 years ago, you forced me to take on burdens, to earn money for you, to sacrifice friends, wealth, and even dignity, only to end up with what? Death. Ye Lingxiu roared in fury, unleashing the pent-up frustrations of the past, memories of countless grievances flooding her mind. She recalled how the elderly couple had lorded over her, treating her like a mere servant. Even when she burned with fever, she was compelled to procure groceries and cook for them, all while caring for children. Life at home was 100 times busier than at work, yet she was rewarded only with the role of a scapegoat, ultimately meeting her demise at their hands, becoming a sacrificial offering to quell their fear of the beast tide. At a series of sickening sounds echoed as vines pierced through flesh, Ye Lingxiu commanded the vines to ensnare the couple. Hoisting them aloft, their screams resonated throughout the courtyard, a chilling refrain. Lu Jingjing watched Ye Lingxiu with a complicated expression, realizing he had endured such torment, which explained his deep-seated hatred for this family. Perhaps Ye Lingxiu's resolute demeanor stemmed from the trials inflicted by them. Zhang Outyin, however, remained perplexed. Was this Ye Lingxiu merely finding an excuse to indulge in tormenting others? Indeed, from Zhang Outyin's perspective, Ye Lingxiu appeared to relish inflicting pain, as evidenced by the numerous occurrences throughout the day. Yet this time, he sensed a raw, emotional expression from Ye Lingxiu, a reflection of her innate talent, with her spiritual techniques intricately tied to her feelings. Only Huangfu Ruinxiu sensed the tempest of rage within Ye Lingxiu and the tremors of her body. She said nothing, merely tightening her embrace around him. As for the XN couple, with every word Ye Lingxiu spoke, their expressions grew increasingly horrified. They had been recognized. XN father's fear intensified, his suspicions confirmed. Their psychological defenses crumbled, and they could no longer contain themselves. At one moment, they transformed into serpent-like beings with slit pupils and scales, and the next, they appeared human. Yet regardless of their form, the terror in their eyes remained unmistakable. This was precisely the reaction Ye Lingxiu sought to elicit. Ye Lingxiu, you wretched bastard, release us at once. You know our current identities, don't you? XN-mother finally lost all restraint, her voice a frenzied shriek that, oh, what identities do you possess? Speak and let me know. Perhaps I shall be intimidated and spare you. Ye Lingxiu rose, cradling Huangfu Ruinxiu. With each encounter with the XN family, he grew increasingly grateful for Huangfu Ruinxiu and Lu Jingjing, regardless of their motivations. These two remarkable women offered him unparalleled trust and support, particularly Huangfu Ruinxiu, whose unguarded, unconditional embrace provided constant solace to his soul. In the absence of family and friends, the fear of solitude loomed larger. Huangfu Ruinxiu was genuinely conveying through her touch, "You are not alone. I am here." Ye Lingxiu remained oblivious to the fact that the presence of the two women had become an indispensable element of his retribution against the XN family. "We are members of the Heavenly Demon Society. Did you not anticipate this? In these times of rampant beast tides, only we can survive. Ye Lingxiu, I advise you to be a person of discernment." XN father, seeing the situation devolve to such an extent, had no choice but to utter these words, hoping Ye Lingxiu would heed his counsel. Unfortunately, he had no confidence in the outcome. Ye Lingxiu was no longer the person they once knew. They had bid farewell to the past, and so had Ye Lingxiu. Recognize the times? Align myself with you vermin of humanity? It would indeed be dull to kill you outright. But do not say I did not give you a chance. Here's the deal. I shall escort you to the entrance. The vine shall extend 10 meters. Whether you lose limbs or traverse the distance intact, either way, you may escape with a flick of his wrist. Ye Lingxiu sent the vines spiraling towards the XN couple, flinging them forth. The force of movement tore at them painfully. Ye Lingxiu, I will not let you off. You shall meet a terrible fate. Ye Lingxiu, wait, the Heavenly Demon Society will not spare you. Lin Yin will not forgive you. The curses grew fainter. Now, the overall radius of the Sihuan residential area extended to 50 meters, even if the parents of Xine Jia exerted all their strength. Their vitriol would not reach Ye Lingxiu. However, in a bid to cultivate a new ethos of civility and politeness, Ye Lingxiu employed thorny vines to silence them. This time, he specifically chose the prickly variety. Ye Lingxiu reclined on a rocking chair, entirely devoid of sleepiness. The parents of XN Linyan had come scout, and it was likely that XN Linyan would not be far behind. One could not help but wonder which would arrive first. You or the beast tide. While Ye Lingxiu savored a moment of tranquility, the Heavenly Demon Society's decapitation operation commenced, with all the masters, including the president, springing into action. They exuded a non-human aura, having consumed the flesh of the living. They were no longer human, existing in a state that was neither human nor demon, unable to transform into the demon race. or were already demonized beings, having absorbed the essence of demons after consuming the living. Boldly revealing their demonic forms, they advanced swiftly towards their respective targets, but on the way, they encountered demon beasts. Initially startled, they gradually grew bolder as the demon beasts prioritized attacking humans, completely disregarding them. Their strategy was straightforward: to first hunt down the factions already overwhelmed by the beast tide. Leveraging the power of the demon beasts to launch surprise attacks during combat, they focused solely on eliminating high-level combatants. While the method was simple, it proved exceedingly effective. Once successful, they might even leave behind a demonized individual to help drive away the beasts, thereby protecting ordinary citizens. In an instant, the plight of humanity within the barrier was exacerbated. Chapter 59. The Decapitation Operation of the Heavenly Demon Society. Lu Family. Part 1. Within the barrier, there existed forces with fourth-level masters, referred to as top-tier powers. There were 8 such factions, commonly known as the 8 Great Families. The entire barrier housed nearly 50 million people, with a staggering 500,000 first-level awakened, 250,000 second-level, and 100,000 third-level. However, there were only a few dozen fourth-level individuals, all belonging to these 8 Great Families. The disparity in numbers arose because at the third-level Tianji realm, one could gradually break through their bottlenecks through persistent effort. Yet, upon reaching the late third level, ascending to the fourth level required exceedingly rare opportunities. Although there were many methods, each was fraught with difficulty. For instance, consuming spiritual fruits of a higher rank without succumbing, absorbing demon cores of a higher rank without perishing, discovering spiritual fruits with mirror-shattering properties, or finding blessed lands with rich spiritual energy sufficient to support breaking the mirror. Over the years, some individuals within the barrier had indeed found such opportunities. However, merely having a chance to break through was just the beginning. The exceedingly low success rate was the nightmare of cultivators. A veritable 1 in 100 at now. Following the battle against the Golden Crocodile, the number of fourth-level humans had dwindled to a perilously low level. In principle, each top-tier faction retained 1 fourth-level master, while the rest engaged in battle atop the barrier's walls. Among the 8 Great Families, the Tian family's awakening technique was not combat-oriented, and they were responsible for commanding the barrier's military forces. The remaining fourth-level experts directly participated in the slaughter of high-level demon beasts that, in the battle against the Golden Crocodile, all perished. According to intelligence previously gathered by the Heavenly Demon Society and accounting for losses, no family should possess more than 2 fourth-level masters, even the foremost family, the Huangfu family. Of course, not all fourth-level individuals were equal. Every minor breakthrough in rank significantly enhanced one's strength. Under the onslaught of the beast tide, fourth-level beings were bound to sustain injuries. Should the opportunity be seized deftly, several late third-level cultivators could feasibly ambush an injured fourth-level master, should the fourth-level experts of each family be eliminated. The Heavenly Demon Society could easily dominate the barrier after the beast tide. The top-tier power, the Lu family, a throng of third-level masters encircled a colossal base of tempered steel, forming a protective barrier. At the forefront stood a robust man, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, muscles rippling, broad-shouldered and stout. The brawny man waved his hand to stroke his bushy beard, pointing at a massive bear demon standing before him and bellowing, "You stupid bear! I curse your mother!" His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, reverberated like a rolling tide, spreading outward, leaving the surrounding Lu family members speechless. "Amen. What are you yelling about? This bear demon is only third level. It can't comprehend human speech. What is the point of your curses?" A noble woman, shielded by the crowd, expressed her discontent towards the man named Ma Men. "You should stop. You look even more like a bear than it does. Is it necessary to boost your bravado? Your father must have been out of his mind when naming you. If he couldn't come up with a name, he should have refrained. Calling you Lu Ma Men has distorted it completely. I actually asked my father about it. He named Lu Chuang and told me to call myself Lu Ma Men, still keeping Chuang in it to signify he created me. How reasonable. You Lu family are a bunch of brutes, unrestrained and quick to anger. Ah, even so, aren't you still proud to be married to my father? Although he left me in a state of living widowhood. I must admit he contributed significantly to the entire barrier's humanity, his sacrifice being worthwhile. Stop your prattling and quickly deal with this bear to assist your second uncle. The brawny man, Ma Min, wore an unwilling expression, conflicted as he replied, Mother, my second uncle is already mid-4th level. Facing a demon beast of the same rank, he'll be fine. I'd rather stay here. Humph, what do you know? Do you think demon beasts are the only danger? Just go now. You two are not allowed to separate by more than 100 meters. The noblewoman glared, her tone stern. Min ceased conversing with his mother and focused on the massive bear before him. Activating his spiritual technique, his arms swelled to the size of a child's waist, and he struck out against the descending paw of the giant bear. Foolish bear, die. Boom. The mid-4th level giant bear staggered back 3 steps, while Ma Min, at the initial 4th level, retreated 1 step. The onlookers winced, pondering the extent of his strength. With a roar that echoed like a tiger's, Ma Min charged at the giant bear, quickly entangling himself in a fierce struggle. They exchanged blows. The bear claw struck him, and he retaliated with a punch, engaging in a frenzied trade of injuries. Even biting each other was part of their reckless exchange. You fool. That bear has a massive mouth, while yours is small. This isn't a fair trade. The noblewoman, exasperated, leapt in frustration, hastily shouting a warning that Min soon realized the discrepancy and ceased using his mouth, opting instead for fists and feet. In no time, the giant bear appeared somewhat sluggish. Just then, a furious roar resonated across the battlefield. You sons of the Heavenly Demon Society, dare you? Everyone was taken aback, glancing towards the source of the voice amidst the chaos of battle. Oh no, your second uncle is in trouble. Ma Min, hurry over. The noblewoman urged urgently. Got it. Responding with determination, he unleashed a powerful strike against the giant bear, sending it crashing to the ground, seemingly gravely injured and unable to rise for the moment. Ma Min, too, coughed up a mouthful of blood, ignoring the mess, as he sprinted towards his second uncle's position. With the ground trembling slightly beneath him, Ma Min vanished, reappearing at the Liu family's entrance. He saw a similarly robust man lying on the ground. Second uncle. Thud, thud, thud. More frantic footsteps echoed as Ma Min raced towards him. Second uncle, how are you? Be careful. The reclining man, seeing Ma Min approach, urgently cautioned. Min scanned the ground littered with demon beast corpses, dismissing the warning, thinking it was merely his second uncle's concern for him. Just as Ma Min took his 3rd step, a leopard-type demon beast suddenly thrust its paw beneath where he was about to land, accompanied by a slender steel needle in its grip. The needle glimmered ominously with a dark green sheen, signaling extreme danger. The incident unfolded too swiftly for Ma Min to halt his momentum. Confident in his 4th-level initial prowess, he thought, with my awakened technique enhancing my physical body, do you think a mere needle can pierce my skin? Dream on. Chapter 60. The Decapitation Operation of the Heavenly Demon Society. Liu Family. Part 2. A muffled cry of pain escaped Ma Min's throat. Leopard demon. Curse your grandfather. Arg. The leopard demon screeched in response, though it had utilized Ma Min's running momentum to embed its prepared needle into his foot. It sacrificed half of its arm in the process. The hand gripping the needle was crushed beneath Ma Min's foot, resulting in a catastrophic fracture. Yet, all was deemed worthwhile, without any 4th-level masters in their sub-branch. They had successfully ambushed 2 4th-level experts. Though neither was dead yet, under the beast tide, demise was inevitable. They say you, Liu Ma Min, are as reckless as a wild stallion. And indeed, you are. You're not a mere leopard demon. You're a demonized human. Leopard demon human. I curse your mother. Do you think a pathetic needle like that can harm me? Dream on. Ma Min bent low, attempting to grasp the neck of the leopard demon human. Anticipating his move, the leopard demon human rolled away, evading Ma Min's grasp. Springing back, it executed 3 backflips, escaping Ma Min's reach. Idiot, do you think I would sacrifice an arm just to prick you with a needle? You truly lack intelligence. Let me be frank, this is no ordinary needle but the venomous needle of a 5th-level demon beast. You're doomed. What can a mere toxin do to me? I need to check on my second uncle first.
I'll deal with you afterward. You wait for me, you grandfather-s scoundrel. Mom Min blustered, hoping to provoke an attack. Though his injured left foot and calf were numb, he still retained his fighting spirit. With a pronounced limp, he arrived beside his second uncle. Second uncle, how are you holding up? You, alas, have been repeatedly cautioned to exercise greater caution, yet you boldly rush in without a second thought. Lacking any semblance of prudence, Uncle Ma's expression was one of exasperation, lamenting Mom Min's recklessness. Min, indignant, huffed and glared. Uncle, I was in a hurry to rescue you, and it is evident that you too were ambushed. Who were you with? He cast a glance at the monstrous beings lurking at the periphery, too timid to advance. To that moment, 5 level 3 demon creatures had encircled the leopard-like fiend, yet they dared not approach Mom Min. They understood that, despite Mom Min's apparent lack of intellect, his combat prowess was formidable. Even wounded, he was not to be trifled with by mere throngs of third-level adversaries, disheartened by their inaction. Mom Min inwardly cursed, before hoisting his uncle onto his back and soaring through the air toward their base. Though he preferred the sensation of running, feeling the earth beneath his feet bolstered his confidence. He was now forced to rely on flight with one leg rendered useless. Moments later, they arrived at the Balian steel base, and Min planted one foot on the ground while the other remained aloft. No, my sister-in-law. First procure the healing elixir for Mom Min. He has been poisoned. Uncle Ma was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Though injured, his life was not in immediate peril, whereas the poison afflicting Mom Min was no trifling matter. Should the fiend not have lied, it was indeed the venom of a 5th-level beast, which posed a serious dilemma that in this world, few substances could transcend the barriers of power, much like the methods to break through bottlenecks. While several existed, each was exceedingly arduous to achieve that a strong physique could only delay the onset of the toxin without providing an antidote. Min's mother absorbed the situation in silence. The prospect of Mom Min succumbing to poisoning, or even losing his combat capabilities due to the toxin, was beyond their current endurance. The relentless onslaught of demonic beasts showed no signs of abating. As long as no 4th-level beasts attacked, they could manage. But should such an assault occur while both of their 4th-level experts were incapacitated, it would spell the end for the Liu family on this day. With a heavy heart, Mom Min's mother recalled Lu Chuan's parting instruction. My lord, I fear I cannot fulfill your dying wish. Wait, the wish? Yes, indeed. Your father, before his departure, had entrusted that should one encounter insurmountable difficulties, they should seek Mr. Ye at the courtyard, the very courtyard belonging to the Huangfu family. Mom Min, you must hurry there at once. Mom Min's mother seized upon this glimmer of hope, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, But mother, what will you do if I leave? Mom Min replied, displaying concern and opposing his mother's intent. Infuriated, his mother acknowledged that caring for family was commendable, yet it must be executed with wisdom. A well-meaning but misguided action was more bewildering than malevolence from the outset. Unable to refute his mother, Mom Min recognized her wisdom. The poison had already numbed one side of his body, and even if a 4th-level beast were to arrive, he would likely be unable to fight. Resolving to act without hesitation, he propelled himself upward with a powerful kick, leaving an imprint even on the reinforced ground of Balian steel. And shot forth like an arrow, as his momentum waned, he released his energy to glide through the air. Upon reaching the courtyard, Mom Min was taken aback by the surrounding scenery. He had visited this courtyard several times before, and this was indeed the correct location. But where was the courtyard? He lowered his altitude and floated through the main entrance, taking note of the 2 demon creatures nailed to crosses, a surge of vindication swelling within him. Such was the treatment that demon creatures deserved. Death was a mercy. Mere steps into the courtyard, he was confronted by an individual emerging from the vine-covered area. May I inquire what brings you here? Esteemed sir, I am Lu Ma Min of the Liu family, seeking an urgent audience with Mr. Yi. Please inform him that my father is Lu Chuang. Kindly expedite this matter, as I am in haste. Given that he was a 4th-level practitioner, there was no room for delay. The residents of the courtyard swiftly made their way to the entrance, upon hearing that a descendant of a hero was at the door. And recognizing the gravity of the situation, Ye Lingxiu hurriedly summoned others to bring Mom Min inside, rising from his rocking chair as a gesture of respect.
when Ma Min floated into the courtyard. He was surprised to see a youth in his 20s with a fair complexion and no beard, prompting him to inquire cautiously. "Mr. Yi?" "Indeed, it is I to what matters bring you here, Lu brother?" Ye Lingxiu needed no further inquiry. He had already confirmed the identity of this individual as Lu Chuang's son. From his features to his stature, he was unmistakably a larger version of Lu Chuang. Point two matters. "I have been poisoned, and my uncle is injured. My father instructed me, should I encounter insurmountable difficulties, to seek out Amen succinctly stated his purpose. His earnest gaze nearly melting Ye Lingxiu's resolve. Ye Lingxiu, upon closer inspection, noticed that Ma Min's left leg and the left side of his body were severely uncoordinated. The limb provided no support and drooped, forcing his body to lean to the other side to maintain balance. Losing combat capability amidst the beast tide was akin to a death sentence. Ye Lingxiu could not afford to be negligent. Placing a hand on Ma Min's shoulder, he assured him, "Do not worry. Lu brother, I will tend to your injuries." That a surge of life energy flowed into Ma Min's body, revealing the murky green toxins swirling within, wreaking havoc. This individual's physique was extraordinarily resilient, with taut muscles and steel-like bones. Attempting to stall the toxin's advance, the death of any living being is due to the cessation of life energy. For instance, the heart's demise occurs when the life energy within it vanishes. Thus, a crude yet effective method of detoxification is to augment life energy. For every bit of toxin destroyed, an equal measure of life energy must be replenished. Many detoxifying sacred medicines often contain vast amounts of life energy from spiritual plants. Serving as a widely used, broad-spectrum antidote to Ye Lingxiu transmitted life energy, he began to counteract the damage inflicted by the toxin. Inside Ma Min, a tug-of-war ensued between the toxin and the life energy, as one blood vessel was damaged. He repaired it. As one lobe of the lung fell prey, he mended it. The higher the toxin's level, the more extensive the damage it inflicted upon the body, making repair increasingly challenging. That the fifth-level toxin originally expanded with great ferocity. Even with Ye Lingxiu's prowess, he struggled to keep pace with the destruction. Fortunately, Ma Min was an awakened physical combatant, having attained the fourth-level Tianquan realm, allowing him to resist the toxin's encroachments to some extent. The situation stabilized. Min was astonished, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on Ye Lingxiu. "By the heavens, Mr. Yi, you are truly remarkable. This is a fifth-level toxin. Not even the venerable old master Huangfu could withstand it. You can treat this?" His astonishment was understandable. He had approached with the mindset of a desperate man seeking a glimmer of hope. After years of exploration within the barriers of humanity, the regulations governing spiritual materials were stringent. A practitioner of fourth level could only handle affairs of that caliber. Transcending was exceedingly rare and often came with a hefty price, with no guarantee of success. Within the barriers, there was but one elder of fifth level, who had unfortunately sacrificed himself for the cause. Amen had initially assumed that Ye possessed some special fruit or remedy, given the rumors of his ability to coax spiritual plants into bloom. He never anticipated that Ye Lingxiu could achieve such feats on his own. Clearly, seeking out Ye was the right choice. However, Mr. Yi, our home is surrounded by the beast tide, and there are those from the Heavenly Demon Society launching sneak attacks. Is there no other recourse? Upon hearing that the situation would take time, Ma Min grew anxious. Ye Lingxiu furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation had escalated to such severity. The Heavenly Demon Society taking advantage of their plight was indeed within their character. This presented a conundrum, and as Ye Lingxiu habitually stroked his chin in thought, he concluded, "Then we shall employ a potent remedy." Since the healing power within his own body was insufficient, they would augment the intake and approach the problem from multiple angles. Jing. Fetch 10 healing attribute spiritual fruits. Once the fruits were procured, Ye Lingxiu instructed, "Lu brother, consume one directly." He too took one for himself. Given the limited life energy he could store, a slow healing process was feasible. But to sustain a vigorous output, he needed to intake more himself. Operating like a power bank, he charged himself while simultaneously supplying Ma Min. Though this was not without risk, he had no time to spare. He directly siphoned the life energy from the spiritual fruit, channeling it into Mom Min's body. Combined with the energy Mom Min ingested, the toxin faced fear suppression, true to its fifth-level status. The toxin, sensing the overwhelming influx of life energy, retreated into Mom Min's left arm to take a defensive stance. Indeed, with each elevation in grade, the anomalies grew. Merely a toxin without a source proved remarkably stubborn. Another one. Ye Lingxiu felt beads of sweat form on his forehead, and the arm resting on Mom Min's shoulder began to tremble, revealing the toll this exertion took on him. The two continued their concerted efforts. And after successive skirmishes, they finally managed to confine the toxin to Mom Min's little finger, where it could advance no further. The little finger had turned a deep shade of green, appearing as if it might drip with poison at any moment. Ye Lingxiu struggled to lower his elevated arm, his body swaying precariously. But fortunately, Huangfu Ruinxiu had been watching closely and quickly caught him. Becoming Ye Lingxiu's support. Mr. Yi, are you all right? Ma Min inquired with concern etched across his face. I'm fine, just exhausted. Keep the remaining 6 spiritual fruits with you. Whenever you feel the toxin about to emerge from your little finger, consume one. You may also give one to your uncle. As long as the spiritual fruits are available, your combat capability will remain unaffected. Buzz, Ma Min, with a powerful thrust, propelled himself skyward like a cannonball, leaving behind 2 massive footprints clearly etched into the ground. Ye Lingxiu even perceived a faint sound of sonic boom. Even he could not help but utter a word of admiration if it came to combat. It was likely that even a single finger from the opponent would be more than enough to subdue him. Ye Lingxiu reclined, seized a teacup, and without a thought for its coolness, took a hearty gulp. The rocking chair began to sway as he fell into contemplation. The Liu family had suffered a surprise assault from the Celestial Demon Society, and it could be surmised that other families fared no better. The Celestial Demon Society sought to harness the beast tide to seize control of the barriers. While their ambitions were treacherous, it must be acknowledged that this was an opportune moment. Damn! Ye Lingxiu tightened his grip around the slender waist. A soft moan escaped Huangfu Ruinxiu's lips, resonating with an alluring charm, and her face, resting upon Ye Lingxiu's chest, flushed a vibrant red, surpassing the beauty of the evening glow 100-fold, though Ye Lingxiu remained oblivious. Despite the discomfort inflicted by Ye Lingxiu, Huangfu Ruinxiu remained motionless, her thoughts consumed with suppressing the fluttering heart within her. Ye Lingxiu was entirely unaware of these nuances, preoccupied with the realization that he might be in grave danger, an immense peril. Chapter 62. The Celestial Demon Society's Decapitation Operation Against the Liu Family, Part 2. Because of him, the Celestial Demon Society had suffered the loss of 2 of their branches. Once the barriers were breached, they immediately initiated their assassination operations, swift and efficient. Likely already aware of the news regarding the second apocalypse, at that time, Old Master Huangfu, with his extraordinary cultivation at the 5th level, had barely sensed the impending threat. The Celestial Demon Society lacked 5th-level experts. It was said they maintained clandestine communications with the demon tribes deep in the wilderness, making it understandable that they possessed information unavailable to some humans. Otherwise, considering the nature of the Celestial Demon Society, losing 2 branches would not have resulted in such eerie tranquility. Their lack of retaliation indicated greater ambitions and aspirations, should the Celestial Demon Society's plan succeed. The aftermath of the Beast Tide would fundamentally alter the barriers. One could easily surmise that Ye Lingxiu's fate would not be a favorable one. Quietly, among the 8 great families, which had not lost 4th-level experts in their battles against the Golden Giant Crocodile, and which maintained a low profile in their dealings, Lu Jingjing was momentarily taken aback, feeling utterly drained yet still concerned. Lingxiu, aren't you going to rest for a bit? I'm fine. You tell me first. Ye Lingxiu replied, his tone tinged with urgency. Lu Jingjing sensed the gravity of his inquiry, realizing it must pertain to something of utmost importance, leaving her unable to relax despite her exhaustion. As for the Tian family, although they had 2 4th-level experts, one was the overall commander of the army and did not engage in the battle against the giant crocodile. Regarding the notion of maintaining a low profile, Lu Jingjing found herself uncertain about what constituted low-key behavior. The 8 great families were significantly stronger than ordinary families, and in comparison, none could truly be considered low-profile, and if one were to insist on identifying a low-key family. It might be the Tian family, particularly the military commander, whom even she had never met. That's so. Better to believe it exists than not. My life is more important than anything. Summon Zhang Ye Lingxiu instructed, his brow furrowed in thought. If his suspicions were indeed correct, the implications were terrifying. At the Lu family's safe base, everyone had to hold their ground. Their wives and children were all within the safety of the base. If they faltered, it would not only mean their demise, but that of their loved ones as well. Amen's mother shouted at the defense personnel outside the base, frequently rising on her toes to glance into the distance. Yes, madam, rest assured, we understand the gravity of the situation. And, don't worry, I still wish to marry. This group of beasts seeking to harm the Lu family could only do so over our dead bodies. Kill. The beast tide had persisted for an entire day without showing signs of retreat, indicating the enormity of the current wave. Everyone was pushing themselves to their limits. The Lu family's strength was formidable. Even with Lu Chuang's battle death, they still had 2 4th-level experts. There were nearly 1,000 3rd-level experts, yet they had been forced back to the base point. 2 hours of fighting, 10 minutes of rest. This was the utmost limit for them to catch their breath. The family's spiritual plants and fruits had long been consumed. The Celestial Demon Society had chosen this moment to strike suddenly. Now, the Lu family was in dire straits, with Ma Min's second uncle incapacitated, prompting Ma Min to seek Ye Lingxiu for assistance. The Lu family found itself in its historically weakest position, facing unprecedented danger. After Ma Min departed, the Celestial Demon Society did not retreat, but instead melded into the beast horde, their auras closely resembling those of the beasts, making it exceedingly difficult to distinguish them unless they employed secretive spiritual techniques or artifacts. They traversed the battlefields between the Lu family and the beasts, waiting for opportunities to launch surprise attacks. Even 4th-level experts were vulnerable to their ambushes, let alone 3rd-level cultivators of the same tier. Often, a 3rd-level expert from the Lu family would face multiple beasts simultaneously, leaving them in a precarious position, rendered utterly defenseless against the Celestial Demon Society's strikes. Numerous experts from the Lu family had already fallen, and the number of injured and incapacitated was even greater. The beasts had now advanced to within 10 meters of the Lu family's base entrance, with Ma Chao, the son of Ma Min's second uncle, at the forefront of the defense. Ma Chao, similarly a practitioner of physical enhancement techniques, could only amplify the strength of his right arm, leading to a situation where his right arm was as thick as his waist during battle. He unleashed a punch against the charging rhinoceros, halting its momentum, causing its hind legs to lift due to inertia. Suddenly, a figure emerged from beneath the belly of the rhinoceros, wielding a long spear fashioned from spiritual wood, striking at an exceedingly awkward angle. With his old strength expended and new strength yet to be summoned, Ma Chao had no time to evade. Despair etched across the faces of those around him. Should Ma Chao also lose his fighting capacity, they truly would be unable to withstand the onslaught. In that critical moment, Ma Min descended from the heights like an iron tower, crashing down with tremendous force. Dust erupted, and the ground trembled violently. Min shook off the remnants of brain matter from his feet, having identified the assailant who had aimed to ambush Ma Chao. I'll deal with the Celestial Demon Society first. In an instant, Ma Min expanded his spiritual consciousness, meticulously distinguishing the subtle differences between the beasts and the demon practitioners, a 4th-level cultivator. Once he was on guard, he could still identify nearby 3rd-level practitioners unless his opponent possessed a spiritual artifact capable of concealing their presence from 4th-level scrutiny. There you are. Ma Min swiftly maneuvered to the vicinity of a spiked tiger-shaped beast. With a fierce black tiger's heart strike, he shattered the beast's body, along with the Celestial Demon Society member lurking behind it. Damn you, now you think you can escape? Too late. Ma Min let out a sinister laugh, shooting forth like a cannonball. From a distance, cries of anguish echoed, and moments later, he returned. Brother Chao, Mother, are you all right? We're fine. The toxin hasn't been fully treated yet.
I still need to visit the doctor once more that I was worried about this side. So I came over first. Min downplayed his situation. Second uncle. Take this. Spiritual fruit? Third level spiritual fruit. At our family's peak, we only had a stock of 3. How did you come by so many now? Ma Min's second uncle was astounded, his hands trembling as he grasped the spiritual fruit. With a swift motion, Ma Min produced 6 identical spiritual fruits from his pocket. Everyone was left speechless. Chapter 63. The Celestial Demon Society's Decapitation Operation Against the Huangfu Family. Part 1. You Ma Min. Did you plunder the Huangfu family's treasury? Ma Min's second uncle's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. Second uncle. I dare say that even the Huangfu family does not possess this many third-level spiritual fruits. These were all given to me by Mr. Ye. You should consume them promptly to aid your recovery at that moment. The Liu family members were filled with curiosity about this enigmatic or Dye. Who exactly was he? At the Huangfu family's safe base, one young man dressed in athletic gear, listening to music through earbuds, remarked, Second uncle, I didn't expect the beast tide to be so fierce. It has only been a few hours, and it has already reached our Huangfu family. The Huangfu family was the most powerful, prepared extensively, even stockpiling diesel for generators. Before the beast tide arrived, the Huangfu family still had electricity, prior to the barrier's collapse. The defending troops had reported that this beast tide was of unprecedented scale. Even if the beasts at the forefront were repelled, the ones behind would continue to surge forward like an unrelenting tide. The new head of the Huangfu family, clad in a Zhongshan suit, spoke up. Since it has reached our Huangfu family, Huangfu Shan informed the lower ranks to prepare for battle with all their might. He proceeded to bounce and sway towards the perimeter of the Huangfu family base. The experts of the Huangfu family were stationed there, guarding the base to prevent the beast from breaching their defenses. Inside, as Huangfu Shan departed, a young man in a suit emerged from within. Father, why not let Huangfu Shan and his father take the lead in defending the base? Foolish. They are not fools. Do you think they would fall for such a clumsy scheme? Furthermore, remember, family comes first. While it's fine to see small advantages, we must prioritize the family in matters of great significance if they encounter misfortune. Our own demise is not far off. The newly appointed head of the Huangfu family first frowned and reprimanded his son, then sighed internally. He had devoted his life to the study of power dynamics. Becoming a master of forming alliances for personal gain, it was crucial to recognize that he was merely at the mid-level of the 4th stage, while the majority of the family supported his third brother, a late-stage 4th-level expert. After the deaths of the old master and Huangfu Ming, he had invested considerable effort to rise to the position of clan leader, ultimately ensuring his third brother was not elected, marking the pinnacle of his life's accomplishments. His own son filled him with profound dissatisfaction. Although he shared the ambition for power and manipulation, the boy was utterly devoid of talent, resorting to petty tricks that could be easily seen through. Most of his schemes were detrimental to others without yielding any benefit for himself. It left him questioning whether the boy was truly his flesh and blood. In fact, he found the son of his younger brother, Huangfu Shan, who had just departed, to be more commendable. While Huangfu Shan spent most of his time either cultivating or listening to music, his occasional insights were often incisive, directly addressing the crux of the matter, earning him the respect of the family's core members. Huangfu Yang, now the clan leader, was acutely aware that his position was not solely due to his own efforts. A significant factor was his younger brother Huangfu Yu's indifference towards power struggles. Otherwise, his mid-level cultivation would not stand a chance against Huangfu Bo, who was at an early stage. Now, amidst the rampant beast tide, every individual was facing a life-or-death situation, and one had to tread carefully. You should go too. Don't linger here. Make yourself known among the core disciples of the family. I wonder if the current clan members hold Huangfu Shan in higher regard than you. The current patriarch, Huangfu Yang, felt a surge of anger upon seeing his son. Yes, father, Huangfu Hua replied, his expression dark and menacing as he stepped out, harboring intense resentment towards Huangfu Shan. Since childhood, Huangfu Shan had overshadowed him, and now that their father had become the clan leader, Huangfu Shan showed no signs of restraint at that moment. Huangfu Shan was humming aimlessly to the music, mumbling, "What good is power? I sent it all derived from strength."
Unfortunately, no one could hear or comprehend him. Upon reaching the outskirts, he stood on a high platform and shouted, "Everyone, the beast tide is approaching our Huangfu clan. So far, not a single member of the 8 great families has fallen. And we must not lose face. Let us uphold the dignity of our clan and protect our families. Fight, fight, fight." After rallying the troops, Huang Fushan quickly descended, seeking a quieter spot to replay the song he had just heard. It had been too loud. Meanwhile, Huang Fu Hua, observing the scene, clenched his fists in anger, gritting his teeth. The earth trembled, and roars echoed. The beast tide had arrived. Yet the members of the Huangfu clan remained unperturbed, buoyed by the confidence stemming from their clan-esque strength. If the Huangfu clan were to fall, it would signal the end of humanity within the barrier. As the beasts clashed with the clan's cultivators, a brutal slaughter ensued. The cultivators fought to protect their loved ones, while the beasts, driven by instinct, sought to evade danger and secure food for evolution. Their conflicts were irreconcilable. Shortly after the engagement began, Level 4 beasts emerged. The only non-direct descendant at that level, Huangfu Bo, took action before he could deal with his opponent, for Level 4 beasts appeared simultaneously. Even for the Huangfu clan, a sense of worry began to set in. The newly appointed patriarch, Huangfu Yang, faced 2 lower-level Level 4 beasts, while Huangfu Shan's father, Huangfu Yu, confronted 2 stronger ones. The situation was precarious, casting a shadow over all members of the Huangfu clan. According to intelligence, there shouldn't have been so many Level 4 beasts. Even accounting for all that had entered the barrier, their numbers were excessive. Level 3 beasts were also gradually increasing, most of which were late stage. The pressure on everyone began to mount. Amidst the chaos of battle, Huangfu Yang and Huangfu Yu exchanged glances, silently acknowledging one another. The slaughter continued, and casualties began to rise. The Huangfu clan was no longer basking in the initial triumph, looking down upon the world. 1,000 meters above the Huangfu clan, 2 Level 4 experts hovered in the air, surrounded by a shimmering shield resembling a diamond. From the outside, nothing was visible, yet it did not hinder those inside from observing the outside world. With the keen eyesight of Level 4 experts, they could still discern the unobstructed sky from a distance of 1,000 meters. "Master, shall we make our move now?" inquired a wrinkled elder with a pale complexion. "Not yet. Let us wait. We must strike effectively against their 3 Level 4s. Otherwise, we will be at a disadvantage. Let the beasts wear them down for a while." Indeed, I did not anticipate the effectiveness of the beast cores you brought. Attracting so many high-level beasts, the middle-aged man, with a snap of his folding fan, boasted about his acquisition of the beast cores. However, his expression shifted to one of regret and helplessness when discussing cultivation. The human body is frail. We can only consume spirit materials of the same level for cultivation, not for advancement. If it were otherwise, what use would the heavenly demon society have? We exist solely to resolve the cultivation issues of humanity. An hour later, it became apparent that the Huangfu clan could withstand the onslaught of 5 Level 4 beasts. "What should we do, Master?" the anxious elder inquired, aware that every second was precious. Wasting a minute could mean losing the chance to eliminate a family expert. The man referred to as the Master, dressed in a blue robe, furrowed his brow, his folding fan shaking more rapidly. He had not anticipated that 5 beasts would fail to exhaust the Huangfu clan's Level 4 experts. The 3 of them were gradually gaining the upper hand, and if all went well, someone would soon dispatch their opponent, freeing up their hands to assist others to be why then. The beast would be in complete disarray. With a firm snap, he closed his wooden fan, resolving, "This cannot happen, that we must retreat and lure more Level 4 beasts. Once I enter, you stay concealed, monitoring with your spiritual sense, and act upon my signal." Understood. The Level 4 Tianquan realm expert could detect within 100 meters, yet his enhanced eyesight allowed him to see over 1,000 meters, albeit with limitations. The wrinkled elder merely needed to hide beyond 100 meters, remaining unseen. Time was of the essence, and the 2 quickly departed from their lofty perch. The Master, in particular, had to attract a Level 4 beast outside the barrier. Failing to arrive before the Huangfu clan's experts could assist would spell trouble. Uncertainty was the bane of those who made plans. The Master sped towards the breach in the barrier, fanning his folding fan vigorously, as if to dispel his inner anxiety. With a clap, he forcefully closed the fan. A look of delight crossing his face, fortune smiled upon him. He had not yet reached the vicinity of the barrier wall when he spotted a level 4 beast wreaking havoc in a nearby district. True to his reputation as the Scholar General, the master began to recite a series of fitting maxims to himself, his enthusiasm undeterred by the lack of audience. With a swift motion, he fully opened his folding fan, resembling a crescent moon, and took a moment to admire the exquisite patterns on the wood. The spirit beast lay beneath him. There was ample time that a brief indulgence in the anticipation of success was harmless. The thrill of impending success was intoxicating, even more so than the success itself. Since receiving the news half a month ago, he had been preparing daily, and today was finally the day for reaping rewards. He had been preparing since the moment he transformed into something beyond human, and after so many years, success was finally within reach. With a swift motion, the master dissipated his spiritual energy, plummeting straight towards the ground. 20 meters from the earth, he produced a purple glowing beast core from his pocket. The beast below, engaged in devouring a human, suddenly paused, sensing the aura of the high-level beast core, which promised a chance for advancement. The creature expelled the half-consumed human from its mouth and craned its neck towards the source of the aura in the sky. Seeing that the beast core had successfully captured the creature's attention, the master released his spiritual energy once more, executing a graceful arc through the air towards the Huangfu clan. The beast would not allow a chance for advancement to slip away, crashing through every obstacle in pursuit. Leaving a trail of dust in its wake, a surviving onlooker, witnessing the remains of his wife, could only scream in terror and despair. Yet the master laughed, reveling in the moment. What a stroke of luck it was, a late-stage level 4 beast. Once it entered the battlefield of the Huangfu clan, it would swiftly turn the tides, forcing them into a defensive position and creating a favorable opportunity for his side. Thanks to their formidable physique, the beast sprinted with incredible speed, and in no time, the Huangfu clan was within sight. "Huangfu brothers, help! Little brother is about to be caught," the master shouted desperately, his voice echoing across the battlefield of the Huangfu clan. Despair and rage marred the faces of the clan members. Though they could not discern the exact level of the beast, they recognized it as a level 4. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of all, their expressions filled with fury as they glared at the master. Regardless of whether his actions were intentional, he deserved death. The level 3 experts left behind to guard the clan naturally did not recognize the newcomer. But Huangfu Yang and Huangfu, you could not be oblivious. Tian Yinfeng, were you not coordinating the guards at the city wall? What brings you here? Huangfu Yang exchanged a glance with his younger brother. Turning towards the master, Tian Yinfeng, with a hint of confusion to this point, what is there to coordinate? Many have perished, and others have fled, in due course. The beasts here will be dealt with as well. Tian Yinfeng, you truly are the Scholar General. You've managed to ensnare us on the way here. Haven to you? Huangfu Yu spoke candidly, her words laced with a subtle ambiguity that left Tian Yinfeng feeling somewhat perplexed. The chaotic presence of the Shadow Leopard, which the leader of the Qingshan Society had unleashed upon the battlefield, disrupted the formation of the Huangfu clan, stripping them of their collective advantage and plunging them into a melee with the beast. The casualty rate escalated dramatically. Observing this, the 3 4th-level experts of the Huangfu family seethed with frustration, compelled to alternate between confronting their own adversaries and shielding one another. The scales of victory gradually tilted in favor of the beast. Both the Huangfu experts and the leader of the Qingshan Society began to bear the marks of battle, the situation intensifying by the moment. Tian Yinfeng, where is your leader? Will he ever arrive? If he doesn't show up soon, the members of my Huangfu family will be on the brink of extinction. Huangfu Yu exclaimed, her voice heavy with urgency and resentment. Just a little longer, Huangfu, Sangu. He will come soon, Tian Yinfeng reassured, despite having been struck by the shadow leopard's tail, blood trickling from his lips. Humph. If it weren't for your years of diligent military coordination, my Huangfu family would never consider making sacrifices for you. Yes, thank you, Huangfu Sangu. The leader of the Qingshan Society nodded in gratitude while evading yet another attack, his true emotions concealed
until he was out of sight. Chapter 65. The Decapitation Operation of the Tianyao Society. Huangfu Family. Part 2. Even Huangfu Yu, the most formidable among them, spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning as pale as parchment. Huangfu Yang and Huangfu Bo fared no better, suffering injuries that hinted at their impending collapse. "They're coming! Our leader has arrived! Everyone hold on. The tide is about to turn," Tian Yunfeng announced, spotting the elder with wrinkles who had been lying in ambush. "Humph! Tian Ming, you old scoundrel, you finally decided to show up. My Huangfu family is on the verge of being ruined because of you." Huangfu Yu was the first to voice her frustration, her gaze inadvertently darting towards Huangfu Yang and Huangfu Bo, who understood her intent. They gradually repositioned themselves, forming a triangular formation with Huangfu Yu. "Ha, I appreciate the Huangfu family. The journey here was anything but smooth, or I would have arrived much sooner. Now that I am here, things will be straightforward that I will deal with this shadow leopard, the source of all our troubles." Tian Ming, the leader of the Tian family, who appeared somewhat pale and unassuming, boasted with a hearty laugh even before stepping onto the battlefield. "Huangfu Laodi, block its path for me. All right, let us vanquish it together." Huangfu Yang, positioned nearby, conjured a shield with one hand, obstructing the shadow leopard's advance. "Ha ha! Excellent!" Tian Ming's laughter boomed, his age only serving to amplify his boisterous spirit. "You are the first. Meet your end." With a swift motion, Tian Ming dashed past the shadow leopard, delivering a powerful strike towards Huangfu Yang. Huangfu Yang smirked slightly. "Just as I hoped. I've been waiting for you. Let us engage." They exchanged blows, both being fourth-level mid-stage practitioners wielding potent offensive spiritual techniques, equally matched in prowess. The collision of their palms unleashed a shockwave of spiritual energy that sent the nearby shadow leopard staggering. Meanwhile, the leader of the Qing Shan Society flanked Huangfu Yu, clutching a black energy orb, intending to strike her. Anticipating his move, Huangfu Yu deftly evaded, joining forces with Huangfu Bo to launch an assault against the steadfast Tianming. Boom! A group of fourth-level experts unleashed their powers simultaneously from close range, creating a wave of energy that surged like a tempest. The surrounding creatures, including the fourth-level beasts, were tossed about like boats in a storm, struggling to maintain their balance. Puffed, puffed. A heavy spray of blood escaped Tian Ming, the leader of the Tian family, as he was struck down by the combined might of three opponents, stunned and disbelieving. Tian Yunfeng retreated slowly, searching frantically for an escape route amidst the chaos. What just happened? Did anyone understand that? I was about to ask the same, although that Tian family member brought the beasts and caused us considerable loss. Surely they wouldn't resort to lethal measures. Humph, I sensed something amiss. Wanting to divert blame and employ us as pawns, I've always thought the Tian family was nefarious. Stop guessing nonsense. I sent Ti Huangfu Shan over there. He asked the clever one to right? Shangu, please enlighten us. What is going on? Are we exterminating beasts or targeting someone else? A group of Huangfu family members clustered around Huangfu Shan as they fought. Huangfu Shan, exasperated, replied, "Why are you all asking me? The clan elders are right here. Can't you read the room? Just look at the clan leader as son. He looks like a liver paste, and you still come to me. For heaven's sake, you're all gonna get us killed. What else could it be? The Tian family is definitely up to something that if the clan leader and my father discover it, we'll be in for it." Huangfu Shan spoke casually, yet each word hit the mark as if he had foreseen it all. That's so. You fool, of course it is. I sensed it from the very beginning. Shangu is truly remarkable. Right. What should we do? Should we assist the clan leader and third uncle? Huangfu Shan was almost amused by their naivety. Assist? Does the clan leader need our help? Can we even help? Just keep fighting the beasts. Yes. The group responded in unison, regaining their composure as they continued to fend off the beasts. Huangfu Hua, filled with ire, relentlessly hacked at a slain wolf, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Huangfu Shan. Second brother, Huangfu Bo, lure the fourth-level beasts away and encircle Tian Yunfeng. Do not let him escape. With a swift kick, Huangfu Yu sent the shadow leopard sprawling, then dashed after it, positioning herself to block one of Tian Yunfeng's escape routes. The other two complied, working together to corner Tian Yunfeng.
Tian Yunfeng's failure to flee was largely due to the fact that not all beasts targeted the Huangfu family. He too was within the attack range of the 4th-level beasts. A critical opportunity was interrupted by an assault from one of the beasts, resulting in a self-inflicted catastrophe. Tian Yunfeng found himself in dire straits, besieged not only by the beasts, but also by the Huangfu experts, seemingly destined to follow in the footsteps of the Tian family leader. Just then, a peculiar aura emanated from within Tian Yunfeng, strikingly similar to that of the beasts, but with a subtle distinction. It was neither beast nor human. It was the essence unique to the Tianyao society, that he is one of them. The three exchanged glances, their expressions morphing into one of realization, quickly replaced by fury. Upon sensing Tian Yunfeng's unique aura, all the beasts ceased their attacks on him and redirected their fury toward the Huangfu family. Now faced with 6 4th-level beasts, 2 of which were late stage. The pressure was palpable. The three struggled to maintain their ground, hardly able to spare a thought for Tian Yunfeng. Seeing this, Tian Yunfeng remained unperturbed. With a snap, he opened a wooden folding fan, strolling leisurely across the battlefield. "I am quite curious. How did you discover my identity?" His voice was rich and composed, unhurried, as if the surrounding carnage bore no relevance to him. "Those who commit unjust acts will meet their demise. Why should we disclose anything to you?" Only Huangfu Yu, a 4th-level late-stage practitioner, still had the energy to engage Tian Yunfeng in conversation, while the other two were barely holding their ground, entirely focused on survival. "Choose not to speak. That is of no consequence. Did you truly believe that injuring our leader would guarantee your victory? Isn't it so? We still have 3, and you are left alone. Could a 4th-level novice turn the tide?" Huangfu Yu sensed something amiss as Tian Yunfeng's demeanor remained so composed. Could he have a hidden card up his sleeve? Anxiety began to creep in. Chapter 66. The Decapitation Operation of the Tianyao Society. Huangfu Family. Part 2. A 4th-level novice? Ha! Tian Yunfeng erupted into laughter, his body shaking as if he had heard the most ludicrous statement. "Open your eyes and behold." In an instant, Tian Yunfeng's aura surged from the initial 4th-level mid-stage to mid-stage, continuing to ascend until it settled at the 4th-level late-stage, matching Huangfu Yu's power. The barrier held by 4th-level late-stage practitioners was exceedingly scarce, not exceeding a handful. You actually possess a hidden artifact to conceal your cultivation level. Do you think the Tianyao Society's connection to the wild beasts was for naught? How much has humanity explored the wilderness? Whether in terms of spiritual energy density or resource richness, the barrier pales in comparison. Tian Yunfeng's voice resonated loudly, as if to validate his assertions. However, venturing into the wilderness is perilous for humanity. Only by integrating into the Tianyao Society can we escape the confines of the barrier and flourish. Huangfu Yu could discern that Tian Yunfeng craved acknowledgement. All along, the Tianyao Society had been like a rat in the street, universally scorned. The founder of the Heavenly Demon Society must be exceedingly proud, believing he has accomplished a grand endeavor, yet unable to vocalize it, which is profoundly stifling. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, he could have ascended to the 5th level, yet now finds himself lacking even the 1st. As the Heavenly Demon Society approaches the light of day, Tian Yunfeng must speak out. He has been holding back for far too long and is eager to express his thoughts. He not only seeks the acknowledgement of those within the Heavenly Demon Society, but also yearns for recognition from outsiders who fail to comprehend its ideals. In Huangfu Yu's view, while the objective may be just to lead humanity onward, the methods employed are fundamentally flawed. That is it reasonable to advocate for the consumption of living beings after feasting on the living? One's very essence transforms, and the beasts do not attack. What does this signify? Even the laws of heaven and earth deem you no longer human. Huangfu Yu regards him with disdain. Were it not for the battle with the demon beasts, he would have relished the opportunity to strike him. Now he can only critique the core arguments. Such a narrow-minded perspective. To achieve dominance and foster growth, some sacrifices are inevitable. For instance, you today are but a part of those sacrifices. With that, he swiftly moved, brandishing a wooden folding fan that shimmered with a blue light, unmistakably extraordinary, directing an attack towards Huangfu Yu present. Huang Fu was already stretched thin, grappling with two late-stage fourth-level demon beasts. Leaving him little room to defend against Tian Yunfeng, as the attack neared his body, a soft, melodious female voice resonated. "Stop!" By the words spoken. "Let it be so." The speaker was none other than Huang Fu, who had just arrived. Utilizing her spiritual technique, she froze the life force of her opponent in place. For Huang Fu, at the mid-level of the fourth stage, to control a late-stage, fourth-level individual was an arduous feat, only made possible by the strength of her technique compensating for her lower rank. Huang Fu trembled, drenched in sweat. Even with all her might, she could only restrain Tian Yunfeng for an instant. Yet, for a master of Huang Fu's caliber, that fleeting moment was sufficient. Withstanding a claw strike from the shadow leopard, he seized the opportunity to approach Tian Yunfeng and landed a solid punch squarely on his chest. The sound of cracking ribs was unmistakable, and the overwhelming force coursed through his body, tearing his garment. He was sent flying several meters, toppling numerous demon beasts in his wake, coughing out a spray of blood mixed with internal organs. Tian Yunfeng's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, leaving no time for pleasantries as he hastily retreated from the battlefield. As he moved further away, he flicked his wrist, releasing a sealed fifth-level demon core that landed precisely atop the fallen head of the Tian family patriarch. In an instant, the fourth-level demon beasts went into a frenzy. Rushing towards the demon core. 6 beasts clashed violently in their scramble, inadvertently granting the three experts from the Huang Fu family a brief reprieve. Tian Yunfeng lamented the lost opportunity, but the goal had been achieved. Ultimately, the shadow leopard, exhibiting superior skills, snatched the demon core and, with remarkable agility and speed, made its escape. Meanwhile, the Tian family patriarch lay stripped of nearly all belongings. Ravaged by the competing beasts, Huang Fu tossed 3 spiritual fruits, which soared towards Huang Fu and the others. "Second uncle, third uncle, Uncle Bo, I must protect Brother Yi, so I leave this to you." The 3 consumed the spiritual fruits, recovering significantly from their injuries, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. The crisis facing the Huang Fu family had been averted. In their hearts, a singular thought lingered: the esteemed Mr. Yi, whom the old patriarch had sought years ago, was truly remarkable. Not only had he foreseen the actions of the Heavenly Demon Society, but he had also provided a counter-strategy when the Huang Fu family sought aid amidst upheaval. He fortuitously arrived just in time to prevent disaster. In the end, he gifted 3 spiritual fruits, effectively resolving the Huang Fu family's predicament. For the Huang Fu family, this Ye was akin to a rebirth. Their father, indeed, had visionary foresight, and Ye was a master strategist, decisive from afar. Such an ally must be cultivated deeply, with no room for negligence. The 3 resolved to solidify their ties. Little did they expect that Ruinxiu had already advanced to the mid-level of the 4th stage. Revealing her true depth, the patriarch, Huang Fu, could scarcely believe it. "I doubt it is solely due to the 4th. Ruinxiu spent considerable time with Mr. Yi, and her prior cultivation level may not have been particularly high." Huang Fu suddenly recalled something and spoke up. "Those 2 brothers of mine, should we send some disciples to train under Mr. Yi? The abundance of spiritual fruits and plants there is overwhelming, even without consumption. Cultivating nearby would surpass any other location." Huang Fu's eyes brightened with a spark of inspiration. "Brothers, you are thinking too far ahead. Consider our current circumstances. We must first address the immediate challenges." Huang Fu and Huang Fu exchanged knowing smiles, conceding that they had indeed been overly ambitious. The shock brought forth by Ye had been so profound that even these seasoned warriors struggled to maintain perspective. The 2 refocused, joining their patriarch Huang Fu to confront the remaining 5 4th-level demon beasts. The allure of the 5th-level demon core had driven them into a frenzy, and after their prolonged skirmish with Huang Fu and the others, they now displayed clear signs of fatigue. Upon witnessing the approach of Huang Fu and the others, they began to exhibit signs of fear and retreat. Yet, they could not be granted their wish. The demon beasts were a treasure trove of resources, particularly the high-ranking ones. Before the barrier crumbled, they represented strategic assets. Chapter 67. The Division of Three Realms, Part 1. Ye Lingxiu reclined in a rocking chair, feigning slumber, but his mind was far from idle. The situation was dire. Among the 8 prominent families, the Tian family was likely the stronghold of the Heavenly Demon Society. The Zhang family stood by his side, had directly saved the Lu family and indirectly aided the Huangfu family. 4 families had fallen, leaving only 4 remaining. According to Zhang Yi's intelligence, 3 of those had already suffered successful ambushes. One family was gravely injured, and all its members perished at the hands of the beasts. Before Zhang Yi could reach their family stronghold, they had been annihilated, leaving only ruins and pools of blood in their wake. Most infuriating was one of the 8 families, the Wang family, as Zhang Yi recounted. When he arrived, the Wang family had been reduced to a handful of frail and dying elders, left to fend for themselves amidst the beast tide. The head of the Wang family, fearing for his life after the assassination by the Heavenly Demon Society, had shamefully surrendered, leading his entire clan to migrate beside the Tian family and join the Heavenly Demon Society. The remnants of the Wang family stronghold were not the result of resistance against beasts and the Heavenly Demon Society, but rather a means to suppress dissenting voices within their ranks. Though it is said that in tumultuous times, there are no right or wrong choices, the Wang family has undoubtedly chosen poorly. Aligning with the Heavenly Demon Society is a betrayal of the previous patriarch's legacy, who ignited the flame of the soul's essence. They have chosen to protect those who collude with tyranny. Ye Lingxiu gritted his teeth in frustration. His actions today had undoubtedly thwarted half of the Heavenly Demon Society's plans. Such a monumental event, with such glaring evidence, could not remain concealed. The Heavenly Demon Society would inevitably discover his meddling. At this moment, the Wang family's defection would only bolster the strength of the Heavenly Demon Society. With each increase in their power, his own security diminished, and Ye Lingxiu could not help but feel exasperated. According to the reports, the Tian family was left with only Tian Yinfeng, a late-stage 4th level, while the Wang family had 2 4th-level members, all in the early stages of the Tianquan realm. Given that the azure-clad Tian Yinfeng was a concealed late-stage 4th level, he was undoubtedly the leader of the Heavenly Demon Society. Besides the leader, the Heavenly Demon Society also had a deputy leader and enforcers, all 4th level. However, it remained unclear which role the discarded patriarch of the Tian family occupied. Thus, the Heavenly Demon Society possessed at least 4 4th-level individuals, 1 in the late stage, likely 3 in the early stage. The Huangfu family had 3 4th-level members, 1 in the late stage, 1 in the mid-stage, and 1 in the early stage. To ensure survival, the optimal strategy would be to unite the Huangfu and Lu families under his banner. At the very least, he needed to forge a deep bond with the Lu family. Otherwise, should the Heavenly Demon Society attack independently, with each acting solo, the Huangfu family might manage to defend themselves, but he and the Lu family would surely perish if the Heavenly Demon Society possessed any semblance of rational thought. They would prioritize their assault on him, that he not only harbored the greatest animosity toward the Heavenly Demon Society, but he was also the weakest, at least on the surface. The Heavenly Demon Society maintained ties with the wild demon tribes, so they likely had no shortage of spiritual fruits and plants. Healing from injuries would pose little difficulty for them. While the beast type persisted, they would undoubtedly launch another offensive. Fortunately, the Wang family had just joined, which would necessitate a period of integration. That if this integration occurred swiftly and the beast tide had yet to envelop the courtyard, they would likely exploit the chaos to attack the Lu family. If the process dragged on, they might abandon the Lu family and focus on him instead. Regardless of the perspective taken, he and the Lu family were highly probable targets for attack, while the Huangfu family was too formidable. Even with the beast tide, they would not dare to engage lightly, saving them for last. When no further concerns remained, the immediate priority was to devise a means of mutual support to weather the beast tide. Then unite the Huangfu, Lu, and all human factions to collectively combat the Tian family. Suddenly, the gently rocking chair came to a halt, and Ye Lingxiu's eyes snapped open, his gaze sparkling with brilliance. After several days of utilizing spiritual techniques to recover his spiritual power, Ye Lingxiu had finally broken through to the mid-level of the 3rd stage. Jingjing summoned Zhang Yi to me. Though it was already past midnight, cultivators were full of energy. Going several days without rest posed no issue. And with the beast tide looming, few could truly afford to sleep. Upon hearing Ye Lingxiu's summons, Lu Jingjing raised an eyebrow, pondering whom he intended to ensnare next. The courtyard was now adequately staffed, and she merely needed to notify the guards at the entrance. Once Zhang Yi arrived, Ye Lingxiu issued his directive. You must go to the Lu family immediately and convey this message. Suggest they relocate their entire clan to the vicinity of the courtyard. Go. Understood, Mr. Yi. To my astonishment, Mr. Ye's strategies are remarkably profound. As he navigated through the notifications today, he had already grasped the intricacies of Ye Lingxiu's tactics. And to my surprise, it is far from over. I find myself utterly oblivious to these developments. Yet Ye has managed to extract a wealth of information from the same news, even predicting the next moves of the Heavenly Demon Society and formulating counter-strategies in advance. Such is the innate quality of a born commander, orchestrating from the depths of strategy and securing victory from afar. No, it is more akin to orchestrating from a rocking chair. Zhang Yi firmly believes that as long as the Lu family is not foolish, they should heed Mr. Ye's counsel. After all, a single tree cannot withstand the storm. Should they choose to approach the Huangfu family, they will be living under someone else's roof, undoubtedly leading to an uncomfortable existence. Aligning with Mr. Yi, where the power disparity is minimal, allows for an equitable standing, especially considering that Mr. Ye's resources far surpass those of any other faction, even the Heavenly Demon Society, which has ties to the demon race. This arrangement would only bring them benefits. However, whether the Lu family might act unwisely, truthfully, I harbor some doubt, as the Lu family is notoriously reckless within the barrier, at the Lu family secure base. Ma Min, along with his mother and second uncle, is resting in a house forged from steel. They've already dealt with the level 4 demon beasts and with the foundation of cultivators within the Lu family. Even if he and his second uncle refrain from fighting, they could withstand the onslaught of level 3 demon beasts. Currently, they only intervene occasionally, allowing everyone a bit more time to rest. Upon sensing Zhang Yi's approach, the three wore expressions of confusion. Lu Laodi, Dime, Ma Min's nephew. You all seem quite at ease. Zhang Yi remarked cheerfully as he landed. You seem more at ease than us. Why are you here instead of guarding your own home? The demon beasts are not slow. If I am not mistaken, they will reach the courtyard in no more than 2 hours. As second uncle regarded Zhang Yi with a displeased expression. The Zhang family's actions against Ye Lingxiu made it clear that they were not benevolent within the barrier. Despite the Zhang family's lack of strength, they could still bully others but dare not offend the members of the other 8 great families. Out of respect for their efforts that conform to the standards of top-tier families, others have tacitly chosen to overlook their misdeeds, yet they are well aware of the Zhang family's poor reputation. I have come to save the lives of your entire Lu family. Is it too much to ask for a drink? Zhang Yi said with a confident smile, his words shocking. What? The three from the Lu family were taken aback. Their first reaction being to question Zhang Yi's sanity. Their second reaction was to wonder if he had just cursed them. Min slammed the table. How dare you curse us? Just because you're older doesn't mean you're invincible. I can still take you down, without hesitation. Ma Min stood up, ready to confront him. Zhang Yi was left speechless. Are you really this reckless? What curse have I cast upon you? Why aren't your elders stopping you? He shouted while backing away. Min. First listen to what your uncle Zhang has to say. Ma Min's mother interjected, halting his advance. That's right, nephew, don't act impulsively, she added. Zhang Yi wore a smile, realizing this was the correct approach. Starting with violence was hardly wise. If his words proved unsatisfactory, they could always strike him later. Zhang Yi's smile faltered as he slowly approached the Lu family steel structure, his demeanor becoming solemn. I come on behalf of Ye. Suddenly, the three rose from their seats, their expressions turning grave, indicating their high regard for Mr. Yi. Particularly Ma Min, who moments ago had exuded arrogance, now appeared exceptionally serious, his eyes brightening with evident respect for Mr. Yi. Zhang Yi was taken aback by the reverence Ye commanded even within the Zhang family. These individuals were not ordinary. They were powerful and held significant positions within the Zhang family. Zhang Yi was confident that even if the old Huangfu patriarch were alive, The situation would be similar. He knew Ma Min had previously sought Mr. Ye's aid for an injury, but the specifics had not been disclosed. Initially, he thought it was a mere common injury, easily treatable given Mr. Ye's capabilities, which Zhang Yi was well aware of. However, it seemed matters were more complex than anticipated. Ordinary injuries would not elicit such respect. Could it be a life-saving grace? Zhang Yi speculated boldly. Perhaps Mr. Yi had saved their entire clan. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing it was far-fetched. After all, Mr. Yi was only at the third tier of the Tianji realm. How could he possibly save the Liu family? One of the 8 great families? They were not as weak as the Zhang family. Had Zhang Yi known that even the Huangfu family had been saved by Ye Lingxiu, his jaw would have dropped in disbelief. Do you truly comprehend what you are saying? You are the elder of the Zhang family. How could you represent Mr. Yi? Ma Min's mother questioned incredulously Ma Min and his second uncle, who had initially displayed respect. Now looked at Zhang Yi with suspicion, their expressions darkening, as if they were preparing for confrontation. Zhang Yi, also a level 4 expert, sensed the tension and realized that if he failed to clarify the situation, he might be misunderstood by these reckless individuals. Misunderstandings were trivial, but they might genuinely strike him. The explanation was somewhat difficult to articulate, so he refrained from divulging too much. The outcome was that the entire Zhang family had pledged allegiance to Mr. Yi. Not in the typical sense of allegiance, but in a manner of sworn loyalty, where Ye possessed the means to control their lives and deaths. Zhang Yi spoke with utmost seriousness, delivering a bombshell to the Liu family. What? The 3 were utterly shocked. Zhang Yi, are you insane? You are one of the 8 great families, a level 4 Tianquan realm expert, and you claim to be entirely devoted and under someone else's control. Ma Min's mother's disbelief was palpable, her voice rising in pitch. Humph, with the beast tide approaching, the world on the brink of catastrophe, and the heavenly demons in chaos, do you believe our Zhang family can survive alone? This was Zhang Yi's heartfelt sentiment. Initially, he felt that the Zhang family service to Ye was beneath their dignity, but circumstances had changed as he learned more about the situation and about Ye Lingxiu. He increasingly felt that perhaps aligning with Ye Lingxiu was the best path for the Zhang family's survival. The 3 fallen great families, and a long family that surrendered to the heavenly demon society, were stark evidence of that. Their abodes still bore the remnants of blood. He now found himself content with this decision, this revelation. The Liu family fell silent, for the truth was undeniable. The ease of verification and alignment with the current reality left them with no reason to doubt Zhang Yi's claims. Zhang Yi truly represented Mr. Yi. Simultaneously, their admiration for Ye soared to unprecedented heights. Here was one of the 8 great families. Even the weakest among them stood at the pinnacle of power within the barrier. Yet they had been effortlessly subdued by Mr. Yi, a true marvel. Uncle Zhang, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. May I ask what Ye wishes of us? Ma Min hastily cupped his fists in respect. Abandoning any prior inclination towards aggression, Ma Min's mother and second uncle followed suit, bowing in deference. This left Zhang Yi somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Zhang Yi began to believe that his bold speculation might indeed hold truth. Ye could very well have saved their entire clan. Otherwise, such reverence and respect would be unfathomable. Brother Zhang, please take a seat. Let us converse. Amen. As his second uncle gestured for everyone to sit. Calling out to those behind him, bring the finest tea. Zhang Yi was somewhat dazed. How had these brutes transformed upon hearing Mr. Ye's name? Once the tea arrived, Zhang Yi, seeking to alleviate the inexplicable atmosphere, took the initiative to sip first tea. His shock. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed they were merely placating him. Yet this truly was exceptional tea. Tea came from a mutated tea tree in the wild, a rarity among the great families. Usually too precious to consume, it was said that harvesting even a single batch cost the lives of numerous experts. Thus, the tea was immensely valuable and extremely costly within the barrier. Many solitary cultivators had attempted to organize harvest to profit, but the costs had proven exorbitant, leading to a ban on tea harvesting. Subsequently, tea became an even rarer commodity,
with prices soaring to rival those of ordinary Tier 3 spirit fruits. Moreover, this tea not only tasted delightful, but also provided effects akin to consuming low-grade spirit fruits. As Zhang Yi's emotions settled, he began to relay Ye Lingxiu's analyses and solutions. With every word he spoke, the Lu family's breathing grew heavier, their expressions increasingly grave. Ever since they had driven away the level 4 demon beasts, they had been resting in an air of complacency, believing they had weathered the storm of the beast tide. Unbeknownst to them, a far greater danger loomed ahead, sending chills down their spines and causing cold sweat to bead on their foreheads. Fortunately, Mr. Yi had considered the Zhang family, specifically dispatching someone to provide a warning. Otherwise, the Zhang family would be in dire straits. However, relocating an entire clan was no trivial matter, and they could not afford to act recklessly. The numbness of Mother Ma regarding the truth may very well stem from Mr. Ye's influence, speculated Uncle Ma with a furrowed brow that, if it were someone else, I would deem it impossible. Yet with Mr. Yi, one can never be certain, alas. Indulging in wild conjectures bears little fruit. Let us deliberate on what was previously discussed. What are your thoughts, both of you? Inquired Mother Ma. I sense that the outcome M.Y.E predicted is highly plausible. The celestial demons would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, remarked Ma with a frown, sharing his perspective. If they were to strike us while simultaneously targeting others, it would indicate that the celestial demons indeed aspire to control the barrier. It is not a matter of distrust towards Mr. Yi. Rather, the gravity of the situation necessitates my personal verification, stated Uncle Ma. The Wang family is not far from us. I shall go there myself. With that, Ma rose and walked toward the outskirts of the base. But what if everything is true? What do you think, second brother? Mother Ma inquired of Uncle Ma. If it is all true, I suggest we relocate. As for where to move, that remains uncertain. I too ponder where would be suitable. Would moving to a place between M.Y.E and the Huangfu family suffice, or would proximity to the Huangfu family imply living under their patronage? The Huangfu family, under the guidance of the old master, would not pose a threat, nor would the branch led by the third son. Yet with the second son, Huangfu Yang, as the current head, his intentions are inscrutable. Do you not wish to align with Mr. I believe M.Y.E harbors deeper intentions. He perceives matters that even the Huangfu family has not anticipated. I hold great respect for M.Y.E for saving our family, yet I wonder why he would expend such effort for our sake. This thought fills me with trepidation, that if he could so easily save us, that frightens me even more. Mother Ma absent-mindedly sipped her tea. A silence enveloped the two. Mother, second uncle, I have gathered intelligence. The Wang family has indeed allied with the celestial demons, and has forsaken their elderly and infirm, even ruthlessly eliminating numerous dissenters among their kin, stated Ma with a hint of disdain. Second uncle and mother were taken aback. It truly is the case. What do you propose we do, Ma? The Lu family will eventually require your leadership. Uncle Ma sought Ma's opinion, as he and Mother Ma had yet to devise a sound strategy. That I place my trust in Mr. Yi, Ma replied succinctly. Uncle and Mother exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Very well, let us commence. With their plan established, the group hesitated no longer and began their preparations. Mother Ma was the first to enter the interior of the steel base, notifying the elderly, women, and children. Before proceeding outside to inform the family's skilled fighters and guards, that a wave of astonishment surged among the crowd. Once Mother Ma disclosed the circumstances, the majority expressed overwhelming support for relocation. Meanwhile, Ma and Uncle Ma circled the perimeter of the base multiple times and indeed encountered a demon, swiftly dispatching it, further solidifying their determination to move. After confirming there were no issues, they positioned themselves at either end of the steel base and activated their spiritual techniques. Upon receiving Mother's signal, the two of them forcefully lifted the entire base along with its inhabitants. The ground trembled violently, comparable to an earthquake of magnitude 8, but the citizens within the base had long been instructed to remain seated. Only a few children, captivated by the movement of the base, leaped about inside, heedless of the adults' calls. After relocating the base, the two ascended slightly into the air, gradually making their way toward the courtyard. Throughout their journey, the surrounding guards diligently cleared away the demon beasts. After a full 2 hours, they arrived near the courtyard alongside the tide of beasts. Naturally, Ye Lingxiu had received word earlier and arrived at the western side of the courtyard. Awaiting the group, the demon beasts, upon sighting the courtyard, roared as they surged in, searching for humans, showing no preferential treatment despite the presence of numerous spiritual plants. Ye Lingxiu was somewhat taken aback, although he had cultivated many plants that concealed their aura. The sheer number of demon beasts suggested that many possessed keen senses. Nonetheless, the ratio of beasts attacking Ye Lingxiu's courtyard compared to others was not significantly different. Were most of the demon beasts primarily focused on reaching their destination? Or had they grown indifferent to the spiritual plants due to their abundance? Ye Lingxiu was uncertain of the cause, but given the intensity of the assault, as long as no disruptions occurred, families with level 3 cultivators should survive in substantial numbers. The current battle was not a cause for concern for Ye Lingxiu. He had already informed all spiritual plants to unite forces against any attacking demon beasts. Should any merely pass by, they were strictly forbidden from engaging. As the number of demon beasts increased, the Zhang family experts began to join the fray, albeit in limited numbers, primarily assisting the spiritual plants in their defense. Dense vines encircled the courtyard, rendering it impenetrable. Any demon beast wishing to attack would first need to breach the vines. Many beasts clawed at the vines for an extended time, only to find no end in sight, ultimately opting to retreat. Those on the ground simply circumvented the area, as the roots of the iron fir were beyond the capabilities of demon beasts of the same tier to destroy. The primary challenge for the spiritual plants in the courtyard remained the flying demon beasts. The entire spectacle left the Liu family experts utterly astonished. Was it truly this simple to contend with the tide of beasts? Was it not necessary for anyone to sacrifice their lives or suffer injuries? Observing the maimed kin beside them and reflecting on those who had already perished for the family, they could only sigh. It appeared that the substantial depth of the vines, extending several dozen meters, was sufficient to deter the majority of demon beasts from assaulting. Those few who managed to enter through the gaps in the vines were swiftly eradicated. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air as a massive object fell, accompanied by a cloud of dust that reached several dozen meters high. The chaos stirred the giant's leaves, whipping up gusts of wind that helped Ye Lingxiu avoid being covered in debris. He approached Mother Huangfu, Lu Jingjing, Zhang Yi, Zhang Aotian, and the incoming Ma family members, exchanging pleasantries. The Liu family adopted a humble demeanor, fully aware of Ye Lingxiu's modest cultivation level, yet they dared not show any signs of disdain. The Liu family was willing to place their trust in Ye Lingxiu, expressing profound gratitude. Please, Lu Xiong, allow the more severely injured members of your family to come here. I shall assist in their healing as a gesture of goodwill. Ye Lingxiu proposed after the initial greetings. The eyes of the 3 Liu family members brightened with gratitude. Such a gesture of goodwill was something they could not refuse. The injured had sacrificed for their family, and if they could be healed, the family would spare no expense, especially since Ye Lingxiu had not demanded any compensation. Chapter 70. A multitude comes to submit. Part 1. Before long, nearly 30 severely injured members of the Liu family were brought forth. Ye Lingxiu summoned vines to envelop their bodies, beginning to channel life energy into them. Given the large number of individuals, the burden on Ye Lingxiu was considerable, thus the healing process was not swift. While the improvement may not have been apparent to outsiders, the injured could distinctly feel the changes, expressions of astonishment illuminating their faces to avoid any awkwardness. Ye Lingxiu even thoughtfully wrapped the injured limbs in vines to conceal the horrifying sight of new flesh sprouting. As the first individual completed their treatment, they stepped down from the stretcher and threw a punch into the air, demonstrating swift and powerful movements, a clear indication of a level 3 expert, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. "Thank you, Mr. Yi," the injured individual exclaimed, their eyes brimming with emotion as they gazed at Ye Lingxiu with profound gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Yi," a Liu family member whose arm had been crushed by a demon beast said, clasping their hands in salute. "You flatter me. I merely stimulated the expression of your new arm's genetic sequence, resulting in an arm of ordinary human strength. Regain the strength of a level 3 cultivator. You must nurture it with spiritual energy regularly." "Yes, I shall heed Mr. Ye's teachings."
Once all treatments were concluded, an entire hour had elapsed, during which Ye Lingxiu even drew upon the life energy of a level 3 spiritual fruit. Ma, Mother, and Uncle Ma could hardly contain their gratitude, deeply bowing in salute. We owe our thanks to Mr. Yi. It seems we should have come sooner, or else we would not have suffered such losses among our kin. The three share a moment of reflection to ensure that he would not be ambushed after the barrier's collapse. Ye Lingxiu ordered the demolition of all surrounding structures, clearing a substantial area around the courtyard. The Liu family steel safe house was set down with great ease thanks to this preparation. As Ye Lingxiu departed, he noticed that the vicinity of the Liu family felt excessively barren. It might seem a bit desolate for those relocating that he specifically asked Liu Jingjing to bring some ordinary seeds or saplings to scatter near the Liu family's base, in a flash of spiritual technique. The grass broke through the earth, and wildflowers bloomed, adorning the sparse trees and transforming the area into a scene of vibrant spring. This spectacle captivated many children and adults alike, lingering at the doors of the safe houses, filled with joy, even moving some mothers to tears. In one of the 8 great families, the Tian family, all present exuded an aura that was either inhuman or demonic. Not a single demon beast dared to approach. Within a grand hall, Tian Yinfeng, clad in a green robe and wielding a wooden fan, sat in the main seat, addressing a subordinate with thinly veiled anger. What did you say? The Liu family has vanished. Arrange for the hall master to lead a team to investigate personally. Yes. After the subordinate retreated, Tian Yunfeng forcefully tossed the fan onto the table. A variable. Another variable. Even with his usual composure, in the face of such a significant matter, he found it challenging to maintain his calm demeanor. Is this a deliberate targeting or merely coincidence? The Liu family is a top-tier family, one of the 8 great families, boasting level 4 experts. How could they simply disappear without a trace? Now that Wang Jia has just joined, he must remain stationed here to ensure that Wang Jia successfully completes the ritual for the demon race, fully integrating into the heavenly demon society. Otherwise, uncertainties will arise. Otherwise, he truly wishes to personally investigate what individuals or forces could lead to the Liu family's disappearance. The original plans targeting the Liu family appear to require some delay. The timing of Huang Fuming's daughter's appearance is too coincidental, and her strength is remarkably formidable. It is evident that Huang Fuyu and Huang Fuyang were privy to the information in advance, patiently waiting for me to fall into their trap. The Liu family has vanished. Tian Yunfeng squints thoughtfully at the connections, slowly picking up a wooden folding fan and gently fanning herself. Could there be some force unknown to me that is secretly opposing the Heavenly Demon Society? The members within the Heavenly Demon Society have all undergone the ritual, making it impossible for there to be traitors. If such a force exists, how did they obtain this information? Unfortunately, with the rampant demon beasts, even the demon race's efforts to investigate are exceedingly inconvenient, leaving us with no results. As dawn breaks, the beast tide has persisted for a day and a night. Most areas of the barrier have been covered. The entire barrier presents a scene of devastation. Ordinary people, aside from being devoured by demon beasts, are huddled in corners, trembling in fear. Even cultivators must tread carefully to avoid being besieged or discovered by high-level demon beasts. In the face of such a large-scale beast tide, the plight of low-level cultivators is little better than that of ordinary people. When adversity strikes, individuals will grasp at any glimmer of hope. At this moment, many within the barrier recall that text message, one that everyone deemed a scam. Those who go there may receive healing. Under the beast tide, who could remain unscathed? Besides healing, could it also provide refuge? Having lost loved ones and facing imminent death themselves, what more could they deceive themselves about? Many surviving strong individuals begin to make their way toward the Sihiyuan. Regrettably, the barrier is no longer a place where cultivators below level can move about freely. To reach the Sihiyuan, it is uncertain how many lives will be claimed by the demon beasts. As the sun rises and the sky brightens, when the first rays of morning light touch Ye Lingxiu's face, she rises from the rocking chair, stretching slowly and lazily. Report. A powerful shout shatters all of Ye Lingxiu's enthusiasm, instantly rendering today's dawn rather mundane. Zhang Aoxian enters.
Mr. Yi, some cultivators have arrived. Some seek healing, while others seek refuge. Ye Lingxiu's eyes sparkle. Has more arrived? In this critical moment, the more, the better. With an imminent battle against the Heavenly Demon Society, it is naturally best to bolster their strength. Good. Jingjing, you go and receive them. Explaining the methods of allegiance. Understood. Lu Jingjing follows Zhang out yin out. Each person bears varying degrees of claw marks and bite marks, clearly indicating the tumultuous journey they have endured. You must be aware of the rules of the Heavenly Demon Society. Tell me your choices. Ye Lingxiu, without wasting words, directly delves into the topic while reclining in a rocking chair. Are you trying to deceive me? Is Ye truly you? A mid-level 3. Are you joking? We have several late-level 3s among us. Do you really expect us to serve you? We thought this was a branch of some major power. Turns out it's just a fool. We're leaving. Why leave? He claims to have the means to heal wounds. Surely he possesses some spirit fruit or similar items. In a few exchanged remarks. The trio leaves the gathered crowd in stunned silence, gazing at them as if they were fools. Chapter 71. A Host of Applicants, Part 2. Especially Lu Jingjing and Zhang Outyin, who inwardly thought these individuals were utterly ignorant of the meaning of death. They not realize that this killing god is even more perilous than the beast tide itself. Upon hearing such foolish remarks, Ye Lingxiu recognizes that they must not have investigated Huangfu Ruinxiu's cultivation level T. Put it nicely, they were being considerate of the other party's dignity. Casually probing others could easily lead to conflict. To put it bluntly, they are simply foolish. Since they have already investigated their master's cultivation level, why not extend the inquiry to everyone? If they dare offend their master, would they still concern themselves with the subordinates? Otherwise, they would have discovered that the foolish girl clinging to them possesses a level of cultivation that would undoubtedly terrify them. What about you? Do you share the same thoughts as those 3? Ye Lingxiu sneers, her eyes narrowing slightly, turning to the remaining individuals. I am different from them. That the slender figure speaks, yet their gaze remains fixated on the sensitive areas of Lu Jingjing and Huangfu Ruinxiu. I want those 2 women. Just give them to me, and I will turn and leave. That if there are additional benefits, I might even lend a hand. Have you thought it through? Is it life or women that you desire? What about the rest of you? Ye Lingxiu disregards the earlier speaker, deeming it unnecessary to engage. The barrier is teeming with people, many of whom are cultivators. Besides the 8 great families, numerous other forces abound. Very well, you have chosen a side with us. And you, what is your choice? Ye Lingxiu, seeing that not everyone is a fool and that some are willing to pledge allegiance, feels somewhat gratified as she gazes at the last individual. The final person is an unremarkable middle-aged man, his face bearing stubble and hair in disarray, suggesting a lack of time for grooming. Suddenly, the man kneels, clasping his fists in respect, saying, Mr. Yi, I wish to pledge my complete allegiance. May I ask, Mr. Yi, will you continuously provide spirit fruits and other aids for cultivation as long as I can endure? If I reach late level 3 and wish to break through the bottleneck using level 4 spirit fruits, will I also be able to obtain them? The newcomer poses several questions in quick succession, all of which receive affirmative responses from Ye Lingxiu. He ultimately declares his desire to pledge complete allegiance. This action draws laughter from the 3 who had initially mocked him. You must be mad, right? Have you been frightened silly by the demon beasts? You, a mid-level 3, are considering pledging allegiance to another mid-level 3? What are you thinking? Exactly. Does he have spirit fruits to spare? Or will he consume them himself? Level 4 spirit fruits. Look at his level. Does he seem like someone who possesses level 4 spirit fruits? Guys, I just realized there are quite a few spiritual plants around this little courtyard. This might just be a blessing in disguise, ha ha ha. Not only the trio, but even Ye Lingxiu feels a twinge of curiosity, complete allegiance. While the benefits are plentiful, also come with time constraints. Yet life and death are within my control. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Why would you choose this path? I hail from a prominent family, but unfortunately my clan was annihilated by the Heavenly Demon Society. I am the only survivor, and I seek vengeance. Haha. Harboring a grudge against the Heavenly Demon Society is excellent. Ye Lingxiu finds this reason particularly satisfying. Ha ha ha. Splendid.
Since you have all spoken, it is time to present what you owe us. We desire our spirit fruits and this friend's women. The four are also concerned that Ye Lingxiu might resist or retaliate. Hence they prepare themselves, spiritual energy swirling around them. Why Ye Lingxiu, feeling exasperated, realizes that those seeking death are indeed rare to find. Stand up, a single finger glides across her palm, drawing forth a trickle of blood. You four extend your hands to grasp the approaching vines. As for the four who plan to rob, Ye Lingxiu contemplates. According to her plan, they should all be killed. However, with the impending battle against the heavenly demon society, the need for manpower is pressing. It seems you do not intend to cooperate. Brothers, although we are strangers, we cannot avoid working together. The lecherous one proposes. Agreed, each takes what they need. My brothers desire beauty. A man of sentiment, indeed. Noisy, Ruinxiu, do not let them move. Just as Ye Lingxiu begins to ponder, her thoughts are interrupted by these ruffians. Huangfu Ruinxiu, without even glancing their way, merely extends her arm and grasps forcefully, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy. The four who had just boasted about taking action suddenly find themselves immobilized, and no matter how they struggle, it proves futile. Huangfu Ruinxiu's control is absolute. Those under her influence cannot move. And if the spiritual technique requires physical movement, it cannot be executed either. Spiritual techniques vary in strength and manifest in various forms. For example, some are easier to cultivate. Under the same conditions, Zhongsan progresses faster than Li Si. Some provide stronger amplification. If both amplify strength, Zhongsan will be stronger than Li Si. Some possess higher ranks. Under the same restrictions on using spiritual techniques, Zhongsan can still utilize them, while Li Si cannot. The myriad complexities and randomness of spiritual techniques make them difficult to categorize, and humanity has only managed to delineate general levels. The stronger and more monstrous, the higher the rank, yet few pursue official assessments due to their limited significance. Huangfu Ruinxiu's spiritual technique falls within the realm of restrictions. Once unleashed, unless one possesses higher cultivation or stronger techniques, they and their techniques remain immobile. The previously loquacious quartet, poised to act, suddenly falls silent, leaving the remaining four profoundly shaken. They no longer need to investigate. It is clear that the lady clinging to Ye is, in fact, a level 4 cultivator. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Fortunately, they possess a modicum of self-awareness. Otherwise, they would find themselves among those awaiting punishment. The four, unable to even shift their gaze, still retain the ability to think and communicate through spiritual awareness. Though they cannot speak, they can convey their thoughts to one another through mental transmissions. Mr. Yi, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please spare me. I shall cease my treatments and depart immediately. Mr. Yi, you possess a magnanimous spirit. Consider me as inconsequential. Mr. Yi, upon reflection, I realize that both ladies are exceptionally gifted, and I am utterly unworthy of them. Only a hero like yourself deserves such admiration. Alas, I still have my elderly mother to care for. I implore you to let me go. The four of them continue to chatter endlessly. It was during this moment that Ye Lingxiu first recognized that while Huangfu Ruinxiu's spiritual techniques were formidable, they also bore significant drawbacks, particularly in terms of controlling the spiritual awareness. The noise had escalated, and if any among them wielded soul-related techniques, they could still be activated normally, necessitating caution in the future. A slender vine emerged from the ground beside Ye Lingxiu's rocking chair, revealing that what had once been the size of a pinky finger had now grown to the girth of a thumb, showcasing its rapid growth. This theft of essence had been effective. The trio had indeed been deprived of their lower halves. As the familiar process unfolded, Lu Jingjing and Zhang Outyin had already come to terms with the gruesome sights. Growing accustomed to even the most bloody of scenes, the eyes of the other four. The desire to flee had begun to take root, yet they lacked the courage to act. They could only tremble in fear. Overwhelmed by the brutality of the scene, the trio of thieves, along with the four who had completely submitted, directed their gaze towards the newly loyal member. What shall we call you? I am Shimin Yufeng of the Shimin family. One of the 8 great clans that I greet you, sir. Shimin Yufeng bowed respectfully. Once more did I, too, harbor enmity towards the Tian Yao society.
Since you have the opportunity to act, the individuals present today shall be under your command. Jingjing, provide him with spiritual fruits and escort them to the accommodations. The rest is up to you. You may all withdraw now. Yes, understood. The morning's recruitment concluded swiftly, marking not an end but a beginning. Gradually, more individuals sought refuge, including entire small factions struggling to survive. The vicinity of the courtyard became increasingly populated, with many bringing their families along. Naturally, some resisted, but Ye Lingxiu adeptly utilized these individuals to showcase educational films to the newly joined members, demonstrating his humane management style. Those who underwent this education found themselves fully convinced. The forces within the courtyard grew unprecedentedly united and began to flourish, after encountering several assaults from level 4 beasts. With the assistance of Huangfu, Runxiu, and Zhang Yi, the challenges were manageable. Despite this, Lu Mamen proactively offered aid on multiple occasions. During this period, Ye Lingxiu also took action several times, completely purging the toxins from Lu Mamen's body, leading to abundant gifts and expressions of gratitude from the core members of the Lu family, leaving Ye Lingxiu more exhausted than the treatments had. After many days of nurturing, the miraculous seed that had come from the Zhang family, a seed that could be touched yet not seen, began to grow. Ye Lingxiu named it the illusory spirit flower tree and planted it between the fur and his rocking chair, easily within reach. Given Ye Lingxiu's life energy, it required no watering. However, to allow the two ladies to see its form, he often requested Lu Jingjing to condense small amounts of water vapor upon its leaves and trunk. The trunk of the illusory spirit flower tree sprouted directly from the once finger-sized seed, still encased in scales, remarkably resilient. Now, the purpose of the fine tendrils became clear. They were indeed a concentrated version of branches. As the trunk grew, the tendrils gradually transformed into branches extending from the main stem, which then sprouted willow-like twigs. Curiously, instead of leaves, these twigs bore flowers. Whether leaves would eventually develop remained uncertain, but for now, they were blossoms with 3 petals, observed to be white under Ye Lingxiu's spiritual techniques, somewhat hazy in appearance. Although the illusory spirit flower tree now stood at less than 20 centimeters, dwarfed by the neighboring firs reaching several meters, its extraordinary nature was incomparable to that of ordinary spiritual plants. Ye Lingxiu surmised that it likely originated as a level 4 or even level 5 spiritual plant. Like spiritual beasts and demon clans, the lineage of spiritual plants is of utmost importance. Some are born with a starting point of level 4, not in terms of combat power, but in their growth, encountering no bottlenecks until maturity. In contrast, there are spiritual plants that only reach level 1 upon maturity, embarking on a challenging journey of cultivation thereafter. Typically, the endpoints of lower-tier spiritual plants may well be the starting points for higher-tier ones. Almost all spiritual plants, spiritual beasts, and demon clans adhere to this principle, explaining why the most formidable creatures are often those with strong beginnings, their hierarchy being quite rigid and difficult to transcend. Although humanity also displays talent variances, all must begin cultivation at level 1. Lacking the fixed bottleneck seen in other species that in the early stages, spiritual plants, beasts, and demons advance more swiftly, as they encounter no bottlenecks before reaching maturity. In later stages, humanity progresses more rapidly, albeit every major and minor realm beyond level 3 presents its own challenges. Overall, spiritual plants, beasts, and demons cultivate quickly, while humanity possesses greater potential. This disparity contributes to the current weakness of humankind, as formidable beasts often reach their limits swiftly, while humans, though capable of prolonged growth, lag behind in the early stages. In the early days of the apocalypse, as spiritual energy began to revive, humanity found itself at a disadvantage. Ye Lingxiu once commanded the illusory spirit flower tree to unleash its full potential, causing its slender branches to sway as if shedding something. Shortly thereafter, a unique energy emanated from the flower's core. This special energy ensnared those who came into contact with it within a dreamlike realm, leaving only their speech and facial expressions responsive, while their limbs lay stilled. In tests, Zhang Yi became fully immersed, unable to extricate himself, but due to the tree's diminutive size, the energy produced was limited. Once the energy dissipated,
Zhang naturally exited the illusion, marveling at the experience. Huang Furinchio was also affected, though not to the same extent. He was aware of being entrapped in the illusion, displaying signs of struggle before easily freeing himself. Ye Lingxiu was quite pleased with this outcome, as it would undoubtedly become another of his secret weapons as the illusory spirit flower tree matured. The potency of its illusions would surely intensify. Time passed, and the earliest wave of beasts reached the far side of the barrier, crossing the walls as they continued their migration. Yet, the tail of the beast tide remained out of sight. Every moment saw an influx of beasts entering the barrier, leaving no sanctuary untouched. As word spread, more individuals sought out Ye Lingxiu, and no longer did he personally attend to every visitor. He simply distributed divine avatars among the fully devoted. After all, each faction operated with thousands in their ranks. The cultivators from the families annihilated by the Tianyao society, having endured initial confusion and anger, began to seek alliances with other factions. Chapter 73. Exile Linyan arrives at the former Lu family estate. Master Wang, why have you not yet completed your task? Did you not promise to deal with Ye Lingxiu? Exile Linyan, with a newly acquired lilt to her voice, was playfully clinging to Master Wang that I was on my way, but the Protector has dispatched a new mission. With her gaze intensely fixed upon the traces left on the ground, she observed numerous beast carcasses, remnants of the battles fought during their refusal to yield. Master Wang's eyes followed the carcasses into the distance. Although the bodies were sparse beyond this point, they still formed a broken line, likely a result of a strategic retreat. The Lu family has moved in this direction. Follow me, Master Wang called out, leading the way. Exile Linyan, frustrated and stamping her feet, had no choice but to hastily keep up. After traversing a considerable distance, Master Wang grew puzzled. Isn't this leading us towards the courtyard? What a coincidence! Exile Linyan, fixated on reaching the courtyard, had been vigilant and now noted the anomaly. Master Wang, judging by this direction, could it be? It is possible. After all, the courtyard contains many valuable items, and the Lu family, having been attacked by the Tianyao society, is unlikely to be unscathed. If they're severely injured, they might be tempted to seize the spiritual plants within the courtyard for healing. The more Exile Linyan pondered, the more plausible it seemed. If he is the one managing the Lu family and his kin is wounded, lacking sufficient healing herbs, who could resist the allure of such a place? Especially amidst the beast tide when ethical considerations are at their lowest. What if Ye Lingxiu resists? He could be killed if he surrenders. Will the Lu family protect him, just as the Huangfu family did? After all, his spiritual techniques had some merit. What of the Lu family? Haven't we eliminated plenty from the 8 great clans of the Tianyao society? Let's head over and see. No need to speculate. With that, Master Wang and his group set off once more, and soon enough, they spotted the Lu family and their base in the distance. For safety's sake, they kept their distance as they strategized about how to gather information. A figure appeared in the distance, dodging beasts and hastening towards the courtyard. The group concealed themselves behind the cover of the beasts, wondering if it was a spy from the Lu family, as no other factions would easily dispatch personnel for reconnaissance at this time. Wang Tangzhu subtly gestured to one of his subordinates. The subordinate, understanding the unspoken command, began to stealthily approach the individual while simultaneously suppressing any trace of his demonic aura, bracing himself to endure the onslaught of the beast. "Brother, are you also here to seek refuge with a prominent family?" he inquired. "To be honest, I cannot say for certain. I have heard rumors of a Mr. Yi here who is willing to take in people and tend to their wounds. Yet I have not heard of any prominent family bearing the surname Yi. Isn't there a base up ahead? Which family does it belong to? I don't recall there being one before. I am uncertain. It must have appeared quite suddenly that I won't go there. Why have you come if you know nothing? Am I not trying to evade the beasts? Damn it, that creature chasing me is back. Brother, I must take my leave. With the beasts obstructing our path, we can barely observe from here that if we venture closer, we will surely be detected. Can we escape with so few of us? If you are worried, you can stay behind. The rest of us will leave." Wang Tangzhu remarked with a stern expression, displaying his displeasure. All right. I will heed your words. Is it necessary to be angry?" Exile Linyan hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing Wang Tangzhu's arm and feigning a pout. I am merely considering our safety. Rest assured, I have not forgotten about avenging you." Wang Tangzhu reached behind and playfully pinched Xan Linyan's rear, laughing heartily. In truth, Xan Linyan was hoping to search for her parents nearby, as she had long sent her elders to keep watch. Unfortunately, upon noticing the Liu family's relocation, Wang Tangzhu dared not approach an unwanted bastard. If you have the guts, kill me, come at me. A howl filled with resentment, bolstered by spiritual energy, managed to reach their ears. Xan Linyan's eyes instantly welled with tears. It was her father's voice. He had been captured and was still being tormented by Ye Lingxiu. Hearing her father's agonized cries today devastated Xan Linyan, and she was ready to rush recklessly toward the sound. Wang Tangzhu quickly reached out to stop her. Calm down. Your actions will change nothing. Let go of me. I will kill Ye Lingxiu. I will kill him. Xan Linyan struggled frantically, but alas, she was no match for Wang Tangzhu and was forcibly pulled away. In the Tianjia conference hall, it became evident that everything revolved around the enigmatic Ye Lingxiu. You are truly ruthless. The leader of the Qingshan Association gripped his wooden folding fan tightly. He is not particularly mysterious. We have thoroughly investigated his background. Coincidentally, one of the demon members was his former wife, who knows him exceedingly well. As you mentioned, it pertains to his past. This is the inherent flaw of humanity. I need not speculate, for I know it is yet another melodramatic tale. Initially, Ye Lingxiu was looked down upon, only to be abandoned later. Then he dedicated himself to improvement, ultimately growing to a point where he could influence the unification of the Tianyao Association's barriers. Tian Yunfeng spoke with disdain and disgust, his voice laced with indignation. Humph! How could the wife of such a character join another faction, especially one as notorious as the Tianyao Association? The more unremarkable a person was in the past, the more it signifies their current mystery. It is tantamount to saying this person achieved his current stature in an exceptionally brief time. What a pity for that foolish woman. She could have been the wife of such an individual. Yet now she finds herself merely a lowly demon within our Tianyao Association. How tragic. Little do you know, there is something even more pitiful. This woman, in her quest for revenge against Ye Lingxiu, has actually submitted herself to one of our hall masters, hoping he would assist her in killing Ye Lingxiu. Ha! The hall master. Ha! Law enforcer, you've changed. You are beginning to concern yourself with gossip. Ha! This is killing me with laughter. The hall master is generally at the mid-level of the third rank, right? To rely on a hall master to confront Ye Lingxiu, who commands two prominent families and even remotely controls the Huangfu family. Ha! The leader of the Qingshan Association, Tian Yunfeng, was genuinely amused by this foolish female demon. The law enforcer in the black robe also trembled slightly, as if he too was chuckling, though no sound escaped his lips. Chapter 74. The Arrival of the Tianyao Association. The Battle of Huaxia. Part 1. Since we have such a connection with this mysterious Mr. Yi, why not pay him a visit? Gather our forces and be ready. Once I lure a fourth-level beast, we shall launch our attack, Tian Yunfeng directed, holding his fan and pointing towards the law enforcer below him. Understood. The law enforcer withdrew, and Tian Yunfeng soared towards the barrier's exterior. The Tianyao Association, akin to a colossal machine, commenced its frenzied preparations for war. Teams of personnel assembled, with a small portion being casually dressed members of the Tianyao Association subgroups. The majority, however, were disciplined regular troops, each a third-rank cultivator. Compared to the demon members of the subgroups, the morale and genuine combat prowess of the barrier's defenders were overwhelmingly superior. A vast army of thousands advanced toward the courtyard, their immense, non-human presence seemingly merging into one, causing all surrounding beasts to retreat in fear. Xan Linyan and Wang Tangzhu trailed at the end of the procession, their hearts pounding with trepidation. They had never witnessed such a scene. Not only them, but the other hall masters and guardians felt the same. They had always believed themselves to be the entirety and core strength of the Tianyao Association, only to realize they lacked the qualifications to even comprehend its true core power. They were merely bait to divert the attention of the barrier. In the courtyard, Ye Lingxiu lounged in a rocking chair, sipping tea. Everything proceeded smoothly, aligning closely with his expectations. Previously, he had sent Zhang Yitian to the Huangfu family to exchange information about their circumstances and proposed a strategic alliance. The Huangfu family was initially astonished by the Liu family's audacity in relocating en masse, but they soon agreed to Ye Lingxiu's proposal as dusk fell on the second day of the beast tide. The sun began to set. The courtyard's villa area lacked tall buildings, allowing the sunlight to pour in unobstructed. The sunset reminded Ye Lingxiu of that fateful day he had finalized his divorce and discovered his innate worth. With nowhere to turn and no home to return to, he found himself on a bench beneath the evening sun. Fortunately, he encountered an elderly man. Though their conversation was brief and their shared experiences limited, the old man imparted a profound truth. For a family or race to endure, sacrifices must be made. That why Ye Lingxiu suddenly realized that if he were to mold the courtyard into such a force, it could indeed be a worthy endeavor to build a robust and vibrant force. A loosely structured alliance would not suffice. In a loose alliance, individuals would only look out for themselves at a unified center. A singular nation would more readily achieve its goals, and since he aimed to establish such a force, why bother with alliances? Ye Lingxiu was engrossed in deep contemplation when, bang, the courtyard door was violently flung open, and Zhang Aoyan's earnest face was etched with urgency. Without first hearing the impactful phrase report, Ye Lingxiu instinctively knew that the Tianyao Association was upon them. How far away are they? How many are there? What about the beasts? Ye Lingxiu swiftly posed 3 critical questions to help the anxious Zhang Aoyan organize his thoughts. Thousands of troops, primarily military, and about 3,000 meters away, at least 4 fourth-level beasts. Although Zhang Aoyan spoke with palpable anxiety, Ye Lingxiu perceived the excitement of battle in his tone. This was not the time to delve into Zhang Aoyan's skills. Ye Lingxiu stroked his chin. Deep in thought, with such a large force, this must be the entirety of the Tianyao Association's resources, and they had even attracted beasts. The high-end combat power, when considering the beasts, was nearly double that of himself and the Liu family combined. They intended to settle everything in one fell swoop, to seize both him and the Liu family. Inform the Liu family to prepare for battle, and notify the Huangfu family to come to our aid. Ye Lingxiu sprang to his feet, moving Huangfu Ruinxiu aside, and succinctly commanded, all third-rank military officers, report to the courtyard immediately. Whoosh, figures darted past, and soon the courtyard was filled with third-rank Tianji realm late-stage cultivators. Ye Lingxiu surveyed the crowd, his expression grave. Just moments ago, he had received news of the Tianyao Association's impending attack. I have suddenly conceived an idea, in gratitude for the contributions of the old Huangfu and other heroes. I wish to establish a force that conveys this spirit onward. For ourselves, our friends, our families, and the continuation of our race, I hope. No, I demand that you all dare to fight, dare to die. The name of the force is straightforward. It shall be called Huaxia. It represents the Huaxia of the third barrier, the Huaxia founded by the sages before the apocalypse. The army of the Tianyao Association is drawing near. Today marks our first battle for Huaxia. With the Liu family at our side and the Huangfu family soon to arrive, for the sake of survival, we can only win. Otherwise, we shall become the very monsters that devour us. Forward, Huaxia! No demons may pass. Fight! 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 The crowd echoed Ye Lingxiu's rallying cry in unison. Whether out of genuine emotion or feigned intent, whether truly inspired by the protective spirit of the old man and others, or compelled by the life-or-death grip of Ye Lingxiu, whether to alleviate their own fears or to unleash their boiling bloodlust, all were fervently shouting. With the aid of spiritual energy, their voices traveled 3,000 meters. Ye Lingxiu raised his hand, and the clamor abruptly ceased. Prepare yourselves. Disperse. Whoosh! The movements were synchronized and precise as they swiftly took to the air, heading towards their respective units. Zhang Aoyan organized the personnel to ignite a special spiritual plant that burned without flame, only emitting a thin wisp of crimson smoke. Unaffected by the wind, soaring up to 6,000 meters, visible throughout the entire barrier, the red signal fire. The Liu family is also mobilizing for the impending battle. Upon seeing the signal fires, the third son, Huangfu Yu, leads Huangfu Bo and a third of the family's elite fighters to provide assistance. 3,000 meters away, the leader of the Qingshan Society, Tian Yunfeng, raises his hand. Halt! The black-robed law enforcer commands. And the entire army comes to an abrupt stop, their voices unified. Only the members of the Heavenly Demon Society's various halls respond slightly slower, their movements lacking any semblance of order. Even the fourth-level demon beasts accompanying the troops adhere to the law, refraining from acting on instinct, and instead obeying the law enforcer's commands, defying common sense. This must be the handiwork of the enigmatic Mr. Yi, Tian Yunfeng remarks with admiration. How can you be so certain? The black-robed figure remains unmoving, his voice emanating from within the cloak. You, law enforcer, are always reluctant to engage your mind when near me. Tian Yunfeng shakes his head slightly, a hint of helpless laughter escaping him. My subordinate's mind is rather simple. As long as the leader thinks, that suffices. You say jump, and I jump. You, who have clearly awakened your mental faculties, still call yourself simple-minded. It is truly exasperating. Over there, it is merely Mr. Yi and the Liu family. Surely you do not believe that this impeccable display of unity is orchestrated by the Liu clan? You make a valid point. This Mr. Yi is indeed a remarkable individual, possessing both capability and cunning. Should he be employed by me, it could significantly expedite the realization of our objectives, potentially reducing the timeline by a century. Chapter 75. The Heavenly Demon Approaches, the Battle of Huaxia. Part 2. The black-robe law enforcer has never witnessed Tian Yunfeng hold such admiration for an adversary. It is a pity that the object of his esteem is an enemy. Let us assess the situation. If we can avoid killing, we shall. If not, we shall proceed with the necessary measures. Nothing and no one shall deter us from achieving our goals. Understood, there is no right or wrong, only choices. Compared to those languishing within the barriers, we are the ones truly bearing the weight of progress. Only you understand me. Let us proceed as planned. The black-robe law enforcer gestures towards the fourth-level demon beasts, uncertain whether he is issuing orders or deploying some spiritual technique. The fourth-level demon beasts emit thunderous roars, their cries echoing through the air. Upon hearing these sounds, the surrounding third-level and lower demon beasts seem to be jolted, momentarily stunned before they all charge madly towards the courtyard. The Liu family. Following the roars, the fourth-level demon beasts join the fray. From a bird's-eye view, the entire battlefield is a spectacle of grandeur. Centered around the courtyard, demon beasts within a radius of nearly 1,000 meters converge, racing towards the center as if drawn by an irresistible treasure. The ground trembles, and myriad beasts stampede. The eyes of the Liu family and the people of Huaxia within the courtyard. It appears as a sea of life and death talismans, instilling a palpable tension. Yet they understand that the more one fears death, the more likely one is to perish. Only by steadfastly holding the line and uniting in resolve can victory be attained. Roar, kill! The soldiers of the Huaxia courtyard, leveraging the surrounding vine-covered terrain, engage in a frenzied battle against the demon beasts. The cultivators who flock to the courtyard come from diverse backgrounds. Some are soldiers from the city garrison, particularly those from the major families annihilated by the Heavenly Demon Society, including the Wang family, most of whom have joined this side. Others are solitary cultivators, as well as members of smaller families and factions. The courtyard has reorganized them based on the various effects of their spiritual techniques, forming divisions for offense, defense, reconnaissance, assassination, supply, and logistics. Even spiritual plants have been assigned roles, with provisions for spiritual beasts. However, these two categories fall directly under the jurisdiction of Ye Lingxiu, while the others are managed according to cultivation level and experience. Selecting commanders for the troops, that first-level cultivators predominantly serve as logistics personnel, handling administrative tasks, led by the elite among them known as military members. Third-level cultivators comprise the frontline combatants, assigned to the offensive, defensive, reconnaissance, and assassination units, with distinguished individuals acting as managers, referred to as military officers. Each squad consists of 10 members. If anyone breaks through to the fourth level, they are promoted to military academy status, commanding 10 squads. The Zhang family, who were forced to join the courtyard early on, still operate as an independent unit under the leadership of Zhang Outyan, tasked with executing temporary missions assigned by Ye Lingxiu. The Zhang family members who serve in the garrison have already been integrated into other squads. Currently, the Zhang family unit, which includes Zhang Yi,
A fourth-level cultivator has but one mission: to protect Zhang Aoyin. Zhang Aoyin, in turn, has a singular task: to invigorate everyone's fighting spirit through his spiritual techniques, enhancing their cultivation potential. Ye Lingxiu has generously provided him with 10 spiritual fruits to circulate around the courtyard, boosting the combat efficacy of those surrounding, including the Liu family members. Once their spiritual energy is depleted, they are to consume the fruits for replenishment, ensuring that everyone maintains their peak or even surpasses it. On the battlefield's northern side, Zhang Aoyin addresses the soldiers. Brothers to the north, soldiers, I am your political commissar, Zhang Aoyin. Most of you have seen me upon entering the courtyard. I have been a part of its growth, witnessing its transformation from dozens to thousands, a force previously rivaling the 8 great families. If we hold our ground this time, Huaxia will emerge as the 9th power of the barriers. No, we shall be the 3rd power. Many of you may not know that several top-tier families have already been annihilated by the Heavenly Demon Society. Those who were destroyed have become fodder for the demonized. If you do not wish to be consumed by them, there is but one course of action. That is to kill. 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 Under the influence of Zhang Aoyin's spiritual technique, the crowd cannot help but be stirred, their fervor igniting as they cheer loudly. More effective than Ye Lingxiu's admonitions. Nearly all the soldiers experience a subtle elevation in their cultivation levels. Early stage, 3rd-level cultivators inch towards mid-stage towards late stage. Astonishingly, even late-stage, 3rd-level cultivators inch closer to 4th level, a truly terrifying development. Currently, the entire barrier has only a handful of 4th-level cultivators. If Zhang Aoyin can elevate the late-stage, 3rd-level cultivators to the 4th level, even if only partially, it is noteworthy that Ye Lingxiu alone commands nearly 1,000 late-stage, 3rd-level cultivators at this moment. A remarkable scene unfolds, as merely a 10-member squad seems to be overpowering a 4th-level demon beast in combat. It appears that if no one intervenes within half an hour, they might even slay that initial 4th-level demon beast. Such a sight is incredibly uplifting. On the eastern side of the courtyard, the brothers gather. Today, in accordance with Mr. Ye's orders, we officially establish the Huaxia faction. This is our inaugural battle. Should we emerge victorious, you shall all be founding heroes, who in the entire barrier could rival MR.YE in terms of rewards. As long as you are willing to kill, spiritual fruits are abundant, especially for those bearing criminal records. The more you kill, the more freedom you regain, the more treasures you acquire. The conditions are written there. It all depends on how much you are willing to slay. Kill, kill, kill. Zhang Aoyin notes that many of those on the eastern side have entirely thrown in their lot. Driven primarily by greed for freedom and treasures, bolstered by spiritual techniques. At this moment, Zhang Aoyin's complexion has turned pale as paper, his body having been severely depleted. Although his spiritual techniques primarily draw from spiritual energy, the extraordinary effects he has achieved have also incorporated a slight infusion of spiritual, mental power, stimulating the body, spiritual energy, and even the soul, consciousness, for a multifaceted motivational effect. While Zhang Aoyin's consciousness can still endure, he feels slightly dizzy, yet his spiritual energy is nearly entirely spent. He hastily produces a 3rd-level spiritual fruit, swallowing it hastily without a moment to savor its flavor. Sweet or rich, he cannot tell. He must hurry to the southern side, where the enemy's forces are gathering, poised to launch an assault at any moment. This is also part of Ye Lingxiu's strategy. The enemy will undoubtedly employ demon beasts to exhaust our combat power before launching their main offensive. Therefore, while the enemy waits, it is crucial to maximize the effects of the spiritual techniques on the northern and eastern fronts that be by the time the enemy attempts to concentrate their forces for a breakthrough. It will be too late. Although everything is unfolding according to Mr. Ye's plan, the only unexpected factor is himself. He never anticipated that deploying his spiritual techniques over a multitude would be so taxing. Previously, Zhang Aoyin had never covered such a large number of individuals. He had always believed his techniques had no limit on numbers. One spiritual fruit consumed is insufficient. The absorption of spiritual fruits is akin to charging a phone battery. Initially rapid, but as the process continues, the remaining absorption slows. Zhang Aoyin has no time to waste waiting.
Another fruit. He feels his complexion flush, though he has yet to fully absorb it, the spiritual power already coursing through his body. Though he cannot yet manipulate it freely, the amount available for manipulation remains insufficient. Another fruit, Chapter 76, the heavenly demon approaches, the Battle of Huaxia, Part 3, on the southern side of the courtyard. Soldiers, you must know by now that the esteemed commander of the barrier's garrison, the scholarly General Tian Yunfeng, is in fact the leader of the Heavenly Demon Society, although I too wish it were otherwise. The truth is undeniable. Despite the distance, we can still vaguely discern the uniformly organized Heavenly Demon Society troops in the distance, once our comrades in life and death. Yet now, under the seduction of leader Tian Yunfeng, they have transformed into demonized beings, or neither demon nor human, those who have not injected themselves with beast blood but have undergone the ritual of cannibalism. Regardless of who they are, those who consume the living are no longer our kin. They have devolved from heroes into demons, and thus they deserve to perish. The malevolent Heavenly Demon Society, cursed be their name, that I have witnessed numerous cultivators from noble families annihilated by the society. Do you not harbor hatred towards them? Whether you are the city guards or the orphan remnants of destroyed clans, unleash your fury. Let your resentment flow forth. Before you stand only enemies. Slay them. Slay them all. In order to resist the regular army of the Heavenly Demon Society, Ye Lingxiu indeed dispatched the squad capable of accommodating the most regular troops to the southern side of the courtyard. Zhang Aoyan precisely located these guards and boldly exposed the vulnerabilities in the hearts of the clan's experts. He urged them to transform their shame, unwillingness, and anger into strength. It was all happening too swiftly. The beasts in the south were falling too quickly. Even that fourth-tier beast was on the verge of being slaughtered by an elite city guard squad. The battle had only just begun, yet the frenzy of killing was upon them. In 10 minutes, Zhang Aoyan believed the southern battlefield would be cleared of beasts at the assembly point of the Heavenly Demon Society's army. The leader in the azure robes, Tian Yunfeng, surveyed the battlefield and felt a wave of dread wash over him. Countless curses erupted within his mind. This was not what he had envisioned. I intended to exhaust your strength and morale with the beasts. Yet here you are, demonstrating unity and a belief in victory that I came to conquer, not to serve as a whetstone. Forward! All of you charge! The leader, neglecting his cultured demeanor, screamed hysterically for the army to advance. There was no time for hesitation. The surrounding beasts were nearly extinct. If the wave of beasts temporarily subsided, the enemy would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Although the Heavenly Demon Society currently equated to the combined might of 2 premier clans, the opposing force possessed similar strength. He dared not risk it, especially with that individual on the battlefield who stirred the spirit energy to incite fervor. In a group combat scenario, he was an almost unassailable presence. Moreover, how could his spiritual techniques allow him to cover thousands of people? After a few shouts that seemed to relieve his pent-up emotions, Tian Yunfeng's expression returned to normal, and his aura regained its composure. Wang family members, this is your first battle. Go eliminate that individual who can bolster the army's morale and cultivation. There is but one 4th-tier initial stage beast guarding him. Both of you go together. Enforcer, you should join as well. Proceed according to plan. The 3 replied in unison and rushed towards the battlefield. They hoped it would be timely. They must not allow Lu's reckless faction to utilize that spiritual technique, or troubles would surely arise. Observing the last of the Heavenly Demon Society as prominent members, Tian Yunfeng could not suppress his disdain. With their disorganized and chaotic demeanor, they could bully the weak, but in true warfare, they would be lucky not to soil themselves. In his mind, the 10 major factions of the Heavenly Demon Society were indeed targets that attracted the Alliance's attention, allowing them to act impulsively, seeking vengeance without restraint. He had never constrained their development outside the preparatory time before the barriers fell. This was precisely why he maintained a singular line of communication, that if the Heavenly Demon Society was to lead humanity out of the barriers and dominate the wilderness, could he rely on this rabble? Of course, the carefully selected protectors and faction leaders were commendable, having at least fulfilled his expectations for their roles. Contemplating the rabble, the faction leader, Tian Yunfeng, began to scrutinize. Your name is Exin Linyan? Exan Lingyan was filled with intense trepidation. She was already terrified of the impending cataclysmic battle. How swiftly would a mere first-tier beast perish in such a grand conflict? Yet, to refrain from acting would mean certain death. Moreover, she sought an opportunity to ascertain her parents' well-being. Prior to this, she had never encountered anyone above the faction leader, and now being summoned by the leader himself, how could she not be afraid? You wait at the back. You need not go now. There will be another task shortly. Tian Yunfeng glanced at Exan Lingyan and spoke coolly. With a casual wave, he placed her at a distance from himself that a question lingered in his mind. Just this? Even accounting for the beauty-enhancing effects of the beast's essence, she was merely above average in appearance. It was not hard to imagine that Exan Lingyan was not an exceptionally rare beauty among humans. Even he who had to treat M.R.ye with utmost respect would marry such a woman. Tian Yunfeng, consumed by this thought, pondered for a full 5 minutes without arriving at a conclusion. Meanwhile, Exan Lingyan was utterly perplexed, wondering what task she could possibly be assigned. What task could necessitate the involvement of a first-tier beast? Exan Lingyan was no fool. They were currently assaulting the courtyard, within which lay Ye Lingxiu. Regardless of Ye Lingxiu's strength or status, her presence would undoubtedly relate to him. Beyond her connection to Ye Lingxiu, she could conceive of no other reason for her involvement. Was it possible that, due to the trouble Ye Lingxiu had caused the Heavenly Demon Society, they intended to humiliate him by compelling her to act? If so, that would be splendid. No, she must think carefully about how to confront Ye Lingxiu when the time came. Ha ha ha! The two fourth-tier experts from the Wang family, a flurry of sparks and lightning, charged directly toward Zhang Eti this moment. Zhang Outyin was en route to the Lu residence, clutching his fifth spirit fruit of the day. His complexion had transformed from pale to a deep crimson. The energy he was unable to absorb swelled beneath his skin, rendering him akin to a spirit fruit himself. His consciousness grew increasingly muddled, even experiencing intermittent fainting spells, a clear sign of excessive depletion of spiritual power. Be careful. The experts from the Wang family are approaching. Uncle, can they be deceived? They should be. After all, I am the only visible fourth tier here. They shouldn't be too fearful. If M.R.ye believes it's fine, it must be so. Chapter 77. The Heavenly Demon Approaches. The Battle of Huaxia. Part 4. The operation commenced. You withdraw. I will intercept. Zhang Yi declared before rushing towards the two fourth-tier members of the Wang family. I am genuinely curious about your thoughts. Zhang Yi activated his spiritual technique, his speed soaring as he approached, unleashing a palm imbued with spiritual energy towards the 2.1 Wang expert advanced, similarly channeling his energy into a palm, clashing fiercely with Zhang. The other circumnavigated the confrontation, making a beeline for Zhang Outyin. Aren't you the same? Align with the Lu family while still being loyal to that Mr. Yi. Both of you are merely subservient to the 8 major families. If you can betray, why can't we? Words did not hinder their actions, and among powerful adversaries, mindset held great significance. An imbalanced mentality could affect one's moves. Taking advantage of the recoil from the clash, Zhang Yi capitalized on his speed, arriving ahead of the other Wang family member before he had traversed 10 meters. Another palm strike ensued. Betraying others is indeed not a glorious act, but are you not betraying humanity? They have long ceased to be human. I trust you too have undergone the Heavenly Demon Society's ritual. Otherwise, how could they rest easy? The previously circumventing Wang family member fumed with rage. Zhang Yi had struck a painful chord. Point 1 does not hit a person's face, nor does one expose their shortcomings. At this moment, they dreaded the mention of that very point, and Zhang Yi had boldly brought it up. With a powerful palm strike, he gathered all his strength to clash with Zhang Yi. We are all dogs now. Does it matter if we are dogs in body? If we have become harlots, why bother with a facade? The Wang family expert, having cast aside all shame, chose to self-deprecate in order to maintain their psychological edge. Zhang Yi profoundly experienced the notion that one becomes invincible when they have nothing left to lose. You're even more shameless than I imagined. No wonder you could slaughter your own kin to ally with the Heavenly Demon Society. Within humanity's internal conflicts and betrayals, ultimately, a faction would prevail that if the Heavenly Demon Society emerged victorious, what fate awaited humanity? Reduced to livestock, Zhang Yi retreated once more, blocking another Wang family member who attempted to bypass him. It appeared this was their strategy. One would engage him while the other sought to eliminate Zhang Outyin. The three were of comparable strength, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. The two Wang members focused solely on closing the distance to Zhang Outyin. Despite Zhang Outyin's continuous retreat and Zhang Yi's persistent obstruction, the fourth-tier experts were remarkably swift. The gap between Zhang Outyin and the Wang family expert narrowed rapidly. After being intercepted and circumvented thrice, they had already closed in on him. In a moment of haste, Zhang Outyin stumbled, scrambling forward on hands and knees. The entrance loomed ahead, and hope ignited in his eyes. Suddenly, a figure from the Wang family blocked the courtyard's entrance. "You shall not pass. Die." Having exchanged several blows with Zhang, using 10% of his strength, his spiritual energy had dwindled considerably. Yet he still possessed ample power to deal with a third tier. Just as he began to gather energy in his palm, he heard an anxious voice emanating from within the courtyard. "Ruinxiu. Restrain him!" The Zhang family expert smirked disdainfully. It was too late to attempt to obstruct him now. "What have you done? Why can't I move? Release me. Come and save me," the Wang family expert roared, panic evident as he found himself immobilized near the enemy's stronghold. I've been waiting for you." The sound of metal grinding echoed, yet no figures were visible. That a wave of intangible psychic energy surged from all directions towards the courtyard. Moving swiftly, before anyone could react, the mental waves penetrated Huangfu Ruinxiu's consciousness. A low, muffled groan emerged from Huangfu Ruinxiu, whose lips were stained with blood, as the control over the Wang family's elite abruptly vanished. Unshackled, his spiritual energy surged within him like a tempestuous tide. His raised palm brimmed once more with spiritual energy, and without uttering a single word, he directed a fierce strike towards Zhang Outyin. At that moment, the grave flaw in his abilities became glaringly apparent. Not only could his spiritual techniques not affect his opponent, but he also lacked even a moment to utter a single word. Zhang Outyin had already closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Boom! Another familiar clash echoed, causing Zhang Outyin to suddenly open his eyes, his pronounced brows and large eyes brimming with elation. Just in the nick of time, Zhang Yi arrived, engaging in a counterstrike against the Wang family's expert. Both sides staggered back. The violent energy swirling around made the surrounding spiritual plants sway in the wind. Zhang Outyin, though affected and his skin wrinkled, continued to glare intently. Time waits for no one. He must evade the incoming Wang family expert and enter the courtyard from another side. Run! A singular thought consumed Zhang Outyin's mind. Where to escape? Another Wang family expert, exasperated, found his approach momentarily thwarted, allowing Zhang Yi to seize the opportunity to intervene at this juncture. Zhang Yi, propelled backwards by their clash, rushed to assist from behind. Although he had the chance to severely injure Zhang Yi, he did not lose sight of his mission. It was evident that, in the grand scheme of battle, this target was far more significant than a mere fourth-tier individual. He maneuvered around the backward-flying Zhang Yi, making a beeline for the already approaching Zhang Yi. An overwhelming mass of vines ensnared him. Yet, the Wang family's expert, with his spiritual energy shielding him, charged through without regard, the third-tier vines barely hindering his pace. Rumor had it that a formidable fourth-tier expert was among them. Likely the source of the controlling forces, the enforcer had come specifically for her. Their original plan was to eliminate Ye Lingxiu. But this young man proved to be quite a nuisance, forcing them to eliminate him first before turning their attention to Ye Lingxiu. Now that you no longer possess any experts, what does it matter if you enter the courtyard? Swish! The Wang family expert followed into the courtyard, a mere half-meter away from Zhang Outyin, whose palm was entirely within reach. Gathering spiritual energy in his hand, he declared die. Poof! Zhang Outyin coughed up blood and collapsed. Dead beyond any doubt, the Wang family expert reveled in his triumph, noticing, "That's Ye Lingxiu, reclining in a rocking chair, surrounded by beauties. It's him." With another forceful strike, he slammed his palm into Ye Lingxiu's chest. Poof! Crack! The sound of blood splattering accompanied the shattering of the rocking chair, a melody so delightful to the ears. And they dare to call him Ye, sir? Is this all? Chapter 78.
The Celestial Demon Approaches. The Battle of Huaxia, Part 5. The Wang family expert was utterly elated, having achieved remarkable feats on the very first day of battle, claiming to have secured victory. Yet, alas, it was all but an illusion. A fleeting dream. Outsiders. The two Wang family experts merely stood motionless, grinning foolishly. One might wonder, if they could devour a fourth-tier expert, could they still participate in the fight? Ye Lingxiu, utilizing his spiritual techniques, communicated with the Tao. The celestial demon had yet to encroach upon the realm of the spiritual plants, which remained in a state of readiness. This is untenable. Fourth-tier humans equate to fifth-tier spiritual fruits. I am not yet fourth-tier. Consuming such would be perilous. The exposed spiritual roots shook their heads vigorously. It appears that even spiritual plants cannot absorb spiritual fruits that exceed their own tier by too great a margin. The spiritual plants, obeying orders, divided the spoils, with the higher tiers taking more and the limited ones taking less. Yes, thank you, esteemed gardener. A harmonious chorus rang out, as different spiritual plants, each with their unique personalities, conveyed their diverse sentiments. Whoosh! Crack! The once tranquil and serene garden suddenly erupted into chaos. Almost all the spiritual plants rushed forth to partake in the feast. Some sprouted roots, others swung branches, and some even launched beams of light to snatch their share. While tendrils from within, Ye Lingxiu reached out with crimson vines to seize sustenance. For a single spiritual plant, the spiritual energy of a fourth-tier expert may be excessive. However, for a multitude, it is but a drop in the bucket. Although no spiritual plant dared express dissatisfaction, Ye Lingxiu nonetheless sensed the underlying sentiment of a drop in the bucket among them. It seems that if high-tier spiritual materials are diluted or consumed in moderation, the spiritual plants can indeed endure. In stark contrast, the two fourth-tier experts, still lost in their victorious reverie, vanished without a trace. This could be regarded as Ye Lingxiu's most humane act of killing thus far. The gust from Ye sent the clothing and shoes of the two flying away as the dust settled. Ye Lingxiu gently rocked his chair, patting Huangfu Ruinxiu. Have you located that individual? Not yet. He seems to possess the ability of the illusory spirit flower tree, allowing him to evade detection. That poses a dilemma. Ye Lingxiu frowned, entirely oblivious to the profound silence that had descended upon the southern battlefield. The main forces from both sides had been locked in fierce combat, reaching a boiling point when the celestial demon faction witnessed two fourth-tier experts breach the courtyard, charging towards the heart of their forces, even raising their morale. Who could have anticipated that the once quiet courtyard would suddenly sprout numerous fangs, resembling a monstrous abyss that devoured the two fourth-tier experts, only to revert to an innocuous appearance thereafter? What transpired just now? What happened? You turned your back to the courtyard and missed it. Numerous teeth sprouted around the courtyard, instantly crushing the two fourth-tier experts who charged in. What? Is there a super demonic beast beneath the courtyard? Don't listen to his nonsense. That was an attack from the spiritual plants cultivated by Yi Sir. The courtyard's forces remained relatively composed, as they viewed their own strength as advantageous. However, the celestial demon faction was engulfed in terror. Having just lost two fourth-tier experts, what could possibly lie within the courtyard? Should we flee? Flee? Where to? Don't forget, we've completed the ritual. Humanity can no longer accommodate us. Isn't it said that as long as one's will is strong enough, one can refrain from consuming humans? A day or two is manageable, but what about a month or two? A year or two? The thirst will gradually accumulate. There will inevitably come a day when we cannot hold back. Once aboard the ship, one cannot disembark. Why has the leader not issued the order to retreat? After a brief moment of shock, both sides resumed their fierce clashes. Every moment saw casualties and injuries. Supply teams maneuvered through the battlefield, providing first-tier spiritual fruits to those with minor injuries and second- or even third-tier fruits to the more severely wounded. After half an hour of intense fighting, the forces of the Huaxia courtyard had suffered almost no losses, while the celestial demon faction had already incurred nearly a fifth of their numbers. Some, driven by madness, would willingly sustain injuries to inflict harm on the members of the celestial demon faction. Regardless of the cost, the celestial demon faction gradually realized that even with such relentless attacks, their opponents remained as resilient as ever
Akin to indomitable cockroaches, the enemy, the courtyard was a gaping maw of demons. Yet to themselves, it was a cradle of life. No matter how grave their injuries, they would soon emerge, full of vigor. How could they possibly continue fighting? The morale of the celestial demon faction plummeted further and further, nearing a breaking point after just half an hour of combat. Although everyone knew they could not retreat, as their escape routes were entirely cut off, they could not quell the fear rising within them. The only stable front was the western side, overseen by the Liu family. However, at this moment, the one most fearful on the battlefield was not the soldiers of the celestial demon faction nor their green-clad leader, but Ye Lingxiu. He had rapidly healed from dozens of serious injuries. That it is essential to note that this was a large-scale battle involving thousands. The casualties were naturally immense. Moreover, given the frenzied nature of the combat, Ye Lingxiu refrained from intervening unless the injuries were life-threatening. Those who died on the spot required no intervention. Even so, he had reached his limit. He had intended to employ such a reckless method of battle to swiftly repel the celestial demon faction. The courtyard, which saw new reinforcements daily, was at a critical juncture for strengthening its power. Time was of the essence, and opportunity should not be squandered. He needed to develop, not to fight. Yet, the battle had escalated to this extent. Why had the celestial demon faction not retreated? Unless Tian Yunfeng aimed to engage in a war of attrition, unafraid of casualties, even among his own ranks. Calmly, he instructed, notify the front lines to alter the combat strategy to prioritize minimizing casualties. I shall temporarily refrain from healing. Spiritual fruits remain unlimited. We shall strive to only treat injuries that can be healed by spiritual fruits. Ye Lingxiu, with a spiritual fruit in one hand absorbing energy and leaning against the armrest of his rocking chair with the other, declared in an extremely weakened state, Zhang Outyin, you must be well rested by now. Go to the Liu family side first, bolster morale, and then have Liu Maman join the fray. The effects of spiritual techniques have concluded in the other three directions. Act according to your capabilities. Circulate the enhancements. Ye Lingxiu sensed that formidable adversaries were likely on the horizon. At the rear of the celestial demon faction, the enforcer gradually revealed himself beside the green-clad leader, within the courtyard. Aside from a Huangfu family's girl, there seems to be something that can restrain the movements of fourth-tier cultivators. The two from the Wang family almost ceased all actions the moment they entered the courtyard, right until their demise. What shall we do now, leader? The enforcer spoke to the leader, striving to suppress the metallic rasp in his voice, yet remained exceedingly hoarse. Chapter 79. The Celestial Demon Approaches. The Battle of Huaxia, Part 6. We must wait a while longer. The timing is not yet ripe. Tian Yunfeng cast a glance at the battlefield's casualties, his dissatisfaction palpable. The leaders and protectors of the Tianyao society engage in combat with a certain degree of competence, while the ordinary members seem to be mere bystanders, exhibiting almost no combat prowess and potentially causing more chaos than assistance. That IT is somewhat understandable, considering the protectors and leaders are all at the third level, while both sides' main forces are equally matched at this tier. This is fundamentally a battlefield for third-level cultivators, with the majority of ordinary members being at the first or second levels, rendering them ineffective. Since they cannot contribute to the fight, they might as well offer themselves up. The leader of the Qing Shan society gradually revealed a smile, addressing the ground beneath him. Friend, is it about time? A tremendous sound, akin to a roar of an elephant, resonated from the depths below. The quantity is indeed sufficient, but the quality leaves much to be desired. The grains of sand on the ground trembled in response to the voice. Who? The enforcer hidden beneath the black robe instantly became agitated, exclaiming in surprise. Simultaneously, a visible wave of psychic energy radiated outward, yet seemed to vanish without a trace, as though it had fallen into a bottomless abyss, leaving the black robe enforcer in shock. The leader of the Qing Shan society waved his hand dismissively. No need to be alarmed. It's a friend. He then communicated once more with the entity below. I knew you would say that. I will withdraw our main forces. You need not wait for the remainder. Just act directly. However, it appeared that this entity preferred to respond with anger rather than communication. causing the enforcer to nearly lose his composure as he looked questioning at Tian Yunfeng, the leader of the Qing Shan Society. It was evident that he had known him for a long time. Understanding his confusion, and explained, "We are still vastly outmatched in strength. If it were just the Liu family and Ye Lingxiu, it would be manageable, but alas, if we engage, the Huangfu family will surely come to their aid. To secure our victory, I have enlisted a helper from the demon clan." The enforcer was instructed to relay the message that the troops behind the barriers should gradually withdraw from the southern battlefield, coordinating with the demon beasts to shift their attacks towards the remaining 3 fronts. Once they have retreated, the personnel from the subordinates should follow suit. Understood. The voice of the black-robe enforcer emerged from beneath the hood, sounding like metal scraping against metal. As he soared toward the battlefield, a thunderous, secretive vibration emanated from the ground, as if some enormous creature was moving beneath the surface. Moments later, the barrier guards of the Tianyao Society began their slow withdrawal, while the elite of the Huaxiao 4-block courtyard faced off against the remaining members of the Tianyao Society, initiating a one-sided massacre. The supply troops had never seen Ye Lingxiu so agitated and anxious. Some were frightened as they rushed forward madly to convey the news to the front lines. What is happening? Lu Jingjing had never witnessed Ye Lingxiu in such a state and inquired with concern. The Tianyao Society is about to reveal their trump card. It could be some large-scale weapon of destruction, intending to use the demon members of various branches to distract and draw us in while they withdraw their elite forces. Ye Lingxiu's demeanor calmed somewhat, yet he still expressed concern. Jingjing arranged for people to observe closely, primarily focusing on the movements of their elite forces. If they engage on other fronts, we must send our forces there as well. But wouldn't that leave the southern front exposed? Lu Jingjing queried, puzzled. The southern front is likely to face real combat. Only those of the 4th level can participate. That we need to send stealth experts to assist the Huangfu family. They must hurry. The 4th level experts from the Huangfu family need not wait for the main forces. They should come immediately, or it may be too late, Ye Lingxiu said, his worry evident. Is it that serious? I'll go at once. With that, Lu Jingjing set off, her long, graceful legs moving with remarkable speed and rhythm. Ye Lingxiu began to strategize. If the enemy still possessed formidable experts, especially if Tian Yunfeng himself were to join the fray, how should his side respond? There was the mid-4th level Huang Furuanxiu, early 4th level Zhang Yi, and early 4th level Lu Mamen. If luck were on their side, the Huangfu family could send 2 4th level experts. The family head would most likely not appear, as Huangfu Bo was at the early 4th level, while Huangfu Yu was at the late 4th level. Originally, their combat power was not vastly different from that of Tian Yunfeng and his group. Thanks to Ye Lingxiu's initial ambush that eliminated 2 of their 4th level members, the apparent strength now favored Huaxiao 4-block courtyard. As long as the enemy's trump card was not at the 5th level, there was still hope. Otherwise, it would pose a significant challenge, just as the soldiers, who were fervently engaged in battle, received the order to retreat. They were perplexed but dared not defy Mr. Ye's command. Just as they were about to withdraw from the battlefield, a roar that shook the heavens erupted from the depths of the earth. The grains of sand on the ground began to swirl and rotate toward the center of the battlefield, creating a funnel-shaped whirlpool of sand with a diameter of 1,000 meters, engulfing the entire area. The ground beneath them became soft, and the soldiers who had yet to retreat found their bodies slowly sinking into the sea of sand. The more they struggled, the faster they were pulled in. The sea of sand began to spin faster and faster, drawing in all the soldiers, demons, and fallen bodies toward the dark abyss at its center. Those who managed to escape felt a lingering dread, fear etched on their faces as they watched the sea of sand, instinctively retreating as if afraid it would suddenly expand and engulf them as well. Those still trapped within were filled with terror, struggling desperately, while those near the center were completely submerged. Upon learning of the situation, Ye Lingxiu concealed his anxiety, though his heart raced. "Ruinxiu, take me over to have a look." Arriving at the edge of the sand sea, Ye Lingxiu embraced Huangfu Ruinxiu in midair, observing the situation below. Fortunately, his orders had been timely. Most of the soldiers had retreated to the edge of the sand sea. "Greetings, Mr. Yi! Greetings, Mr. Yi!" The soldiers below shouted in unison, their respect for Ye Lingxiu soaring. Initially, they had not understood the rationale behind his order to retreat while they were in the midst of a victorious pursuit. Fearing it was a waste of a golden opportunity, in retrospect, the decision appeared to be astoundingly correct. Had it not been for Mr. Ye's timely command, they would have found themselves at the very center of the Sand Sea. They were all third-level cultivators and could not fly. If the ground beneath them transformed into a soft, devouring sand sea, they had no other fate but to be swallowed. Some soldiers had attempted to leap away just as the sand sea formed, but were swiftly consumed. It seemed the sand sea possessed some peculiar energy that could ensnare those who came into contact with it. After bowing in respect, all eyes were filled with reverence as they gazed at Ye Lingxiu, hoping he would once again work miracles and rescue their comrades still fighting beside them. That it wasn't that those trapped in the sand sea disobeyed orders. Rather, retreating had its sequence, and the rear troops had to become the front in a gradual manner to prevent being caught off guard by a sudden enemy counterattack. Comparatively, those in the sand sea had indeed contributed. Although the soldiers felt it was nearly impossible to save them, an inexplicable confidence surged within them. Mr. Yi was a man capable of creating miracles. Chapter 80. The Tianyao Society Arrives, The Battle of Huaxia, Part 7. Such a synchronized display of respect and address did not go unnoticed by Tian Yunfeng, the leader of the Qingshan Society. Presumably, that figure before him was indeed the esteemed Ye Lingxiu. Tian Yunfeng gazed intently at Ye Lingxiu from a kilometer away, his expression inscrutable. It was worth noting that aside from the Xian family, very few members of the Tianyao Society had ever seen Ye Lingxiu's visage. In his earlier days, he had been quite obscure, and by the time he gained notoriety, the Huangfu family had shielded him so well that no one had the opportunity to become acquainted with him. Thus, the moniker of the mysterious Ye was born. Young, so very young, full of vitality, somewhat handsome, though differing from his own refined demeanor, he exuded a scholarly aura. With Tian Yunfeng's cultivation level, he could clearly discern Ye Lingxiu's features even from a distance of a kilometer. To his astonishment, he found that Ye Lingxiu bore a slight resemblance to himself. The black-robed enforcer remained silent, but was also intently observing the opposite side, that Ye Lingxiu's cultivation level was insufficient to discern the appearances of Tian Yunfeng and his companion. Yet he lacked the time to scrutinize further. Having assessed the situation of the Sand Sea, he decisively summoned vines to ensnare the soldiers trapped within. Pull with all your might. Ye Lingxiu commanded the vines to exert their full strength. With a swish, the vines suddenly tightened, pulling the soldiers with all their might. My lord, it's quite difficult. We can't pull them out. Despite the vines being taut, the soldiers in the Sand Sea showed no signs of being freed. It seemed this was not merely a case of being caught in quicksand. Something beneath must possess a binding force, likely akin to the devouring power of the golden giant crocodile. Ruinxiu, can you sense what lies beneath the quicksand? I have a vague sense. It feels quite large, yet the interference from the ground makes it impossible to see clearly. All right, stay steady in the air, hold on to me tightly, and I will attempt to intervene. Huangfu Ruinxiu complied, channeling all her spiritual energy to hover in midair, firmly embracing Ye Lingxiu. Unbeknownst to Ye Lingxiu, her cheeks flushed as she felt the eyes of thousands on them from either side of the battlefield. Aside from feeling a bit shy, she had never doubted Ye Lingxiu's words, nor questioned why he could attempt something that was beyond her own capabilities. Huangfu Ruinxiu thought to herself that since brother Yi wished to try, his chances of success would surely be far greater than her own efforts. This was blind faith, a complete and utter trust in Ye Lingxiu that Ye Lingxiu immersed his consciousness into his body. Vine egg. What level are you at now? I haven't reached maturity yet. I would currently be at the youth level. The vine egg scuttled around within Ye Lingxiu, moving erratically. Hey, your speech has become more fluent. Is this due to your increased level? What constitutes the youth level? Well, it's akin to how you look from afar, wielding a folding fan. The vine egg pointed energetically at Tian Yunfeng, the leader of the Qingshan Society, who was a fourth-level Tianquan cultivator, likely in the late stage. How can you upgrade so swiftly? Ye Lingxiu is envious. Why your rate of advancement? I have only ascended a single level, while I was born at level 3. Incredible. This conversation has become untenable. Why Ye Lingxiu understands that the only time Tingdan absorbed a substantial amount of energy was when the venerable Huangfu and his entourage sought him out. Tingdan astonishingly nearly extinguished the soul flames they ignited, which truly shocked them. It is important to note that the soul flames are an amalgamation of soul and spiritual energy, not only vast in quantity, but also of a high rank. Tingdan feeds on these flames, and consuming such a large quantity merely resulted in a minor upgrade. Perhaps it indicates that the energy required for Tangdan's advancement is excessively immense. Most of those adept at breaching barriers are at the late stage of level 4. The energy he absorbed at that time would have sufficed for an ordinary cultivator to elevate from level 1 to level 5. Within Ye Lingxiu, the communication with Tangdan transpired almost instantaneously. Since Tangdan has rendered the conversation moot, it is time to act. You shall extend your grasp and pull them up. Tangdan assented and extended crimson vines from within Ye Lingxiu, each darting towards his allies in the sandy sea. Unlike the external vines, these did not merely encircle their waists, but rather pierced through the flesh of those in the sand, allowing the blood-red tendrils to burrow inside. For those who had fully pledged allegiance, the vines would link directly to Tangdan's avatars within them. For those without, the penetrating crimson tendrils would instantly splinter and firmly grasp various internal parts, serving as temporary avatars. Once all was prepared, Tangdan commenced exerting force. The pulling power originated from within the bodies, akin to each part being drawn outward. Although the effect remained consistent, those in the sandy sea found it considerably more comfortable, as the equivalent force was distributed throughout their bodies. That, of course, merely dispersing the power would not suffice to extricate everyone. The magnitude of the force remained paramount. This scene resembled the kindling of a bonfire, awakening the jubilant cheers of the soldiers from the 4 courtyards of Huaxia. Wow, am I not seeing things? They are coming out. I see it too. They are indeed emerging, not just one or two, but dozens of individuals were being slowly pulled out, which was simply unbelievable. It turns out that serving under Mr. Yi, as long as luck is not overly cruel, one truly does not perish. The roars echoed from deep underground. Clearly incensed, the whirlpool in the sandy sea abruptly accelerated in its rotation, and the force of suction increased significantly. The upward trend faltered, tightening the hearts of the crowd. The leader of the Qing Shan Society, Tian Yinfeng, abruptly halted his fanning hand, leaning slightly forward to gaze at the sandy sea. Evidently, he placed immense importance on the outcome of this duel. If all proceeds as expected, this crimson vine is indeed Ye Lingxiu's trump card. The clash of trump cards signifies that if I triumph, the subsequent battle will be in my favor. If I falter, even should I advance now, they could temporarily withstand it. If Huangfu Yu arrives, I may find myself trapped. Victory or defeat hinges on spiritual techniques. Tian Yunfeng's abilities are not primarily combat-oriented. Otherwise, he would not be entrusted with leading the guards. Even Ye Lingxiu felt uncertain, as these were dozens of elite level 3 warriors. Losing them would be a painful loss. Can you truly do this? Am I incapable? Who do you look down upon? I will prevail. Watch me. After declaring this, Tangdan within Ye Lingxiu's core split off several vines, which danced wildly, forming a peculiar symbol within Ye Lingxiu's being. Upon the formation of a symbol, a hum resonated. The originally blood-red Tangdan subtly emanated a golden glow. The light was faint. Had it not been within Ye Lingxiu, he would have hardly noticed. Rise, Tangdan articulated, and the vines were suffused with golden light. If aided by divine intervention, one by one, the soldiers from the sandy sea were flung out, landing steadily among the crowd from the 4 courtyards. Cheers erupted, voices roaring in exuberance, releasing their pent-up excitement. The gaze directed at Ye Lingxiu was akin to that of reverence towards a deity, while Ye Lingxiu himself exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for the success. After all, youth is often marked by rebellion, making communication rather smooth. That he silently pondered, without informing Tangdan. Chapter 81. The Celestial Demon Approaches, the Battle of Huaxia, Part 8. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of the 4 courtyards of Huaxia, the Celestial Demon Society remained eerily silent.
Although the soldiers were bewildered by the sudden emergence of the whirlpool in the sandy sea, they discerned the outcome. Many of their own had become ensnared. And while they regarded these lower-tier soldiers with disdain, they were still their own, that if adversaries were ensnared as well, they would not be overly concerned, perhaps feeling a twinge of regret. They could even justify the losses of the Celestial Demon Society as worthwhile. Having exchanged numerous regular troops, however, the sentiment at this moment was decidedly unpleasant. Their expressions betrayed a sense of unease. This battle thus far could be deemed a minor setback, not catastrophic, and the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. Yet in Tian Yunfeng's eyes, this result bore significant weight. It was laughable that he had momentarily suspected Ye Lingxiu of being a demon. Upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. The aura of a demon is markedly different from that of a human. And Ye Lingxiu had encountered the venerable Huangfu. If he were a demon, he would not have escaped notice. The thought of the treasures concealed within that forecourtyard was unfathomable. The variables. Once again, it is the variables. Engaging with Ye Lingxiu is always fraught with an endless array of uncertainties that he hoped that the entity beneath would successfully advance. Should it succeed, the significance of all variables would diminish. A cacophony of furious roars reverberated across the battlefield. Almost all the members of the Celestial Demon Society and the corpses scattered across the battleground were drawn into the funnel's abyss. The whirlpool's rotation gradually slowed, ultimately settling into stillness. Everyone fell silent, awaiting what would unfold. Just as Ye Lingxiu was about to contemplate a strategy, the retreating demon army sprang into action. They divided into 3 factions, each launching an assault on the 3 directions of the forecourtyard. Silence. Arranged for targeted counterattacks, all level 4 and below from the southern front. Retreat. Ye Lingxiu commanded, brow furrowed in contemplation. The entity underground was not there to annihilate his soldiers. Otherwise, it would have halted when Tang Dan extracted the individuals that, on the contrary, it not only persisted but also consumed its own kind from the Celestial Demon Society. This was perplexing, even if the lower-tier demons were not particularly formidable. Having them was better than none. What could have led Tian Yunfeng to abandon them? Once transformed into demons, individuals lose their human essence. Thus, the efficacy of consuming demons is significantly diminished compared to humans. For instance, a demon beast devouring a level 3 human cultivator equates to consuming a level 4 spiritual fruit. However, consuming a level 3 demon merely equates to devouring a level 3 spiritual fruit. The entity beneath had consumed such a multitude of human corpses. Recently deceased corpses are less effective than living ones, yet superior to demons, and Ye Lingxiu estimated the number to be at least in the hundreds. Such a vast intake of energy would ordinarily overwhelm typical cultivation practices, unless it were an exceedingly high-tier demon beast. Clearly, that was not the case. Were it of high rank, not only would those ensnared in the sandy sea have been devoured, but even Ye Lingxiu would have long since been consumed. Not being of high rank, yet requiring tremendous energy. Good heavens, it is breaking through. It appears that while the demon race thrives, they have yet to discover effective methods. Breaking through still relies on sheer accumulation of energy. If the entity below possesses adequate rank and has not reached its maturation limit, its breakthrough would be remarkably straightforward. That it could not be a level 3 advancing to level 4, for that would bear no significance in the battle. Moreover, a level 3 could not possibly be this formidable. To influence the course of the conflict, it must be at least a level 4 advancing to level 5. That, given the energy demands, this seems highly probable. The adversary is on the verge of giving birth to a level 5 super adept. All this flesh and blood essentially constitutes energy that it cannot be allowed to succeed. Otherwise, it alone would suffice to contend against the entirety of the Huaxia force. But how to achieve this? Advancement and breakthrough require energy to breach barriers. And naturally, the more energy there is, the more violent it is, the higher the success rate. Additionally, one must immerse their spirit within, directing the internal energy towards the bottleneck. Ye Lingxiu pondered anxiously. A coarse voice ignited a spark of inspiration. Damn it, the Celestial Demon Society actually has regular troops. Mr. Yi, do you seek me? The voice was gruff and direct, belonging to Lu Mamen. Ah, do you see the somewhat sandified ground below?
There is likely a demon beast or demon on the verge of advancing to level 5 within. Unearth it and prevent its emergence. Having encountered Lumamen several times, Ye Lingxiu still had not acclimated to his habit of starting with curses. After a brief moment of realization, Ye Lingxiu swiftly relayed the necessary actions. Lumamen was initially taken aback, realizing there was indeed a level 5 adept opposite. Following that, he grasped that the foe had yet to advance, and there was still a chance to fight. Aware of the gravity of the situation, he immediately unleashed his spiritual technique in midair, flipping head over heels and plunging towards the ground with unrelenting force. Boom! Lumamen deployed his spiritual technique, capitalizing on his diving advantage to unleash tremendous power against the earth. The size of the crater, 30 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep, attest to this force. Damn it, you've hidden well. I'll make you regret hiding. Boom, boom, boom. The entity underground finally reacted. It was thoroughly vexed by this infernal human. Consuming spiritual fruit must be executed promptly. Whether for breakthrough or ordinary cultivation, failure to do so would lead to significant energy loss over time. However, this damned human, shouting and cursing while firing indiscriminately, is utterly infuriating. There is simply no way to concentrate on advancing. Oh, foolish human, you court your own demise. Just as Lumamen was about to unleash another strike upon the ground, a thunderous roar erupted, and a massive maw, 5 meters wide, with layers of jagged teeth, emerged from below. Startled, Lumamen swiftly arced through the air, narrowly evading the enormous mouth. Only then did Ye Lingxiu finally discern the true nature of the creature before him. It resembled a worm-like beast, extending a single head adorned with a gaping maw and a multitude of fangs. Its length was revealed to be at least 10 meters, with an undetermined extent below, and a diameter of approximately 4 meters. Be cautious, Lu. It is a late-stage level 4 creature, capable of speech, evidently possessing intelligence akin to that of a human. It must be a mutated aberrant beast, far more formidable than an ordinary level 4 entity. Ye Lingxiu hurriedly cautioned, anxious that Lumamen might engage it recklessly. May I inquire who is Mr. Yi? A resonant voice drifted over from a distance, and as the last syllable fell, the speaker approached. It was none other than Huang Fuyu, a late-stage level 4 practitioner. You must be the esteemed Huang Fuyu of the Huangfu clan. I am Ye Lingxiu. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ye Lingxiu assessed him as a late-stage level 4 master, confirming it was indeed Huang Fuyu, uncle. Huang Furinchio's face flushed crimson with embarrassment upon being seen by her elder while embracing Ye Lingxiu in midair, further heightening her shyness. Mr. Yi, the Huangfu family is deeply grateful for your support and guidance. Huang Fuyu expressed sincerely, whether he had heard of Ye Lingxiu beforehand or simply chose to ignore it. Huang Fuyu made no further comments regarding Huang Furinchio's embrace of Ye Lingxiu. He first conveyed the Huangfu family's gratitude, acknowledging that without Ye Lingxiu, the Huangfu family might not even exist. He then casually reminded Huang Furinchio to protect Ye Lingxiu. She responded with a barely audible affirmation. Boom! 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 Below, Lumamen was perilously pursued by the serrated worm, which was proving to be a formidable foe. Unbeknownst to him, this serrated worm measured a staggering 30 meters in length and exhibited remarkable agility, not losing any mobility despite its massive size. Even with Lumamen's strength, a full-force punch against it yielded minimal results. The serrated worm adeptly absorbed Lumamen's force with its soft, undulating exterior, causing Lumamen to spew blood from the impact. Senior Huangfu, this is the situation. I implore you to take action. Ye Lingxiu succinctly summarized the circumstances. Be wary of the Tianyan wind. I shall intervene. As a fellow late-stage level 4, Huangfu Yu was capable of confronting the serrated worm, thereby alleviating Lumamen's predicament considerably, though they still remained in a passive position. This was due to 2 factors. The serrated worm was an aberrant species poised for advancement, its cultivation deeper than that of a regular level 4, and it had recently consumed numerous humans and demon kind, now brimming with spiritual energy, ready to unleash its might against the 2 of them. A quarter of an hour passed, which should be sufficient for us to gain the upper hand. Jingjing, summon Zhang Yi, and also request Uncle Lu to join us. Ye Lingxiu instructed,
lifting his gaze to the periphery. Just as a figure flew toward them, it was undoubtedly Huangfu Bo, a practitioner of early stage level 4. Is that you, Huangfu Bo? I am Ye Lingxiu. I am indeed, and I express my gratitude for your assistance. Mr. Yi, what is the current situation? The circumstances of the three beings were as follows. On the opposing side, the Tianyan Wind and the Law Enforcer, both level 4 practitioners, had yet to make their move. While our side still had a member from the Liu family and a Zhang family practitioner on their way. The situation was relatively favorable for us, thanks to Mr. Ye's efforts in preventing the beast's advancement. Otherwise, we would be in grave danger. Weren't there 2 level 4 experts from the Wang family? Huangfu Bo inquired, puzzled as to how Ye could overlook such evident adversaries. Those 2 traitors who allied with the Tianyao Society have already been dealt with by my master. What? Huangfu Bo was taken aback by the shocking revelation that stemmed from a casual question. Those were 2 level 4 practitioners. Even if they were merely at the initial stage, they were formidable opponents. Moreover, as he himself was at the initial stage, did that not imply that his life could be taken at any moment? Huangfu Bo instantly felt a wave of anxiety. It's not as dire as it sounds. It merely involves some strategy, Ye Lingxiu hastily reassured him. Strategy is indeed a part of strength. Mr. You need not be so humble. Uncle Maman joined them. With that, the human sides experts had gathered in one place. Senior Liu has also arrived. With Ruinxiu and Zhang Yi here, we should be able to hold off the 2 level 4s from the Tianyao Society. You 2 should join the battle, Ye Lingxiu suggested. Exhibiting no hesitation despite his lower cultivation level, naturally positioning himself as the one in command. Neither Huangfu nor the Liu family displayed any dissatisfaction with their assigned roles. All seemed to unfold seamlessly, as if it were meant to be. This was the prestige Ye Lingxiu had accrued through the recent beast tide and the assault of the Tianyao Society. Oh damn, this big worm is tough. It hurts like hell. You bastard. Shut your mouth and focus on the battle. You incessant winner. Uncle Maman reprimanded Liu Maman, who had just ascended to a late-stage level 4, a mid-stage level 4, and 2 early-stage level 4s were now confronting a late-stage level 4. And even though it was a formidable aberrant, they were gradually gaining the upper hand. In the rear of the Tianyao Society, the leader in a blue robe, Tianyan Wind, stood alongside the Law Enforcer. Xen Linyan lingered at a distance that it seemed that even aberrant beasts, despite their differences, were often arrogant, boasting that they had yet to reach their peak maturity and that, given enough energy, advancement would be a matter of moments. Nonsense. Tianyan Wind held a wooden, folding fan tightly in his grip, resting it behind his back, devoid of any inclination to fan himself. The Law Enforcer, previously unaware, now grasped the situation. What should we do now? What else can we do? Our forces have suffered heavy losses, and victory is out of reach. We had hoped to turn the tide with this foolish beast, but now we can only rely on it to hold ground. Establishing a territory for mutual non-interference. They wish to annihilate us, but for now, that is a fanciful dream. With this accumulation, I believe the next attempt to breach level 5 will be much easier for AOE. The leader in blue lamented, expressing his regrets that Ye Lingxiu is truly formidable, that we are retreating. By convention, he should pursue us for a decisive victory. Yet unexpectedly, he too is retreating, keeping pace with us. Otherwise, he could have gained a significant amount of nourishment, and this AOE beast would undoubtedly have succeeded in advancing. The Law Enforcer echoed his sentiments, though his mechanical voice betrayed no hint of regret. First, they retreated, then rescued the remaining soldiers, and finally allowed Liu Maman to fire indiscriminately. Had any of these steps been omitted, the advancement might have succeeded. Even if the intervals had been slightly longer, success could have been achieved. Who would have thought that this sequence of actions, interlinked and seamless, would leave AOE without recourse? Had the opponent not been Ye Lingxiu, perhaps it would have advanced long. 8G. It appears that opposing this mysterious Ye would require overwhelming strength. As mere cunning would prove inadequate. Seemingly coming to terms with this reality, the leader in blue opened his fan with a snap and began to gently wave it. Law Enforcer, go convey the order to retreat. And also send a message to Ye Lingxiu. I have offered my gift, and we shall battle again after the upheaval. Understood.
The law enforcer and the leader in blue swiftly departed in opposite directions, leaving Exan Linyan bewildered. The various forces retreated like a flowing river. Even the serrated worm AOE, despite being struck by Huang Fuyu, managed to whisk its tail and retreat underground. Upon hearing the mention of a gift, Ye Lingxiu understood what it entailed. He had previously instructed Huang Fu Ruinxiu to keep a watchful eye on Tianyun Wen's movements, naturally catching sight of Exan Linyan in the process. Zhang Yi, go retrieve the gift left by Tianyun Wen and have her wait at the entrance of the Vine Tower. Esteemed seniors in Lu, your efforts are greatly appreciated. Please come inside for a discussion. Ye Lingxiu gestured invitingly. Please, Mr. Yi, you lead the way. Indeed, Mr. Yi, the master of victory, please do take the lead. The group exchanged polite refusals, but Ye Lingxiu, uninterested in the nuances of their etiquette, promptly entered the courtyard, reclining on a rocking chair. Please, take your seats and enjoy some tea. Chapter 83. Exan Linyan perishes, with members of the Huangfu family present. Huang Fu Ruinxiu refrained from leaning against Ye Lingxiu and instead stood obediently beside the rocking chair. Finally done. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Lu Maman plopped down heavily, sprawling lazily across the tea table. This time, Uncle Maman surprisingly refrained from chastising him, recognizing his fatigue. Prior to this, they had been engaged in combat with the level 4 beasts of the Tianyao Society. Maman was the first to confront the serrated worm AOE. Jingjing arranged for the soldiers to rest, gather the contributions, and reward them accordingly. Additionally, provide each esteemed senior and Lu with a spiritual fruit to replenish their energy. Ye Lingxiu instructed Jingjing after she finished brewing tea. I never expected Tianyun Wen would enlist the aid of intelligent demon species. Huang Fu Bo remarked with a sense of aware of the connection between the celestial demons and the wilderness monsters. I did not anticipate that their relationship would be so amicable, enabling them to summon the monster clan for assistance in battle. If he were to recruit several more, would we not be doomed? Lu Maman raised his head and expressed his concerns. Rest assured, my brother Lu, Ye Lingxiu replied after taking a sip of tea to calm the recent turmoil, though it is true that Tien Yunfeng has ties with the wilderness monster clan. The current circumstances suggest that their connection is not particularly strong. Might Ye enlighten us? Uncle Maman inquired. Ye Lingxiu surveyed the room. Most appeared bewildered, with only Lu Jingjing and Huang Fuyu deep in thought, possibly formulating ideas. Without further ado, Ye Lingxiu elucidated. Firstly, Tien Yunfeng has summoned merely a level 4 celestial beast, not a level 5 or level 6. Consider this. If Tien Yunfeng held significant status in the wilderness, he could easily have summoned higher-ranked beasts to demolish the barriers long ago, rather than waiting until now. Secondly, the level 4 beast summoned today has come in hopes of advancement, indicating that Tien Yunfeng has promised to create the conditions necessary for its promotion. Otherwise, it would not have come. This suggests that even bringing in a monster of such capability required considerable effort and cost on Tien Yunfeng's part. Therefore, for the time being, there is no cause for concern. With a resounding clap on the table, Lu Maman exclaimed, Indeed. The others rolled their eyes at him and returned to their discussions. Ye is truly talented. I have only grasped a fraction of the situation. While you have elucidated nearly everything, that I am in awe. Huang Fuyu remarked with admiration towards Ye Lingxiu that it is merely a display of superficial cleverness, hardly worthy of high praise. Ye Lingxiu humbly replied. Then may I ask, Mr. Yi, how should we proceed in light of the current situation? Huang Fu Bo asked, taking a sip of tea and widening his eyes in surprise. This, spirit tea? After voicing his curiosity, he quickly took another sip. Initially, the others were indifferent, but upon Huang Fu Bo's signal, they began to pay attention, each taking a sip. Oh. The group stared wide-eyed, realizing that Ye typically indulged in spirit tea, without further formality. They hastily refilled their cups, and before long, the pot was emptied. Once everyone appeared to be satisfied, Ye Lingxiu resumed the conversation. According to the feedback from the spiritual plants, the crux of this apocalyptic upheaval lies underground. I previously discussed this with Elder Huang Fu, who also sensed that the source of this upheaval might be below. Even the golden crocodile hinted at this to some extent. Naturally, The specifics remain unknown to anyone. As he finished speaking and reached for his tea, he noticed everyone gazing at him expectantly, making him feel somewhat bashful. So he set the cup down and he continued. The Earth's transformation can be analyzed as a change in terrain and topography, akin to the movement of tectonic plates. Continental plates shift over millions or even tens of millions of years. In this apocalypse, the shifts may occur in mere days. Various extreme weather phenomena, drastic geological movements, and even perilous locations related to spiritual energy could potentially emerge. As for countermeasures, I suggest that those with the means consider taking refuge in the air. For instance, the Liu family could ascend to your base, and with the assistance of the two of you, hover above ground to avoid danger. For those in our predicament, we must focus on common precautions against wind, water, and fire. If we encounter toxic fumes, it would simply be a matter of ill fate. The group deliberated on several other strategies, yet none seemed particularly reliable. The uncertainty surrounding the extent and nature of the changes loomed large, and the limited cultivation levels of the individuals, who also needed to care for numerous ordinary people and low-level practitioners, rendered many options impractical. The only consensus was that it was highly unlikely the celestial demons would return in the near future. As evening approached, the guests took their leave one by one. After a long day of exertion, Ye Lingxiu, in a rare moment of leisure, requested Lu Jingjing to bring a blanket. He reclined in a rocking chair, embracing Huangfu ruined Xiu, and drifted into slumber. Tomorrow will bring its own worries. For now, I shall simply rock my head. At the entrance of the vine-covered courtyard, situated 50 meters south of the compound, was the farthest extent of the vine's reach. Ye Lingxiu had hastily constructed a sign using the vines. Exine Linyan's parents were affixed beneath the sign, having only managed to inch 3 meters away, with a considerable distance yet to cover before they could escape. At this moment, both had fainted, suspended by the vines that pierced their arms, preventing them from falling. The pallor of their faces suggested a significant loss of blood. The wounds had scabbed over, and no fresh blood flowed as long as they remained still. Upon witnessing the treatment of her parents, Exine Linyan was consumed with rage and immediately sought to confront Ye Lingxiu. However, she was intercepted by the guards. "Hey, what are you doing? Were you not instructed to wait here?" One of the guards admonished. "You are not permitted to enter, nor to leave." The other guard, growing impatient, urged her, "Go, go, go. Stay put." Exine Linyan, thwarted by the two gatekeepers, became even more enraged. "You two, step aside immediately. Do you have any idea who I am? I demand to see Ye Lingxiu." "Who? Did you just say you wish to see who?" "Ye Lingxiu. Who is Ye Lingxiu? Is there such a person among us?" "You. Are you insulting me? Get lost. Who has the time to insult you?" "Don T caused trouble. We still have an hour left on our shift. Why, Ye Lingxiu is your Mr. Yi. I know him well. Let me in at once, or when he finds out, you will surely regret it." The guards, taken aback by Exine Linyan's assertive words, exchanged uncertain glances. If they denied her entry and she spoke the truth, they would certainly face consequences. Yet, if they allowed her in and Mr.Y held her in disdain, they would still find themselves in trouble. Moreover, since Mr.Y had instructed her to wait, it suggested she was not of great importance. The two engaged in a silent conversation, deciding to tell Exine Linyan to wait a bit longer. Yet, before they could speak, she interjected, "Humph, you two blind fools. I am the former wife of your Mr. Yi. Although we have had our differences, that is our own affair. If any outsider dares to obstruct me, they will meet a most gruesome fate." Chapter 84. And 2. The two guards were truly flustered, utterly bewildered. They quickly resumed their silent communication. "What should we do? Should we report this? How am I supposed to know? The important figures are currently in a meeting. Is it appropriate to interrupt with this? Then what if we don't report it? Is that appropriate? Why are you asking me again? I don't. Hey. I sent that Manager Liu. Let us go ask her." Yes. At that moment, Lu Jingjing had been tasked by Ye Lingxiu to arrange accommodations for the soldiers. The two gatekeepers hurriedly approached her, saluting as they halted her. "Manager Liu, this person wishes to see Mr. Yi, claiming to be Mr. Ye's wife. But Elder Zhang, he has instructed her to wait here, though we are unsure how to proceed." Upon seeing Lu Jingjing, Exine Linyan's jealousy flared.
This woman was Ye Lingxiu's first lover, utterly shameless. She suspected that many of the cunning schemes came from this woman's mind. Otherwise, given Ye Lingxiu's nature, how could he have devised so many devious plans? Although Ye Lingxiu had transformed significantly, one cannot easily change one's inherent character. It was improbable that he would suddenly adopt new ways. The most venomous heart belongs to a woman, and surely it was this calculating vixen's ideas that had led to all this. Lu Jingjing, recognizing the malice in Exile Linyan's gaze, was aware that she harbored deep resentment and curses against her. Having already held a strong aversion to Exile Linyan, especially after learning she had voluntarily joined the celestial demons and become a monster herself, Lu Jingjing wasted no time in responding coldly. Bind her, affix her to the sign, gag her to prevent her from speaking. Additionally, awaken those two individuals nailed to the sign. They are her parents. Let them witness their daughter's plight. Understood. The guards complied, moving toward Exile Linyan. They thought to themselves how fortunate they were to have inquired first. The supposed wife of why he was treated in such a manner. Had they reported her, the outcome would have been dire. What are you doing? How dare you? Do you know who I am to treat me this way? You vile wretches, how dare you? Exile Linyan was forcibly taken away, and Lu Jingjing couldn't be bothered to glance back at her, turning instead to walk toward the area where the soldiers were resting. The anguished cries from Exile Linyan echoed through the courtyard. Resembling the plaintive wails of a duck destined for slaughter, low yet piercing, and utterly grating to the ears, the guards proceeded to awaken Exile Linyan's parents. The method was simple. They merely needed to make the parents move, causing the wounds in their limbs to react. The family seemed to be performing a grim symphony, their cries alternating between high and low, but only the guards who had not strayed far could hear them. Linyan, why are you also? Exine's father turned upon hearing his wife's agonizing cries, only to be met with the sight of his daughter. Exile Linyan, Exine's mother followed suit, her expression one of utter despair. It is retribution. All of it is retribution. How we treated Ye Lingxiu in the past, even after his rise to prominence, we still sought to seize his wealth. This is all retribution. Woe is me. As she spoke, she began to weep uncontrollably. The retribution stems from the actions of the two women. Had they shown a modicum of kindness to others in their daily lives, one could only imagine the current state of their standing, their possessions, and the armies they interacted with. Although I cannot fathom the true nature of the 8 great families, I suspect that even if they do not surpass us, they are certainly not far behind. Upon hearing the lamentations of his wife, Exile Fu could not help but respond with anger, exclaiming, all of this could have belonged to us. Let us not forget, Ye Lingxiu is but a door-in-law. Even the greatest of gains must be surrendered in large part, and you still harbor resentment towards me. Is it not you who has been so demanding and overbearing towards others? He continued. These are trifling matters. The core issue remains your precious daughter, who has chosen to bear children with another, leaving them to be raised by others. That I can no longer tolerate this. The parents of the Exile family, lost in their mutual grievances, entirely overlooked their daughter, Exile Linyan, who stood helplessly to the side. Their familiar exchanges and targeted barbs were evidently the result of days of refinement and practice. Exile Linyan could only listen in despair, her soft whimpers failing to attract the attention of her parents. How sorrowful! Once again, she was engulfed by a sense of helpless despair. The last time this feeling arose was due to Ye Lingxiu. Prior to the shattering of their barriers, Ye Lingxiu's sudden rise had plunged the family into a deep cycle of mutual blame. From that moment, Exile Linyan realized that this was a family that could only share in fortune, never in adversity. Her disappointment had reached an extreme. With her involvement in the Heavenly Demon Society, the family's relationships had improved somewhat, yet now they found themselves back at this lamentable juncture. Exile Linyan felt utterly exhausted. It was only upon hearing her father's words that her eyes widened in shock. Linyan, now that Longfeng is deceased, and your child has also perished, there is no longer any barrier between you and Ye Lingxiu. The mention of her child's death caused Exile Fu to exhibit a moment of discomfort, while Exile Mu gazed at Exile Linyan with a look of hopeful expectation. Exile Linyan could do nothing but widen her eyes and sob. The bitterness within her was so palpable it could almost be read upon her face, yet her parents remained oblivious to her plight.
We have just gained decades of life. We do not wish to squander it. Moreover, you are aware that Ye Lingxiu once harbored affections for you, or else you would not have sought him out. Would you? How can you speak to your daughter in such a manner? What do you mean by seeking him out? Ximu interjected. Indeed, you are not seeking him out, Linyan. When Ye Lingxiu comes looking for you, simply play the victim, shed a few tears, and perhaps he will. Yes, sometimes men are simply concerned with their pride. If you give them a way out, they will relent. Initially, the Xian family parents argued vehemently, somehow meandering their way back to seeking Ye Lingxiu's assistance. Xian Linyan was engulfed by despair. How could they have forgotten the past? If success had been possible, it would have already been achieved. The previous attempts with that potion were futile. Observing the look of disbelief in Xian Linyan's eyes, her father hastily encouraged her. Do not dwell on the past. How can you compare who you were then with who you are now? Look at that hall master. Was he not utterly captivated by you? Xian Linyan's expression was one of incredulity. Were they truly her biological parents? During her marriage to Long Feng, it was love that compelled her. During her time with the Heavenly Demon Society, it was revenge that motivated her. And now, was it merely to survive? When would this end? How many more would she have to endure? How many more times must she sell herself before it could be considered over? Seeing their daughter's furious gaze, even without words. The bloodshot eyes and tears streaming down her face conveyed her stance. They felt a twinge of shame, their glances towards Xian Linyan tinged with avoidance. Yet their inner thoughts remained unchanged. It was not that they were heartless parents. They were merely reflecting on their own dire circumstances that if you truly cannot do this, then we cannot force you to serve others. When that scoundrel Ye Lingxiu comes for you, simply plead with him to end our suffering. Spare us this torment. Xian Mu began to sob as well, with Xian Fu joining in. Indeed, the situation has left us with no other choice. Let him end our lives. We acknowledge our mistakes. We accept our fate. Let him be a man and do it swiftly. The shift in Xian Fu's expression from hopeful to despair was palpable, his emotions laid bare for all to see. Xian Linyan fell silent. Having made choices she believed to be the most beneficial, the family was enveloped in silence, the wounds of the Xian parents once again scabbing over. The following morning, within the courtyard, a soft whimper broke the stillness. After half the night had passed, Huangfu Rinqiu could no longer contain herself, releasing a suppressed moan. She was unaware if Ye Lingxiu was dreaming, but he was restless in his sleep, swaying and touching, even now. Recalling it brought her a twinge of shame. She had not realized that she was no longer the naive girl she once was. Under the influence of Ye Lingxiu's aura, she was slowly transforming, not merely in cultivation, but also in wisdom, soul, perception, that no one noticed that the rate at which the vine creature's intelligence was increasing far surpassed its raw power. Why Ye Lingxiu awoke. Such enticing moans at his ear would rouse anyone, channeling his abilities. Life energy coursed through him, heralding the start of a new day of sage-like clarity. The expression on Huangfu Rinqiu's face, nestled against his chest, finally began to ease. Being pressed against someone for too long was unbearable for anyone. After sipping some morning tea and casually nibbling on a spirit fruit, he handed one to Huangfu Rinqiu. Seeing Lu Jingjing already standing nearby, he instructed, bring Xian Linyan in. Lu Jingjing showed no outward reaction. She was well aware that Xian Linyan would be dealt with eventually. However, she was curious about the manner in which Ye Lingxiu would approach the situation. Would he be merciless in his torment? In the past, that would have been feasible, but Ye Lingxiu's current status was markedly different. Too overt a display of cruelty would not only fail to engender sympathy from outsiders, but would also tarnish his image as a benevolent leader. To simply terminate her life would elicit no objection from the public. Yet Lu Jingjing understood that if he were to let her off too easily, it would be an affront to her actions. Xian Linyan's deeds warranted the necessary punishment. Lu Jingjing even found herself contemplating her own situation, pondering how she would react if she found herself in a similar predicament. Could she sacrifice her own desires for the greater good? Lost in thought, Lu Jingjing suddenly halted at the entrance of the courtyard, gazing at Ye Lingxiu from a distance with a knowing smile. She mused that she should never encounter such a situation. Feeling a mix of joy and frustration, she realized that her recent overthinking was becoming bothersome. Regardless of how Ye Lingxiu chose to handle this woman, no, this demon, she would support him unconditionally. There was no need for inner turmoil. With this resolution, Lu Jingjing's stride became lighter, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the ground, almost composing a cheerful tune. Before long, Xinlinian entered the courtyard, her emotions a tumultuous blend of 7 parts anger, 2 parts fear, and 1 part an indescribable confusion, yet devoid of any regret. Ye Lingxiu. She opened, her voice steadied at Ye Lingxiu rose from his rocking chair, arranging the blanket that had been draped over him and Huangfu Ruinxiu during the night, covering most of their forms. Perhaps the chill of the morning or the sight of Xinlinian prompted his cool demeanor, as he simply regarded her in silence, awaiting her next words. Taking a couple of steps forward, Xinlinian gently rubbed her wrist, which bore the marks of a night spent in restraint, pondering where to begin. Should she plead for her parents? Should she attempt to absolve herself? Or should she confront him with a cold indifference that begged for her own demise? None of these options aligned with what she wished to convey. You seem to be doing well. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. The night's binding had not been a significant trial for her as a first-tier demon, merely a slight redness on her wrist. After a quick adjustment, she still radiated beauty, one that would surely catch the eye of the deceased hall master, Long Feng, if it were to behold her. However, Ye Lingxiu had long been blinded by Huangfu Ruinxiu and Lu Jingjing in this regard. Xinlinian, in her current state, could not hope to attract his attention. Thus, Ye Lingxiu's expression remained unperturbed. Yes, it is tolerable. At least here, there is no one barking orders at me, telling me what to do. A chuckle escaped Lu Jingjing, who had been standing nearby, unable to stifle her amusement. Barking orders? You, Ye Lingxiu, for reasons unknown. Those words conjured images of Ye Lingxiu dealing with dissenters or those with ill intentions. Scenes that were both bloody and grotesque, yet, when paired with her current thoughts, struck her as exceedingly humorous. Xinlinian glared at Lu Jingjing, her annoyance evident. What are you laughing at? You're ruining the atmosphere. Turning back to Ye Lingxiu, she continued, You remember the past, and I have not forgotten like a tea that time. You were the one who supported the family. You indeed contributed the most and bore the greatest burden. Supporting the family was manageable. After all, Long Feng and his brothers helped share the load, so it was not as arduous as it could have been that a smirk of derision played upon Ye Lingxiu's lips, concealing a simmering discontent and indignation. Yes, I admit I had feelings for Long Feng, but you cannot deny that I also had feelings for you to DOU. Harbor feelings for me. We have never shared the same roof, nor have you ever bestowed upon me any gifts. Your parents have scorned and belittled me, yet you have not uttered a single word in my defense. Pray tell, from whence does this affection of yours arise? Ye Lingxiu himself was nearly amused to the point of laughter by her words. Long Feng, he possesses a cleanliness obsession, forbidding any other man from touching me. Tea that time, I was fond of him. I acknowledge that I have wronged you in this regard. However, now that Long Feng has passed away, so too has my affection for him that I shall make amends to you. From now on, we shall sleep together every day. Xinlinian stepped forward, her emotions surging as she shyly expressed this sentiment. Chapter 86. Xinlinian, Deceased, Part 4. Long Feng is indeed dead, and I am the one who ended his life. Even if your love for a deceased person fades, what does it matter? You still have a child. Ye Lingxiu regarded her with a mix of confusion and mockery, pondering whether one could simply dismiss the past as though it had never occurred. Upon mentioning the child, Xinlinian visibly panicked, instinctively retreating a step as if afraid of being discovered. After a prolonged silence, she adjusted her emotions and sorrowfully replied, The child has also perished. At Ye Lingxiu raised an eyebrow. Perplexed, before the breach of the barriers and the onslaught of the beast tide, their family had completed the transformation ritual into demonkind. How could the child possibly die if they encountered demonic beasts? It is unlikely that only the child would perish while the others survived. In Ye Lingxiu's memories, during the last moment of his previous life, at the child's birthday dinner, Long Feng had produced 4 vials of demon blood.
The child should have transformed into demonkind as well. As fellow demonkind. There was no reason for the beast to treat them differently. Sensing Ye Lingxiu's confusion, Xian Linyan explained, Longfeng only brought 3 vials of demon blood. We deliberated and decided that the few of us would complete the ritual, believing it would suffice to protect the child for a short while that we took the child to the branch of the Heavenly Demon Society, waiting for Longfeng to procure another vial of demon blood. But who could have foreseen that within 2 days, a demon from the branch would seize the child, and by the time we found him, he had already been devoured. She sobbed. Lingxiu. No matter the circumstances, the child was innocent. Ye Lingxiu furrowed his brow, logically analyzing her words. What Xian said was entirely plausible, devoid of any flaws. At least he had yet to identify any. However, the truth of the matter held little significance for him. He was indifferent to the circumstances surrounding the demise of his enemy's child. His sole concern lay with the child's birth. They had become parents, yet still sought to marry him. Had they been forthcoming about this, marrying a woman with a child was not an impossibility, yet Ye Lingxiu refrained from commenting or speaking further. Lingxiu, now that Longfeng is gone, and the child is lost, I'm left with only my parents and... Xian Linyan stepped forward again, her cries growing louder as she proclaimed, though my parents were sharp-tongued, their hearts were not unkind, and they have received their due punishment. Ye Lingxiu remained silent, seemingly in contemplation. Observing this, Xian Linyan hastened to press her advantage. Lingxiu, if I were to tell you that I regret my actions and wish to spend the rest of my life treating you well and making amends, would you believe me? With tear-filled eyes, Xian Linyan stepped closer, now standing right before Ye Lingxiu. That moment, Lu Jingjing was taken aback by Xian Linyan's display. Even as a mere observer, she found herself somewhat convinced. No matter how critical one might be, it was impossible to find fault with Xian Linyan's performance that day. Anyone judging the situation would likely conclude that Xian Linyan regretted her past and had sincerely reformed. Concern flickered in her eyes as she gazed at Ye Lingxiu, aware that while a man's words may often be untrustworthy, women's words could be even more so. Lu Jingjing felt an instinctual unease. Sensing there was more to the matter, she worried about Ye Lingxiu's choice, uncertain whether this man, hardened by Xian Linyan's actions, would once again become indecisive because of her. This was undoubtedly a pivotal moment, one that would determine not only his fate, but also that of their household and even the entire barrier. Despite this, Lu Jingjing resolved not to interfere with or influence Ye Lingxiu's decision. Just as she had contemplated at the entrance of the courtyard, whatever choice Ye Lingxiu made, she would support him. Lu Jingjing glanced sympathetically at the foolish girl nestled in Ye Lingxiu's arms, silently thinking that while she appeared secure in his embrace, little did she know that should Ye Lingxiu choose to accept or forgive her, she might find herself unable to hold him close again. Never mind. Why am I overthinking this? I still have my own matters to ponder. As the atmosphere thickened, Ye Lingxiu found himself unexpectedly intrigued. Although the outcome would not change, he was nonetheless curious about the process. Observing Xian Linyan's eager anticipation, he fetched a cup of tea. In a reflexive gesture, Xian Linyan reached out to take it, but the teacup arced gracefully through the air and landed effortlessly before Ye Lingxiu's lips. He took a sip, and Xian Linyan, with a flick of her wrist, elegantly tidied her hair once more in that fleeting moment. Her tear-streaked visage and sorrowful expression somehow elevated her allure, bringing her score to an impressive 85. Regrettably, as Ye Lingxiu raised the cup to drink, he obstructed his view, failing to notice her transformation. Setting the cup down, he unwittingly made an extraneous gesture, one that went unnoticed by anyone. Ye Lingxiu regarded Xian Linyan with indifference. For instance, regarding demonkind, if I were to forgive you, would that entail finding someone for you to consume daily? How many would suffice? What age would be appropriate? Would you require children as well? With each question Ye Lingxiu posed, Xian Linyan retreated a step, her form wavering as though she might stumble. The tea took her nearly 20 seconds to recover from the unexpected emotional turmoil. The issue of demonkind was indeed her Achilles' heel. Should the Heavenly Demon Society prevail, all would be well. But if humanity triumphed, demonkind would not have a favorable conclusion. Yes, this is an indelible flaw of mine. Perhaps you are unaware, but the cannibalistic tendencies of demonkind can indeed be suppressed. I am willing to endure for your sake. Exan Linyan pledged with resolute eyes. That's so. Very well then. In light of our past affections, I shall grant you this opportunity. Ye Lingxiu flashed a mischievous smile. Jingjing, please accommodate her parents and arrange for their lodging. Lu Jingjing stared in disbelief. Is he truly agreeing? Can the promises of demonkind be trusted? It is akin to a drug addict claiming they will overcome their addiction through sheer willpower, or a gambler insisting they will quit gambling on their own. Lu Jingjing felt a mixture of doubt and concern, yet she refrained from dissuading Ye Lingxiu, instead stepping outside to arrange for Xine's parents to be brought in. Lingxiu, thank you for your forgiveness. We acknowledge that we have acted excessively in the past, but rest assured, we will strive to make amends. As they entered, Xine's father, disregarding his pain, hurried to express his gratitude. Indeed, if Xan Linyan dares to mistreat you again, I shall be the first to not spare her. Xine's mother chimed in eagerly. Do not worry, parents. After all we have been through, how could I repeat the same mistakes? Xan Linyan quickly reassured her mother, moving to support her. Promises at this juncture held little weight. Their actions would speak for themselves. You should rest now. The three of them settled into the accommodations Lu Jingjing had prepared, reflecting on the myriad emotions stirred by the day's events. Finally, this matter had reached a conclusion. Chapter 87. Xan Linyan, Deceased, Part 5. Linyan, you have always been clever. You need not be taught how to proceed from here. Correct? Rest assured, I am quite experienced in matters of the heart. Those two women around Ye Lingxiu, while beautiful, are clearly inexperienced. They know nothing of the nuances between men and women. Moreover, I possess the ability to transform. I will ensure Ye Lingxiu is utterly captivated. The mistress of the Yi family will eventually be me. Very well, as long as you understand. The elderly couple felt a wave of relief, reflecting on their lives of mediocrity. Realizing they had raised a remarkable daughter, as the days progressed, time seemed to fly by. Xan Linyan primarily focused on caring for her parents, visiting Ye Lingxiu several times a day to engage in simple exchanges of pleasantries, offering massages and subtly creating opportunities to brush against him with her more sensitive areas. She also made a point of promoting her relationship with Ye Lingxiu publicly. Others noticed that Ye Lingxiu had not made any efforts to clarify matters, which was taken as tacit approval. Then came the mundane affairs of the courtyard, where Xan Linyan would occasionally voice her opinions. Initially, her demeanor was friendly, but it soon became apparent that if her suggestions were not heeded, she would grow displeased, sometimes even seeking Ye Lingxiu's intervention. Xan Linyan was astute, never speaking directly. Instead, she would allude to her thoughts. To ascertain the truth, Ye Lingxiu occasionally summoned various individuals to inquire about the situation, and those who had erred would tremble in fear. Gradually, people began to heed Xan Linyan's suggestions. They were minor matters, after all, and of little consequence, until one day, Xan Linyan positioned herself between Lu Jingjing and Ye Lingxiu, standing closer to Ye Lingxiu than Lu Jingjing did, and everyone began to understand the unspoken dynamics. Occasionally, Xan Linyan even dared to take charge in significant matters, though she still exercised restraint. 3 months passed. The beast tide had subsided, and everyone was engaged in restoration and rebuilding efforts. Xan Linyan exerted every effort, but had yet to share Ye Lingxiu's bed, primarily because he stubbornly refused to sleep in a proper bed, preferring the old rocking chair instead. The most beautiful fool spent her days lounging around, feeling increasingly frustrated by her inability to take any further action. That Xine's father was filled with a sense of perplexity and dissatisfaction. The pace was excruciatingly slow, and the three of them were beginning to feel quite uncomfortable. Xan Linyan was equally agitated, recalling tales of the Tianyao Society, which would capture a few individuals every 3 months to satiate the cravings of its members. Clearly, 3 months was a timeline that the demonic beings adhered to for sustenance. They reacted with incredulity. I understand, but what can I do if Ye Lingxiu remains impervious? I have even heard that the foolish Huang Ferunxiu is still a maiden. How could that be? Is Ye Lingxiu incapable? Xine's mother found it hard to believe. Stop speculating. I will try again. Half a year later, the construction reached its final stages and all parties had stabilized. the Tianyao society began to stir once more. Ye Lingxiu frequently visited the frontline borders. Indeed, the Huaxiasahuan had merged with the Liu family for construction, with one family responsible for the eastern side and the other for the west. The area was vast, and throughout the construction period, numerous individuals had come to pledge their allegiance. Lin Yin, it has been 6 months. I can no longer endure this. Look at these scratches on my body. All self-inflicted. It is unbearable. The family was gathered indoors, and Xion's father raised the issue once more. I am also reaching my limit. Lin Yin. With so many people in Huaxiasahuan, we can find an inconspicuous individual from the outskirts. Others should not notice. Xion's mother urged Xion Lin Yin as well. No, we cannot throw away our efforts. I have yet to consummate my control over Ye Lingxiu. If we err now, we will surely face both new and old grievances together. Xion Lin Yin relied solely on her remnants of makeup to maintain her appearance. Otherwise, her dark circles and sallow skin suggested she hadn't eaten or slept in ages, and they were virtually impossible to hide. At this moment, Xion Lin Yin deeply realized the considerable drawbacks of being a demon. Demonic beasts could consume humans as well as spiritual fruits. To them, humans were merely a superior type of spiritual fruit. Yet, the demonic beings were different. It was akin to a drug addiction. For them, ordinary spiritual fruits were no more than common cigarettes. When the craving hit, no amount of smoking could ever replicate the effects of the drug. Months later, how could we possibly endure this? You must release us. Such actions were futile. Eventually, we would be unable to restrain ourselves. Why not find some criminals, and we can treat it as punishing evil? Or pay some impoverished souls? We could just take a single bite. What harm would that do? You do not understand. Ye Lingxiu detests demonic beings, and even a small taste is out of the question. Throughout the year, I indirectly inquired countless times, but Ye Lingxiu has never wavered from his principle. What is the situation outside? How much power have you gained? It was manageable before. Recently, however, things have become increasingly difficult. I am constantly struggling to endure, my mind foggy from a series of mistakes, and trust in me has waned. Ye Lingxiu has grown somewhat averse as well. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and find someone to consume in order to restore your state. Otherwise, what good is it to hold on if you end up with nothing? Upon hearing how dire the situation had become, Xion's father fervently urged Xion Lin Yin. Xion Lin Yin fell silent, weighing the pros and cons suddenly. With a swift motion, she cut the ropes binding her parents, her gaze resolute. In the southeastern corner of Huaxia, there's a man named Zhang who has bullied the weak time and again. Just as I suspected. Lin Yin, you would not sit idly by. Let us go. Once they commenced, they found it impossible to stop. The family originally intended to incapacitate Zhang Hu and merely take a bite each, but alas, after the first bite, they could not resist the second, ultimately consuming him entirely and burying his remains in a pit. Xion Lin Yin regained her luster, and after 3 months, the family found another bully. Xion Lin Yin took on an increasingly managerial role, even securing her parents' decent positions, while Lu Jingjing was pushed to the periphery. And Huang Furuanxiu spent her days weeping in secret. Throughout Huaxia, discontent brewed, and doubts began to arise regarding Ye Lingxiu's capabilities and wisdom. Many departed, either to venture alone or to join the Lu or Huangfu families. The edifice was on the verge of collapse. Indeed, this is my indelible issue. Perhaps you are unaware, but the cannibalistic tendencies of demonic beings can be endured. I am willing to hold fast for you. Xion Lin Yin promised with unwavering determination. Chapter 88. Xion Lin Yin. In Part 6, Xion Lin Yin appeared unchanged. Yet, Lu Jingjing and Huang Furuanxiu were filled with confusion. Just moments ago, Lu Jingjing had been in her own room, too apathetic to emerge, as her authority had been largely usurped by Xion Lin Yin. Ye Lingxiu had not intervened. Although she wished to assist, she felt utterly despondent at that time. Huang Furuanxiu fared worse, secretly weeping in her room, having endured particularly harsh bullying today. Xion's parents were merciless, exceedingly harsh. This morning, Huang Furuanxiu had brushed past Xion's mother, who suddenly stumbled and fell. Huang Furuanxiu was genuinely puzzled about what had happened. Intending to lend a hand, Xion's mother abruptly began to shout, "This is outrageous.
Just because you possess higher cultivation and greater strength does not grant you the right to trample on others. Ah, it hurts so much. Everyone, come and judge this. Bring my son-in-law here. I must lodge a complaint. The onlookers understood the family's ire but dared not speak out. Those who were unaware began to blame Huangfu Ruinxiu. Despite her formidable cultivation, she always deferred for the sake of Ye Lingxiu, leading to tears welling up in her eyes. The consequences grew increasingly grim. Had it not been for Ye Lingxiu still being present, she would have long since departed. Lu Jingjing seemed to grasp something, her phoenix eyes widening in realization. Was that all an illusion? Indeed, what else could it be? Ye Lingxiu observed Lu Jingjing's irritation with a hint of amusement. Her cheeks puffed out adorably, almost provoking a smile. Why, Ye Lingxiu, you are infuriating. Humph! Lu Jingjing, angered, symbolically stomped her high-heeled shoe on the ground and turned to retreat to her room. Huangfu Ruinxiu also contemplated leaving. But having finally regained a sense of belonging, she hesitated, twisting Ye Lingxiu's waist lightly as a form of venting her frustration. Jingjing, do not be upset. Heat up some tea for me. It has gone cold. Lu Jingjing struggled momentarily, but could not escape, her expression stern as she began to warm the tea. Why, Ye Lingxiu shook his head helplessly, releasing the vines of the tea that moment. Exile Linyan had entered another illusion. In this illusion, Ye Lingxiu forgave her and quickly accepted her. In the span of less than half a day, Exile Linyan experienced multiple lives within illusions. Each was governed by her own logic and reasoning, some presenting considerable challenges, while others were surprisingly simple. Yet the outcome remained the same. The Huaxia Sihuan crumbled to pieces, for in every illusion, Exile Linyan would gradually transform from a duplicitous individual into one of pure malevolence. Driven by power, selfish desires, cruelty, and cannibalism, she could not rid herself of any of these traits. She resembled a malevolent thought confined within a cage. While trapped, she could do nothing, appearing pitiful. However, once sympathy was extended, and she was released, it would not be long before her wicked nature resurfaced. Previously, she had lived in the lower echelons of society, confined within a cage, an archetypal farmer and serpent. Although Ye Lingxiu had never intended to spare her, her inherent nature only solidified his resolve to eliminate her, that a leopard cannot change its spots. Indeed, Ye Lingxiu used this opportunity to test the capabilities of the illusionary spirit flower tree, yielding highly satisfactory results. He had not squandered his investment. Following the battle, Ye Lingxiu ordered the collection of nearly all the corpses in the vicinity. It should be noted that aside from the southern battlefield, many demonic beasts had perished on the other three sides as well. The fallen soldiers were given a grand burial, and naturally, the deceased beasts were repurposed as sustenance. Not every demonic beast was edible. Only a few were kept, while nearly 1,000 were transported to the Sihuan, buried in the surrounding earth to serve as nourishment to this moment. The Sihuan and its surrounding lands were so fertile that words could scarcely describe it. Almost all spiritual plants had reached their maturity. Of course, the illusionary spirit flower tree and the vine eggs within Ye Lingxiu's body were exceptions. The illusionary spirit flower tree benefited the most, rapidly advancing to the late stage of level 4, producing illusions that even Huangfu Ruinxiu could not escape. Ye Lingxiu could communicate with the flower tree through spiritual techniques, observing the circumstances within the illusions and even actively immersing himself in them. Just now, Ye Lingxiu controlled the extent of Lu Jingjing and Huangfu Ruinxiu's involvement in the illusion, allowing them to experience it while remaining detached enough to retain their awareness. It resembled role-playing, where one knows they are playing someone else. The previous illusions were entirely dictated by Exile Linyan's behavior and character logic. In this final illusion, Ye Lingxiu opted to indulge Exile Linyan's desires, her ambitions. Within the illusion, Exile Linyan wielded absolute power, even overshadowing Ye Lingxiu. That on the surface, she battled against the Tianyao society, yet secretly conspired with them to eliminate her adversaries. Exile Linyan laughed joyously within the illusion. Meanwhile, in reality, Ye Lingxiu calmly commanded, "Let these three be consumed." Ye Lingxiu's heart was profoundly tranquil as he uttered those words. Lu Jingjing involuntarily exhaled, as if a hidden concern had been lifted,
feeling considerably lighter. The thrill of vengeance was palpable, yet more significantly, there was an overwhelming sense of calm within. He had not anticipated that, at a moment when he should have felt exhilarated, he instead felt such tranquility. Perhaps it was a matter of perspective. Xian Linyan regards him as either a lifelong adversary or an object of flattery, regardless of which, their thoughts are invariably centered on objectives that pertain to themselves. As for him, with the elevation of his status and power, although there is hatred in his gaze, Xian Linyan's family has ceased to exist in his consciousness. The disparity between their levels is so vast that Ye Lingxiu, were it not for their animosity, would no longer even perceive them. Previously, a soldier reported that the density of beasts during the tide had significantly diminished, suggesting that the beast tide might soon come to an end. The great upheaval of the earth may be imminent. It is essential to reinforce the stability and connectivity of the courtyard and the surrounding vine residences, regardless of the challenges faced, as long as everyone stands united as a whole. The greater number of people will amplify their strength, thereby increasing the probability of overcoming adversity. With this in mind, Ye Lingxiu plans to utilize the seeds produced by the iron spirit fir to fill the entirety of the outer land. The central iron spirit fir in the courtyard is of level 3. If given sufficient time and spiritual energy, at least one level 3 seedling will emerge among its offspring, and under optimal conditions and extended time. A level 4 seedling is not impossible. However, Ye Lingxiu significantly shortens this time frame, for the ways of heaven involve taking from the excessive and supplementing the insufficient, especially when human intervention alters the natural order. Therefore, while the iron spirit fir may yield numerous seeds upon maturity, level 2 is the upper limit. Using level 2 iron spirit fir as the foundation is akin to employing load-bearing walls in a commercial building. Beneath the ground, the roots of the iron spirit fir intertwine, while above, vines are woven into an expansive fence. Plucking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, I leisurely gaze upon the southern mountains. One wonders if Tao Yuanming once sat in a rocking chair. Chapter 89. The great change of the earth, the beast tide, has completely concluded. The beasts that entered the barrier have departed from the other side. Before long, a majority of the military personnel, soldiers and leaders gathered at the courtyard. There were dozens of them, exchanging glances but none daring to speak first. Ye Lingxiu, perplexed, remarked, "The beast tide has passed, and a greater upheaval is imminent. Why are you not taking the time to rest and cultivate? Yet have come here. Is there something you need?" The group of men looked up and down, making Ye Lingxiu speechless. Are you all a bunch of grown men hesitant to address one another? Jingjing, you speak. Lu Jingjing was equally exasperated by the group. Moments ago, they had approached her outside the courtyard, explaining the situation and asking for her assistance in speaking favorably on their behalf. Yet here they were, not uttering a word, leaving it all to her. If you all fear Ye Lingxiu and dare not speak, then why come? Lu Jingjing scanned the military leaders until she noticed they all lowered their heads in embarrassment. They wished to seek their relatives. After all, while some had brought family members, others had not brought anyone at all. Ye Lingxiu had not considered this perspective. During wartime, military matters took precedence, and now that the war was over, to hinder the search for relatives would be excessively inhumane. More importantly, it was crucial not to provide the heavenly demon society an opportunity for plunder. If humanity remained under their protection, then the heavenly demon society would face a situation with no one left to consume. They may search, but my Huaxiao will not support the useless. That I will arrange positions for ordinary people that can be filled, offering remuneration. Those elderly who cannot work must rely on their own efforts for sustenance. After a brief contemplation, Ye Lingxiu raised his voice to address everyone. Wonderful. This is already quite good, Mr. Yi. It is indeed very good. Exactly. This is no more than what is expected in times of peace. Yet during this moment of peril, your willingness to shelter ordinary folk is already commendable. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your generosity. Dozens of individuals hurriedly clasped their fists in gratitude. Ye Lingxiu felt somewhat overwhelmed by their thanks and hastily waved his hand, causing an immediate silence to envelop the courtyard. You all have tasks to fulfill. When encountering those unknown to you, spread the word of our Huaxia's policies as we establish our nation. We are in need of manpower. I will expand and fortify the base again in the coming days, and your actions must be swift. I sense that the upheaval of the earth will not grant us much time. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, their voices resonating throughout the AI. Ye Lingxiu waved his hand, signaling their dismissal. Jingjing arranged for a team to search for survivors, clarify the situation, and particularly emphasize the circumstances regarding the Heavenly Demon Society. I believe that most, even if they do not come to us, will seek refuge with other families. Be sure to inform those moderately powerful families not to harbor any illusions. After assigning a few more simple tasks, Ye Lingxiu finally found the time to begin transforming the surroundings of the courtyard. The area was buried under numerous beast corpses, and with spiritual energy and blood vitality abundant. The seeds buried there could sprout rapidly with just a bit of guidance from Ye Lingxiu. Holding the seeds of the iron spirit fir, he diligently commenced his labor, akin to a tireless bee. After a full day, he completed the planting. Next came the gradual nurturing. Ye Lingxiu was confident that with sufficient spiritual energy and diligent guidance, the level 2 iron spirit fir would reach maturity in a matter of days. This expansion was of monumental scale. Originally, the area was merely 50 meters in diameter, which sufficed in the early stages. But as the influx of people increased, it had long become inadequate. Were it not for the majority of individuals dealing with the beasts in the surrounding areas, the temporary accommodations for soldiers would hardly suffice. This time, the expansion would extend outward by kilometers. The closer one got to the inner side, the more robust the structures became. The outermost layer, devoid of vine or other protective spiritual plants, was constructed by individuals awakened with corresponding attributes in earth-based techniques. Concurrently, Lu Jingjing was tasked with establishing a remuneration system, detailing what tasks corresponded to what pay. Although currency had lost its significance, it remained necessary to maintain some form of circulation for convenience in settlements. Thus, a type of spiritual currency was specifically developed. Using a lower-grade special spirit wood from the courtyard, coins of a similar size were crafted, then imbued with a certain amount of life energy by Ye Lingxiu himself. This spirit would serve no other purpose than to encapsulate energy, preventing its dissipation. It was an excellent packaging material previously used by powerful factions for preserving spirit fruits. The exquisitely crafted boxes that once held the seeds of the illusory spirit flower were made from this very wood. With Ye Lingxiu's life energy sealing, outsiders could not forge them. As the military dispersed, the influx of individuals seeking refuge in the courtyard surged dramatically. Ye Lingxiu's influence grew unprecedentedly. The Liu and Huangfu families seemed reluctant to accept outsiders, as their family management structure was already sufficiently large. Ye Lingxiu, however, aspired to construct according to the national blueprint from before the apocalypse, welcoming all who came. However, the good times did not last long. On the 5th day after the beast tide concluded, minor earthquakes began to occur, continuing throughout the night with an escalating intensity. By the morning of the 6th day, the tremors reached a magnitude of 6 or 7 and were still intensifying. Ye Lingxiu, deprived of sleep throughout the night, could scarcely drink tea. While the vine-made shelters were unlikely to collapse, the relentless quaking was enough to incite anxiety. Through the vines, Ye Lingxiu could feel that each household was huddled together, awaiting the impending changes as if they were awaiting a judgment day. They were not in the wrong, but for ordinary people, this was their fate. Ye Lingxiu himself was also precariously balancing in this apocalyptic calamity. To survive, one must not only dare to face death, but also possess strength. Strength enough to comprehend the reasons, understand the rules, utilize them, and even alter them. Boom! Finally, a change beyond the earthquakes was observed by Zhang Yi from high above. At the location of the shattered barrier wall, an immense marsh had appeared. So large was the marsh that, even with a keen gaze, one could not discern its borders. It was known that a level 4 cultivator could easily see 3 to 5,000 meters. The edge of the marsh had already reached the barrier, which could only be described as fortunate. The barrier had not been consumed by the marsh. On the eastern side of the barrier, an extraordinarily tall mountain rose abruptly from the ground. Even a level 4 master would find it difficult to discern the mountain's full shape beneath the clouds. Occasional beast roars emanated from within the mountain.
Their sounds ancient and resonant, imbued with rhythm. The terrain within the mountain was complex, filled with dense forests and soaring cliffs. What astonished Zhang even more was the sudden outline of a barrier emerging at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 90. Researching Spirit Fruits to Unlock Advancement Restrictions. This revelation was not to be taken lightly. Zhang Yi, wary of making unilateral decisions, quickly descended to inform Ye Lingxiu. Continue your observations. We shall explore further once the changes have stabilized. Ye Lingxiu, somewhat surprised, inquired, Jing, what is the status of the other barriers? Communication between the barriers is exceedingly difficult, not solely due to the vast distances, but rather because the wilderness poses significant dangers, making mutual exchanges arduous. What we know is limited to the second and first barriers. We are designated as the third because, years ago, the elder Huangfu and his party emerged from the first and second barriers. As for why they came to this place, the elder has never mentioned it. Regarding the evaluations of the two barriers, we only have snippets. The first is rife with bloodshed, while the second is home to many monsters. What on earth? Is this a place where normal people can reside? The reason the elder led people out is obvious. They surely were reluctant to remain in such places. Ye Lingxiu frowned. We can see them, and they can certainly see us. Neither of these barriers is a safe haven. Whichever is moved here spells trouble for us. Boom. Once again, a violent tremor shook the ground. Mr. Yi, a massive chasm has appeared to the north at a considerable distance. The opposite shore is invisible, and the bottom is unfathomable. Strangely, it is pitch black, as if the light shining upon it is consumed. In the distant southern side, a dense forest suddenly emerged, with all the trunks exceedingly robust, each standing at least 100 feet tall. The interior of the forest remained shrouded in gloom, with sunlight barely penetrating its depths. The earthquake persisted, yet its sounds and tremors had significantly diminished, as if they were emanating from an extremely remote location. To the west lay a lake, to the east a mountain, to the north a vast abyss, and to the south a profound woodland. The third barrier was precisely situated at the confluence of these four extreme terrains. Ye Lingxiu pondered whether this was laden with profound significance or merely a coincidence. After a day and night had passed, as the tremors subsided, an unprecedented surge of spiritual energy erupted from the ground, far surpassing previous levels. A century ago, the skies had undergone a tremendous transformation, with spiritual energy erupting from the heavens to the earth. Now, the earth itself was undergoing a cataclysmic change, with spiritual energy surging from the ground to the skies. Everyone felt the shift in spiritual energy. The abilities of the cultivators had inexplicably doubled in power. Indeed, Lu Jingjing responded promptly, hastily making arrangements. Ye Lingxiu found himself somewhat contemplative. In the face of impending doom, it seemed that only the ordinary were truly extraordinary. It appeared that the cultivators within the first and second barriers had embarked upon extreme paths of cultivation for survival, which, for him, was a calamity rather than a blessing. His own barrier had just endured a beast tide, and if the opposing forces remained unscathed, the disparity in combat power would undoubtedly be considerable. With celestial demons lurking within and nefarious cultivators at the periphery, it truly was an apocalyptic scene. The drastically increased spiritual energy made the process of breaking the mirror somewhat easier, with the enhancement provided by spiritual fruits. As long as he shattered the mirror, he would swiftly reach the pinnacle of that realm, encountering a bottleneck. The changes brought about by this apocalypse instilled in him a sense of urgency. He yearned to break through to the fourth level or even higher. Only then could he confront the looming crises. Alas, in the current situation, fraught with uncertainties, what Ye Lingxiu lacked most was time. As an awakener of life energy, he sensed that his capacity for enduring spiritual fruits was somewhat superior to others, especially when consuming those he had cultivated himself. In his courtyard, there was indeed a nearly ripe fourth-level spiritual fruit. According to the original plan, it still required some time to mature, but with the recent surge in spiritual energy, it appeared that its maturation period had been significantly shortened. With a casual gesture, Ye Lingxiu summoned the spiritual fruit towards him. Master Gardener, you're not planning to consume my spiritual fruit, are you? I do have such thoughts, and I believe that with my abilities, it may not pose much risk. Ye Lingxiu glanced at the somewhat shriveled fruit in his hand, akin to a desiccated apple, feeling the familiar life energy within, and spoke uncertainly. Although I am merely at the early 4th level. It is still the 4th level. The laws of heaven and earth dictate that consuming a 4th level fruit at the 3rd level is unacceptable and exceedingly perilous. The small tree stood half a person tall. Its trunk, like the spiritual fruit, appeared exceedingly withered, resembling decayed wood, with only a pitiful few leaves. Merely 3 or 5. It seemed that producing this spiritual fruit had exhausted all its strength. Oh, you have a better method? Ye Lingxiu held the spiritual fruit in his hand, refraining from consuming it hastily. Well, there is no better method. After all, we have only just been born, and our communication with the outside world is quite limited. I am merely curious. If consuming the whole fruit is dangerous, why not consume half? Such a simple solution had already been tested extensively within the barriers. And oh good. The spiritual fruit nourished by spiritual energy conceals the mysteries of heaven and earth. If not consumed whole, or if the interval is too lengthy, it will be lacking, failing to yield the desired effect. That may be true for others, but who are you, the omnipotent master gardener? Just because others cannot do it doesn't mean you cannot. Hey, Ye Lingxiu felt slightly flattered by the compliment from a spiritual plant. His face flushed with embarrassment, yet he was also filled with a sense of bravado. Ye Lingxiu hesitated. Although there were several 4th-level spiritual plants in the courtyard, they were of the type that did not bear spiritual fruits. Currently, he possessed only this one 4th-level spiritual plant. If it were wasted, it would be an indeterminate amount of time before it would bear fruit again after emerging from its dormant phase. Despite its scarcity, Ye Lingxiu resolved to give it a try if he could indeed achieve phased absorption. It would allow him to replicate this opportunity for his subordinates and assist them in their ascension. Naturally, experiments could not commence with a 4th-level spiritual fruit. He had plenty of 1st-level, 2nd-level, and even 3rd-level spiritual fruits. Ye Lingxiu promptly reclined, cradling the spiritual fruit in his palms, meticulously probing into it that a grain of sand hold the world. How much more so a spiritual fruit? Under Ye Lingxiu's scrutiny, the internal structures of the spiritual fruit gradually unveiled themselves in his mind. The shriveled exterior, the juicy pulp, the similarly desiccated black seed, all layered and enveloped. But these were merely the surface that on an energetic level. The seed housed the most abundant life energy, presumably reserved for sprouting new buds and producing branches and leaves. The spiritual energy within the pulp was the richest, with life energy following closely behind, and there existed an indescribably thin strand of special energy, which might not even qualify as energy, but rather resembled a spiritual resonance. At least at Ye Lingxiu's current level, he could not comprehend this aspect. The outer dry skin also exhibited extraordinary qualities, effectively preventing any energy from leaking out of the pulp. What he needed to do was to devise a method to cut open the spiritual fruit while preserving that elusive spiritual resonance intact. Spiritual energy permeated the world. It was not the most precious resource contained within the fruit that life attribute spiritual energy might be considered precious to others, especially to the injured, but for Ye Lingxiu, it was far from valuable. What facilitated breakthroughs was not life spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would not have encountered a bottleneck at his level. Thus, the true essence lay in that rare and enigmatic special spiritual resonance. Why Ye Lingxiu deduced that it was precisely this intertwining special resonance that dictated the grade of the spiritual item. It was also possible that this special resonance itself possessed levels, influencing and determining the grade of its bearer. Utilizing high-grade spiritual plants for ascension essentially involved absorbing high-grade special resonance, thereby achieving a breakthrough in that resonance, which in turn propelled an overall elevation in level depth. If cut-open spiritual plants struggled to preserve their special resonance, it might be because only high-grade special resonance could encapsulate lower grades. That if this hypothesis held true, then high-level cultivators should theoretically be able to use their own special resonance to preserve the special resonance of cut-open spiritual fruits of lower grades. This could be easily verified, and he nonchalantly picked up a 3rd-level spiritual fruit from the coffee table. Ruinxiu, you cut this spiritual fruit open using your power, and then envelop it entirely with spiritual energy, ensuring it does not come into contact with the outside world. Huang Furuanxiu did not hesitate. She raised her hand to envelop the third-level spiritual fruit with spiritual energy and fashioned it into a blade to slice through the fruit. Ye Lingxiu fixated his gaze on her striking eyes. Watching intently, he even took half of the fruit and diligently examined it using his spiritual techniques. As the spiritual fruit was cut, the spiritual energy proportionally divided. The life energy also split proportionately. The special resonance, however, was gone. Damn it. I knew it wouldn't be this simple. That's enough. Put it down. What else had he not comprehended? Could it be that the special resonance within Ruinxio's body differed from that of the spiritual fruit, rendering even a higher level ineffective in sealing it? Ye Lingxiu summoned vines to retrieve the spiritual fruit, bringing it beside the spiritual plant that bore it. Big fruit, you wrap your own fruit in spiritual energy. Then cut it open. I wish to observe that Ye Lingxiu addressed the towering spiritual plant resembling an apple tree before him. Master Gardener, I can't use spiritual energy. I can only grow fruits. You are a third-level Tianquan realm spiritual fruit tree. Yet you cannot utilize spiritual energy? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The big fruit trembled slightly, seemingly exerting itself. But alas, no use. Indeed, no spiritual energy flowed forth. Ye Lingxiu found himself puzzled. What could be the reason? Was it related to the species of the spiritual plant? Some spiritual plants would attack without bearing fruits, while others would bear fruits but not attack. Ye Lingxiu theorized that there must be some that could both bear fruits and attack. It was merely that his courtyard lacked such specimens. However, he possessed quite a few spiritual plants that neither bore spiritual fruits nor attacked, such as the bamboo-like spiritual plants, which neither assaulted others nor bore fruits themselves. Bamboo might very well be its own unique spiritual fruit. Ye Lingxiu felt somewhat distressed. He had already failed consecutively twice. Just then, Lu Jingjing entered, prompting Ye Lingxiu to abandon his thoughts. Has there been any news from the scouting team? Yes, we have essentially completed the exploration within a 10-mile radius. The geological and topographical conditions have changed somewhat, but not significantly. The more notable changes are in the spiritual plants. Within that 10-mile range, there were originally no spiritual plants, yet now there has been a sudden increase. Lu Jingjing approached the coffee table, reheating tea before continuing. The newly emerged spiritual plants are largely of new varieties, previously unseen. A small portion consists of mutations from ordinary plants. Indeed, the impact of the apocalyptic changes was comprehensive. It was not simply a matter of mountains, waters, forests, and abysses appearing. What about the demon beasts? Ye Lingxiu inquired, watching Lu Jingjing as she poured tea with an elegant posture. The news regarding demon beasts has yet to arrive. The military frequently conducts cleanup operations nearby, so there are essentially no demon beasts, not even ordinary wild animals, as they have all been consumed as rations. Very well, arrange for further exploration, extending 10 miles outward. If the scouting personnel are insufficient, we can arrange for other military assistance. After giving his instructions, Lu Jingjing exited with a light and rhythmic sound. Ye Lingxiu summoned Zhang Yi through the vine egg. You are to personally investigate the situation of the newly appeared barriers. There is no need to enter, merely observe discreetly. Additionally, one must simply glide around the lakeside, the forest's edge, the depths of the abyss, and the foot of the mountains, without daring to venture deeper, lest one faces perilous consequences for their life. Indeed, Mr. The earth awakens and all things are renewed. Yet for humanity, it is still too premature. Humans cannot even claim to have established a firm foothold, let alone progress. And now they face such calamity, lamented Ye Lingxiu. At present, he can do nothing but await news. Accurate intelligence serves as the foundation for decision, making. Ye Lingxiu reclined once more, contemplating the unique spiritual resonance of the spiritual fruit. If the special resonance of humans differs from that of spiritual plants, what of his own connection with them? He had nurtured the spiritual plants himself. If he were to conduct an experiment, would the outcome be distinct? Being at the third level, Ye Lingxiu procured a second-level spiritual fruit. Although its rank was inferior to the previous third-level fruit, its size was several times greater, resembling a small mutated watermelon. Comparable to a child's head, it was exceedingly delicious, one of Ye Lingxiu's favorite varieties. At that moment, he enveloped it in spiritual energy, then, with a blade of spiritual energy, sliced through it. Throughout the entire process, the spiritual energy remained closely tied, preventing any contact between the watermelon and the external world. Ye Lingxiu brought it closer, keenly sensing its essence. Yes. Emulating the gestures from a doomsday film, Ye Lingxiu punched the sky in triumph. He had succeeded. It was indeed possible. He could distinctly sense that within the two halves of the watermelon, aside from an evenly distributed spiritual energy and life force, the unique resonance was also equally divided. This indicated that it was feasible to divide the special resonance of a second-level spiritual fruit. Half of the spiritual fruit's resonance may still be excessive for a first-level cultivator, but if it could be divided into two portions, it could naturally be divided into 4, 8. Surely, one portion would be just right to assist a first-level cultivator in breaking through. More importantly, Ye Lingxiu's third-level spiritual technique had nearly entirely sealed off the special resonance within the spiritual fruit, allowing it to dissipate only at a very slow rate. With this thought, Ye Lingxiu was filled with joy. It meant that the spiritual fruit could be consumed in batches, and there would no longer be any bottlenecks during the cultivation process. Having completed the second level, what about the third? His own special resonance was also at the third level. Could he capture the unique resonance within a third-level spiritual fruit? Chapter 92. Researching Spiritual Fruits to Unlock Advancement Constraints. Part 3. Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. Third-level spiritual fruits were plentiful. Ye Lingxiu picked one from the coffee table. First, he carefully sensed it. The internal structure was not significantly different. Enveloping it in spiritual energy, he sensed, everything felt familiar. This could work. But not for long. Ye Lingxiu's spiritual technique enveloped the sliced spiritual fruit, and he could distinctly feel the gradual reduction of the unique resonance. Moreover, the pace was not slow. Observing the third-level spiritual fruit in hand, he noted that it would completely dissipate in less than an hour. Compared to the previous scenario where it dissipated entirely in under 5 minutes without any spiritual energy wrapping, an hour represented a qualitative leap. However, the specific efficacy remained uncertain. Consuming spiritual fruit does not necessitate devouring all the unique resonance. After all, unless one consumes the seed as well, even if one takes 2 bites of a spiritual fruit, a considerable amount of unique resonance will still dissipate during the process. As long as the majority of the unique resonance is ingested, it can assist in breaking through bottlenecks. Previously, some clever individuals had pondered the idea of finding 2 identical spiritual fruits, consuming half of one, waiting for digestion, and then consuming half of the other, effectively achieving the potency of a whole fruit. Unfortunately, they were swiftly proven wrong. Each spiritual fruit's unique resonance seemed to function as an entirety, and once divided, it would lose its efficacy. Combining it with other spiritual fruits was equally impossible. Although the exploration of barriers continued, the resources available for investigation were exceedingly scarce, and without Ye Lingxiu's ability to cultivate spiritual fruits himself, their understanding of the internal structure of the fruits was far less refined. The disparity between blind exploration and purposeful experimentation was naturally vast. Upon reaching this conclusion, Ye Lingxiu found himself once again deep in thought. Since it was a broken mirror, the third-level spiritual fruit in his hand was naturally intended for second-level cultivators. The third level. Each major realm of cultivation is divided into early, middle, and late phases. It goes without saying that the spiritual fruits from the late phase would contain a greater abundance of life energy, spiritual energy, and unique resonance compared to those from the early and middle phases. Ye Lingxiu was studying universal principles, primarily considering applicability. For instance, second-level Earth attribute spiritual fruit would undoubtedly contain more Earth energy than an ordinary third-level spiritual fruit of all attributes. However, such extreme cases were not the primary focus at this time. Ye Lingxiu planned to expand his research once this new theory was refined, that if a second-level cultivator could withstand half of a third-level spiritual fruit and complete the absorption within 45 minutes, there is hope for them to absorb a significant portion of the entire fruit's unique resonance. If the late-phase third-level fruit proved ineffective, there were still options in the middle and early phases. The spiritual fruit need not be divided equally. If they could endure it, they might as well consume 3/5 on the first attempt, allowing the remaining 2/5 to dissipate externally. The rate of loss in this manner would surely be less than that of half a spiritual fruit. Should their tolerance be particularly low, they could first consume 2/5, leaving 3/5 to dissipate the unique resonance. In an instant, Ye Lingxiu's thoughts flowed like a spring, conjuring dozens of plans. There must be an appropriate ratio among them, and the proportions would differ according to the varying tolerances of different cultivators. The ratios were not fixed but would adjust dynamically. What is the matter? Just then, Lu Jingjing entered through the front door. You need to find 10 second-level cultivators with varying strengths in spiritual techniques and cultivation levels to participate in the experiment. It is somewhat dangerous, but not excessively so. Each participant's record of achievement will equate to having slain an enemy of the same realm. Ye Lingxiu spoke excitedly, his voice trembling with anticipation. He could not wait even a moment longer. The experiment must commence immediately, completely forgetting his original intention to consume a 4th-level spiritual fruit to enhance his cultivation. Mere moments later, 10 individuals stood in Ye Lingxiu's courtyard. Their cultivation levels varied, perfectly aligning with Ye Lingxiu's requirements. Now, procure 10 third-level spiritual fruits. No, 100. Ensure there are distinctions between early, middle, and late phases. Additionally, bring out a notebook. Lu Jingjing listened to Ye Lingxiu's seemingly nonsensical demands, feeling somewhat speechless. What is the point of all this at such a time? Although we have plenty of spiritual fruits, they're the result of harvesting all the spiritual plants. Who knows how long the rest period for the spiritual plants will be? Shouldn't we conserve them? Even a sow needs to wait a while before breeding again after giving birth to piglets. How much more so for spiritual plants? This is our sole core strategic resource that sets us apart from other factions. Even Lu Jingjing, upon witnessing Ye Lingxiu's intention to use 100 third-level spiritual fruits for an experiment, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Once Ye Lingxiu completed his explanation regarding the spiritual fruits, she did not move, but furrowed her brows and said, "Lingxiu, what do you intend to do with 100 third-level spiritual fruits all at once? Wouldn't it be possible to use first-level fruits instead, or even second-level ones? It's a crucial experiment. If successful, the benefits will be immense," Ye Lingxiu replied, aware that Lu Jingjing was looking out for his well-being. Thus refraining from anger, he patiently explained his reasoning. Evidently, this explanation failed to convince Lu Jingjing. Since it's an experiment, if third-level spiritual fruits correspond to second-level cultivators, then surely second-level fruits should suffice for first-level cultivators. Shouldn't they? Ye Lingxiu was momentarily at a loss for words. Theoretically, it was indeed feasible, but Ye Lingxiu had naively thought that advancing to the second level held little significance compared to reaching the third level and becoming a formidable force. Sensing Ye Lingxiu's hesitation, Lu Jingjing realized she had guessed correctly. "Miss, perhaps you should also persuade him. Oh, is there something I should address too?" "All right, you should just listen to Sister Jingjing." Huang Furuanqiu had not anticipated that there would be a place for her involvement. Feeling somewhat surprised and also bashful to be singled out, previously, everyone had intentionally overlooked this phenomenon, and now she had to muster the courage to say something, her voice diminishing with every word. Lu Jingjing rolled her eyes. Thinking, will your feeble encouragement even be effective? Ye Lingxiu, however, did not persist. The second-level spiritual fruit could effectively seal the unique resonance. Experimenting with it to gather experience was also a worthwhile endeavor. Lu Jingjing was speechless. Rolling her eyes once more, this time at Ye Lingxiu, "I said it wouldn't work." She said it would. "Are you trying to pull a fast one on me?" Of course, Lu Jingjing understood that Ye Lingxiu did not intend it that way. But she couldn't help but think so. Clack, 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 the sound of high heels striking the ground resounded heavily, as if the floor were teeming with insect that needed to be crushed. Ye Lingxiu watched Lu Jingjing's retreating figure, her silhouette perfect, and wondered, what did I do to provoke her? It can't be. Am I not following her instructions? He felt somewhat overwhelmed. This was not the time to be concerned about such matters. His desire for research was at an unprecedented peak. That it was worth noting that before his rebirth, he had been a researcher at the Botanical Research Institute. The urge to delve into research had now resurfaced.
Chapter 93. Researching Spiritual Fruits to Unlock Advancement Constraints. Part 4. Lu Jingjing's efficiency was naturally extremely high, and within less than half an hour, the personnel and spiritual fruits were all in place. The experiment commenced. Ye Lingxiu wrapped 10 spiritual fruits in spiritual energy, suspending the half he had cut open while controlling the other half to fly before the test subjects. Bang, 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 the faces of the 10 test subjects turned pale, with 3 collapsing to their knees on the spot. Mr. Yi, spare us. Manager Lu, you assured us there was no danger. You see, Mr. Yi, I made a minor mistake the day before yesterday, but it is not a crime worthy of death. Have mercy. Lu Jingjing, though somewhat suspicious, could not help but feel a jolt of alarm. Indeed, they were about to sample a spirit fruit 1 rank higher. This method of spiritual cultivation had been tested countless times before, yielding no success and posing a threat to life. You see, Lu Jingjing felt a pang of sympathy, yet her greater concern was for her own position. Their power was only recently established, and if word spread that Ye Lingxiu was conducting live human experiments, especially if it resulted in fatalities, the repercussions would be significant. It would severely undermine Ye Lingxiu's authority. Enough, enough. Have you all forgotten my abilities? With me here, it's hard for you to die, but if you refuse to obey, it could be quite easy. Ye Lingxiu said, exasperated. Do you see only half a spirit fruit? What is there to fear? The crowd fell silent. It seemed there was no escaping this. The 10 of them, resigned, braced themselves and consumed the half-spirit fruit. Their expressions were utterly captivating. Some feigned calmness while trembling uncontrollably. Others had tears welling in their eyes, as if they were being fed poison. Still others bore expressions of madness, adopting a devil-may-care attitude. Each of the 10 exhibited a distinct reaction. Once they finished, Ye Lingxiu hastily instructed, sit cross-legged and absorb the energy. That moment, their movements synchronized, as if they had resigned themselves to their fate. Ye Lingxiu couldn't help but chuckle as he carefully observed their energy reactions. It turned out they had to absorb it quickly. After all, it was a second-tier spirit fruit, and even half of it was not something a first-tier cultivator could disregard. The violent energy wreaked havoc within them. The group hurriedly focused on suppressing, transforming, and absorbing the energy, becoming quite flustered, with several breaking into a sweat. Suddenly, the third individual trembled violently, their skin flushed, and veins threatening to burst through the surface. This was a sign of impending explosion from the energy. Save me, Lingxiu, think of something. Lu Jingjing was truly anxious, fearing the worst at a time when they needed to rapidly recruit personnel. Such a negative influence could not be allowed to surface. Jingjing, you're overreacting. Have you forgotten how I helped old master Huangfu mitigate the soul illusion flames? If I could reduce that kind of fire, how much more so in this situation? Ye Lingxiu remained calm, showing no signs of worry. With a flick of his hand, a vine-like tendril extended from his fingertip. It swiftly pierced the man's brow. The previously rampant energy diminished rapidly. The trembling subsided, the redness faded, and the veins receded beneath the skin. Everything returned to normal, albeit with a hint of fatigue. Clearly, he had been drained. The vine needed to simultaneously absorb both the vitality of the body and the spirit's consciousness. Jingjing, take note. In comparison to this individual's condition, half a spirit fruit was excessive. I recommend trying 2/5 next time. Seeing this, Lu Jingjing finally felt her apprehension ease. It appeared she had been overly concerned. Indeed, it was true that worry often leads to confusion, and given Ye Lingxiu's cunning, he should not have acted so recklessly. She reminded herself to remain calm. Only in this state could she better assist this troublesome ally. Ye Lingxiu, unaware of Lu Jingjing's internal deliberations, was intently focused on one of the test subjects. Though this individual's internal spiritual energy was also chaotic, it was a tamed kind of chaos. It resembled a furious river, seemingly rushing uncontrollably, yet it flowed within channels that had already been established, and no matter how wild, it was still contained chaos. Break through the bottleneck now. Ye Lingxiu's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, reverberated in the man's mind. It seemed he understood. There was too much energy, and while still within the channel, prolonged exposure would render it unmanageable. Boom!
The turbulent energy surged towards the boundary of his cultivation level. A resounding explosion echoed within him. Again, Ye Lingxiu urged telepathically that in truth, even without his prompting, he would have acted in this manner. He noticed that after one impact on the bottleneck, the chaotic energy seemed to diminish slightly, and his channels felt much more comfortable. Boom! Boom! After 5 consecutive impacts, the energy within him was finally exhausted, and his cultivation level not only increased significantly, but also became more stable and refined, akin to a practitioner who had tirelessly hammered away at this level for an extended time. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your guidance. The man hastily rose to be OW, in own need for haste and gratitude, consumed the remaining portion as well. Ye Lingxiu replied with a beaming smile, as if he had just witnessed the most successful little lab rat in the laboratory, thoroughly delighted. The test subject was momentarily stunned. Another, I nearly perished just now. Mr. Yi, may I? He had barely begun to think of an excuse to refuse when he saw Ye Lingxiu not only smiling, but also grinning broadly. Oh my. I must seize the other half of the spirit fruit. He swallowed it whole, nearly choking in the process. Sitting cross-legged, just like before, he guided the energy and prepared to strike the bottleneck once it gathered while Ye Lingxiu observed intently. And during this time, another individual nearly succumbed, but was saved by Ye Lingxiu's casual intervention. Similarly, one test subject, after consuming half a spirit fruit, absorbed the energy without causing any disturbances. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, they heard the sound of shattering glass. The bottleneck had been broken. The breath of a second-tier cultivator emanated from this test subject. The crowd was astonished. Someone had actually succeeded. How could this be? Consuming a spirit object of higher tier was tantamount to courting death, a consensus among barrier cultivators. Such an ironclad rule had been shattered by Ye Lingxiu. The individual who had broken through, initially overjoyed, hurriedly bowed to Ye Lingxiu. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your assistance. Your kindness is as profound as rebirth. I shall be forever in your debt. Mr. Yi is formidable. Mr. Yi is truly omnipotent. A chorus of accolades erupted from the crowd. Lu Jingjing joined in the joyful laughter, her charm radiating. Now they recognized Mr. Ye's prowess. Yet there was still time to go. The success of one person further validated Ye Lingxiu's theories. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Continue." Good. The crowd responded in unison that Ye Lingxiu had not only proven that experiments would not lead to death, but had also demonstrated the possibility of success in advancement. This was truly a scenario with only benefits and no drawbacks, and they finally set aside their concerns, beginning to cooperate wholeheartedly. Chapter 94. The Stirring Up of Excitement According to Lu Jingjing's Records. Ye Lingxiu reviewed the remaining participants' conditions. For those who exhibited no reaction and absorbed energy directly, it indicated an insufficiency of energy that Ye Lingxiu promptly allocated the remaining half of the spirit fruit to them. And if there was still no response, they would consume half of a new spirit fruit. For those who reacted excessively, as long as they could withstand it and had not lost their soul energy to the vine, Ye Lingxiu provided them with half of the remaining half of the spirit fruit. They would consume half of it, then observe the effects after taking a quarter. Ye Lingxiu strictly adhered to the principle of more returned, less compensated, carefully probing each individual's limits. Less compensation meant continuing to consume the remaining half of the spirit fruit, safely sealed with Ye Lingxiu's spiritual energy, ensuring no loss of its special spiritual resonance. Allowing time for the test subjects to suppress the chaotic energy, WY gradually consuming the entire spirit fruit and absorbing the majority of its special spiritual resonance. Most participants could achieve advancement. If not, it would indicate that the compensation was insufficient. If one fruit was inadequate, another could follow. As long as they progressed steadily, they would eventually discover the critical threshold for breaking through the bottleneck. The reason for the surplus energy and the risk of bodily explosion stemmed from the excessive and chaotic energy entering the body, overwhelming the cultivator's internal channels that Ye Lingxiu could appropriately reduce the chaotic energy, controlling it within a manageable range for the channels. Thus, the energy would not be so excessive as to cause bodily rupture, while still retaining enough to shatter the bottleneck. As dusk approached, aside from the initial inexperienced test subject who had left, The remaining 9 had all advanced. The group even embraced one another in excitement. Advancement signified greater power, better treatment, and prolonged life, even though following Ye Lingxiu came with abundant spirit fruits for exchange. The conditions were not easily met, and they were all required to consume spirit fruits of the same tier. The bottleneck of levels still required meticulous cultivation, which could take years or even decades. Now, advancement took merely a day. To advance in just one day. Even if they succeeded, no one would likely believe them when they shared their experiences with outsiders. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The 9 spoke in unison. Bowing in gratitude, Ye Lingxiu reclined, sipping the hot tea Lu Jingjing had brought earlier, then remarked, "At the 4th tier Tianquan realm, one can project one's vision 3 to 5 kilometers away, as if it were right before their eyes. Beyond that distance, clarity fades." Ye Lingxiu lay down, but the entire Huaxia courtyard was restless. Even as the participants recounted their experiences to others, many remained skeptical. However, the significance of this matter prompted everyone to inquire and gather the participants once more. Thus, the excitement erupted. Mr. Yi is truly impressive. The barrier has been established for so many years, and even the esteemed Lord Huangfu was unable to accomplish what Ye has achieved. The ascension from level 1 to level 2 is remarkable. Yet one wonders if level 2 can ascend to level 3. What does it even mean to reach level 3? What if everyone transforms into level 4? The experiment shall continue tomorrow. Whoever is selected should cooperate actively. Director Liu has also mentioned that if Ye succeeds, the opportunity for advancement will be included as a merit exchange item, allowing everyone to redeem it at any time as long as they put in the effort. With this news spreading throughout the ranks, the enthusiasm of all surged once again. Can you imagine if Ye had led the barrier earlier? Would we not have already dominated the wilderness? Times create heroes. Before the barrier shatters, it remains uncertain whether these formidable factions can accommodate Mr. Yi. Aligning oneself with Ye has proven to be the wisest choice of my life. At the foot of the mountain, the barrier stands at a hall with a somewhat menacing design, its pillars fashioned from blood-red crystals, adorned with carvings of various blood-sucking beasts. The towering dome is painted with a giant tree, equally crimson as blood. The tree bears no leaves or flowers, only a trunk with a single bright red fruit at its apex. On the ground, a special black crystal surface is covered with an intricately stitched blanket made from pieces of beast hide, appearing as a single, seamless whole. Every hour, blood is sprinkled onto the blanket. It seems reinforced by a formation, causing the blood to vanish instantly upon contact, leaving only a faint aura of sanguine energy. A figure sits at the head of the table, surrounded by an array of sharp swords, and speaks calmly. "Proceed." In the center of the hall, a person hastily reports. "I report to the Bloodmaster. The dispatch scouts have ventured 50 miles. The situation is as follows. Within an immense forest, where trees soar to heights of 100 feet, another barrier exists. The towering city walls are draped with moss and climbing vines. Inside, the streets and houses are meticulously arranged, each adorned with vibrant flowers, and the roads are lined with lush greenery. Within a grand hall, vibrant spring colors abound, with numerous trees and flowing streams. 2 individuals are present, a handsome man clad in dark green attire, and a demon with distinct eagle-like features. Indeed, amidst the great upheaval of the world, my purpose here has always been to ascertain the location of the barrier. The changes in the vicinity have concluded, and I must seek out my kin to establish mutual communication with the barrier. Since the demon envoy has pressing matters, I shall not linger. Escort the envoy." After the envoy departs, an elder emerges from behind the hall, leaning on a cane. Why not retain him, using this opportunity to sever ties with the demon clan? Given the current uncertainty, rashly cutting off relations may not be wise, without the demon clan's assistance. Our current strength cannot match Barrier 1. However, while their combat prowess is formidable, it is not enduring. The future advantage lies with us. Indeed, it is said their supply of blood food has become somewhat strained. The dispute over developmental routes will undoubtedly confirm our correctness and longevity. Have all the scouts been dispatched? Yes, they have already surveyed the surrounding 50 miles. Chapter 95.
let the advancement come with greater ferocity. The following morning, Lu Jingjing once again set out to select participants for the experiments. Nearly all cultivators without duties flocked to her. Director Lu, choose me. Choose me. I'm ready. Pick me. I'm in excellent health. I'm particularly resilient. Director Lu, my spiritual technique is special. Choose me. Choose me. The scene nearly spiraled out of control, only for Lu Jingjing to erupt in frustration, which finally managed to restore order as she selected the second batch of test subjects. Those chosen felt as if they had won the lottery, their joy palpable. The others, of course, were dejected and envious. Mr. Yi. 10 individuals bowed respectfully. So everyone is aware of the news. Let us begin to this moment. The experiment proceeded seamlessly, primarily aimed at identifying gaps and uncovering patterns that in just half a day's time. The entire advancement process was completed, and the group emerged from the courtyard, filled with delight. Outside, thousands awaited their emergence. Boom! The crowd erupted once more. After all, last night, they had only heard rumors. This time, they witnessed it firsthand. 10 level 1 individuals entered, and within half a day, those same 10 emerged as level 2. It was nothing short of magical. Enough noise. Lu Jingjing once more appeared at the entrance. This time, we will select 10 level 2 cultivators. Those at level 1, please step back, and the level 2s line up on either side. Yes, everyone swiftly complied, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, knowing that Ye was about to challenge the ascent from level 2 to level 3. The 10 level 2 cultivators, each with unique conditions, led Lu Jingjing to select the test subjects with newfound experience, swift and precise. Ye Lingxiu observed the 10 individuals, nearly bursting with excitement, and shook her head with a wry smile. How can you all approach the experiment with such a mindset? Each of you should meditate for half an hour to calm your thoughts before we begin. Yes, in the eyes of the soldiers, Ye Lingxiu had already become a deity. Half an hour later, she stated in a serious tone, "Let me be clear. The transition from level 1 to level 2 is relatively simple. But the leap from level 2 to level 3 presents exponentially greater difficulty and danger. If any unforeseen events occur, report them promptly. I may be able to save your lives, but do not push yourselves beyond your limits." Once everyone acknowledged her words, the experiment commenced. The power contained within the level 3 spiritual fruits far exceeds that of level 2. Although level 2 cultivators possess greater resilience than their level 1 counterparts, it is still insufficient to bridge the gap between the fruits. From the outset, for participants were on the verge of collapse, Ye Lingxiu swiftly extended 4 tendrils from her back, each piercing the foreheads of the 4, startling those witnessing it for the first time. She controlled the tendrils, sensing the energy fluctuations within the 4 individuals, absorbing it little by little. Boom! Boom! The sound of barriers shattering echoed, faintly resonating through their bodies. The so-called barriers refer to the 7 pivotal points within the human body. 1. Tianshu, 2. Tianxian, 3. Tianji for Tianquan, 5. Yuheng, 6. Kaiyang, 7. Yaoguang. These correspond to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky. They appeared suddenly during the cataclysm a century ago, in a manner akin to the emergence of the Big Dipper. Yet only those who have awakened can perceive the location of these pivotal points within themselves. The individuals selected for this experiment had all reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. Consuming the same level 3 spiritual fruit, the less one can endure, the weaker their potential, and consequently, their strength after advancement will be lower. Ye Lingxiu had deduced this as one of her insights. 4 of them could barely withstand half a fruit, indicating their limited potential. Among the 10, some had consumed an entire fruit without any signs of advancement. Ye Lingxiu instructed them to consume another half. All began to break through their barriers, and Ye Lingxiu meticulously monitored the timing, akin to cooking a delicate dish. Bang! Bang! Within the span of a single hour, 10 resounding sounds of barriers shattering echoed consecutively. Just half a day in the courtyard, an hour before noon, they began to break through in rapid succession. As each person exited the courtyard, a raucous cheer erupted outside, particularly from the level 2 cultivators. Although they already knew the outcome, everyone remained exhilarated. Incredible! Mr. Yi is truly remarkable. I, Chun San, will forever revere him. Ye.
After Lu Jingjing emerged, she sighed helplessly and shouted with vigor. Everyone is already aware of Mr. Ye's extraordinary abilities. Now, allow me to convey Mr. Ye's arrangements. Point 3 batches of test subjects have been selected, and I'm sure you have learned from them about Mr. Ye's method of advancement. Not only is a higher grade spiritual fruit required, but Mr.Ye must also personally intervene. Spiritual fruits have a price, but Mr. Ye's assistance is invaluable. Therefore, each advancement requires a merit equivalent to 10 corresponding spiritual fruits for ascending from level 1 to level 2. One must prepare 10 level 2 spiritual fruits worth of merit, and so on for higher levels. Upon hearing this, many felt disheartened. 10 high-grade spiritual fruits. How could one possibly acquire them? To obtain one spiritual fruit of the same level, one must slay 3 cultivators of that level. 10 fruits equate to 30 individuals. Killing a higher level 1 is equivalent to 5 of the same level, meaning that 6 high-level cultivators would suffice. Though this seems daunting, it is already a favorable condition that other factions would scarcely dare to imagine. The 8 major families face unimaginable costs to acquire a single spiritual fruit. They must either rescue a core family member's life or play a crucial role in a decisive battle. Killing at the same level, one might need to slay 100 to earn a single fruit. There are simply too few. An entire family might not possess more than 30 fruits, and even if their own child desires one, they would need a valid reason to grant it. How could they possibly bestow it upon others so easily? Despite everyone recognizing that this is a remarkably advantageous condition, it does not alleviate their disappointment, especially since some have already succeeded while they must survive through 10 perilous trials. This is merely the condition for advancement. If one has not cultivated to the peak of their current realm, they must continue to train gradually. Even to consume spiritual fruits for acceleration, merit is still required. Yet, the present is far from peaceful, and Mr.Ye understands the urgency with which everyone seeks to enhance their strength. Thus, Mr. Ye proposed a compromise. Those qualified soldiers could first be upgraded, and upon upgrading, they would be required to fulfill the previous conditions twice over. For instance, a first-level cultivator would need to slay 10 first-level cultivators to gain eligibility for an upgrade. If they were upgraded in advance, they would then need to hunt down 20 first-level cultivators. During the debt repayment period, life and death would be under Mr. Ye's control. Once Lu Jingjing finished outlining the conditions, the crowd of cultivators erupted in excitement once more. Chapter 96. Advancement, Sprouting Like Bamboo Shoots, Part 1. Manager Lu, is what you said true? It is indeed challenging to hunt 10 of the same level. Yet killing 20 of a lower level seems relatively easy. Did Mr.Ye really put forth such conditions? This is outrageous. Lu Jingjing raised her hand to quiet the crowd. Of course it's true. Those who meet the advancement criteria and are willing to accept can sign up with their team leaders, and the advancement will be conducted in order. If the other factions were to hear about this notion of orderly advancement, they would probably think the place had gone mad. Such opportunities for advancement, which are rare and hard-won through countless days and nights of cultivation, are not something to be taken lightly. You actually wish to queue for advancement? The harvest is far easier now than it has ever been. All right, you may disperse. Within moments, thousands of people vanish without a trace, some heading out to search for spirit plants, others seeking their team leaders to sign up. As for the stipulation that life and death would be at Mr. Ye's discretion, one would think that would be the most concerning condition, yet it turned out to be the least regarded. Whether from what they had seen recently or heard from others, everyone had come to understand a bit about Mr. Ye's temperament. Although he appeared indifferent, he was, in fact, quite magnanimous as long as one worked diligently. He would never shortchange anyone. Minor mistakes were overlooked, but there was one thing everyone knew to avoid. Never touch Mr. Ye's bottom line. Principled errors were intolerable. Ye rarely punished arbitrarily, but once he did, it would be a lesson never forgotten. According to those who joined early, Mr. Ye had 2 punishments he wielded with great finesse. One was dismemberment and rebirth, the other, annihilation. Every person who heard this felt a chill run down their spine, silently reminding themselves never to fall into Mr. Ye's hands. From another perspective, working under Mr.Ye meant that life and death had long been under his control, even if Mr.Ye added another layer of insurance. What difference would it make? When considering all cultivators, nearly 10,000. At least half would be directly under M.Ye's control regarding life and death. Many were already envious, treating spirit fruits as if they were mere sustenance. As long as one chose to advance, no other rewards would be available until the task was completed. Anyone who dared to shy away from battle, well, even those without debts would face dire consequences. Ye Lingxiu stretched languidly. Oh my, I'm utterly exhausted. Slumping into a rocking chair, he took gentle breaths. Just as his breathing began to stabilize, he turned to Lu Jingjing beside him and asked, "How goes the reconnaissance? Our people encountered spies from the other two barriers. Oh, what's the situation? I haven't sensed any deaths among those who have fully defected." Ye Lingxiu's interest peaked. Had they begun making contact so soon? Lu Jingjing's lips twitched. It turned out that those who had fully defected had their lives and deaths under your control, even knowing if they perished outside. We were closer to the southern forest and first encountered spies emerging from it, primarily dressed in green. Upon meeting, both parties had managed to restrain themselves, tacitly avoiding conversation. The reconnaissance in the forest continues, while that at the eastern foothills is halted. Ye Lingxiu frowned, pondering if the eastern foothills were the first barrier. Not exactly. Two small teams have yet to encounter enemy spies and continue to delve toward the foothills. How will our people maintain contact? Ye Lingxiu, having never managed specific affairs, asked curiously, especially since all current communication devices had ceased functioning. If the enemy retained some ancient technology and their phones still worked, wouldn't that put us at a disadvantage? Mobility would be improved, but the immediacy would suffer greatly, with too many variables. Before the barrier shattered, how far from it could mobile phones function? Within a 10-mile radius. Beyond that, it becomes ineffective. This is akin to building a signal tower on the city walls. Ye Lingxiu lay down slowly, covering himself with the blanket Lu Jingjing had brought. Originally, he had left Huangfu Guanxiu's head exposed, but she had pulled it under as well. While Ye Lingxiu pondered this, two delicate, white arms emerged from the blanket, trembling as they moved to massage his temples. This girl, Ye Lingxiu felt a surge of delight and soon drifted into slumber. The next morning, thousands once again gather at the entrance, this time predominantly composed of third-level cultivators. After first and second-level trials, even the dullest among them understood that it was now the turn of the third-level. At the same time and in the same location, Lu Jingjing arrived. In front of her stood a crowd of third-level Tianji cultivators, standing in orderly lines on either side, with thousands of eager eyes fixed upon her. Observing this, Lu Jingjing wasted no time, promptly selecting 10 individuals. The process and operations were the same, but this time there were distinctions among the early, mid, and late stages of the third level. The third level was, in fact, the simplest, as it merely involved a minor realm elevation. Ye Lingxiu had informed Lu Jingjing in advance not to select late-stage, third-level cultivators, since advancing to that level required fourth-level spirit fruits. And Ye Lingxiu currently possessed only one such fruit, making it impossible to complete the experiment. After a brief explanation, the crowd, though initially disappointed, regained their composure, realizing that such a contrived method of advancement defied the natural order and could not be without limits. Given Mr. Ye's capabilities, a single fourth-level spirit fruit could essentially create a fourth-tier master. The experiment commenced at Ye Lingxiu now felt like a skilled chef carving up a piece of meat, entirely at ease. The familiar sound of breaking through a bottleneck was somewhat softer than the breakthrough from second to third level, but stronger than the pop of a deflated balloon that IT derived as expected. Aligning with their anticipations, whether early or mid-stage third level, all 10 participants emerged having advanced by a minor realm. The cultivators in the Huaxia courtyard understood a fundamental truth. The reason they were not yet fourth-level masters was simply that Mr. Yi lacked sufficient fourth-level spirit fruits. The reason they had yet to reach fifth level was due to the same lack of fifth-level spirit fruits. They believed that, provided there were enough spirit fruits at all levels, Ye could elevate everyone to 7th level. Chapter 97. Advancement, Sprouting Like Bamboo Shoots. Part 2. The only shortcoming lay in assessing the cultivator's potential. If potential could be quantified, even without Ye Lingxiu, one could accurately control the ratio of spirit fruits used and directly facilitate a single advancement. In the absence of knowledge regarding potential, they could only rely on Ye Lingxiu to balance the intake, that humanity's understanding of the wilderness remains scant, and many things have yet to be discovered. It's quite possible that nature has already provided such elements, yet they remain unfound. The ensuing events became somewhat monotonous. The leaders of various teams reported a significant number of individuals wishing to advance, predominantly at the first and second levels. Their desire for strength was most fervent. Ye Lingxiu welcomed those wishing to progress from first to second level, as he had an abundance of second-level spirit fruits. It should be noted that each seed from a third-level spirit fruit he cultivated would yield a second-level spirit tree. The supply of third-level spirit fruits was limited and could not satisfy everyone's needs. Thus, he could only select the strongest among them based on recommendations from each team. Once sufficient third-level spirit fruits were amassed, further recommendations could be made. Of course, individuals could bypass recommendations and directly exchange based on merit. The following morning, the courtyard transformed into a factory for advancement. Anyone who entered and exited would rise by one level, giving Ye Lingxiu a sense of playing an online game. Henceforth, the proportion of high-tier cultivators in Ye Lingxiu's ranks significantly increased. Previously, logistical and supply duties were handled by first- and second-level cultivators, which naturally resulted in lower efficiency, especially concerning supplies. Now, matters were simplified. All cultivators began at second level, with many supply team members already reaching third level. Particularly among Ye Lingxiu, Lu Jingjing, and Zhang Aoyan, they naturally formed the priority group. Lu Jingjing had reached early third level, awaiting her gradual progression to the mid-level bottleneck before advancing. Zhang Aoyan had attained mid-third level. Ye Lingxiu, of course, was at late third-leveled at this moment, gazing at the fourth-level spirit fruit in his hand. His eyes sparkled with fervor. After breaking through a bottleneck, others had to cultivate slowly, and even with the aid of spirit fruits, there were limits. Unlike the process of detoxification using the life energy within spirit fruits, the conversion of spiritual energy from spirit fruits into one's own cultivation was not swift. Moreover, one could not consume excessively. If overindulged, the risk of bodily explosion loomed. However, Ye Lingxiu was different. He consumed spirit fruits he had cultivated himself, making absorption and conversion inherently easier. This was the experience he had gleaned from consuming such a substantial amount of spirit fruits. The secret behind his rapid rise in cultivation. Now that he had also overcome the challenge of breaking through bottlenecks, he had essentially filled in his shortcomings, resolving both cultivation and breakthrough issues. Consequently, Ye Lingxiu's path of cultivation would surely be smooth, and his speed of advancement would be unprecedented. Clenching the fourth-level spirit fruit tightly in his hand, he had a premonition that in just a few days, he would be able to consume it. Currently, the majority of individuals had also taken residence within the vine egg avatars, yet no one harbored concerns, and some even felt a hint of pride. With this, they could truly be considered Mr. Ye's subordinates. Those without it were mere outsiders. Upon receiving the news, Lu Jingjing promptly suppressed this pernicious trend. If it were to become widespread, there would be no need to recruit newcomers. The veteran members were familiar with Mr. Yi, but the newcomers were not. Forcing others to control life and death right after joining is something that most people would find difficult to accept. Ye Lingxiu suddenly sat up, his expression grave, a hint of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. What is it? Lu Jingjing, noticing Ye Lingxiu's unusual demeanor, inquired with concern that a spy of ours has perished in the eastern high mountains. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingjing was not particularly surprised. She had long been mentally prepared. Exploring the unknown is inherently one of the most perilous endeavors, especially with spies from other factions undermining efforts. In comparison, it was already fortunate that it had taken this long for someone to die. Of course, it is also possible that others had perished earlier, just that it was not the holder of the Vine Egg's avatar. Inform the Huangfu and Lu families to convene for discussions. Surely their spies have been dispatched for several days and should have gathered some intelligence that we should exchange information and discuss our subsequent arrangements. Understood. Ye Lingxiu reclined once more, while Lu Jingjing stepped outside to arrange for a message to be sent. Mere moments passed before Ye Lingxiu heard the hearty laughter of Lu Mamen. Huh, Mr. Yi? I, Lu Mamen, have arrived. Lu Mamen was just as before, though his tiger whiskers had been groomed more impressively in recent days, exuding a fierce aura. Approaching, he was the first to bow. Greetings, Mr. Yi. Oh, Mr. Yi has advanced. Congratulations. Lu Mamen had always treated Ye Lingxiu with the reverence due to a junior disciple, which often left Ye Lingxiu feeling somewhat awkward, as they were technically peers. That I presume your family has dispatched individuals to scout the surroundings as well. Why Ye Lingxiu gestured for Lu Mamen to take a seat and served him tea. Excellent. This is truly delightful tea, Mr. Yi. Ye Lingxiu gazed at Lu Mamen in silence, thinking to himself, what did I ask you just now? Was it about the tea? Realizing Ye Lingxiu's perplexity, Lu Mamen hastily set down the teapot. Well, naturally, with the earth undergoing such drastic changes, if we do not investigate thoroughly, how can we discern potential dangers and take preventive measures? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Yi? Indeed, I have also notified the Huangfu family. They should be arriving shortly. We shall deliberate on our forthcoming plans. Hee. I know they won't arrive as swiftly as I did. May I indulge in tea now? Ye Lingxiu felt a wave of frustration. What sort of person was this? Coming here to take advantage of him? Very well. Lu brother, please enjoy the tea. While Lingxiu resignedly gestured for him to proceed. Lu Mamen, like a dam burst open, held a teapot in one hand and a cup in the other, pouring and drinking at an astonishing speed. Why Ye Lingxiu felt weary and chose to ignore him, lying down and closing his eyes to rest. Lu Mamen, oblivious, continued to drink tea, occasionally requesting Lu Jingjing to refill his cup. Half an hour later, the Huangfu family arrived, and to Ye Lingxiu's surprise, it was the head of the family, Huangfu Yang, whom he had never met before. Greetings, Mr. Yi. I am Huangfu Yang, accompanied by my son Huangfu Hua and my younger brother's son, Huangfu Shan, here to pay my respects. The three bowed, though Huangfu Hua's gesture was particularly perfunctory and reluctant. Ye Lingxiu quickly rose to assist Huangfu Yang. You are being too formal, head of the Huangfu family. There is no need for such formality. Please rise quickly. Second uncle. A voice, almost indistinguishable, came from behind Ye Lingxiu. It was Huangfu Ruinxiu, who had her head bowed. Ruinxiu, you have grown even more beautiful. You and Mr. Yi seem to be a match made in heaven. When will you finalize your affair? Ye Lingxiu was well aware of the situation between him and Huangfu Ruinxiu, as they had been inseparable. And it was high time they made it official. Procrastination would only invite speculation. Huangfu Ruinxiu looked up, wanted to argue, but found herself at a loss for words. To claim that there was nothing between them would be implausible. Even she could not believe it. Yet to assert that there was something would be equally difficult. Her face flushed crimson, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Chapter 98. The three families converge. Huangfu Hua causes a stir. We shall discuss this later. Given the current turmoil, preserving our lives takes precedence. Ye Lingxiu interjected swiftly, guiding the Huangfu family to take their seats while subtly pulling Huangfu Ruinxiu behind him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Mamen resumed his duel with the teapot. Ye Lingxiu, exasperated, poured another pot of tea. Although it was their first visit, the three from the Huangfu family appeared well informed. And as soon as the tea was served, they drank without hesitation. Indeed, this is excellent tea. Even Huangfu Yang could not help but exclaim. Just as Ye Lingxiu was about to respond modestly, he was taken aback by the compliment. It was not the first time someone had requested tea. Lu Mamen had done so multiple times. However, there were nuances to requesting items. Ye Lingxiu found it puzzling that the son of the new head of the Huangfu family would behave in such a manner. Thud! The sound of a teacup hitting the table reverberated as Huangfu Yang cast a disapproving glance at his son. If you do not speak, no one will think you are mute. Dad, did I say something wrong? Isn't him a guest of our Huangfu family? Weren't the profits from the spiritual fruits supposed to be divided equally as per Grandpa's agreement with him? Silence. When Huangfu Hua uttered this, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence for 5 seconds. Lu Mamen ceased his eager tea drinking and turned to observe him with a cold stare. Huangfu Yang's expression grew increasingly furious, yet he refrained from rebuking. Huangfu Shan, accompanying him, looked at his cousin in astonishment. Are you serious? I knew you were foolish, but I didn't expect you to be this foolish. Did your dad instruct you to say that on purpose? Lu Jingjing also paused her actions, regarding Huang Fushan with a cold indifference. Previously, they could afford to avoid confrontation, but now it was unnecessary to do so. If Ye Lingxiu were a person who sought stability and was weak, she might have hesitated. Quite the opposite. Ye Lingxiu was exceptionally assertive, and their side strength was sufficient to support such assertiveness. Even Huangfu Ruinxiu peeked out from behind Ye Lingxiu, her face adorably round. Glaring at her cousin in anger, Ye Lingxiu's smile gradually faded, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Huangfu Hua sensed the sudden tension in the air, feeling as though he could hardly breathe. The eerie pressure compelled him to flee. Every gaze felt menacing, prompting him to dodge until he spotted Lu Jingjing. How dare this servant regard me with such disdain? Who gave her the audacity? Lu Jingjing, what do you mean by looking at me like that? Do you think you have the right to do so? Do not forget that you are still a servant of our Huangfu family. Had it not been for my grandpa sacrificing himself while leading the team, you would have long since perished. Just as Lu Jingjing was about to retort, Ye Lingxiu quickly waved his hand. That is true. In light of the old master Huangfu's reputation, I still have 5 pounds left. I will give you for Brother Hua. Your bluntness is truly refreshing. Ye Lingxiu took the initiative to interject with a laugh, attempting to steer the conversation, for the current situation was fraught with uncertainty, necessitating unity. Huangfu Yang, sensing Ye Lingxiu's intervention, hastily reprimanded his son. If I told you to remain silent, then do so. Close your mouth at once. Mr. Yi, my son is ignorant. I apologize for the disturbance. The head of the Huangfu family speaks wisely. Your son is indeed ignorant and has shown disrespect to Mr. Lu Mamen, ever forthright and intolerant of wrongdoings, spoke his mind without reservation. Huangfu Yang's expression darkened, thinking to himself that while he could belittle his own son, Lu Mamen had the audacity to do so in front of him. Lu Mamen, do not become complacent. You have merely advanced a few days ahead of me. In a one-on-one confrontation, you may hold your ground. But in a group battle, you are utterly useless. Huangfu Hua had already felt humiliated enough from his father's scolding, and the fact that Lu Mamen had chimed in only exacerbated his resentment. Lu Mamen's temper flared, and he stood up, ready to confront him, but Ye Lingxiu acted swiftly, pulling him back. Brother Lu, have some tea. Do not act impulsively. The greater good must take precedence. The current situation is not advantageous for our faction. If discord arises, we will only be picked off one by one. Ye Lingxiu, you certainly know how to speak diplomatically. For the sake of unity, Mr. Yi, why not provide us with some more spiritual fruits? As for the reasoning, let us consider it as a wedding gift for Ruinxiu. After all, she is also the Huangfu family's direct lineage and should not simply follow you without due cause. Huangfu Hua, seeing Ye Lingxiu's repeated concessions, felt a surge of satisfaction, convinced that this so-called Ye was merely a facade, a mere bluster. Ye Lingxiu's eyes glinted with a sharpness akin to a blade. His expression cold. Huangfu Hua remained oblivious to the murderous intent in Ye Lingxiu's gaze. Calmly proposing his own terms, he did not believe that anyone could sway the Huangfu family, even after their faction had been shattered. Silence! Huangfu Yang bellowed once more. Ye has already agreed to provide you with tea leaves. Do not push your luck that it is of no consequence. Head of the Huangfu family. Allowing Brother Hua to express his thoughts is also beneficial. The tea leaves are a token of gratitude to the old master. The spiritual fruits are a gesture of appreciation for Ruinxiu. Is there anything else Brother Hua wishes to voice? Ye Lingxiu restored his gentle smile, devoid of any dissatisfaction or murderous intent. Huangfu Hua was pleased, sensing that after much deliberation, Ye Lingxiu had abandoned the idea of confrontation. Mr. Yi is indeed perceptive. Since you have stated it so, I shall not be polite. The formation of this alliance is acceptable, but there is no need for discussion. What our Huangfu family dictates, the two families shall heed. Currently, we possess 3 4th-grade experts, including one in the latter stages. Combined, your two families cannot measure up, not to mention the number of 3rd-grade experts. That I propose that half of your spiritual plants be ceded to us in exchange for the continued protection of our Huangfu family. Additionally, Lu Jingjing just gazed at me with such rudeness. You must hand her over to me for proper handling. The conditions are few, and for the sake of your own safety and well-being, I trust Mr. that you would not refuse. Oh, I apologize. Although you have no parents, you are still a person of authority. Thus you should be addressed as Mr. Yi. With a snap, Lu Mamen crushed the teacup in his hand, casting an inquiring glance at Ye Lingxiu. A.S. long, as Ye Lingxiu nodded, he would charge forward and tear apart the mouth of Huang Fuhua. He now deeply regretted allowing him to speak so much. It felt akin to having ingested a lump of excrement. Chapter 99. Leaving? You think too much. As Huang Fuhua reached this point, Lu Jingjing, rather than feeling anxious or angry, remained unfazed in this world. Not even Huang Furinqiu possesses as much understanding of Ye Lingxiu as she does. This foolish girl is merely sulking there. She usually lays about sleeping and has never given thought to Ye Lingxiu's approach to matters. Why Ye Lingxiu exuded an air of murderous intent. He may not genuinely wish to kill, but could merely be expressing anger. If he smiles after being angry, it signifies that he truly intends to kill. Should he continue to chat with you amiably, congratulations. Death might just become your future aspiration. I am somewhat intrigued. After the barriers crumbled, our relationship has remained amicable, and we have assisted one another, particularly when you faced an ambush from the Heavenly Demon Society. If it were not for my early warning, your Huangfu family might have already perished. I always believed we were allies, and I possess everything you seek. Ye Lingxiu sipped his tea, a frown of puzzlement crossing his face as he inquired, is this your brother Hua's intention? Or that of the head of the Huangfu family? Is there a difference? The Huangfu family is led by my father. Huangfu Hua proudly lifted his head, nostrils flaring as he looked down upon others. There is indeed a difference. It is prudent to clarify. What does the head of the Huangfu family and Huangfu Shan mean? Do they share the same sentiments as brother Huangfu Hua? Ye Lingxiu turned his gaze towards the remaining two members of the Huangfu family. Don't ask me. I don't know that I'm merely a follower. Ignore me. Huangfu Shan felt a twinge of fear. This fool may be foolish at home, but how dare he act so brazenly on another's territory? It shouldn't be. He's a character who bullies the weak and fears the strong, a typical coward at home. What has gotten into him today? Could it be that his second uncle deliberately urged him to do this? It is highly likely that it is quite challenging for the Huangfu family to find themselves on equal footing with others, having been accustomed to respect for so many years. However, judging by the anxious expression on the second uncle's face, it is evident that this foolish cousin has overstepped his bounds. Huangfu Shan hurriedly lowered his head and drank his tea, ceasing all actions. Huangfu Yang was genuinely anxious, although he intended to probe Ye Lingxiu. He did not anticipate that this foolish lad would act so recklessly. He is well aware that the other party has silently killed two individuals of level 4 strength and possesses the capability to single-handedly fend off the leader of the Heavenly Demon Society, Tian Yinfeng. This is not someone without the ability to defend themselves. That it is acceptable to test limits, but crossing the line is certainly not permissible. At least, merely the three of them coming over is not sufficient. Huangfu Yang merely wished to leave this place of conflict as soon as possible. Indeed, he felt that it had transformed into a den of troubles for him, all due to the actions of his own son. Leaving, Ye Lingxiu suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. The head of the Huangfu family, Ruinqiu, was entrusted to me by her father and the old man of the Huangfu family, which bears little relation to the current Huangfu family. Furthermore, this is the last time your Huangfu family may invoke the old man's grace before me. This time, the grace will cost your son his life. The death penalty may be avoided, but the living punishment is inescapable, so take heed. With a wave of his hand, Ye Lingxiu appeared unchanged, yet Huangfu Yang felt an inexplicable shift in the atmosphere. Big tooth, slice it from the waist down. Ye Lingxiu uttered words incomprehensible to outsiders, while those who understood were instantly drenched in cold sweat. The onlookers witnessed a large and adorable spirit plant swaying in the wind outside the courtyard. And upon hearing Ye Lingxiu's words, it abruptly halted. Two massive leaves slowly unfurled, revealing sharp fangs hidden within. The enormous flower bud slightly curled, resembling a human mouth, gazing at Huangfu Hua, its enormous white teeth barely visible, both adorable and terrifying. Buzz, the breath of Big Tooth, was revealed at the initial stage of level 4. What? Even a single plant is at the initial stage of level 4. The three members of the Huangfu family felt a heavy sense of dread as they surveyed the hundreds of plants surrounding them. It is merely a bluff, Dad. Our levels are insufficient. You investigate. I refuse to believe that Ye Lingxiu possesses so many level 4 spirit plants. Huangfu Hua retorted defiantly. Do not act recklessly. Casually probing into others' cultivation levels is considered taboo. Huangfu Yang admonished his son, saying, Mr. Yi, my son is ignorant. I implore you to show mercy. Seeing that his gardener remained silent, Big Tooth continued with his previous instruction. Slice. Whoosh, a leaf flew by, sending Huangfu Hua flying. While still in midair, the leaf began to flutter, dividing his lower leg into 100 pieces. Huangfu Hua landed, and Big Tooth's flower dropped down, catching the pieces of his leg in its mouth. Just as it was about to swallow, it suddenly felt a chill emanating from the gardener. Startled, Big Tooth trembled all over. My lord, understand my mistake. This time, slowly, whoosh, a 5mm slice was taken from below the thigh. The members of the Huangfu family and Lu Mamen were left in a daze. What the hell did I just witness? The son of the head of the Huangfu family is being sliced up by someone. Lu Mamen even rubbed his eyes vigorously. Huangfu Shan's eyes widened in terror, his pupils constricting, trembling all over, completely unaware that tea had spilled all over him. This is too terrifying. There is no restraint. Not a shred of regard for the Huangfu family. Huangfu Yang grew frantic. Mr. Yi, you have gone too far. Although my son is ignorant, it is merely a misunderstanding of words. How dare you harm my son so? Do you not fear? Huangfu Yang's words trailed off. He initially intended to dash to his son's side, yet after several attempts to move, he remained rooted to his chair. All he could do was watch anxiously as his son was sliced apart. Feeling utterly powerless, it hurts, Dad. Save me. It hurts so much. Only then did the excruciating pain, piercing deep into his soul, manifest on Huangfu Hua's body. Big Tooth sliced so swiftly that there was even a brief moment of stasis, numbness. It felt as though he had been injured, with the pain delayed for 5 seconds, allowing the agony to surge forth, searing and unforgettable. Whoosh, another 5mm layer. Every 5 seconds, a 5mm slice was taken, 1mm per second. Huangfu Hua gradually grew shorter amidst his blood-curdling screams, while Huangfu Yang and Huangfu Shan grew increasingly cold, not in anger seeking revenge, but in fear that chilled them to the bone. Huangfu Shan attempted to move, yet found himself utterly immobilized. Not only could he not move, but he also discerned that his uncle Huangfu Yang was in little better condition. This indicated that Ye Lingxiu possessed the power to annihilate all of them at will. He merely refrained from doing so out of respect for the old man of the Huangfu family. How ludicrous that the Huangfu family still looked down upon him, completely unaware of the vastness of the world. It is they who have been disregarded. Mr. Yi, I apologize on behalf of my son. Please spare him, for he is my only child. Huangfu Yang was truly desperate. Chapter 100. Death? You think too much. Rest assured. Head of the Huangfu family, since I have stated that your son will not die, he shall not perish. I have also observed that you, head of the Huangfu family, have evidently neglected your son's upbringing. Allow me to assist you in this regard. Ye Lingxiu reclined his rocking chair, feeling somewhat uncomfortable and sensing something was amiss, until his peripheral vision caught sight of Huangfu Ruinxiu sulking. He suddenly had an epiphany. He extended his arms. Ruinxiu. The meaning was unmistakable. The sulking Huangfu Ruinxiu blushed upon seeing Ye Lingxiu's gesture, feeling somewhat bashful, as so many people are watching, especially in such a peculiar atmosphere. Should I go or not? I really want to, but it feels so awkward. Huangfu Yang seemed to have found a lifeline, turning to Huangfu Ruinxiu. Ruinxiu, Ruinxiu, please save your cousin. Your second uncle begs you. I don't care. With a whoosh, Huangfu Ruinxiu dashed into Ye Lingxiu's embrace, covering her head with a blanket. Like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, she nestled into Ye Lingxiu's arms, covering her ears. I can't hear. I can't hear. You don't see me, you don't see me. Murmuring softly like a mosquito, Huang Fuyang pleaded with both Lu Jingjing and Lu Mamen, but alas, no one paid him any heed. Huang Fuyang's heart gradually sank. He understood that he could not alter the outcome, even though he was a mid-level 4 expert. Even if he poured all his cultivation into confronting Ye Lingxiu, the other party remained indifferent, leaving him feeling desolate. Huang Fuyang sat there, dazed, watching as his son was systematically dismembered. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless, liberated from the pride of having gained the position of patriarch. This world is not merely the domain of the Huangfu family. Their voice carries even less weight than before the barriers fell. Watching his son being punished and reflecting on his own similar fate, all he could muster was a sigh. Alas, along with a deeply buried dissatisfaction within. Neglecting discipline, he had gone too far tonight, having arranged for his son to behave in such a manner. Huangfu Hua had committed many errors, which he acknowledged, yet he believed the punishment was excessive. At the very least, he thought the punishment should not be so severe. After all, he is the son of Huang Fuyang, a legitimate heir of the Huangfu family. A few reprimands should suffice, at worst. He would suppress him and apologize. How dare anyone treat his son as if he were merely a vegetable to be sliced? Huang Fuyang's fleeting resolve quickly gave way to helplessness. In the realm of illusions, Ye Lingxiu held dominion over all. The trivial schemes of Huangfu Yang scarcely registered in his mind. Within a few days, he would ascend to the 4th level, at which point the courtyard would witness an influx of spiritual flora breaking through their limitations. Accompanying him in his advancement, the coveted Tianquan realm, which others could only dream of, would become a deluge at his command. Huangfu Hua, having endured multiple bouts of dizziness followed by excruciating pain, found his voice rendered so hoarse that even his mother would struggle to recognize it. In his desperation, he had sought death numerous times, yet fate would not permit it. Even his attempts at self-inflicted demise were thwarted by a vine that ensnared him, preventing his escape from this torment. The ordeal was a profound psychological strain, his pupils exhibiting a tendency to dilate. He dared not gaze upon Ye Lingxiu any longer. Even the mere direction of Ye Lingxiu's presence was too daunting for him to confront. Here they came. Lu Jingjing watched with eager anticipation as the process of flesh buds sprouting was about to commence. Whether it was old grievances or fresh animosities, Lu Jingjing seemed to derive immense pleasure from Huangfu Hua's suffering. Even when faced with strangers, she had shown signs of compassion. Yet for Huangfu Hua, she harbored no sympathy whatsoever. Ultimately, Huangfu Hua was fortunate. Ye Lingxiu's heart softened, seemingly moved by the feelings of Huang Fuyang. The father. Having never experienced paternal love himself, he felt a twinge of reluctance to utterly ruin his son before his father. Hekati last. Huangfu Hua succumbed to unconsciousness, and Ye Lingxiu refrained from rousing him, sparing him the horrific spectacle of the sprouting flesh buds. Had he witnessed it in his fragile state, his spirit would undoubtedly shatter, leaving him a mere shell of a person. When Huangfu Hua regained consciousness, Ye Lingxiu turned his gaze towards the somewhat dejected Huang Fuyang. Huangfu family head, I return your son unscathed. I trust you will exercise strict supervision. Some individuals and events warrant greater caution in the future. Huang Fushan hurriedly approached to carry Huangfu Hua away. The previous impediments that had beset him seemed to have vanished without a trace, while Ye Lingxiu no longer exhibited the respect he had at first. He remained seated, merely waving his hand dismissively. The initial reverence had been extended in consideration of the Huangfu family, particularly for the elder Huangfu and Ruinxiu's father. Now that the Huangfu family had exhausted their goodwill, there was no longer any need for pleasantries. As the trio from the Huangfu family prepared to exit the courtyard, Lu Mamen's voice thundered, piercingly direct. Ah, Huangfu family head, you're not taking your tea leaves? If you don't want them, I shall gladly partake. The sincerity was palpable. Huang Fuyang indeed had no inclination for tea, preoccupied as he was with leaving before Ye Lingxiu could change his mind. The disparity in power was unmistakable. Ye Lingxiu's strength far surpassed that of the Huangfu family. Nevertheless, today's events would not be so easily dismissed. A fleeting thought of vengeance crossed his mind. Hastening his steps, his posture bending slightly, Huang Fushan felt a tumult of emotions, unable to discern whether it was awe or fear. Ultimately, he acknowledged his father's assessment of Ye Lingxiu, feeling that perhaps it had been understated. Mr. Yi, are you truly allowing them to depart without concern for retaliation? Lu Maman inquired, puzzled. No need for worry. I have my methods. Their presence is beneficial, but their absence is inconsequential. We shall converse again tomorrow. Jingjing, please procure a pound of tea leaves for Liu. Ye Lingxiu spoke nonchalantly to the Huangfu family, then addressed Lu Jingjing. He. Thank you, Mr. Yi. After all this, you've gifted me more than I could consume myself. Lu Maman rubbed his hands together vigorously, producing a cacophony akin to a F. Ye Lingxiu mused that if he continued this way, Sparks might soon fly to ts the least I could do. Lu brother has been nothing but supportive. This tea is but a small token of gratitude. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. I will come by myself tomorrow. No need to send anyone for me. I take my leave. Lu Maman accepted the tea leaves and departed briskly. Lingxiu, thank you. Once Lu Maman had left, Lu Jingjing offered a cup of hot tea to Ye Lingxiu. The sound of Ye Lingxiu swallowing was distinctly audible. Yet he had yet to grasp the cup. Lu Jingjing's delicate face flushed suddenly, her bent posture subtly lifting, her cheeks growing warmer. Her ardent gaze brazenly fixed upon Ye Lingxiu, as if urging him to approach. Ugh! Huangfu Ruinxiu, having been inadvertently nudged, let out a soft gasp, fortunate that her head remained buried under the blanket, rendering her invisible. Awkwardly, she shifted to the side. Enough. This is too stimulating. With the last vestiges of rationality, Ye Lingxiu activated his spiritual techniques, finally finding his way back to the sage's state. Phew, he exhaled, relieved. Women only serve to impede my swiftness in drawing my sword. Unless one is invincible, I shall never engage with women. Ye Lingxiu admonished himself internally in own need for gratitude. There is also an element of catharsis. That Huangfu Hua was exceedingly infuriating. Now restored to his sage state, Ye Lingxiu met Lu Jingjing's sorrowful gaze with composure. Feigning ignorance of the underlying sentiments, he hastily sought a task to dismiss the emotionally moved Lu Jingjing. Otherwise, she would surely consume him. Once the courtyard was left with only Ye Lingxiu and Huangfu Ruinxiu, he finally felt at ease. He hadn't anticipated that the current head of the Huangfu family would possess such temperament, a stark contrast to the forthrightness of Huangfu Yu and Huangfu Bo. It was likely he had orchestrated today's events from behind the scenes, sparing their lives out of respect for the elder Huangfu, that in the future, one must be wary of him as a variable in their calculations of strength. Initially, he had intended to proceed cautiously, but it seemed circumstances would not allow it. Even at the risk of compromising his foundation, he must first strive to break through to the 4th level, subsequently solidifying his base. For spiritual Flora that were already at the 4th level, even if Ye Lingxiu was at the 3rd level, they could still gradually grow to the 4th level, such as Daya, Igen, or the illusionary spirit flower tree. However, those plants whose mature limit was originally the 3rd level had little chance of further advancement. Only through his own ascension, utilizing the life energy of the 4th level, could he stimulate their growth, enabling the spiritual Flora in the courtyard to undergo substantial upgrades. Some outstanding 3rd level Flora might even reach the 5th level. Conversely, those at the early 3rd level, whose mature limit was already reached, would likely find the 4th level their peak. Regardless of any superior assistance, their inherent attributes would remain unchanged, and no matter how formidable Ye Lingxiu's spiritual techniques, they could only elevate the Flora to a limited extent. Yet for the current predicament, it sufficed. Thus, I shall focus on my ascension. He procured several late-stage, 3rd-level spiritual fruits and began to consume them. The previously furious energy within him became relatively gentle and obedient. However, a quantitative change precipitated a qualitative one. As each late-stage, 3rd-level fruit entered his abdomen, the energy surged, becoming wild once more. Having just broken through to the late 3rd level, he lacked the ability to challenge his bottleneck. He needed to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the late 3rd level before he could utilize the surplus energy for a breakthrough. His current task was to absorb this vast energy to enhance his cultivation. A sound reminiscent of crashing waves echoed within him, the energy galloping like wild horses. Ye Lingxiu felt akin to a wrangler, racing alongside the energy, seizing opportunities to take bites. Should his energy wane, he would immediately consume another fruit to replenish it, maintaining the utmost threshold of what he could endure, maximizing his energy absorption to elevate his cultivation. However, consuming too vigorously resulted in significant wastage of overflowed energy. This was energy emanating from his spiritual techniques, inherently rich in life energy. Huangfu Ruinxiu initially froze, then rejoiced, equally gulping down the energy. Ye Lingxiu failed to notice that her rate of growth was not much slower than his own. A full day elapsed in this state of overflowing energy, and Ye Lingxiu finally reached the pinnacle of the late third level, ready to prepare for his ascension. The rapid pace of his cultivation left no time for refinement. He could sense the superficiality of his power. Like a sponge, it appeared substantial but contained little substance. Yet he could not afford to dwell on that now. Should the first and second barriers unite in their assault, the third barrier, which had previously withstood the beast tide, might hold for a while, but now, defeat was inevitable. While this scenario was not guaranteed, it was wise to remain vigilant. Should it transpire, preparation would be too late. The current state of the third barrier was one of utter disarray, having suffered casualties from the demonic beasts and sneak attacks from the Heavenly Demon Society. Furthermore, the Heavenly Demon Society was one of the 8 great families. With the Huangfu family head behaving thus, Ye Lingxiu felt that not only could 2 family barriers unite, but any single barrier could potentially annihilate them. Gazing at the 4th-level spiritual fruit in his hand, Ye Lingxiu resolved to take a bite. Yet a delicate hand interposed itself, halting him. It was Huangfu Ruinxiu. Ruinxiu, what is it? Ye Lingxiu queried, puzzled, as this was the first time she had ever stopped him from doing anything. Are you going to eat that 4th-level spiritual fruit? Her sweet, soft voice carried a note of concern and confusion. Realizing this was the crux of her worry, Ye Lingxiu felt a warmth in his heart. She cared for him, fearing for his safety. It's fine, I have a plan. At worst, I'll just fail at the ascension. It's different. Others gradually reach their bottleneck. Even if you grant them ascension, their foundation, while not solid, is at least adequate. That you've just consumed spiritual fruits all day, and your internal energy is unstable. It could be dangerous. Huangfu Ruinxiu articulated her thoughts clearly, her logic impeccable. Indeed, this was the first thought that had crossed Ye Lingxiu's mind. When he first encountered Huangfu Ruinxiu, he sensed her naivety was somewhat excessive. Now, it appeared she had matured. She even knew to care for him. How wonderful! Ye Lingxiu gently withdrew Huangfu Ruinxiu's delicate hand. Smooth and tender. It's all right. I have my ways. The current situation compels us to enhance our strength. Some risks are indeed necessary to take. Huangfu Ruinxiu clenched her small fist, trembling slightly. I will strive to cultivate diligently. I won't sleep anymore. Oh, that's not necessary. From now on, I will protect you, allowing you to sleep soundly, Ye Lingxiu said, affectionately ruffling Huangfu Ruinxiu's hair, then, without hesitation, quickly consumed the spirit fruit. With his spiritual power, it was nearly impossible to preserve the unique spiritual resonance within the 4th-level spirit fruit, rendering half a fruit useless. Thus, he decided to consume it entirely. Should the energy prove overwhelming, he could always retreat later. Chapter 102. 4th-level boom. The 4th-level spirit fruit detonated within Ye Lingxiu's abdomen like an energy bomb. His complexion flushed instantly, and his eyes appeared slightly swollen and bulging. Huangfu Ruinxiu, sensing Ye Lingxiu's change, tightened her embrace around him, feeling a pang of concern. The energy within him surged like a wild stallion. Fierce yet agile. Ye Lingxiu's attempts to guide it were futile. It refused to listen, rampaging within his body. His skin would swell in various places, causing him immense discomfort. Fortunately, after a day of energy baptism, his body had developed some tolerance, and the meridians within him had become sturdier and more expansive, akin to reinforced waterways. His astonishment, Ye Lingxiu discovered that his previously unstable cultivation was becoming increasingly solidified under the onslaught of this chaotic energy. This unexpected joy was indeed a pleasant surprise. I could see this moment. He couldn't yet organize the energy to break through the bottleneck. He was merely barricading the wild horses attempting to breach the levee at the waterway's edge. No, the energy was still too abundant. His body had sustained multiple injuries, surpassing his capacity for self-healing. If this continued, it could lead to significant problems. Yet he hesitated to allow the vine egg to absorb his energy. He was already aware of the resilience of the fourth-level bottleneck. Even if all his energy were directed at breaking through, it might not suffice, especially considering that part would be absorbed. However, the energy was too tumultuous to be tamed, continuously crashing against various parts of him, demanding resolution. Apart from himself, the only entity capable of assisting him was the vine egg. Vine egg, is there a way to streamline the energy without absorbing it? Ye Lingxiu inquired. If even the vine egg, at the late fourth level, could not assist, he would have no choice but to abandon this attempt at advancement. The vine egg remained silent, opting for action instead. It extended nearly all its tendrils, transforming into a thin membrane that enveloped the waterway, allowing it to withstand the energy's onslaught without causing destruction. Ye Lingxiu's heart soared with joy, and he gave the vine egg a resounding thumbs up. As long as it no longer harmed his body, he would have ample time to streamline the energy. The energy continued its rampage, but Ye Lingxiu, like a teacher wielding a ruler, stood at the waterway, tapping the misbehaving students, gradually reducing the unstable elements within the energy until they became increasingly obedient. Boom! After enduring this for half the night, Ye Lingxiu finally tamed the energy completely. The earlier explosion signaled his assault on the fourth-level bottleneck. Each strike diminished the energy, neutralizing a portion of its unique spiritual resonance against the bottleneck's barrier. Boom! Boom! Just as the energy was nearly depleted, the bottleneck shattered with the sound of breaking glass. Ye Lingxiu felt as though he had entered a new world. His senses heightened once more, and his spiritual awareness evolved and strengthened, allowing him to feel the immense power within him, filling him with delight. Suddenly opening his eyes, a subtle yet substantial gaze burst forth. It turned out that dawn had arrived. Sensing the extraordinary fluctuations emanating from Ye Lingxiu, even Lu Jingjing, who had just reached the third level, recognized that Ye Lingxiu's cultivation had advanced. As she probed further, she only found an unfathomable vastness, devoid of the clear, visible realm she had previously observed. Has it succeeded? Despite her suspicions, Lu Jingjing still asked to confirm. Yes, swish. Ye Lingxiu's spiritual abilities unfurled, enveloping all the spiritual plants. An intense wave of movement surged through the plants as they sensed their gardener's elevated power. Blessed by this, they too could progress further. Even those originally at the fourth level would experience accelerated growth. The spiritual plants directed their congratulatory sentiments towards him. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Lingxiu's spiritual abilities possessed a strong capacity to awaken spiritual intelligence. Otherwise, at their levels, save for exceptional species like the illusory spirit flower tree, they should not possess such awareness that in the wilderness, besides the demon race, other beasts would only gain basic intelligence at the fifth level. Incomparable human-like wisdom at the sixth. This granted them greater possibilities to break free from their constraints, but that was a matter for another time. Due to the violent energy's impact, his cultivation had become more refined, his foundation more solid, and he had successfully shattered the bottleneck. Truly a double blessing. Jingjing, please find some food and wine. Let's celebrate this joyous occasion. Seeing Ye Lingxiu's happiness, Lu Jingjing too felt joy welling within her, and she left, humming with music to make arrangements. After a satisfying meal and drinks, Ye Lingxiu began to keenly sense the changes that came with the fourth level. In the fourth level Tianquan realm, one could soar through the skies. Ye Lingxiu was envious. Last time, he had to rely on Huangfu Ruinxiu for flight, but now he could do it himself. He genuinely felt much lighter. Spiritual abilities, activate. Ye Lingxiu silently commanded in his heart. The life energy-infused spiritual energy filled his body and radiated outward. With a thought, he began to slowly ascend. Huangfu Ruinxiu, who was holding onto Ye Lingxiu, initially found the sudden change puzzling, but upon realization, she burst into joy. From now on, I won't be the one carrying him. He'll be the one carrying me. She wouldn't need to use her spiritual abilities, but could simply let him hold her while floating in mid-air. Giggling with delight that Ye Lingxiu, fearing Huangfu Runxiu might fall, did not stand upright, but instead reclined as he floated. Spiritual awareness differs from ordinary vision. The former focuses on distance, while the latter on detail. Ordinary sight can perceive distant mountains, moons, and suns, provided they are sufficiently large. In contrast, spiritual awareness can discern minuscule details, even distinguishing between male and female ants. An expanded range of spiritual awareness meant that should an ambush occur, there would be ample time to respond. Until a hearty laugh echoed from 100 meters away. "Haha, Mr. Yi, it's Lumamen again." Lumamen's voice reached within 100 meters before being detected by spiritual awareness. Only then, entering the courtyard, heard by the ears that it was a remarkable experience. Ye Lingxiu perceived both sides of the statement that in the past, his limited spiritual awareness would have detected the sound but had hardly registered before his ears picked it up. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Yi, I'm the first to arrive again. And wait. What? Mr. Yi, you've advanced?" Lumamen's eyes widened in disbelief. Just yesterday, he felt Ye Lingxiu had barely broken through to the 3rd level. How could he have advanced today? "You're progressing far too swiftly." Ye Lingxiu rolled his eyes, recalling how Lumamen frequently pried into his affairs, taking advantage of his lower rank. "You saw what happened yesterday. I had no choice but to take risks. And fortunately, I succeeded. Even without the Huangfu family, we can manage a few challenges. Ye Lingxiu refrained from providing further explanations. Chapter 103. The meeting of the 3 families. Haha, splendid. Mr. Yi has broken through to the 4th level. That is indeed a different realm from us mere mortals," Lumamen exclaimed with genuine delight. Presently, the Lu family had deeply intertwined their fate with Ye Lingxiu, even relocating their base. With Ye Lingxiu's formidable strength, they were the beneficiaries. As for concerns about being overshadowed by Ye Lingxiu's power, they had none. Ye Lingxiu was already stronger than them, and they had long begun to follow his lead. Even if Ye Lingxiu grew even more powerful, they could still stand as loyal subjects, evolving into a prominent family within his faction, akin to one of the previous 8 great families. "Brother Lu, you flatter me too much. What difference does it make between mortals and extraordinary beings? Your valor and talents are what truly set you apart." Ye Lingxiu waved his hand dismissively and turned to Lu Jingjing. "Jingjing, please prepare some tea for Brother Lu, and also cut a plate of that watermelon I enjoy." "Ha ha, Mr. Yi is being modest." Before Lumamen could utter more, he sensed the approach of a 4th-level powerhouse, and he glanced at Ye Lingxiu, who also seemed to have noticed something in the sky. Sure enough, moments later, Huangfu Yu and Huangfu Bo arrived together. "Mr. Yi, we hope we haven't arrived late." Huangfu Yu spoke first after they bowed to Ye Lingxiu. "Not at all. Please come in." Huangfu Yu and Huangfu Bo, clearly wishing to avoid suspicion, did not probe into Ye Lingxiu's cultivation and were unaware of his recent advancement to the 4th level. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yesterday, there were some misunderstandings between the Huangfu family and yourself. We humbly ask for your forgiveness and understanding." Huangfu Yu, once seated, immediately addressed the previous day's events with utmost sincerity. Unlike Huangfu Yang, the two had witnessed firsthand and participated in the conflict between Ye Lingxiu and the Tianyao Association, setting aside other strategies, merely based on Zhang Yi and Huangfu Runxiu's audacity to confront Tianyunfeng and another 4th-level assailant. Huangfu Yu had deduced that Ye Lingxiu must possess a hidden trump card at the late 4th level. The younger generation indeed neglected their responsibilities yesterday. Let us not dwell on it. Today, let us commence our discussions. First, I shall share the intelligence our spies have gathered. Ye Lingxiu, wishing to steer clear of the unpleasant matter concerning the father and son duo, shifted the conversation to more pressing matters that the thought crossed his mind. Thankfully, he had refrained from sending anyone inside. Huangfu Yu began to share his own situation as well. "It appears that these regions remain perilously dangerous for us at present." Ye Lingxiu furrowed his brow, taken aback that even a single area was beyond their reach. "Humanity remains woefully weak. Do you have any information regarding Barrier 1 and Barrier 2? Ye Lingxiu set aside his musings, focusing intently on the pressing issues at hand. Huangfu Yu and Lumamen exchanged glances,
seemingly understanding one another's thoughts. Allow me to speak first. Huang Fuyu, feeling a lingering sense of shame from yesterday's events, took the initiative to express her sincerity. Our patriarch emerged from Barrier 2. He had never mentioned it to us before. It was only during my recent exploration of our family archives that I stumbled upon some handwritten documents hidden at the bottom of a box. It seemed the patriarch deliberately concealed this information, perhaps fearing that, should the family find themselves in need of such knowledge, they might lack the relevant materials to inform their decisions. Not only Lu Mamin, but even Ye Lingxiu found himself piqued with curiosity about this peculiar barrier too that warranted such caution from the patriarch. It appeared that what was to come next would be exceedingly challenging to convey. Even Huang Fuyu took a moment to sip her tea. Huang Fubo struggled to maintain his composure, his expression one of dread and apprehension. Huang Fuyu gathered her thoughts and continued. At the outset of Barrier 2's construction, certain rules were established that, in those early days, it was already a dominion of the supernatural beings who vastly outnumbered humans and held an undeniable advantage in power. Once it became known that injecting the blood of these entities could enhance one's abilities, a wave of individuals hastily sought to partake, even before anyone could grasp the implications or intervene. Chaos ensued as people fought fiercely for their own interests. Even the most basic necessity, food, could lead to deadly confrontations. Thus, it was not entirely shocking for supernatural beings to resort to cannibalism. As their power solidified, they began to coerce other practitioners into joining their ranks. The patriarch was among those forced into such a predicament. Reluctant to submit, he allied with other practitioners to resist the supernatural beings at that time. They managed to gather a significant following, and suspicions arose regarding the cannibalistic practices of these entities, leading many to believe that such behavior would ultimately spell doom for humanity. Lu Mamin and Ye Lingxiu were utterly engrossed by these revelations. Lu Mamin even forgot to sip his tea out, while Ye Lingxiu shared the same bewilderment, struggling to fathom how such a city, rife with supernatural beings and cannibalism, managed to sustain itself. Lu Jingjing appeared impassive, standing there like a beauty from a painting, yet the occasional flicker of her eyes revealed her keen interest in the matter. Huang Fu Ruinxiu tilted his head, embodying the curiosity of a child eager for a tale. As Huang Fu Yu reached a pivotal moment in her narrative, she hesitated slightly, not to keep her audience in suspense, but rather because what was to follow was too horrifying to recount. Even the supernatural beings themselves harbored concerns about the situation at that time. Realizing the unease among the populace, the supernatural beings devised what they believed to be a flawless solution. After all, everyone knew the folly of squandering resources. Lu Mamin inquired with genuine curiosity. What was their proposed solution? They imposed an age limit on ordinary humans, stating 60 years as the maximum age limit. What does that mean? The group was puzzled. Huang Fuyu elaborated. Those who were too old had lost too much vitality, rendering them less effective for the supernatural beings. Conversely, those too young were deemed a poor investment. As humanity would eventually face extinction, they sought to treat ordinary humans as treasures to be offered up, preventing them from engaging in any labor, with all responsibilities falling to the supernatural beings. Ordinary individuals were to live their lives solely indulging in pleasure. Naturally, their sole task was to procreate, although they were permitted to pursue romantic relationships freely, with no chores to attend to, be it washing clothes, cooking, or cleaning. Supernatural beings took care of all such tasks. There was no pressure in daily life. The aim was to ensure that everyone lived comfortably until the age of 60, no work, no housing concerns, no responsibilities, only to consume a soporific potion at 60, entering a state of stupor before being devoured by the supernatural beings. With a sudden jolt, Lu Mamin sprang to his feet, causing his chair to topple backward. Lu Jingjing gasped, covering her mouth with her hands to stifle her shock. Huang Furunshiu quickly wrapped herself in a blanket, trembling slightly as she leaned against Ye Lingxiu. Only Ye Lingxiu, upon hearing of the ordinary human's passive existence until 60, had anticipated such a revelation. This was not merely an offering. It was akin to raising livestock. He recalled watching documentaries before the apocalypse, where people raised pigs, cows, and fish. Every consumable animal was cared for. Before being consumed,
These creatures lived carefree lives. The supernatural beings of Barrier 2 were indeed ruthless. It was likely that Tianyao would have thought the same. Previously, Ye Lingxiu had been intrigued by reports of the Tianyao Association's involvement in protecting civilians. Now the reason for that became clear. Typically, supernatural beings required sustenance every 3 months and could share a meal among several. With proper management and encouragement for procreation, this grotesque model could indeed sustain a certain number of supernatural beings. However, without a substantial population to feed upon, their growth and strength would inevitably be sluggish. Goodness gracious, no wonder the Patriarch and others detested the Tianyao Association. It was for this very reason. Lu Mamen murmured to himself as he regained his composure. Are there records in the family archives regarding the strength and influence within Barrier 2? Ye Lingxiu posed his pressing question to AS for influence. It is likely the unified regime has already been established. When the Patriarch left, such a trend was already evident that AS for their strength. We are still uncertain. The Patriarch and his contemporaries had departed early and were all at level 1, Huang Fuyu explained. Indeed, a unified government is essential for enforcing stable policies. Otherwise, it would be challenging to ensure fairness in the practice of cannibalism. It seems that the entire populace of Barrier 2 has been brainwashed by the supernatural beings. Ye Lingxiu mused, instinctively stroking his chin in contemplation. This is what we know about Barrier 2, Huang Fuyu concluded, turning her gaze toward Lu Mamen. Our Lu family happens to have insights into Barrier 1. My great-grandfather emerged from Barrier 1. Lu Mamen commenced sharing intelligence regarding Barrier 1. The situation there is relatively straightforward, that a singular force governs the entire barrier. This is largely due to a peculiar tree at the center of the barrier, which people refer to as the blood tree. It is a vibrant red, devoid of leaves or flowers, featuring only a bare trunk and a few scattered branches. Atop it once rested a crimson fruit. Though its current status is unknown, people absorb the tree's blood-like energy, which easily transformed them into supernatural beings. The downside was that most abilities were blood-related. Even ordinary individuals without any mutations gained significantly enhanced physical prowess. People began hunting supernatural beasts near the blood tree to draw blood. Gradually, the energy provided by the blood tree diminished, until it was discovered that higher-level beasts yielded greater amounts of this energy. Consequently, they began hunting more formidable creatures, but with humanity's weakness, they could only manage to hunt lower-tier beasts, suffering considerable losses in the process. It wasn't until 2 individuals engaged in a private duel the human blood accidentally splattered onto the blood tree, causing it to erupt with astonishing energy, far surpassing previous levels. Thus, people learned that the blood tree required human blood. It is easy to surmise what happened next. The ruling power began coercing individuals to donate blood. Much like how people voluntarily gave blood to hospitals a century ago. Except this was enforced. They were aware that this was a self-destructive course. Yet those who practiced blood-related techniques were, to some extent, driven by the time my great-grandfather left. Some individuals had even awakened abilities that allowed them to rapidly cultivate by consuming human blood, such as the general overview of Barrier 1. When Lu Mamen finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the courtyard. Desperation. This was undoubtedly the plight of everyone within Barrier 3. Both Barrier 1 and Barrier 2 required an influx of population, especially a significant influx of fresh lives. The quantity of individuals available for consumption imposed a singular limitation on their development. Once they deciphered the intricacies of Barrier 3, it was easy to envision them rushing in like cats drawn by the scent of blood. In the current climate of natural disasters and man-made calamities, with factions fracturing, even a single barrier might not withstand the onslaught. Let alone 2. Ye Lingxiu gently tapped his chin with his fingertip. Reclining in the rocking chair with his eyes closed, his mind racing with thoughts, Lu Mamen, unable to contain his impatience, exclaimed, Mr. Yi, given this situation, what shall we do? He was quite clear on whom to consult regarding this matter. Clearly, Huang Fuyu and Huang Fu Bo share the same sentiment. It was merely Lu Mamen who voiced it first at this moment. The 3 of them turned their gazes toward Ye Lingxiu, all aware that he was deep in thought, and they did not rush to urge him. After a brief pause, Ye Lingxiu opened his eyes and said, Do not panic, my friends. Although the situation is dire, it is not as hopeless as we might imagine. Oh, Ye Lingxiu, please enlighten us, Huangfu Bo responded on behalf of the others. Lu Jingjing also furrowed her brows, looking at Ye Lingxiu, pondering how things could possibly be worse. She did not doubt Ye Lingxiu's words. Rather, she simply could not comprehend. Even Huangfu Ruinxiu poked her head out from under the blanket, her large eyes blinking curiously at Ye Lingxiu, eagerly awaiting his explanation. As for Lu Mamin and the two from the Huangfu family. They leaned forward in their seats. I would like to ask you all, based on family records, how far apart were the first and second barriers originally? Ye Lingxiu inquired, directing his question toward Lu Mamin and the two from the Huangfu family. The old man and the others had fortuitously encountered each other after their emergence, and united by common purpose, they had jointly established the third barrier. According to analyses from both sides, the two barriers were approximately 100 miles apart. Huangfu Bo continued. Indeed, that distance is just right. Initially, they could not perceive one another, but as their strength increased and their population dwindled, the exploration area expanded, allowing them to discover each other's existence. Ye Lingxiu said with a slow smile. Upon reflection, the first and second barriers require living populations. Would they not engage in fierce conflict to seize each other's people? Ye Lingxiu posed another question, glancing at everyone. Naturally, they would fight for that, Huangfu Yu replied. Firstly, to bolster their own strength, and secondly, to prevent the other from growing stronger, given that both barriers have endured for many years until now. It indicates that there is no absolute disparity in their strength. Ye Lingxiu continued his analysis. After numerous years of conflict, they have likely developed a deep-seated enmity. We may well be the opportunity to disrupt their balance. Huangfu Bo's heart stirred. Are you suggesting that they will not only refrain from teaming up against us, but will instead seek our assistance separately? Huangfu Bo found it hard to believe. Yet he could not find grounds to refute why Ye Lingxiu elaborated further. Upon hearing his analysis, the group felt considerably reassured. No, we still have many tasks ahead of us, Ye Lingxiu stated, his expression turning serious as he outlined the forthcoming actions. First, we must inform the populace about the situations of the other two barriers, particularly their drawbacks, warning them that the consequences of capture will be dire. Keep their own citizens unaware of the existence of freedom. They will likely resort to eliminating individuals from our barrier. Second, we need to find ways to sow the seeds of freedom and hope within those two barriers, thereby undermining their foundations. Third, we must continue to search for surviving populations to incorporate under our protection, ensuring we do not provide the other two barriers with any food opportunities. Fourth, the Tianyao society will undoubtedly become a variable. If Tian Yunfeng turns against the second barrier, it may also disrupt the balance. Even if it does not, it will constrain our forthcoming actions, and thus must be eliminated. Ye Lingxiu proceeded to share several more insightful suggestions. The furrowed brows of the group gradually relaxed, as if they had found their direction. Mr. Diaz's thoughts are clear and incisive. I have learned greatly, Huangfu Yu said, cupping her hands in respect. The other two followed suit. Your praise is unwarranted. These are merely minor insights. It is a pity that our barrier has suffered such immense losses in this calamity that even repairing the shattered walls will make it difficult to find so many to guard them. Ye Lingxiu lamented. Indeed, otherwise, with our previous strength, we would not only be able to compete with our opponents, but would certainly not be treated as mere pawns. Now, we must survive in the crevices. Lu Mamin said, lightly pounding the table with his fist, causing a few fragments to fall from the stone surface. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Fortunately, Mr. Yi has risen, or else our situation would only worsen. Huangfu Bo echoed with a sense of resignation. Ye Lingxiu took a moment to sip his tea, alleviating his own embarrassment while contemplating. It seems that during the punishment of Huangfu Hua yesterday, my display of strength exceeded their expectations. However, this is a good thing. With myself at the helm, my ideas can be effectively executed, reducing internal conflicts and strife. Perhaps we can even survive amidst the cracks. Otherwise, we would be obliterated in an instant. Very well, everyone, let us conclude our discussion here for today, that we will proceed with these steps simultaneously, especially regarding our internal matters. How about we mobilize against the Tianyao society in 3 days. Listening to Mr. Yi, they responded, "Yes." Report. A voice echoed from afar, growing nearer. Zhang Outyin rushed into the courtyard, his face filled with urgency. "Mr. Yi, a messenger has arrived." Upon seeing Zhang Outyin, Lu Maomen's eyes brightened. This young man was a treasure. His spiritual techniques akin to cheating in a team battle. When he had gone to the battlefield near Lu's family, the previously deadlocked situation had instantly reversed, allowing the Lu family to dominate their opponents. Had he not been a favored general of Mr. Yi, Lu Maomen would have certainly tried to recruit him. The Lu family strongmen, empowered by stimulating spiritual techniques, were fearsome indeed. The others in the courtyard were indifferent, merely assuming that Ye Lingxiu had a guest arriving. Only Ye Lingxiu appeared astonished, suddenly sitting upright and embracing Huangfu Runxiu so swift. This was indeed one of the drawbacks of war. The vulnerabilities were numerous and difficult to guard against. They had not even entered the other S barrier before the other party had already come knocking. "Please, come in." After a brief moment of distraction, Ye Lingxiu composed himself and said, "Everyone, let us meet the emissaries from the other barriers." "What?" Lu Maomen, Huangfu Yu, and Huangfu Bo exclaimed in shock. And oh wonder, even Ye Lingxiu, with his composure, was so astonished. It turned out that representatives from the other barrier had arrived. Shortly after, the group witnessed Zhang Outyin leading 2 teams of individuals into the courtyard. One team donned blood-red clothing, with fierce, bloodthirsty gazes that exuded danger, while the other wore resplendent green garments, exuding a gentle aura, their faces adorned with smiles. The leaders of both teams were at the mid-level of the 4th tier, accompanied by 1 at the early 4th tier and 5 at the late 3rd tier. As the emissaries entered, they were taken aback. Such a newly risen power possessed such profound depth. The courtyard housed so many experts. "Esteemed emissaries, this is my esteemed master." Zhang Outyin gestured toward Ye Lingxiu's position. "Greetings, Mr. Yi, greetings, Mr. Yi." Both teams of emissaries bowed in unison. "Please be seated that I apologize for the humble nature of my abode." Ye Lingxiu replied, remaining seated and merely raising his hand in a gesture of courtesy. "I am Yao Wanlu, an envoy from the Tianyao Empire, and I must respectfully disagree with your statements, Mr. Yi." The leader in green introduced himself before continuing. "The Blood Cloud Empire's rough men may not perceive this, but we can discern the truth that, Mr. Yi, your surroundings are nearly filled with spiritual plants, and their quality is notably high. Attack types, material types, and spiritual fruit types are all well-balanced. We maintain close relations with the Demon Clan and have had the fortune to visit various Demon Clan gathering places. Even in the ordinary demon territories, there are not as many spiritual plants as you possess. Be aware that while spiritual plants are abundant in the wilderness, they're scattered and difficult to transplant. To gather so many spiritual plants to grow here, I can only express my admiration." The envoy from the 2nd barrier, Tianyao Empire's Yao Wanlu, eloquently praised Ye Lingxiu, subtly disparaging the Blood Cloud Empire. "Mr. Yi, aligning with the Tianyao Empire is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Conversely, we Blood Cloud people are straightforward and forthright in our dealings." The blood-clad envoy interjected, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Mr. Yi, I am Xue Qianli, here with the sincere intent of the Blood Lord of our Blood Cloud Empire. We hope to establish a cooperative relationship with you." Upon hearing both envoys, the group exchanged glances. Ye Lingxiu's analysis was indeed correct. Both sides were at odds and aimed to win over their own faction. However, the specifics of the cooperation proposed by the Blood Cloud Empire remained unclear, prompting Lu Maomen and the others to look to Ye Lingxiu for guidance. "What do you mean by cooperation?" Ye Lingxiu inquired directly. "Various trade dealings, population exchanges, and joint resistance against enemies," Xue Qianli concluded, casting a murderous glare at Yao Wanlu, while Ye Lingxiu and the others furrowed their brows, taken aback by the casual mention of population transactions, as if discussing an ordinary matter. While trade could be feasible, as for the latter, Ye Lingxiu firmly stated, "I cannot agree to that." His expression darkened. Huangfu Yu and the others glared at Xue Qianli, clearly displeased with the proposal. Mr. Ye's refusal stems from not having heard my terms in full. Everything in this world has its price, If the other party does not agree, it simply means that what you offer is insufficient. Shui Qianli asserted with unwavering confidence that MY terms are simple. Every one of you shall advance one level, regardless of your current tier. What? Lu Mamen, Huang Fu Yu, and Huang Fu Bo all stood up, unable to conceal their astonishment. Even Ye Lingxiu's pupils constricted slightly, struggling to maintain his composure. Is this truly the case? Huang Fu Yu asked, who was already at the pinnacle of the late fourth tier, having long aspired to reach the heights of his father. The elder Huang Fu. If he could also advance a level, he would become a fifth-tier powerhouse. Indeed, the Blood Cloud Empire possesses a divine tree, revered as the Blood Tree. Those who make their inaugural offerings will receive the protection and blessings of the Blood Tree, enabling them to ascend one level, regardless of their current rank. Should one be at the initial stage of the fourth level, they may only advance to the intermediate stage. However, if they are akin to this esteemed friend at the advanced stage, they could potentially transform into a fifth-level master. Esteemed guests, how do you perceive this proposition? It is truly astonishing. For Huang Fu Yu, Huang Fu Bo, and Lu Mamen, this revelation is nothing short of breathtaking. The path of human advancement, particularly the perilous transitions beyond the third level, is fraught with life-threatening challenges. Yet the Blood Cloud Empire offers a means to traverse this obstacle with ease. This revelation utterly subverts the understanding of the trio. The notion of indiscriminate advancement is indeed formidable. Yet, what precisely does the envoy mean by offering? Ye Lingxiu regained his composure, having been momentarily astonished. His ability to assist others in leveling up was the result of collective risk-taking and experimentation, necessitating the use of higher-tier spirit fruits he cultivated, alongside the presence of the unique vine egg. Such a multitude of conditions coalesced to yield this remarkable outcome. Yet he was taken aback that the other party could achieve it merely through a tree. It appears this tree is no ordinary specimen. The act of offering is quite simple. One merely needs to slay an individual beside the blood tree to spill their blood. The blood tree will then naturally generate blood energy, which can be absorbed for advancement. Envoy, such an advancement surely harbors significant drawbacks, does it not? Ye Lingxiu inquired with a calm skepticism. The drawbacks are indeed substantial. From this moment forth, you will be reliant solely on the blood tree for your cultivation. Should you wish to progress further, you must adhere to the practices of the Blood Cloud Empire, sacrificing individuals to provide blood to the blood tree. I wonder if you all would be willing to accept such terms? Before the envoy of the Blood Cloud, Shui Qianli, could embellish the drawbacks of this method, the envoy from the Celestial Demon Empire, Yao Wanlu, vocally exposed its implications. Lu Mamen and the others' expressions shifted. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch, and the drawbacks are far more severe than anticipated. However, upon further reflection, if one has stagnated at a particular realm for years without any progress, having an opportunity to advance now, even if it means ceasing cultivation thereafter, what consequences could it hold? Although the drawbacks are significant, for some, the allure remains enticing. The envoy of the Blood Cloud was quite pleased with the audience's reaction. He harbored no concerns about the Celestial Demon Empire disrupting proceedings. Even if the truth were laid bare, he believed it would still pose a fatal temptation for the majority. Shui Qianli was momentarily taken aback. This individual who led them here had arranged for an attractive maiden to fetch chairs. What expressions were they wearing? Was that disdain? Shui Qianli felt utterly flustered. Were it not for the circumstances, he would have dispatched them to the blood tree for their blood. Zhang Aoyan and Lu Jingjing indeed displayed expressions of contempt, which could hardly be blamed on Shui Qianli's vexation at in their eyes, to progress a level while locking oneself into a predetermined cultivation path. Was that truly worth it? They scoffed at the notion that Ye Lingxiu's method of advancing individuals bore no side effects. To level up simply required one or several higher-tier spirit fruits. Had they been aware of their circumstances, they might have sought refuge from embarrassment. Ye Lingxiu, having discerned the underlying conditions of the Blood Cloud Empire, turned to the envoy of the Celestial Demon Empire, Yao Wanlu. Might you elaborate on your situation? Our approach is relatively straightforward. We transform individuals into demonkind. As you may already be aware of the circumstances surrounding demonkind, provided the conditions are sufficient, we offer various demon blood, i.e.,
is noteworthy that first-level demon blood can transform an individual into demon kind, while 5th or even 6th-level demon blood can achieve the same. Are you aware of what occurs when one utilizes 6th-level demon beast blood for transformation into demon kind? Yao Wanlu gazed at the crowd with a sense of pride. Spare us the nonsense. How could we possibly know? Speak plainly. Lu Mamin urged impatiently. Yao Wanlu appeared to possess a patient demeanor, showing no signs of anger, and continued expounding. Upon successful transformation, one transitions directly from an ordinary human to a 5th-level master. This time, the crowd had become wise to the implications and grasped the envoy's intent. These two factions merely sought to recruit them, offering empty promises and grandiose claims. There was no need to inquire further. It was utterly implausible that an average individual could ascend to the level of a 5th-level master without significant restrictions that would be no less burdensome than those of the Blood Cloud Empire. The celestial demon envoy ought not to treat us as naive children. Let us discuss matters that are feasible, shall we? Huang Fuyu chuckled lightly at understood. Yao Wanlu replied with a slight smile. The awe-inspiring reputation of the Blood Cloud Empire had proven effective. Why should his own claims not elicit a similar response? Perhaps the timing was simply less opportune. What we can readily procure are various spirit fruits. After all, our demon kind thrives in the wilderness, allowing us to harvest spirit plants and fruits beyond the imagination of others. Moreover, the bloodline of the demon kind can also evolve. We can facilitate connections with powerful allies among the demon clan or demon beasts to procure blood for this evolution, albeit all at a price. Yao Wanlu concluded. Ye Lingxiu spoke once more.